the kill in the last second. Right to the small.
Welcome to the Thunderpick World Championship qualifiers, everybody. It's day 2 of action here online, right? We're not quite in Malta yet, but that's where the teams are looking to get to. My name is Pavlos, and again, I am your host for the morning shift and the usual suspects. Just like yesterday, we got Brandon and Ted joining me. Ted, you had to cross the entire city of Sofia to get here in, 15 minutes? So how did that go for you today?
It was fantastic. It was really chill, you know. I've been looking forward to the games. On my way home, I was thinking, you know what? I woke up nice and early. I did the prep, then I had to go, then I had to come back. But all the time, I was just thinking, there was one thought on my mind, and that thought was, I really want to watch Regon play Counter-Strike. So now I'm happy we're near that point.
Brandon, do you have similar motivations for today?
I mean, I didn't have to wake up early, to be honest. In fact, I got told off for nearly coming in the TeamSpeak too late. So I'm the complete opposite, but that means it's going to create a nice little balance, isn't it?
All right, yeah, we got things balanced out, all right. But yeah, let's have a look at what we are getting into today. But first off, for anybody that didn't tune into the action yesterday, these closed qualifiers are all about getting our teams. We've got 4 spots for the Thunderpick World Championships in Malta, the LAN. And what makes it even more exciting is that we've got a massive prize pool in store for these teams. First place, it's a $500,000 Renos, and even making it to Malta, you get yourself at a minimum a cash prize of $20,000 as well. So a lot on the line, a lot of VRS points on store for these rosters as well. And Ted, I mean, that's what they ultimately want at the end of the day, right? They want the end goal of getting themselves a better position into the major.
That's what we were talking about, right? Not even a better position into the major, but just a spot in the major in general. For a lot of those teams, let's say a JiJieHao with PARIVISION that have been dominating the tier 2 scene in the last 2 months, this is the difference between a successful season and a failed one, right? And you're looking at teams like Legacy, for example, like 9Z that have been missing majors for a little bit of time now, looking to show that they can actually prove some good Counter-Strike and play some good Counter-Strike without Martinez on the lineup, beating BetBoom yesterday. Legacy obviously coming in as well with the I guess mission of proving that what we witnessed in Austin wasn't just a flash in the pan, so to speak. So yeah, for every single team in this close qualifier making it into the main event is quite a big deal.
And it is a very cutthroat event as well, Brandon. I mean, obviously looking at the bracket and how we've gone through things today and yesterday as well. You know, we've had some very surprising results, some expectant stuff. Could you run us through the highlights of yesterday with the teams that have qualified so far?
I can't believe 9Z is beating BetBoom. Like that's the that's actually a shock for me, because I mean, I didn't catch that game. I watched the Legacy JiJieHao one, and unfortunately for JiJieHao, we didn't even get 2 maps because they unfortunately had technical issues. We had the big Saw game. And then also we had the PARIVISION one, which was a lot of fun, because you've got PARIVISION where it felt like they were maybe going to throw, and we didn't want them to do that. It looks like BetBoom have had not a great day in the office. Actually quite similar to PARIVISION. It's fun how that team is so consistently parallel, just fighting against each other when they both have bad days. It results nearly in both of them being knocked out. Imagine ECSTATIC versus 9Z for a Thunderpick World Championship spot. But actually, I think PARIVISION will be more than happy with that one. And then Big coming into this against OG M80. That's going to be really difficult for them, especially with M80 just making Blast London playoffs. But I'll tell you what, again, a really good opportunity for Big there, isn't it?
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, Ted, you know, you can tell from this that this is not any casual European online tournament, right? Especially with so many teams joining from other regions, whether that's Asia, South America, North America.
Sure.
So seeing this intra-regional crossplay, you know, has already netted some surprises. Do you think, you know, some of these teams that, you know, obviously the European teams don't get to practice much against you know, throughout the year can be a bit of a surprise factor?
I feel like when it comes down to JiJieHao and PARIVISION, just because of the amount of experience that they've got, I think they should be able to handle ENCE fairly well. The one team I'm looking at is M80 and maybe Legacy to some extent, right? Because Legacy is on the side of the bracket where they're going to be playing against the winner of TNL and Imperial. This is one of the first times we're going to see TNL face up against South American opposition, so it's going to be interesting to see how they will be preparing for that one. I feel like M80 might be one of the secret favorites, as Brandon said, and of course you can always trust the Brit to tell you about the great result of a team led by a Brit as the coach in the UK. But M80 is one of the hottest teams going into this qualifier, even jokes aside, right? Even if we're not nitpicking on Brandon, M80 really is a legitimate team.
They made the
Right
playoffs.
now. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They are playing some good Counter-Strike. They are coming into this one with high expectations, and I feel like I'm looking at this team and saying OG have been a little bit lackluster lately, although I really like them. Big, again, yesterday, as we said, didn't play the perfect game of Counter-Strike. I feel like M80 is the one team that needs to fly through this qualifier as if they're a European team.
You've gaslit me so hard, by the way, because I didn't sit there and I didn't go, ooh, M80, Def, my coach, my savior. I'm here with my crumpets, and he's gonna go all the way through. I didn't say that, did I? God, crazy.
That's my job, Brandon.
Yeah, let's go get our cups of tea though, and have a look at what we've got in store for us for today, because obviously we're halfway through round one already, as you just saw on the bracket. So 8 more teams to get acquainted to. We've got things going with ENCE and Nemiga in the first match, OG and M80 as well for the second. Then the late shift takes over for NIP versus Team Venom and Team Next Level versus Imperial to wrap things up. I feel like we are in for a treat today, Ted, aren't we? I feel like we've got some really cool matches ahead of us.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a lot of cool storylines, starting from the ENCE Nemiga game, then going into OGM80, which I feel like is going to be one of the games of the day. But again, we got a pretty equal distribution of interesting matchups throughout the day.
All right. Any favorite matchup here, Brandon, before we start looking at our first match?
It's got to be OG versus M80, to be honest with you.
Awesome. All right, let's get diving into the action with our first game of the day, folks. ENCE versus Nemiga to take the stage. And look, an exciting one. I feel like if you throw it back a couple of months, you would have said we've got some of the strongest prospects in Tier 2. Obviously, the player break made some changes. So how do we feel about that dynamic now? I feel like one team's running hot, one team's running cold, Ted.
Yeah, I feel like going into this one, there's quite a discrepancy, right? If this matchup was happening, let's say half a year ago, you'd be looking at this Nemiga lineup and you'd be saying, well, Zwei is playing all right. They have a lot of good things going on for them, even before the major, not even half a year ago. But now after the changes, it has been a little bit lackluster, right? So Walio coming in, it's a complete shift in direction. When you compare him to Zwei as a player, he's not as sharp, he's not as aggressive on some of those lurks. He's a lot more of a passive. The specifics when it comes down to Suwalio is that he's a standard support player. This is the best way to describe a guy like that. And then in the same time, Risky Boba shifted into a lot of the star positions. Nemiga is a team have not really been playing too many officials lately as well. You're looking at, what, 14 maps in 1 month? Khan is the only one over 1 average rating. So it is really difficult to say that Nemiga's going into this tournament with their heads held high, especially on the back of Box as well, taking a bit of a leave for personal reasons, and Zoma arriving on the to the team as the new coach literally yesterday.
I mean, this slowdown in amounts of tournaments played, amount of matches and officials shown, do you think it will make a substantial difference here, Brandon? I mean, we saw yesterday being away from competitive play for quite a while, and it looked like it had a bit of an effect on them. Do you think that could be a possibility for Nemiga as well?
In terms of what we got out of them last year, yeah, absolutely. But in terms of what we have come to see out of Nemiga this year, no, to be honest.
True.
I just look at this team and I don't really know who the star player should be now, because we were getting so much out of Zwei. And so, as Ted says, Swallow is just not a like for like. So you come in here, you need Khan to step up in a big way. If Risky Bob is taking some more of those star player roles, then you need him to step up in a big way. Xanta's always been consistent, but it almost feels like he now needs to have that extra 10% to do anything. I'm not concerned about the floor of the team, to be honest, with Nemiga. I'm really worried about the ceiling and who's going to be that next player to punch up and deliver.
Well, we did talk about Nemiga having less matches than optimal played in August, but ENCE had one of the most games played from the teams competing in this tournament. That's 28 matches, and looked at, they just lost only 9 of them.
Yeah, ENCE have been looking good. I'm not gonna lie to you. I feel like the direction, those changes with Regon being brought in and SDY being the in-game leader, Milta being promoted from the academy, had a lot of people scratching their heads, right? For a lot of people, it felt like losing Kaspersky was a big hit. And I will go out and say it. When you're not counting that first event, that Cologne in the play-ins where NIP showed some success, I feel like Kaspersky's actually made the wrong call here. ENCE have been playing better than NIP throughout the last couple of weeks, and sure, you could say that there is some difference in competition, but they have been playing similar tournaments. Just a couple weeks ago, ENCE had a big performance going in Draculan. Obviously, couldn't win it, that LAN event in Bucharest, but they were able to beat NIP, beat the Gentlemates, beat 9 as well, lost only to Fnatic and Monty, and the Fnatic game was the 3-mapper, and ever since, they've won 3 out of 3 best of 3s that they've played online. So, like ENCE, as much as again, you could have that same conversation that Brandon was bringing up Nemiga just now. How high the ceiling, or how high will the ceiling dance line up? I feel like the floor is pretty solid, and you're looking at this team and you're just noticing steady improvement over time.
This is fantastic. I like the way that they've approached this. I think SDY is a brilliant caller, specifically in the tier 2, tier 1.5. Like, he did his best work with Monty. And I see a lot of Monty in this ENCE lineup. I think the player profiles actually match up really similarly, with Regon and Nichu now coming in and taking over the roles that they are. I think Miltzy is a really dependable pair of hands, and I do feel like Pody has really stepped up to the plate. And sure, he isn't this Waro 2K type personality, which I think is probably better for the team more than anything, but he does provide a lot of consistency. Regon is really, really proactive, and I think he's fantastic. He reminds me an awful lot of Krasnal to a certain degree, and I think Nachu works quite well as Demka, and he's taken up a lot more lurking positions now, and it's really cool to watch.
I mean, there are obviously some parallels that you can draw from both sides, where you're looking about the role of a in-game leader like SDY and Lear, but there's also that AWP comparison that we could jump into a little bit later. Actually, yeah, let's talk about the veto first. Let's talk about the maps, the playground on which to expect these two teams to compete on. Brandon, what's the initial expectation here?
The initial expectation, probably Dust 2 Ancient. That's pretty good middle grounds. Obviously, Dust 2 coming in for ENCE is going to be an obvious one. Train Pit by Nemiga is a little bit of a curveball to me because, look, sure, I think the only thing that they're banking on is the fact that both of these teams don't really play it all that much. But 5 maps played on Train for Nemiga, and they go into that, or they're trying to spice up the veto because they feel like that's the only thing that's going to work for them.
Ted, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, that's really interesting. I actually don't dislike the train coming out of Nemiga here, but I feel like it always will be a little bit tricky when you look at some of the stats and see that the only 2 teams that they've been able to beat on this map have been the Alliance and PARIVISION. PARIVISION is a good one. That was the ESL Pro League qualifier at the start of the season, but yeah, there's been a lot of close calls when it comes down to train. I feel like this could definitely go wrong for the side of Nemiga when you're looking at the veto. I mean, as Brandon said, Dust 2, pretty expected, obvious coming out of ENCE. ENCE's train has not been bad lately, though. There has been some lackluster moments, but more often than not, CT sides especially have been really solid. So I'm definitely looking forward into that and thinking ENCE are probably going to feel like they've got a potential for a 2-0 here, especially if they start well on the CT side.
So I'm not the expert here. I don't know what to expect from these two rosters, but Brandon, am I right to believe that with Train being the first pick, the AWPers will have a big role to play? Khan and Poddy, a lot of eyes on them for this?
Yeah, it should be. I mean, I'm just so shell-shocked by this Train pick because, I mean, Nemiga won 13-11 against Spirit Academy, where Spirit Academy were playing with Sotfik, the coach. Like you're only barely just winning that one. But yeah, Khan, especially for Nemiga, highest performing player on Train. To answer your question directly, yeah, like the AWPs are very good on this one. Poddy has got a better rating than Khan on Train, but again, highest rated player for them when it comes down to Train specifically. And I love the way that both these teams play. Both these teams actually play to Train quite similar, and they try and set up the AWP to a certain extent, but it's often pretty static over towards Ivy. There's a lot of presence in trying to get Brown Horse controls the CT side, a lot more aggression towards Pop than I think we typically see from other teams at the tier 2 level. So I think that's going to be an interesting dynamic.
Yeah, Ted, your thoughts on who to look out for on this one? Do you think individuals will be a bit of the name of the game here? Who who steps up the most, or is this some sort of play style that either ENCE or Nemiga can get the jump on the opponent here?
I feel like there's a massive discrepancy between the things that both teams need out of their respective hoppers, right? As Brandon brought up, and we mentioned a couple times already, Khan has been the highest rated player of Nemiga for the last couple of months. And we are going through a point in time where I feel like Nemiga as a team is going through a bit of a rebuild, right? Obviously, they're going to need a little bit of time to find their identity again without Zwei and now without Box, because I'm not going to stress that one out. I feel like Box being out of the team is a bigger loss for the team than Zwei being brought in from Spirit. And in terms of ideology on how you want to approach the game, they probably will need a little bit of time. And as we pointed out, it's really difficult to identify a star on this Nemiga lineup. So right now, what you need out of Khan is hyper aggressive open, being mobile, just running around the map and pretty much carrying them through a game. Whereas when it comes down to Pody, and again, this is something we already kind of lingered towards, but Pody has been really solid since the arrival of Regon, since SDY has been appointed in-game leader. He's been showing great improvement when it comes down to consistency and hitting the shots that he needs to hit. Right? Now he's got a hyper-aggressive rifle and Regon that's able to open up the space. He's got a really proactive in-game leader in SDY. He's got a lot of good rifles around him. So Pody doesn't necessarily need to be that X-Factor type of a show-stopping oper, right? He just needs to hit the shots that he needs to hit and be good when it comes down to supportive work. And I think he's pretty good at all of that, including the clutches.
All right, Brandon. Obviously, with Nemiga and ENCE both having player break changes, which one do you think has the better longevity here? Because obviously, we're talking about just a tournament that, spans a couple of days for the close qualifiers. If they make it into Malta, you've got another month and a half to look forward to that. So when in terms of like long-term prospects coming into those changes, is there one that you kind of thought, okay, there's more potential here?
ENCE, easy, easiest answer of the day so far. Like the whole way this team works, it's so balanced. It actually feels like they're going in the right direction now. ENCE, there's a period where they weren't really too sure, I think, where the roster was going to go and end up. And I think they've landed on a really successful middle ground between having your experienced players, because Rigon also packs a lot of experience to help this team that is incredibly young while still being young himself. And I think that will only help SDY. Rigon feels like this kind of guy as well. Like, I mean, you just look at his social media, like he's just pure vibes. I think that will definitely help. Someone like Poddy, someone like Nature. It felt like towards the tail end of the Glaive era of ENCE, this team was being a lot more serious, because I guess the expectations on them were a lot higher than they probably are now. But I mean, I don't know how, lower the expectations really get for ENCE at the moment. So I think you take a look at this team. I really, really like this team. I really expect them to kick on and qualify for that major.
You talk about vibes here, Brandon, and I really like that you bring up this point, because if you turn back your minds into Nemiga, the weaknesses was about keeping that mental up, right? Keeping that vibes in the right direction. Do you feel like with the new additions, some young youngsters coming in, Ted, they can kind of push up that morale?
I feel like it's up to Lear, really, and I think their performance at the Austin Major was vocal enough about how much he actually contributes to the team being on the same page, right? For a lot of people, it was even borderline a little bit, I want to say a little bit too much coming out of Lear on how loud he was, how much he was trying to hype everybody up. But this is the approach that, yeah, exactly. This is the approach that you should be adopting when you are playing with young guys, when you are playing on a team that some people might be a little bit easier to get frustrated, as people. And now, especially that Box is not around, you're coming in with a new coach in Zoma, who, yes, is really experienced, but will need a little bit of time to get to know everyone, see how he can talk to different people. Lear has all that know-how already, right? He knows his players. He's the one that needs to, I guess, boost up the confidence of everyone and make sure that the atmosphere is in check.
Well, it looks like we have some map stats ready to go. It looks like also we have some time until we get into the game. So we might as well have a look at those while we're at it. Brandon, you already set the expectations on what you think can happen in train. A little bit surprised on the pick as well. But what do you make of this?
So as a train in general, I think that ENCE are going to be not as flustered in general for Nemiga in comparison. I think Nemiga, sure, they've gone for this, but it feels like a curveball on top of the curveball that the coach is leaving. And sure, that's probably come as a curveball to us outside looking in rather than internally. I feel like they would have known about that for some time. But to go for that tactically sound map as train, when you've got a new coach, when you're still technically integrating Sawalio in. I mean, he's only been there, what, like 2 months? So I look at this and I think ENCE should have this in the bag if ENCE play the way that they've been playing recently. And what I mean by that is by keeping that identity of really solid mid-rounding, allowing, as Ted said, to get Poddy to be that supportive element, to get Nature off the leash a little bit, especially on this T side. There's so much potential for lurks. That's where Nature's been thriving recently in tier 2. So I look at this and I think, okay, like this should be on paper 2-0 ENCE.
I feel like the stats embody pretty nicely exactly what we've been talking about, right? ENCE being the team that doesn't win as many pistols, but has great conversion when it comes down to 5v4s, but doesn't win as many 4v5s. That shows you that whenever things go to plan for the side of ENCE, things really do go to plan, if that makes any sense. They are going into the games with a pretty strong idea, strict idea on how they want to approach it. They know how to play structured Counter-Strike. The moment that they get an opening kill and they allow someone like Regon to get that entry, they know how to close the round. When it comes down to Nemiga, at this point in time of the development of the team, things are going to be a little bit scrappier, right? You have some really good pistol players. Lear's always been a good one, but Risky Bob and Khan primarily. Xanter is always sharp aimer. You get a couple really good starts when it comes down to maps, but then some of those conversions are going to be a little bit lower when it comes down to man advantages because of some of the lack of protocols and maybe some of the chaos. But then in 4v5s, those guys are incredibly dangerous because they will be a little bit wilder. They will be a little bit scrappier at times, especially now that box is gone. So I feel like for ENCE going into this game, it is really important to set up the tempo nice and early and show Nemiga that they won't be able to get away with all the crazy stuff that they might want to try and implement.
All right, final start of a different conversation here. I think we just have a couple minutes away from getting into the action. Brandon, look, I mean, we've been hyping up ENCE quite a bit, right? Good decisions in the player break. We knew they needed a bit of that reset. They've been running hot, projecting their potential into making it to Thunderpick World Championship in general, right? Winning 2 matches back-to-back and playing up against teams like Mongols, Na'Vi, Furia, Aurora. Where do they have chances here? Do we feel like they're already in a place where they could take teams like that head-to-head? Or is this, month period they've got in between, enough time to get them up to that level?
I think it'd be unrealistic if I was like, yes, okay, like they can just go and fight like the Mongols and Na'Vi and take that there. But what's good about this is just they're on the right track. They are progressing at a very good rate. If you take a look at where ENCE was before these changes were made, and just look at the continual success, because it isn't just about going from here to here immediately. It's all about the building blocks, and they really are doing that every step along the way. So I think obviously qualification here to LAN in Malta would be a fantastic step in the right direction. You got capacity to have this continuous rivalry, right? It's like the custody battle for Kaspersky, because you could have ENCE versus NIP in the next round.
Yeah, absolutely. That is if NAP end up winning their game. And at this point, the streak that they've been on, so I wouldn't be shocked if they were to lose to the Polish team. But that's a conversation for another time. I completely agree with what Brandon is saying. I feel like nowadays we've been accustomed to expecting teams to just have instant success after making roster changes. We all forgot about the good old 3-month rule, right? Never judge a change before a little bit of time has passed. Give them 3 months, maybe sometimes give them half a year, see how the team has developed, right? This is the type of time that we wanted to give to the old iteration events, but things didn't quite work out regardless of them winning their first game or first event with Casper and Naitu instantly. So now it's all about the long term, but as of right now, it really feels like there is an improvement.
And I just really want to say that you just can't believe it. Stop making roster changes. Stop judging them so quickly. Just let them play.
All right, let's let them play then. Let's let them get into the action. We've got your casters ready as well, Jay and Dweg, to take you through the show.
Has this down as a potential 2-0, Dweg. Is that curveball really that far out of left field?
Well, I think I should go on the desk because I don't know how Train is a curveball at all. The two highest picked maps in the pool for Nemiga are Ancient and Dust 2, and yet they've picked Train twice against PARIVISION in the ECL closed qualifiers, and they've got Dust 2 and Ancient as map 1 and map 3, or 2 and 3, you could say.
And Omega will have to try and get onto home territory early on in this matchup. Pistols are already live, and they have secured that bomb plant. Naitu, however, secures first blood. Sawalio with a good kill, or a good casualty, I should say, putting them on the back foot. Secondary pickup for ENCE will also come down against Khan. Xanta trying to hold down the bomb site as there's Risky Bomb on the other side of said bomb site. With 2 members to challenge, Xanta's going to get a kill from range of a 3-on-3. Risky Bob still looking for more of this, however, and finally miltzy can deal with his man. Lear and Xanta stand alone. Xanta now all on his lonesome. 1v3 essentially, taking out 2 of those players, but a point blank Poddy can get the return. He has got the kit. I think he's just barely got enough time for this defuse as well. Indeed, ENCE will secure the pistol round.
Very tight pistol. Decent effort there from Xanta to try and isolate a couple of duels. Got close to the swing around on that final casualty when it comes out to the E-box sightline, but not to be. Now, I was kind of getting the vibe from the desk there that a lot of people are maybe sleeping on Nemiga, not thinking that they're in the best of touch, but even after the major, mate, they still placed 3rd at the Pro League closed qualifiers. They beat OG, they beat PARIVISION, they took a map off TNL, they nearly beat PARIVISION on the rematch. Look at Blast Bounty. They took G2 to, what, 10-13 on map 1, and then double overtime on map 2. Bro, those guys just won Blast Open. Like, the results to me look a lot better than maybe the message we're trying to send out for Nemiga right now.
Well, the form does have a lot of red in it involved as well, however, Dwight. Losing to teams like Gentlemates, okay, those guys are pretty decent. Z10 probably lesser so, however. You know, some of the matches can indicate a little bit more pain, I guess you could say, for the Omega's side, especially as of late. And with their current situation, trying to rebuild off the back of losing a player like Zwei, which honestly does kind of ring true to me about similar stories what we were talking about with losing Flammus last year. The Omega might not be an infallible squad. However, they are still going to force play into the second round.
Even for ENCE, they played this map of train, what, 2 days ago against Favbet, who aren't even a mid-pack tier 2 team, and they got owned. They got absolutely pumped. That's Bondic and co. You're getting 4 rounds in that map. So I can definitely see why Train is a pick coming out for Nemiga. I think that if Train was trying to get floated to the end and Ancient got picked instead, you might not have even been able to get this to side up. In towards B, you've got a lot of util to push the CT line back, and Naitu's quite happy to respect it, quite happy to play deep.
Xanta and SDY go blow for blow. Can't have against the man advantage back alongside Risky Bob extending it. miltzy and Rigon get those trades, however. So this force buy just about comes together to bolster up some more cash. Sawalio, however, got 3 picks to find in the clutch. He's 17 HP to do it in one more man's fallen. miltzy pulling out his knife at point blank. Oh, they've walked right past each other, but miltzy just caught the vision, so ENCE will continue on their rounds.
Ooh, that was a tight one. As soon as miltzy gets the knife out, I think everyone's worried for probably about half a second there that the timing goes in favor of Sawalio. So, in case you don't know who he is, because he is one of the newer players, he doesn't exactly have a huge amount of maps played on HLTV in comparison to the other guys on Nemiga. He's pretty much been a part of that Ruby team. He was part of the organization for a couple of years and played alongside guys like Fozzle, Moon. I mean, he was standing in with, what, like 9 Pandas and Cloud9 as the AWPer there. And then the last player, Hasanator, an absolute king in the rifle pack of tier 2. Got a lot of officials under that one organization and now gets a good call up. And when I look at Nemiga, if you're losing the likes of Flammus and Zwei to tier 1 in the space of, what, the last year and a bit, then they can't be surprised about it. It happens frequently in tier 2. When you're sort of one of those gatekeeper teams and you start working achievements, you know that players are going to get sold off. You know players are going to go for larger opportunities and larger achievements.
And even so, you have to deal with those consequences, even if you don't intend to lose out your players in that sort of fashion, even if it is the nature of the scene itself. You have to find ways of rebuilding and replacing. Omega are going to replace their weapons with even better ones here. The bomb plant bonuses are still allowing these buys to come out, so aggressive buy strategy, and they are doing damage towards ENCE. Low money in reserve. Going to reset onto round 3 if they can get the execution right. B is currently the lean, but Pop Dog's also uncontested by ENCE.
Well, this is an excellent read. You've got miltzy that's pushed Ivy. He's backstabbing. Rigon just needs to block towards A. Now, there is an opportunity of a pincer in towards Pop Dog where Rigon won't be able to do much about it. So if it does get into that situation, it's going to be awkward. miltzy catches off Risky Bob. And now, for the T's, you need to start accelerating. You need to start getting out with the A space as quickly as possible.
Oh, Martov's going to try and telegraph a B hit. However, miltzy set towards T-Con. They don't account for him. I would have thought that Xanta would have checked that angle, but no. miltzy with a secondary kill and a 5-on-3 is established with just over 20 seconds on the clock. And they're trying to see if he can make his way around from the brown halls. Milty's going to make his way out into open space. They are running out of time. I don't think the Nemiga are going to commit towards this execution. If they do, he's supremely last second. Oh, Sawalio DCing at the worst possible moment. Now we'll give ENCE a freebie third. That's a little bit unfortunate for Nemiga, but also equally well played from ENCE.
You've got good info play, and that's getting on the front foot, making sure that you're being active, working map control. And for Nemiga, they just get caught off of that Ivy flank. Really good maneuver in from Milty, and it's very surprising to see another Academy call up from ENCE Academy being promoted. I think at the time, when we look at ENCE Academy, it made sense for Poddy to move up because he was easily the best player, a part of the Academy system, and it made sense in terms of a role. But all of those iterations, JiJieHao, Server, Milty, they never really had a standout rifler, and that was probably because, well, you're region locked, aren't you, to a full Finnish team at the time at least. And to me, I just didn't expect anyone to get promoted at any point after Poddy. So the knowledge that Milty has been given the chance, and he's performed quite well. You look at the LAN performances that we've seen from the likes of ENCE recently. He played there at the DRAC event. You're getting a top 3, and he performed excellently. I mean, even that final game against Monty in the consolidation final, he was the best player for ENCE.
Was also there in the second European series of the Thunderpick World Championship, where ENCE took a first place in that online cup. Back in the belly of the beast, if you will. Trying to lead ENCE into another LAN appearance. Being the Nemiga first. Going to focus down on the winner of NIP and Team Venom a little bit later on today. And does he have the chops to do so? So far in this map up, he does 6-1 on his board. Top fragger in the early matchup.
ENCE are in a state right now where they're working some solid momentum over the back of the 3-0 start. They've got an AK in the hands of Milty. They feel that they're getting a good read on where they need to position themselves on the CT side. And I'm looking at Train overall, and I'm thinking about it from the perspective of Nemiga. Now, when they picked it against PARIVISION, they were able to go 7-5 on the T side in the first meeting, and then go 7-5 on the T side in the second meeting. So we're looking at a par score, I would say, searching around 6 or 7 T rounds. If they can aim for that, that would be a good marker to move into the second half.
And good utility blocking from ENCE will stall Nemiga in what's already been a slow default and a much more eased off buy. Not opting to force down to Khan and Liz moneyline. They could save those weapons from the previous round, so they've got $0 to work with.
And we are looking at two organizations in very different levels of form. We're looking at Nemiga winning 1 out of their past 5 games on HLTV, whereas for ENCE, they've won 6 out of their past 7 best-of-3s. So confidence is going to be very high for Milty and co into this best-of-3.
That's believing that ENCE are going in the right direction right now, and certainly the CT side of Train, there most certainly are kills coming in rather easily, although risky Bob. Running a little bit of damage with that Deagle. 3 kills out of T-Con, so even in spite of all the confidence that ENCE seemed like they had, it becomes very expensive in that round.
Now, what we should add is that Nemiga are playing ENCE on Saturday for the quarterfinals of the BetClick Polish LAN. So this is almost an opening taster, and I know it's an important game that we've got here in Thunderpick because it will basically decide whether one of these two teams has a decent likelihood of qualifying to the Thunderpick main event. But to know that you're playing 2 times in the same week, 1 online, 1 on LAN, that's exciting to me. Because maybe they sort of split series, you have a competitive one here, a blowout in the other, I don't know. Only time will tell exactly what the outcome of both of those results are going to be.
Well, early tacticals for Nemiga, because even if this is an online matchup, you are still looking to try and qualify for another LAN, even a bigger LAN than that Polish LAN.
And also, can we change this conversation of Box leaving the team? Box has not left the team. Box is taking a break. He's not going to be gone for very long. The statement that's coming out for Nemiga is that Zoma is a stand-in coach. He is just coming here until Box returns.
Have him leave, or well, dip out, bench, whatever you want to call it, whatever way you want to phrase it. Have him do what he did only the day before they're set to compete in Thunderpick. I have to wonder how that will rattle the internals of the team and how much Zoma can impart towards the squad. He's not as familiar with the tactics and the chemistry that's Box's. Xanta will still strike first once again, alongside Lear's trade of Naitu. Will open up a 4-on-3 to that being bomb side. ENCE may be losing their first round of this map up, although SDY has other machinations. Khan will fall, bringing it back to an even stance. Rigon's going to get suppressed, and Lear also drops to SDY. He is winning fight after fight. Risky, I'm going to try and push in towards Miltsy, but Miltsy is sharp as his teammate, and Sawalio is all alone, out on A, bomb dropped on B. This is a 5th for ENCE.
We were talking about it yesterday with how James taken over the in-game leadership and his individual form hasn't dropped. I think you can say the exact same thing for SDY. He's still trying. It doesn't matter now that he's calling. And just compare the pair. You had a Glaive in-game leader that was putting up red ratings in almost every single map versus SDY that's called at a very high level with Monty in the past, and he can just frag out. Individually, he's still got it. He's a tier 1 player playing in a tier 2 squad. And when I look at that round from the perspective of Nemiga, they've done everything right. They've taken Brown Hall's control. They've forced map control away from Popdog. They've got a double entry on B. They're out on the bomb site, and then they just start losing fights to SDY. I mean, it's 2 very quick connections.
Once again, ENCE lost 3 players in that exchange, but I don't think Nemiga can do much in terms of resetting in a half-by round like this. Tech9 and Deagle's back inbound. The money's still pretty decent, even in spite of that damage, so ENCE shouldn't be too fearful of Nemiga here. It's going to be a 6-0 start for the international team.
Definitely a good beginning. And for ENCE, changing the direction of the entire roster, having 3 players that are 21 years or younger, all about the youth, all about the future. And with the future, these next few tournaments might decide whether they make the major or not. So everything is so important to perform at BetClick, to perform here at Thunderpick, to get to the main tournament, to try and back up what you did at Draclan. Because even the LAN performances that we've seen from ENCE, they've only played 2 LANs this whole year. One of them was that Conquest of Prague that they got to the grand final, placed second, didn't quite take it over Fnatic. And then the other one's a top 3. So it might be a small sample size, but if you're going deep in every LAN that you've played, then surely if you can qualify in Thunderpick, that's got to be the expectation again.
40 seconds for the hit on Nemiga. They are trying to set up for this big hit. Niltzy and Naitu on defensive this time. Niltzy's done well. Naitu struck first, however. Xanta falling. Sawalio does get that trade for them. They're going long range around the outside of the bomb site. SDY does get 2 kills as Niltzy provides distraction. Bomb doesn't get picked up. It's actually been dropped out in the open. 12 seconds though. Poddy going to get pressured by 2 fast-moving players. Going to go for the plant here, Nemiga, and actually they go for the kill instead. Sawalio extends to steal the first round for Nemiga.
You knew that that was only going to happen. It was only going to take a matter of time. We've had some very competitive rounds between the 2 squads, but it's been ENCE that have just been able to bridge themselves in front. Now we get a light and deco. SDY looked quite strong on the rotation out from Connector, but with the flashes and Sawalio's press, they get up close and personal, and then instantly we see a bit of individual impact coming through from the new man.
And Nemiga finally start things off. ENCE quickly back on the rifle buys. The M falls back up and out. Without the AWP, unfortunately. Money was good in the previous round, but not that good. And even limited utility sets as well. They've burned through the majority of their pouches. 3 spokes of Flash and Incendiary is all that they've got left.
Even though it might be Zoma in the server today in the coaching role, don't forget that they've still got Roman, their analyst, who used to play on Nemiga. So he understands exactly what's required in the anti-strike and the preparation. ENCE are being very active again. They've tried to work pop dog control. They haven't really taken T-Con all that frequently. My concern is the lack of util. We're talking about getting close to 50 seconds on the clock, and they've got, what, 1 incendiary and 1 smoke, and that's only just gone down to pop now.
No early round opening kills, a slow start in Nemiga. As you're seeing, pushes coming in from Rigon actually towards T-Con, so they're going to start to get the information back. The second and third player rotating to the B defensive. They're ready to receive. And they're going to have to act quick and act well. This backstab might not pose into the later portions of the round, but as long as Naitu and Ko hold on, that shouldn't be an issue. He will go down by taking Somalia with him. Maintains a 4-on-4. That bomb not quite denied as Risky Bob gets that advantage in. The backstab's being watched from Lear's part, but his back is turned towards Rigon's entry path. 3-on-3 to the Swissman's kill. Risky Bob's back turn does turn back towards Rigon. Milton trying to hunt him down. Right underneath him is one more player of Xanta who can get his responsive. Low HP, Khan is high, and Potty needs to get a 1v2 here to clutch the round for ENCE. Gets the first, does see the second. No smoke, no kit for the defuse. Will tap it anyway. See that pistol player coming out, and Khan acts a little bit too quick, so the round should be going the way of ENCE.
Well, it's a good clutch coming through from Potty, but I'm not sure how I want to judge that round, Jay. First off, how is that round basically successful from the likes of Nemiga? You've got Rigon on the backstab. Bro, everyone's on B. They've got a there is 4 players on B bomb side, and yet somehow it's a 2v1 in a post plant. That's poor from ENCE. Like, I know they win the round and they get it off of the clutch of Potty, but I'm still worried. This might be a 6-1 lead, but ENCE should never have been able to get themselves into that kind of position.
Well, I will say the majority of these rounds, even if they have been going the way of ENCE's direction, it does feel very casualty heavy. Just looking at the positions of the CT players on the map during that replay package, I just kind of noticed how back passive they really were. It kind of feels like that the rotation was called in a little bit too late, perhaps. Nemiga still lost the round, though, so they take their second tactical of this game. Because irrespective of how well they've done within these rounds, if the rounds aren't going your way, what does that really mean to you?
Well, Lear knows that the economy is in a double eco reset very quickly. He just needs to funnel it in, and maybe a change of pace might have to be required for Nemiga to get a start in the round, an opening man advantage. I'm a little bit concerned with the defaults on just how many holes we're seeing. We're getting a lot of info plays from ENCE around sort of the 30 to 40 second marker, and they're clearing a lot of space. They're getting stacks on bomb sites, and that's what Nemiga have to disallow.
Another Ivy push to gather information from 2 players. This time, Rigon goes down on the A-side defensive. Xanta making a double kill happen as Milty makes his move up. Risky Bob's going to hear it. Naitu getting a trade back on the side defensive. Meanwhile, Milty turns it into a 3v3 and takes very little damage for his trouble. Wrapping all the way towards spawn. The bomb will go down on A. The CTs are very scattered here. They're trying to set up more utility to get involved in a retake. But Sawalio is so ready for Milty. Better hard check this corner. And he doesn't.
Yeah, we always know when we're setting up big flanks on the CT side, you've got to be blocking. You've got to be slowing down the clock. And unfortunately for the A players, they just struggled. Xanta just gets a double entry out A and basically crumbles the round. If there's a little bit of time stalling, maybe some back and forth trades, I think Milty wins that round just off of the flank alone. And there it is. That's that reset that Nemiga are after. Take a tactical, instant success. And this is probably where you need to start generating a big round streak, don't you? Here it is again from Xanta on that double entry. Very crisp.
They fought real well to try and bring it back in the interim for ENCE, but you noticed how, particularly towards his old Hell player, there was a flashbang that connected towards the man, but ENCE couldn't quite suss him out, couldn't quite find the angle. You're right, the reset leading to a forced buy, mostly pistols bought in by ENCE. This is Nemiga's chance to make up the difference here. There's some major catching up.
Naitu isn't being pressured massively in the brown halls when it comes to round number 9. Rigon on the off angle, here's Lear out towards Pop, but he's not swinging.
That pistol held around the doorway. And, is not ready for the massive stack of players. Skill credited on Milty's part. Rigon's going to grab that AK with the helmet in mind. Start to back off to a much more passive angle of engagement. ENCE also put the smoke down at Pop Dog, and that suppresses 2 players.
Got the flank coming through from Naitu, but if he gets caught, the round's finished.
He does get caught. Khan takes him down. 4-on-4 has been established. ENCE is still trying to find alternative angles of play. Melty at the E-box is ready for a close quarters combat engagement. 2 smokes getting set in towards Zed and towards main. Molotovs push Miltsy out slightly. Flashbang catches him right in the face. Still gets Lear. Khan's up. Not in the best position. The bomb carrier moving up close, and Rigon's going to get him. Risky Bob with the trade back and doubles up to try and bail out his team. But Poddy's Deagle is on a surge, and SDY is on a flank. Risky Bob going to put that bomb down. The Deagle stands right towards Khan's head, and he gets him. Poddy, all-important shot. Risky Bob is all that's left, known as well. HG'd to half HP. Further nades coming in, and Poddy has saved his team. ENCE with a massive counter steal.
Well, individually, they're shooting very hard, ENCE. We see it out there on the E-box sightline, Miltsy and Rigon getting that crossfire between the two. But fundamentally, ENCE are still making quite a lot of mistakes. I'm looking at that round, Jay, and I'm thinking, is that necessary from Naitu? They've got 4A on a heavy stack towards the bomb side. Why are we getting an info pair? Why is he not just blocking on B? Why is he not just jiggling down towards the ramp? That should have been the kill that makes the round impossible for ENCE, because you start rotating players back over to B. You don't exactly know what's happening towards the default. The scoreline might say 7-2, but Lear and the boys have got to know that this game is such a more competitive match than what the score is telling us.
Fast out into the A bomb site, and they're going to try and utilize that to their effect, their benefit. Those fights going well up until Naitu's taken down Risky Bob to a 4-on-4. We are. HE landed as well as T-Con, so Risky Bob was low already. Sawali's going to remain low. The flank involved from Milty's very awkward on the spray. Naitu's there to bail him out, though. Get that man advantage for ENCE now, who start closing in on the retake.
Yeah, SDY is clearing up a lot of space, and Lear, Sawalio, and Xanta have got no util in the post.
Flashbang forward, Sawalio's unaffected. Both him and Lear get those kills. HG's coming in, will do some damage as Milty's going to get Sawalio. We're back to a 2v2. Orpa's close, Xanta's seen. Deagle's pulled out, close quarters against Lear. 10 seconds, Poddy's got the kit. He's going to tap it once, force Xanta into a fight, but Xanta's called his bluff. And that will be Nemiga's third.
Oh my goodness. What is going on in that round? Well, what we can say is that they got beaten by pace. That was pure acceleration out to the A bomb side. They get the player at the back of the bomb train instantly. And yeah, there's probably the biggest whiff that we're going to see all day in the best of 3.
Yeah.
My goodness, if that kill came in cleaner, could we have seen a bit more impact coming through from Miltsy?
Well, quite possibly. That was a very, very messy round. He was at a point where Poddy at close quarters with that Deagle in his hands, just pressured from so many sides and struggled to deal with it. Fast execution from Nemiga, called well and played well. It does once again put ENCE on a back foot, because the last round was a force buy, a steal secured. Means the economy won't be great for this one themselves. They need to bring back another force, and well, pray to God that it works as well as the last one. At least it's got some more rifles to it.
Nemiga know that this is the round to get the 5-7 turn. Rigon not playing too aggressively out towards the E-box. Naitu playing very defensively with the M4. Now, he's used all of his utils, so they'll probably have to bring a second, even a third player out towards B just to help a bit of a crossfire. Now, they've got this Ivy play again. I can't believe how many times we've seen the deep Ivy lurk. We almost don't see it regularly from a City side at all.
Well, it's getting all the information and getting ENCE into rotating positions quickly onto that B bomb site. Obviously, they had that 4-man stack previously, and they still had to struggle. And this time, they're much more closer to the bomb site, much more active on this defensive, and Poddy's Orp in particular is ready and waiting to receive. Xanta's going to get picked up, Rigon's going to get dealt with on the return. Naitu with 2 frags to keep the man advantage and extend it. Poddy might be pressured, but he's got plenty of teammates around him. That backstab's closing in, and Naitu can deal with Lear as SDY deals with Khan. And there's another response from ENCE, back and forth. We have gone for the last, like, 5 rounds or so. Yeah, this one, they're not giving it up so easily.
Well, considering how many times Ivy's been taken as a flank to wrap in towards T-Con, and there was the one round where, was it Risky Bob saw it when he was setting up util. We saw Miltsy only there a couple of rounds ago. I'm surprised that Lear's not adapted in the default to having a dedicated Ivy lurk, or at least someone out of T-Con waiting for it. That's been one area that ENCE and J and the likes of SDY have recognized, and they've consistently punished. It's worked incredibly well for them in the first half.
ENCE to a 9-3 half. They can just secure one more good round out of it. And Potty and Miltsy will strike well to deal with them. The Eagles, all they can really afford here on Nemiga. And the economy advantage at several points. That AK does get picked up by Sualio though. They've got a lot of map control, a man advantage, all sorts favouring ENCE here.
Nemiga have just got nothing in round 12, do they? You're in a 3v4 where you don't even know if T-Con's being retaken. Lee's got to try and clear out the brown holes. You've got Naito on the off angle watching the cross towards Pop. A Deagle versus an M4 at this sort of range. Easy kill for Naito. This is going to be a 9-3 half. From a scoreline point of view, this is an excellent showing from ENCE.
Indeed it is. 9-3, 6 rounds to the good, and going into the T side where I've seen several teams collapse at certain points, but is that going to be the case in this one? We know that obviously Nemiga have still kept some of these rounds pretty close at the same time.
Yeah, I don't know if disappointing is the right term, because I thought that there was a lot of good chances there for Nemiga. I think if a few rounds go differently, they maybe get 5, maybe get 6 rounds on the T side. What we can definitely say is that they've lacked quality to close some of the rounds down. Some of the executes that they got themselves in, some good powerful positions, Lear on the calling, not quite being able to deal with that exploitation towards Ivy. ENCE at 9-3 will feel that this series is definitely on for a 2-0, and there's only been one head-to-head between these two organizations, and that was 115 days ago, which was a 2-0 for ENCE. Went out on Ancient and Dust 2. First map of the series was competitive, the other one was a blowout. I'm now looking at it here right now, and looks like it's tracking again.
Nemiga have to find those closing elements if they want to try and make something good of this CT side. And I do believe that they might have some potential behind them. The problem is that it is a long way back from here.
Doesn't help that they lost every single anti-force buy round. Every time they had a chance of basically resetting the other economy, though, they were the ones getting reset instead.
Another example where things could have gone a little bit better for them. CT side Star sees the pistol rush coming in from the ENCE side. Khan, Xanta and Lear deal with them effectively. A little bit more like it for Nemiga in the half switch. Pistol should be going their way, minus a miracle clutch from SDY. 1v4 with 44 points of health. Bomb's been dropped there towards the bomb side. He managed to sneak his way beyond the bomb train. Risky Bob won't know about that, but SDY can't quite get the kill for it. So we'll get run down. Nemiga will take an all-important pistol.
Now, ENCE have played 70 maps on HLTV in the last 3 months, and we compare that to Nemiga at just 37. After the last major, we've seen Nemiga play what? Pro League closed qualifiers, Blast Bounty, Starlighter closed qualifier, one of those ECL cups, and then here in Thunderpick. They're just not really playing in many tournaments at the current moment of time. Difficult to judge them when you've got a smaller sample size of results. ENCE didn't win the pistol, didn't get close towards a plant, so they'll treat round 14 as a very light ego, get the gun rounds in for the next.
Like I said, high importance in that pistol. Nemiga going to get given an opportunity. Close that gap to 4 rounds. And then ENCE can try and return the favour. Just the basics available, so not really much more to speak of in this kind of a round up here, but Nemiga's heads may well be within that rifle round, and understanding that they have floundered a couple of opportunities here on this T side, so CT side needs to be pretty flawless from here on out.
I wonder if Lear is going to become the new Mighty Max of being told, yeah, we're bringing in a new, completely unexperienced player, and you're going to have to try and turn them into tier 1 players.
Well, if he is anything like Mighty Max, then he might do a pretty decent job of that.
Imagine being Max, sitting there watching Blast London and going, yeah, 3 of my ex-teammates are in the grand final, and I'm sitting here in the crowd. Must be hard, must be hard.
Nemiga now got to work hard against the rifle buys of ENCE, Galil for Rigon, AKs for the rest of them. Well, an AWP for Khan. One of the more quieter players in server today. Only 5 kills alongside Lear. Well, the quietest. That one goes towards Rigon. ENCE got many more high fraggers, high rollers. SDY trying to take down that first as a push one player back. Damage comes in on Risky Bob elsewhere on the A-bomb site. And spread out to the default, hunting for that opening pick.
Yeah, both the in-game leader of Lear and Khan as the AWP are the two players that pretty much made their name on Nemiga because no one else gave them a chance. They didn't have any other organizations to have a pro career in. Could maybe say the same thing for someone like Sualio. Played on VP Prodigy, played about 300 maps on HLTV with Ruby, but still quite fresh into that top-end level of Tier 2. Risky Bob, flash around the corner. No one playing anti-flash. It's an easy couple of kills, and he at least sees the third player at Poddy.
Poddy will get that trade together, and they may get a man advantage, and Poddy's also been tagged low. ENCE stalled out on their execution. Poddy going to bring that bomb back and regroup with his teammates, pack and move into that B bomb site. Xanta is holding the defensive line. He will be joined by Sualio when time permits it. Walk out of heaven. The man's going to be very, very close to contact. Xanta sees a shoulder, gets a dink off on SDY, but SDY gets the kill.
Now, SDY is waiting to cut this rotation out for Connector. He needs to strike, and he needs to strike quickly.
Saw one man out of T-Con. Bomb's going to get passed off to Naitu, who will look to put it down. Smoke involved to get a bit of extra cover for Sualio into an awkward peek forward. Nemiga are going to wait to group up, however, and the high HP player just went down. Sualio, a very massive frag for this round. The AWP Khan also chimes in, and Poddy, I think he knows that this round is a lost. Out position, no util, no way he can peek forward. All the entry paths are covered. So Nemiga will take 6.
Nemiga are just starting to find their groove slightly. I still don't think that they're in a position to say that they've been playing really well or that they're in sort of a state where they're going to start pumping the likes of ENCE. But we're just starting to see a few flashes of what's achievable. That little info play out from T-Con with the flash assist, really easy for a good couple of kills. Maybe a slightly different way of how they can work information. We saw deep lurks coming through from ENCE in their first half, whereas from Nemiga, it might be more of those flash plays where you're actually making noise making that info.
Quick out for Lear. Poddy does get that opening, but Risky Bob fast on the trade. Just one man to charge out the suicide dive. Trying to get a man advantage in for ENCE, who have a very awkward half buy here. It's only Tech 9s and Deagles. They're doing well with those on the CT side of things. Maybe now's another chance to steal a round away. There's a chance where you have to steal a round away like this.
2 players on B and with more util this time. When Xanta was in that previous round with the MP9, he had nothing to block. So you'd expect that the defensive is going to be a lot stronger, even if they give the respect of the plant towards a tease.
Flash forward, Xanta burst fire, doing his damage. Naitu is going to get caught for it. Player up now for the Nemiga side. One plant is going to get secured though, so at the very least, ENCE will have a bolster buy going into the next. We're going to have enough cash regardless. Now this provides extra options to the Risky Bob. Challenging Rigon. Melting gets the kill on Xanta. Takes a lot of damage in return. SD1 needs to get close to that bomb site. His teammates packed in group. Risky Bob's going to try and punish them for it. Can't turn on the third player, so a little bit of expense to apply towards the CT side. Smoke on the bomb. Both of them comes out, missing on one. SDY gets one of those kills. Secondary player gets forced off the bomb. Oh, Khan, low HP, and SDY's going to knife pulled out. 10 seconds to the stick, and Khan, he can't find the bomb. I don't know if he's actually got the round right here. Is he on the defuse in time? No way, SDY has just missed out being the hero. Nemiga took serious casualties in that one.
But all I can say is that this move to bring in SDY and to get rid of Glaive may just show so much more than what is just expected from the outset. I think there's maybe some question marks on whether SDY can call this team to the same level that Glaive could. Let's just look at the achievements. What did Glaive do on ENCE for all of that time? Nothing.
Yeah.
There were no achievements. And instantly, yeah, it's not success. It's not ENCE at Tier 1 level. It's not them even consistently winning titles in Tier 2, but can see the vision for a much more successful project. And maybe it does just take time. I mean, look at where OG are right now. They qualified to the last major. They're doing really well with the Nick Doz lineup to get rid of Fiku, to get rid of Buzz. maybe it's just the organizations recognizing what sort of moves need to be made to push the lineup up. I mean, right there, that was a very near clutch, a very close effort.
Nemiga. Economical limits are applied. They've still got a decent amount of cash in reserve, though, so some save weapons may still go far for them. ENCE yet to begin on T side, but they got damn close. Damage done to Risky Bob to start. Xanta spotted, puts that incendiary down at ramp. ENCE are ready to move on to that beast from bomb site very quickly, though.
No lurk at all. All 5 players are out here towards the brown halls, and Xanta's using his smoke to protect himself.
In with the flames, swing onto 2, taking both, double kill. Polly trades it, Lear held back behind orange, and players are quickly on their way back in. Bomb now on site, willing to get planted. Look at Naito's extension. He can find 2 players here. The Orpa, I think he's watching the angle. No, he's not. Expecting an aggression play. Kill found, Naito doubles up. Can't get the triple though. It's all on Polly now. 12 kills deep and hiding inside the smoke. Sawalio doesn't have a clue about it. Polly, where does he move to? Bomb. Planted down default. Polly's searching, doesn't have the info, and in the end, Risky Bob will extend out far enough to catch him on a flank. The Nemiga's patience pays off, and they are almost all the way back now. 1 more to go to equalize in what is now a 5-round streak on CT side.
I think we're seeing some of the best individual work from both of these sides. That was a class double kill there on the site hold from Xanta against the ramp players. And then you just get Naito, that flash of brilliance, that aggro play from Oil, which you think might just turn the round. Now, we were discussing a lot of that first half as what-ifs, right? Chances not being converted. The exact same thing is happening for ENCE in this second half. They're getting very close. They're getting a lot of bomb plants, but they're not ending this round streak. This is 9-3 to now 9-8.
Feels like ENCE are receiving the same kind of treatment that the Nemiga did. Close rounds, but not going your way. Sawalio catching SDY out on the A bomb side first up. Rigon barely getting missed out the edge of that smoke there. The kill from the CT return does allow access to that B bomb site. And look at Naito charging right up. Looking to challenge Sawalio. Close quarters outside of T-Con. Kill found against him. 3-on-3 is gained.
Double flanking from the brown halls and coming in quickly. Poddy's the only one that's keeping eyes towards this area.
Time to take in. Lear moving up, and Poddy just about escapes with that kill. Risky Bob now up in heaven. Poddy's going to be exposed. Good tap towards the head of the man. Both T-side players are out positioned here. Risky Bob with a secondary pick. Smoke looking to go down towards the bomb as soon as he finds it. And now Naito needs to go for the swing. It's a whole 5-second stick, and Khan's going to have him locked out. Nemiga, perfect positioning in these rounds. They are coming out on top almost every single time. 6 in a row.
Now, I want to get your opinion on this, Jay, because to me, while the rounds have been close, they haven't been as competitive as the ones that were being lost in the first half, right? I'm looking at some of these. Yes, it's a post plant, but the bomb's not planted for you. You're not really in a position where you can deny Risky Bob on the defuse because Khan's coming in from the back. I felt that there's been more threat from Nemiga in the first half and the second half combined in comparison to ENCE.
I don't know, man. Like,
ENCE were winning force buy rounds. Where, like, in
that's
comparison,
true.
like, the ENCE were basically recovering themselves, winning 5-7 rounds and deagles where they've got MP9s. We've now seen a lack of that completely as soon as we've gone into the gun rounds in the second half.
I will say that the finishing has been better from the Nemiga side from first half to second. The ENCE are still forcing out these executions, still getting a lot of these bomb plants together. It's not like they've been whitewashed completely. These rounds are still going to be competitive. You've shown signs of life, shown the potential to win the whole thing when you look good, but now the clothing needs to be worked on by the international team, and the fact that they weren't able to close out said rounds means that they've lost all that advantage. Remember, 6 to the good at the turn of the half. And that is no longer a fact.
Well, what did make me laugh listening to the death segment was them talking about Rigon vibes and not Rigon impact. Like, we're not going to talk about him as a player. We're going to talk about his smile. He's 5 and 16. Like, come on, we've got to be addressing that. There's no way we could talk about vibes being a good quality for a player. Yeah, it's a quality, but it's not why he's been brought into the team, is it?
Yeah, of course, the newest edition brought back in July. A little over a month since his signing, about a month and a half, in fact.
And I would go on record to say this is probably his last chance. With how he looked towards the end of B&E, with what his tenure was like on Big, and now going to ENCE, if you can't show that pre-form, right, when B&E were at their very best, who's going to pick you up? Who's going to look at you as the next option?
Yeah, it's true. A match as important as this one, performances like this do stick out. He's the only player on ENCE not to score double-digit frags.
And someone that's in a lot of star roles. On the CT side, you're playing electric. On T side, you're mid-pack. It's not as if you're an extremity player, not as if you're an anchor.
Whilst the core 4 players from ENCE have been delivering the impact across them, particularly SDY, Naitu and Meltzy at 16 frags apiece. Risky Bob and Xanta have really turned up the heat on their own side of things with the Nemiga side. Now they need to find the closers. The Thunderpick odds have this team as the favourites. And possibly for good reason. They have made a wonderful comeback on their own map pick when it felt like there was a serious chance that B-Dog's on-paper prediction could come true already. Poddy's been tagged up, 9 points of health in a T-Con before we can even see a CT player.
This has been good composure from Lear as a caller to not buckle under the pressure of being down 3-9. I think sometimes when you get into scores like that, you start making gambles, you start thinking of how desperate we are for rounds. Hasn't felt like they've played to that degree on the CT side. They've kept it really tight. They've worked opening picks nicely. They've used utility to take map control. And then Poddy gets cleared up from the AWP out towards Ivy. ENCE in the gun rounds, lose an opening casualty and haven't really been able to gain anything since.
Yeah, damage return towards Xanta here, but ENCE need a returning frag above all else. Risky Bob, we're going to start looking at Pop Dog. Lear's going to move with him. Extend out as far as T-Con. Okay, we'll tuck yourself into the corner with Rigod and Meltzy on the other side of that smoke. Going to push into Brown Halls as well from the likes of Xanta. They're going to have all the information back. In fact, these Pop Dog players could get flanked. Engagers could get found, and indeed, Xanta's going to pick up SDY. Naitu is in that corner to trade him, but his teammates have fallen in the meantime at T-Con, so he's the last man left. Nemiga just having full confidence and full control to push on, extend this streak even more so. 10 on the board, 7 in a row now, I believe. This is well out of control.
Well, we're in a position when we kind of confirm what's happened in the first half and the second half, and just say that the T-side defaults have looked poor when the time is getting low. As soon as we've seen blockage of util, whether that be smokes or incendiaries, both teams have struggled to adapt. They've not been able to misdirect, force over rotations. As soon as ENCE get a mad disadvantage, they start grouping towards A, but the read is there. Not only is Risky Bob aggressive into T-Con where he's hearing the util being pulled out, but Brown Halls is completely taken there from Xanta. And when you clear all of that pace and you get up towards the top of Pop and you're seeing nothing, you just know exactly what's going on in the round.
And now we are starting to see ENCE dip massively compared to where they were at the first half. And these rounds, our last one in particular, nowhere near as competitive as this matchup has been. Is this really the way ENCE want to go out on train with more of a warm-up? At least if you went ham and you were able to make it look real good throughout the course of the entire map up, you can say, right, well, at least maybe we could have won that. But the way things are going at the moment, Fast out for the Pistols, trying to go for the pistol style tactic again. They will get Xanta for it. Sawalio finds the lurker of Rigon. Man advantage maintained by Nemiga. Bomb plant to be secured. Picked up an M4 for Milty. Mac 10's on the other two. Poddy's low. Night2's tagged. All players are tagged, in fact. And Nemiga setting up for the retake.
Well, they need to keep fighting on this post plant. They need to cut rotations, and that's why they're trying to press in towards CT.
Flash forward. Mac 10 caught on the jump face. Night2 gets both those kills. Big moment. Orpa pressured by two individuals, trying to fire quickly. They cannot get the kills. Risky Bob also caught at close range by Poddy. And finally, ENCE have broken the curse.
Well, if you're Xanta, you're fuming, because you've done a lot of chip damage against all of those players dropping down out of brown halls and into ramp. You've got your first kill with the util alone. They're all around half HP. You've got the lurk kill towards A, and, well, Khan, he's just missed sitters, hasn't he? He's out there towards board. Yeah, it's pace and it's Mac 10's running at ya. But you need to be connecting onto one, maybe even two, and both times he's just getting wide swung and the AWP is just not hitting.
Damage done early towards Risky Bob. And Lear as well, taking a little bit of the utility. He's going to extend all the way up towards Pop Dog. Night2 is ready for this. SDY certainly is. Molotov sends him forward. Lear's going to get caught dead to rights. Trying to extend a bit too far, trying to get a little bit too greedy. Xanta's going to back off, though. He knows what to do. Khan next up, out towards Ivy, missing his bullet, missing his connection against Milty.
Well, it tells you how important the anti-rush util was from the T-side perspective. That one molly that landed just on the outskirts of Pop Dog, it forces Lear's HP damage to be quite low before he can even start extending, before he can even start taking that deep map control. This is an awkward round for Nemiga because money in the reserve is light. You're down by one. You've got a low HP Risky Bob. Desperation is kicking in. They're taking T-Con. Got Sawalio holding Ivy, and Rigon catches Khan. This could start turning into a few rounds in a row now for ENCE.
It took ENCE losing their lead to find their composure again. Nemiga. Kill for Sawalio. Doubles up as well. Opportunities open up as a triple is fed in by Poddy. Center of bomb site held. Xanta's on support and he gets his kill on Night2. Rigon falls apart. Sawalio with a quadra as ENCE completely capitulates.
Well, they've just full trolled, haven't they? Oh, goodness. Not only are you just struggling for any round of the second half, but you have a 5v3 and then you don't get a single kill from that point onwards. Individual duels out from Ivy. And, well, no one has been able to refrag the likes of Sawalio. You can't blame Night2 coming through from Pop Dog. He's probably just looking at the radar thinking, lads, what's just happened in Ivy? What's just happened there?
Not like this, ENCE. Should have had that round. No way Sawalio should be allowed 4 kills and basically the exact same position. Nemiga back in the lead, back in control. Risky Bob back to pushing the issue. As ENCE go back to the B-bomb site.
Rigon, we mentioned, was 5 and 18. He's now 6 and 19. It's not making a difference. We're not seeing impact change. And with the aggro info play that Risky Bob is bringing, you expect a third player to rotate soon. And there it is. Khan is already on the move.
Smokes up. Molly sent in. Up will connect. Night2 goes down for Khan's 10th kill of the game. SDY caught the backside. That's the bomb being dropped once again. ENCE could not have their heads on a swivel. Rigon gets one pick out of it, but nobody else gets jack. And Nemiga are on map points.
Yeah, well, how is this train a curveball? I said it at the beginning of the map. It just isn't. We've saw it being picked twice against PARIVISION in recent best of threes. PARIVISION's one of the very best tier 2 teams. We were well impressed with what they showed us in yesterday's best of 3. And they're going up against an ENCE side that lost this map 4-13 2 days ago. No, I'm not surprised by this outcome. I was surprised that ENCE even got a 9-3 half. I was sort of in a position where I thought that the scoreline was misleading. And now I'm looking at it and I go, well, yeah, it definitely was misleading. This is a much better Nemiga side than what ENCE is putting up.
Tactical called in once again by ENCE because they may have just bottled this map pick. Not theirs, but certainly would have led to a potential 2-0 had they secured it. And from a 9-3 half, you certainly do expect that you'll secure it.
And let's not forget that Dust 2 is the highest picked map in the pool for Nemiga. Think about that confidence levels of what you've been able to do to recover this sort of score to go into that map 1-0 up.
2 map points for the CIS team. The auto shotguns available for Xanta. Pushed into the brown halls. Playing around the smoke, Rigon tagged 16 points of health. Does go down to Lear first and foremost once again.
That's more frustration because you're not even doing anything there in the default. You're just sitting outside of the showers. You're waiting for the re-util to stop and you're getting spammed. The Nemiga have put up such an impressive CT side. And it's not just been one player that's hard carrying. Yes, we had a very good round from Sawalio out there against the Ivy players, but it's been a team effort. Xanta's been strong on the B hits. Everyone on A's been able to deliver. Even Calm with the AWP hasn't been consistent, but he's hit shots when it's needed for rounds.
And it's going to back away from brown halls. Khan still ready to receive. Warp stands by. Open the windows, but Khan gets the slightest crack angle on Miltsy. Looking forward to V-Box. Risky Bob gets involved. And ENCE are falling to pieces. 1v5 for STY. Mac 10 out of T-Con. It's 13-10 for Nemiga from a 3-9 deficit. A hell of a comeback to take their map pick of Train.
And let's not forget, this is still a core 4 of Nemiga that made, what, the 3rd stage of the major at Austin? They beat Imperial, FlyQuest, Vision, MIBR, M80, Heroic. They were beating some high-end Tier 2 squads and Tier 1 teams. This is a side that, yeah, you might look at their most recent officials on HLTV and say they're taking some losses to teams that they maybe shouldn't do. Don't underrate them. Don't think that they are going to founder out of this series. That was a very good showing out on Train.
Yeah, very clearly. And I mean, I'm a little bit more disappointed in ENCE than really anything else because, again, you started off looking so good. You had the finishing touches on CT side. Go over to the T half, and suddenly it's not quite as perfect overall. And towards the end, actually, looked rather bad, unfortunately, for them. So, got to go in towards Dust 2, their own pick. However, still confident from Nemiga. Something tells me there might be more to discuss here. So, let's send it back to the analysts.
Echoing exactly what Jay said there, and yeah, ENCE couldn't get things going on that T side on the post plants. But Brandon, open mic for you. What are your thoughts?
Look, Jay, let's be honest here. You just got to give Dweg a hug. My God, man, you're literally just hating all over all of our points over the last few days. Man, oh, live. All right, let's break this down. All right, let's talk. Let's talk Train. Let's talk a little bit about ENCE and Nemiga. The reason why I thought this was going to be a little bit of a curveball is because Nemiga have not been winning this recently. They've not actually been picking it recently. Yeah, they pick it against PARIVISION, cool. But ENCE go up 9-3, and you can't deny that. It was a 9-3 half, and you look at it and you think, Nemiga, yeah, they look competitive, but I think ENCE was a lot more fluid. I think they had a lot more cohesion on this CT side, and T side just completely broke down. It came down to a lack of ideas for ENCE, to be honest, and then the individuals just didn't step up in the way you anticipated, especially after you got so much clutch potential out of the likes of Nature, out of the likes of Miltsy. Miltsy started off this game incredibly strong.
Yeah, absolutely, he did, right? He was, what, 3-0 in opening fights, 5 rounds in, and he was able to get multi-kill after multi-kill. I think a lot of it came down to not ENCE being ill-prepared, right? And we were having a bit of a discussion about this. The CT size of ENCE on Train in the last couple of weeks have actually looked really decent, right? T-side-wise, there was a slight improvement, and that was the big issue, I feel like, for ENCE. It wasn't the initial idea. It wasn't getting onto the bomb side. It wasn't getting themselves in a position where the round was winnable. It was closing things out, right? There was a couple of moments when you're gonna look at some of the micro decisions from some of the individuals in a 1v2 or a 2v2, a 3v3, and you're gonna be scratching your head. You're gonna be like, well, they didn't really put themselves in a position where they can see the bomb where they planted it, they can protect it. They put themselves in positions where they could get easily picked apart in 1v1s. It's like the moment that you get the bomb planted, after that there isn't no us, there's just me and me in the post plant, right? And those were some of the issues, but all in all, it wasn't that bad of a of a map from ENCE, it was a really difficult one for Regon specifically, and this is something that the casters mentioned as well. And as Dweg mentioned, I feel like obviously it's going to happen every now and then for someone to have a bad map. For Regon, it is really important to pick himself up going forward into the series, because he is one of the most important players in this team. And sure, you can have a map off. On the second map, you will need to pick up the slack a little bit, because we know he can provide a lot more.
Yeah, look, you spoke about ENCE being very individualistic in towards after plants. Well, there was a reason for that. It was because Nemiga had really good heads-up advanced information. There was a number of rounds they push into the brown holes. They've got a large quantity of players. In fact, actually, if you take the HUD away, I think that beyond getting to the bomb site, actually, a lot of the parallels can be drawn here between ENCE and Nemiga and the way they set up some of those rounds, because the CT side in particular, it felt like everyone was in the right place at the right time always. And I feel like because when Nemiga were ready to go on the after plant, they just reacted instantaneously. And I really loved the way that they coordinated themselves to defend against the bomb site, to be able to get some of those retakes being a success story. And then Swallow at the end, I mean, we just got it on that highlight there, but his individual in those last 4-5 rounds really was able to push Nemiga just over the line and for them to stick the landing.
I mean, look at the end of the game as well, right? Because I feel like ENCE realized that there were some moments where there was a big struggle, and it was evident, right? It doesn't take much to realize that. And, you know, there were moments that you could clearly see changes off the back of some timeouts, Ted, as well, from ENCE. They realized that Nemiga did go for these early aggressions. They were able to adapt pretty nicely, but then again, they started falling to the wayside afterwards with some mismatched takes.
I feel like it was all about understanding the task at hand, right? And this is something that ENCE did really good job at right before that round where they picked up the win in towards the B-bomb side with the Tech 9s and the Mac 10s on the B-pop where they pushed deep CT, right? That was on the back of attack. And again, that was at a point where ENCE have been able to get onto the bomb side on B and get a bomb plant in 3 rounds in a row or something like that. They do that, they go for a B-pop again, seeing that, you know, they can take the bomb side. It's all about how you approach the post plant. You don't have a lot of utility, you push forward, you block Z early on, and then you send the Mac 10 and the Tech 9 deep into towards CT. This was the one round that Nemiga ended up losing. The way that ENCE are approaching this fight, sure, but the important part is Soalio, who's the new player on the block individually, has been a little bit underwhelming, is there to deliver a 4-piece in arguably the most important round of the map that ended up, and that is a little bit of a weird thing to say, but individually actually closing things out for Nemiga, because on a team basis they probably would have been able to close it if they were to lose that 3 versus 5, because they were running out of money as well.
I mean, we've got to talk about, like you said, the standouts as well here, and Risky Bob, massive part there for Nemiga, getting the MVP with better score out of the entire server. Brandon, I mean, look, 25 kills to 16 deaths. He was there, I feel like, in every fight. Great rotates.
Yeah, it was really influential, wasn't he? And the fact that he is taking over more of this responsibility when it comes to roles that require you to get multi-kills. I think he does this job fantastically. On train, obviously it's going to be exaggerated because he does go 25 for 16, but I think that the fact that he's got like a good swing percentage as well, especially on CT, right? That's what I'm looking at here. He had nearly a 15% influence in the rounds going Nemiga's way. 8 multis, yeah, it's just phenomenal from him. So I was really impressed with him. I thought Khan really also stepped up an awful lot on that CT side, and by him being that reliable factor, it meant that those riflers were free to then go and flex and rotate over to different bomb sites. Khan held a lot of important sight lines in that game that really freed up the riflers.
You know what's the interesting thing? Khan didn't have a single opening kill in the first half. Towards the CT side, especially towards the last 3 to 4 buy rounds, he was able to get 3 opening frags, and that is just contributing to what Brandon was just talking about, right? The moment that the Oper goes in towards Ivy and locks things in, that enables you to reinforce that B bomb side, enables you to go on for those mid-round pushes in towards A main, for example, that caught ENCE off guard a couple times. It enables the rivals to be acting a lot more as a pack and even make some riskier decisions, right? And excuse the pun, but Risky Bob was going for a couple aggressive plays every now and then alongside Xanter, and I guess get away that one round into a spot where they get double molly, then they get hurt and they get absolutely obliterated. Most of them were pretty successful. So we did see good heads-up Counter-Strike coming out of Nemiga on the CT side. They were playing quite brave. And again, as Brandon mentioned, some of their understandings on timings to go for mid-round pushes were really good. So I feel like when you're talking about Train, sure, ENCE did struggle to close things out, but I feel like it was an amalgamation of them getting themselves in good position, not being able to convert, and Nemiga actually playing a good CT side as well.
Ooh, all right, lads. I mean, Train, a close affair by the end of it, but now we've got Dust 2 to look upon, and I'm just looking at ENCE here. This is a 5, match success streak for them on this. So definitely a difficult one for Nemiga if they want to wrap this up in a 2-0. Don't you think, Brandon?
Yeah, no, look, it'd be tricky, but hey, I mean, if ENCE are only getting 3 opening kills a half on your T side, then you look at that and you start to think, oh, actually, there's a real conversation. We saw those stats from Train. Obviously, they're going to be different when we now move over to Dust 2, but it comes back to what Ted was saying before we went live on Train. If it goes well for ENCE, more often than not, they're going to win the round in the 5v4. If things go awry for ENCE, that's where things can go out the window. That's where I actually start looking at SDY as a cooler rather than an individual output. And you look at that metric because you think, okay, well, if the plan goes wrong, what's your backup plan? What's plan C? We saw NKJ taking a number of timeouts, even just trying to calm some of these players down and getting them back locked in the game when they were winning 9-3. So it's a little bit of a confusing time from that respect when you're on the outside looking in. Obviously, you're not privy to all of the communications. You don't know directly what's going on. But to have a 9-3 lead, to then throw that away, and then to go on to Dust 2 on the T side, where on Train you weren't finding any opening kills, you got to be a little bit concerned here. You really do. But with that being said, 5 wins in a row for ENCE. You'd struggle to make an argument where you say, look, you've got to give them a very reasonable chance here in forcing a decider.
Yeah, and Ted, let's talk about some of the individuals here, because Brandon did touch up on the AWP play, and I guess it's a very similar story with Train. But you've also got your aggressors to look at, Xanta and Regon, don't you think?
Yeah, I feel like Xanta was doing a great job, right? We had a couple really good examples of him just going out of pop and winning a couple 1v1s to open up the A-bomb side. One of them was against Regon in the most impressive one where he's able to get a triple, but those are the two heavy hitters on both sides. Obviously, Xanter's not getting as many opening kill attempts as Regon is right now on that side of Nemiga because Risky Bob's really involved in those aggressive plays, but Regon arriving into ENCE, he's going through a bit of a transition, and this is something that not everyone is talking about. Actually, I don't think a lot of people are talking about it. Regon, the best parallel that we can draw is now he's trying to become Juan Flatcher or Synopsy, right? The reason Regon couldn't be that aggressive guy, he had to be an aggro lurk and he had to be an anchor on some bomb sides on Bad News Eagles, wasn't because he's not stylistically an aggressive player. It was because he's playing with Synopsy and Flatcher on the same team, so there was simply not enough space for him. Now you're looking at that ENCE lineup, Regon is supposed to be the man, and sure, it takes a little bit of time for you to transition from being a really good player with aggressive tendencies, but not really the most aggressive roles, to being the main aggressor on a team, but eventually you'll have to put up good results. The good news is, usually Dust 2 is one of his fortes, and I feel like in the last couple of weeks he's been doing a really good job at it. I think he really needs to reinvent himself, and again, as we pointed out, we are kind of pivoting away from that conversation about the Opers. Obviously, we're heading into Dust 2. Pody versus Khan is still going to be really important.
All right, Brandon, any final words before we go we take things to a break? Obviously, with Dust 2 lined up, this is ENCE's chance to get things rolling. What do we need to see from them to get things going in the right direction?
Just a little bit more structure when they are going in together, and honestly, it reminds me a lot of the big game yesterday, where it's one of those where if you just keep things simple, you can get your individuals going a lot better. Keep your eye on SDY on this map, because obviously the caster spoke about his firepower in map 1 and how good he is at trying to turn situations around. This is one of his best maps, so I fully expect SDY to be performing at a much better level than we got out of map 1.
All right, I think we're set up for a very exciting game, some fast-paced Counter-Strike potentially, but we'll be back after a break and see how that goes.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Well, Train ended up being the perfect pick for a team like Nemiga. Yes, struggling at times, tested by ENCE, but ultimately coming out on top with their map in the series. Now we move to ENCE's pick of Dust 2, where after their 5-map win streak as of late, they still have a chance to try and bounce back.
Very true, but SDY and ENCE and J have got to realise that our T-sides need to be a hell of a lot better. The only T-side round they gained out there on the last map wasn't even a gun round. Go into Dust 2 and you're starting on the T-side immediately. Now, Khan's got himself a lurk smoke that he can work with and throw down in front.
Pistols going live to see whether those T-sides of Dust 2 can be a little bit better. Khan swings forward. Poddy is already struck against the man, so no such opening luck for Nemiga. Xanta tries to even get 2 trades out of ramp, and indeed he does. Rigon and Miltsy, the victims. Poddy trades back on Lear. Xanta around the bomb site. Poddy can deal with him the same, and Risky Bob goes down to Night2 at long. 1v3 for Somalia.
Unfortunately, Khan mucks up his little smoke, doesn't he? He is holding it underhand. He gets caught because they're so far up long, and it goes way too deep. You can't even use it at that point. Somalia in a 1v3 with players all around, and SDY is in a very cheeky position in which it doesn't get cleared, so it's a fairly easy pistol. I think the only threat was probably Xanta out there in the bomb site. When he gets 2, you think, oh, maybe there's a chance, but overall, everyone else just gets clapped around.
Yeah, for one fleeting moment, you think one man's individual efforts could once again make a difference for Nemiga, but shut down quickly by Poddy and Co. ENCE hold a pistol once again to start things off for their map pick, and hoping that they can maintain that for a lot longer this time. Of course, the pistol went for 5 rounds in a row over on the start of Train. And they're going to force back in, going to try and make these rounds as close as they did during that opening half. Remember, even though it was a 9-3 half, they were very heavily casualtied out on the end side.
When you've got a map like a Dust 2, which is the highest picked map in the pool for both of these organizations, you know that it should be a bit of a battle. It shouldn't be a blowout. I know the previous head-to-head had a 13-2 on Dust 2, but when I look at that a bit deeper, individually, everyone just didn't perform. You had Lear dropping 7 kills, Zwei on 7, Xanta on 7, Risky Bob on 6, Khan went 12 and 12. So that one doesn't tell us a lot. What does tell us a lot is out here towards long, Poddy just about lines up a couple where Khan gets the trade.
Khan just catches him on the X here with a scout shot that maintains a 2v3, but still favorable to ENCE. Kind of surprised that no one was watching that corner, right? No one was expecting a dry face in for Nemiga, so SDY dead in an instant. Now B-side will look to be taken, and only Risky Bob there to defend it, 5-7 in hand. Check this corner. He knows that he won, at least not quite. Night2 gets his head taken clean up by a tap from Risky Bob. The scout now in position, trying to catch the cross of Rigon, but he misses his bullets. The bomb can get planted here. Does catch Rigon in the end, so 1v1 now for the clutch. The post-plant, Miltsy not quite been seen. Cowan taps the bomb, giving Miltsy a chance to get the kill together. 4 casualties taken for ENCE. Nemiga did force the buy in that round.
Oh, that was a bit close for comfort. Considering that it's a 3v2 man advantage there for ENCE, that the CTs are separated, that round is just free. No matter if you go A or B, you're going to be able to overwhelm the single defender. And instead, it comes down into a very tight round. I thought even for a moment that Rigon was going to get caught on the spam through the doors. A lot of hate cheese, but a very light investment for Nemiga in round 3.
ENCE only have the pistols to contend with. Winsky Bob and the USP in particular on the B-bomb side defensive is overwhelmed by Rigon, who doubles up on Swallow as well. Yeah, easy pickings for a faster rush out, triple secure, so the MAC-10 can start to recover some of the lost funds of the previous round. $1,800 a kill bonus. The AK Miltsy will be there to ensure that nobody else will drop. So all's well that ends well for ENCE. 4 players. The live economy can start to build, but Nemiga will have their first set of rifles.
I think Rigon's just trying to see if he can match map number 1 kills as quickly as possible. Look at those anti-ecos and say, yep, let's get all of them so I don't get criticized for my impacting gun rounds.
I was taking a look at the scoreboard on HLTV. I noticed for the first time ever, I've seen a stat line of negative 10% swing, which is rather impressive considering that the average is about 3% one direction or the other. Identified stats reason as to why ENCE lost that map up, and maybe that is the reason right there. Khan finding Poddy to kick things off into round 4. The opening rifle kill for the AWP. Nemiga will just play careful off the back of that, and it's not going to force forward too quickly themselves.
Anytime you have a half where only a single round is being won, it's the in-game leader that needs to take responsibility in what went wrong. And that's where SDY needs to tunnel that coming into Dust 2. Lear has been able to entrap the in-game leader to not force him out in the open there towards short. It's a very good opening pick against Poddy because Dust 2 is one of those maps that when you lose an opening casualty, it's just so difficult to get a trade. Oftentimes you get blocked, you just get siphoned off, and you just need to slow play the round. And now you don't have much going for you. You don't have a long lurk. You have got upper tunnel space, but you need to be able to force a little bit of a counter rotation, a mistake somewhere on the map to bring it back to a 4v4.
40 seconds on the clock for the hit to come through. Mid to be with no CT smoke, or at least one did come out towards the other side of the map. miltz does get the opening kill towards the B site execution, and Risky Bob can trade. Rigon responds back towards that man, and Naitu's AWP can pick up Xanta from range. The bomb safely makes his way into the bomb site. 2v3 for Khan and Lear. I don't know if they have the info on Rigon and Naitu's HP. Either way, down by a man. They don't want to take the risk. Save their weapons into the next. ENCE are going to continue to find the early map win streaks. 4 on the trot for the T side.
Well, the two B players are going to be frustrated themselves. First off, the timing was a bit awkward for Risky Bob, wasn't it? He tries to get out of the window because it's a split into B, and if he can get away from window, it takes him away from the crossfire on the bomb side. But the lineup, it's nearly there, but not quite. They're scaling on the left-hand side of the wall, and then even your secondary player doesn't even get a single kill. ENCE would have known that it was unlikely to win a round like that. 4v5, splitting B, never easy. So they only lose one more casualty from that point onwards, and that might be one of the few rounds that could have changed the early complexion of the half, but doesn't get taken. Chance not warranted.
Early tactical pause once again for Nemiga. They took a number of them, and then the first half of Train trying to figure out the answer to ENCE's closing. It seems to be the exact same case for Dust 2. Of course, possibly a tougher task for Nemiga considering ENCE's map pick in the series, and we've talked obviously about the streak of wins that ENCE have taken, 3 of which have been on LAN. And very patchy in terms of the victories from Nemiga. Only 4 out of 10 wins in the last 3 months.
Yeah, they did look quite good on this map at the Major, though. I know that's a little while ago, but they were able to beat Lin Vision. They got a 13-2 versus M80, a 13-9 versus Heroic. It's been the post-Major where the results have looked a bit more difficult.
Losses to OG, which is fair enough. PARIVISION, which is fair enough. Passion Yue, the Ukrainian one, that's probably not as fair enough considering they're a dead team now.
Yeah, let me just double check when that result was. Yeah, I'd probably say that was a little bit unacceptable. It was about a month ago.
Now on the back foot against ENCE. I've taken heavy utility damage here in the half-bought round. The 2 saved weapons of Khan and Lear. Might start to lick their lips a little bit at the prospect of SDY and miltz, who are the 2 easiest players to kill off at the moment. They are careful about taking aggressive stances, though. You will see Khan starting to prod in towards mid with Lear. In fact, trying to go for the AWP battle, but Poddy already has the angle held, so he'll get that kill to kick things off for ENCE.
We saw Nemiga pick Dust 2 versus Alliance recently, get a very easy and comfortable win. It's against those stronger teams in Tier 2 where they're more competitive score lines. Risky Bob should be at least able to get 1. The second is always going to be tough because there's no repos angle there towards the closed doors. And for Xanta, well, you've got to deal with short players, long players, and you mollied out in the open. You need a miracle.
Yeah, Deagle unable to hit the kill shot. Rigon will get the kill credited with the Molotov. Lear will go down soon enough. Swallows picked up the AWP, trying to look for 1 more kill's worth of damage. And Poddy's already holding with the AWP himself. A bit of a deeper smoke with a gap generated, but cannot get the shot on Naito. Instead, Naito actually returns fire from beyond it. And there's a triple in the round, and ENCE continue on the streak. Yeah, early game's certainly been ENCE's domain.
It's been just 48 days since Rigon signed for ENCE, and when I look at 2025, I think you could say they tried to give the lineup as much time as possible. They didn't really make many changes, did they? The only one was getting the likes of Kaspersky over to NIP, bringing in Milty from the academy team, and then getting rid of Glaive, getting SDY to be the new caller, and then getting Rigon as your fifth. And you can always respect organizations for giving time, for giving understanding, not just trying to chop and change. But it can sometimes be difficult of when do you pull the trigger? At what point do you make that decision? Because ENCE would not have been satisfied with how the last 18 months have gone.
You're talking about Glaive and the tenure as an IGL. I remember back when he first joined the team, he explicitly went on an interview and said, I want to win trophies, and I think at least the Masters was the only one he got.
Yeah, congrats on winning a CCT, mate. Yeah, that must have felt great.
Did he get a CCT? I don't remember him winning a CCT. But the point is that obviously it was below part of what he wanted to do. The expectations that he set for himself and for his team at the time. ENCE here in Thunderpick. May well also lose the expectation or the goal of qualification if they cannot get a handle on the series. They are down a map, of course. Facing the double orbs of the execution. A-site is the target. Rigon will charge forward with SDY. The bombs on the back of the captain. Lear trying to play around the smokes. Can he deny? Not quite. Jump face attempts to do so, but those bullets spray all over the place. None of them connect. Khan's now low. It's a 5-on-5 retake.
Danta needs to get a good flash from a teammate out from spawn. That's when he can swing wide on these players up on the bomb site.
He's going right. His teammate takes the mantle of Ram. Lear does get a kill. Risky Bob strikes also on towards Milty. M4 up close. SDY gets traded. Rig on a potty. Trying back to a 2 versus 2. 2 very quick kills on the AK and the AWP. Time is starting to run short on Nemiga now. They have Dominion over the bomb site. I think that one's quite short though. AWP standing for Potty, lands a headshot on Khan. A small pixel of an angle taken. Now the AK can close in the pincers against the last player. Risky Bob, no idea of how much in danger he is. ENCE can maintain that streak all the way to 6 rounds in a row.
A lot of chaos in some of these gun rounds. That one from ENCE was pretty well contained from the outset of the execute. They keep it very simple. Crossbows go down. They get the bomb plant in easily. But then there's probably, what, 2 to 3 seconds where the kill feed just starts lighting up, doesn't it? You're getting a lot of back and forth trades between both the T side and the CT. And it's the time stalling and Poddy's AWP out towards short that defines that round. 6-0, this is an excellent beginning from ENCE.
Much like it was on Train. We saw how Train ended. Sawalio! What the hell? 5-7 headshots lined up and knocked down in an instant. This is a half-bought round. Rifles available for CTs to pick up. And the bomb was dropped in that exchange in a matter of moments. The newest addition to Nemiga changes the whole narrative.
Well, they deserve to lose that round. What are they doing? They know they're up against a weakened buy and they're running through a re-smoke. That is so unnecessary. All they need to do there is instantly cancel. Now, if that smoke doesn't go down, I don't mind it. I don't mind the scale out, the aggro play, you're packing and grouping. But going through a re-smoke like that, it's just danger. And for Sawalio, this is now 2 massive rounds that we've seen from him, both on map 1 and on map 2, where he has shown individual ability that has just changed the complexion of a round.
Potty and Miltsy get a couple kills out long to just make it a little bit more expensive for Nemiga. The HP is so low on Swallow and Khan here. But surely, with a 3-on-2, there's no way they really get this to recover, right? Like,
well, you look for exits at a bare minimum. You've got so much money on this T side, you might as well attempt it.
Potty's flashing Miltsy in. Half HP for himself, secondary flashbang. How many are blinded? Not enough. Khan lands a scout shot. And now Potty goes in for the save. What a round for Nemiga. What a round for Sawalio to open up on their board for Dust 2.
That might just be the kickstart that the CTs need, not so much off of the individual ability of a 3K, but what that could do to the potential economy. How quickly can Nemiga force the reset? Because you've got triple AKs, and we know how important mass AKs are on a CT side. If you can keep them in consistently, you can start winning a lot of rounds. You can start winning some very good duels.
Man alive.
Not even using util going through that smoke either. Even the third player at the back isn't even flash assisting the 2 running forward.
Sawalio wasn't blinded at all. Nemiga. Again, on the board now for this second map and looking to extend it as well to streak to return back towards the ENCE side. They struggled with that in the first half over on train. Still got to buy it to face against in the next round, assuming that ENCE do not take this one. The money is still relatively stable. The early round here for round number 8 has been very slow, very careful. ENCE recognizing that there is danger now. And they are trying to find an angle of attack, an angle of workability. Just isn't coming their way.
Well, I love the setup of what Nemiga have got. They've got a double orb as an anchor out on B, and they've taken all of Longhouse space. An easy pick from Risky Bob. This is almost a CSGO buy, isn't it? Double orbs and rifles. We don't see it that frequently in CS2.
If I recall correctly, Khan and Risky Bob did have a number of double orb moments throughout the last year or so, back when they had Flammus in the roster. Lear striking on Rigon next with the AK in his hands. Double up, not quite secured. SDY and Polya should chime back in return. 3-on-3. Now Risky Bob's all alone towards his B bomb site. This is where the orb's going to get really tested. P250 drawn out. Get at least one kill before you fall. And indeed he does. Bomb should get picked up and planted. 2v2. SDY and Polly both with orbs. Xanta and Khan both with AKs.
But he's got another resmoke to get out towards the doors, but he's getting fought into a corner now.
Puts that smoke down a little bit late. Khan and Xanta combine real quick to mop up the last 2 players, and ENCE will concede their second.
But ENCE's pathing looked exceptional coming out of the mid doors. So you're scaling towards CT spawn because you know that Lear is there, and the AWP is just holding the window cross, waiting for that timing of a re-peek. And as soon as Poddy gets that AWP kill, you think the round is on. You think that they're going to be able to run into that B bomb side. But Risky Bob, let's be honest, the NWP didn't look that great against them running at you, but the P250 was good. That one kill made such a difference to force the 2v2.
They'll slowly bringing in the double orb setup. This time Risky Bob goes down extremely early. Poddy straight kill in from mid-door. Xanta flash blinded and dead to the hands of Naitu, who smoked off that Molotov and will just push forward of it. Now Lear's left alone on the side defensive. Backups rotating in real quick though. ENCE have already got a 2-man advantage though.
All you need to do is pack and group here. You've got a 5 versus 3. You don't need to get funky with it. You just play as a team. You don't need to be double backing towards mid, having a lurk towards mid. Just wait out the util. Resmoke CT again, and then scale up long.
Just counter smokes as Nemiga tries stall for time. ENCE happy to play behind it. Only so much utility available for the CT squad. They can't put any more smokes down, that's for certain. The second wave of the execution available for the ENCE side. Khan is going to have to lead them into the kill count, so he is 6 deep in these 9 rounds. Molotov on Lear. Can't get extinguished, and Poddy wins the AWP fight again. Rigon follows up. Sawalio. Ace clutch required, and Poddy domes him from range. Excellent stuff from the T side. AWP triple in the round, and actually 13 frags deep so far. He's having an excellent game.
It's just an unlosable 5v3 there from ENCE, and those are the kind of rounds that I almost hoped that we would have seen yesterday from a team like Big in their best of 3. Just keeping it really simple. You don't need to do anything from that point onwards. You wait out the constant re-util. You know that the CTs are not going to have a lot left, and they make that feel like the easiest of rounds that you could ever work. Simple. 7-2.
Another tactical called in by the Nemiga side.
Never easy when you lose mid-picks. That's often been something from Dust 2, whether you're looking at the CSGO version or the CS2 version. Anytime you lose a mid-pick to the cross, you lose so much in the early state of the round, don't you? And we can see the pressure building towards long because of what happens off of the back of that. You're trying to hang around. You may be having a bit more of a risk to create a duel, to find a refrag rather than holding and playing more defensively.
Advantage ends now. Miltz by the fight. Khan gets the opening on Poddy instead, winning the York v York battle this time. And following up on Milty with a reposition, a triple on the AWP. As ENCE crumble at the feet of Nemiga this time in very, very confident fashion. This should be a third round for them. Naitu and Rigon are a hell of a task to try to bail themselves out, and up close the bomb is going to fall to Risky Bob's SMG. Rigon, no chance.
Nice to see Khan on point. I think map number 1 was a disappointment from an AWPing perspective. He reminds me a lot of Nikodos, in which Khan's a really good rifler, except Nikodos is a much more consistent AWPer. I think that's the difference between the two. But it's the mindset that you've got an AWP out there on train that was probably doing more work with the AK and the M4 than when he had the big green, and now he's come out into Dust 2. You get a sequence like that. That brings confidence to a young AWPer. Good triple. And for Nemiga, it's a response where you can see the reset, can't you? It's not here in round 11, but it could be in round 12, because the buy's going to look awful for ENCE.
Even now, they've still got a Galileo on one player. First man out's going to try and hunt down the pit individual. Lear, however, uses that bait to get 2 kills out of it. Rigon and SDY to drop. And ENCE have to back away entirely. Another round when Nemiga just open extremely confidently. And in the blink of an eye, it already feels like it should be their round.
And I think it's so funny that we always looked at Lollipop 21K as being the #1 Belarusian player for just years and years. And then all it took was a non-star player, an in-game leader, to overtake that, to just completely outclass the achievements of what Lollipop was able to do, and bring a team to competing in the Tier 1 circuit, qualifying to majors. Lollipop would have loved that opportunity, but never had it.
A former Nemiga man himself, but from an age long gone. No doubt this current Nemiga has flown that flag rather well in recent years, and obviously the captain being that central focal point. Or point of serve there by Xanta. Khan's going to catch him. Xanta leans right through that smoke and doubles up. Oh man, some of the chemistry moments you see from Nemiga just look so unbelievably good. They're a well-oiled machine when they do find their moments, and that is going to leave ENCE to potentially lose out on what was initially looking like it could have been a one-sided scoreline at the turn of the half. 6-0. Again, you expect to have quite a very good position going into that CT side, but 7-5 seems like the way it's going to turn out with a broken buy investment. You mentioned the reset, Tech 9s, and a scout. That's all they've got.
Been a good challenge. Been a good fight back here for Nemiga. And we're getting a bit more pace than what we usually see from ENCE. Trying to take short quicker. Now, on contact, they should explode.
Or lands a leg. Tech 9 runs him down. Rigon opening up the round here. He's still got players from range and AKs across the entire CT board. Milty's going to get picked up, but Rigon from range is doing extremely good work on Xanta. Lear finally trades in. There's a scout in play for Poddy. Those rifles were dropped in unrecoverable positions, so ENCE have got to do this the hard way.
A slight unnecessary duel there from Rigon. Could have played the man up and hang back. Good flash assist to get him forward towards short, but SDY's playing anti.
Smokes on, flashes over. SDY fights, but cannot hit a shot. Lear kills him off. All three coming inbound from short. Poddy's just waiting. Naitu has recovered an AWP, actually. He's extended out towards long. The gap being generated, an opportunity opens up. Scout shot rings in. Naitu connects a kill. Can he get any more out of it? 6 seconds. Time is running short. Naitu goes down, but they are way too late to this. Nemiga, they will get the kill, but there's not enough time on the clock. And it will be end with an 8-4 opening half.
Just enough time stalling, wasn't there? There's not much in that clock at all. And from ENCE's point of view, it's another good first half scoreline. For the likes of Nemiga, though, they were just starting to challenge towards the end of the first half, and that gives me a bit of belief that there could be another comeback on the table. Maybe not all the way for a 2-0, but to at least keep the scoreline tight and competitive. Nemiga at one point looked as if they didn't have a chance here.
Again, started off so similarly to that first map, but then running away with a confident round streak with 6 in a row for Dust 2, and maybe you look in the overall and think that maybe there was an opportunity to gain some more out of it. 4 rounds of the turn. Going into the CT half of things, ENCE still hold the advantage in this map up on their map pick. Will it last is the question that I'm thinking of, because it didn't last on Train.
The only man that might have an answer for that is SDY. Again, you always need to take responsibility as an in-game leader when that happens. Can't let it happen twice in a single best of 3. Nemiga in a state now where, even on reflection, it's nice to see how long they've been going in Tier 2 and kind of kept to their roots. I mean, even when we used to cast Nemiga back in, what, sort of 2018, early 2019, it was all about trying to use local players, up-and-coming players. We know they don't have the budget to go and pick up some of the more notable names from the CIS region, but that's not even changed since they've been able to get more money from qualifying to the major. You lose way. There are so many benched top CIS players out there right now, isn't it? You could pretty much say, on paper, you can build a top 20, top 30 team overnight. And yet, out of anyone, they pick up someone like Sawalio. And it reminds me of what they did when they picked up Flammus, when they picked up Zwei. You're picking up guys that are unproven, and the track record speaks that that's the way to work success, rather than bring in more experienced guys.
Well, I think that's more of a compliment towards the CIS scene in general, right? The fact that you've got so many options and the fact that you can still make them work.
Sure.
Even when they are so inexperienced, if you show that little bit of talent, sometimes you can be a team that just refines those talents. You're talking about, Mighty Max earlier on from the Endpoint lot and what they were doing with all those European players, the Israelis and Flamesy and Everygod.
And maybe it comes down to the staff. I mean, Ross R was there when Endpoint was sort of going through that tenure. You've got Box, who, head coach of Nemiga. He played on Nemiga for, 3-4 years. He was there for ages. You've got Roman. He also played on Nemiga. You've got guys that have sort of been hands-on with the Tier 2 scene, and I'm sure they had a lot of involvement when it came to picking up the recent additions.
I'd love to see I'd love to know what Keeper's particular impact was. The sports director, someone who goes overlooked quite a lot. He used to play, I believe, or used to play and coach for Nemiga, for that matter.
So everyone is involved.
Yeah, he's like a true, he's a true old guard member of the team. Unfortunately for ENCE, or sort of Nemiga rather, I should say, they have lost that opening pick. Sawalio is the first to fall in the half. ENCE picking it up with SDY's opening blow. The T's going to try and press into the short access because that kill came down over the tunnels. The smokes will suppress CT, leaving it just up to SDY and Miltsy on the defensive. That long play will make his way in quick. They'll drop down towards CT. Poddy trying to push through that smoke. It might be risky, but it works out for him with Miltsy's support. Khan does get SDY, and Risky Bob gets Rig on back. And they're trading very well to a 3-on-2. Can they get this player along? That might be all they need to get a bomb plant, and indeed they do. Night2 is at a 1v3 on the pistol.
And I know context is going to be important because it was quite a chaotic round where players are close by one another. But that's another 5v3, Jay. That's another heavy man advantage round from ENCE that they're not closing. And that's concerning moving forward in the series. Those 5v3 rounds only get won every once in a while. So to see it happening on map 1 and now again on map 2, it's something I'm thinking about.
There was something said on the desk about how in the second half of Train or something like that, ENCE were only getting 3 opening picks in total. Could complacency be getting to them as these matches roll on? Thunderpick don't think so. They're ENCE pinned to win this map. SDY and Poddy on the scouts as part of a force buy for ENCE. So they are going to take the risk of maybe letting this scoreline get close once again. Risky Bob's got an AK, and he applies it well to Night2, goes down first in the tunnels. A bit of revenge in the last round.
Night2 clears up so much space in the upper tunnels, and then there's a bloke out there on the barrels, almost at T-Spawn. You think, what's going on? Why is he there? He's so deep. Oh, that's frustrating if you're Night2, but it's such a free kill if you're Risky Bob.
get out of SDY, landing tags, but no kills just yet for him. Lear and Xanta taking the brunt of that damage. SDY finally finishes off Lear, drops that bomb. Galil and Sawalio can't get a kill back towards the close range bomb site. Milty will fall. Now allows the bomb to get planted.
Rigon needs to strike, and he's got himself at first, but the trade is instant from the T's. Really good trades here for the T side of Nemiga.
Maintaining and gaining that man advantage. Potty just got a jumping no-scope against Xanta. He's hoping for another, but Kelly, you are not. The better off or worse. Nemiga have the second round.
And you've gone from 6-0, where things were quite cruisy, weren't being challenged massively, to now the scoreline being in a position where Nemiga are coming close to taking potentially even a lead. This is worrying. This is an Nemiga side that are looking quite good. I mean, unfortunately for Potty, you're in a 1v3 that's just unwinnable, isn't it? Even with that first kill that you get on the jump, when you don't have a teammate to crossfire with you, there's just nothing you can do prior to that point.
Nemiga will close the gap almost all the way now. ENCE can't afford their weapon. They're going to save into the rifles the next round. Not as easy pickings as you can see. Calm with the triple. Once again, Nemiga on a round streak will close the gap. Entered established at the turn of the half. It's not quite as much of a gap as it was on Train. But it was by equalizing that they were able to show where they can take control, where ENCE's late matchup really started to show the cracks within this international team. For the AWP, Potty, and the M4s across the rest of the board. Nemiga, got the same weapons as the last round. They treat this one as a bonus.
Walio's got good long spawn in with Risky Bob, so they're going to go aggressive with the flashes to try and take that first contact.
Good opening kills from Rigon, but SDY's traded in from Risky Bob. Risky took a lot of damage for that, so he'll pass the AK back to his teammate, grab the AWP. Rigon on low HP himself, but not as low as Risky. So ENCE overall do come out on top in that fight.
Wishing Risky Bob a very happy 23rd birthday today. Would love to be able to cap it off with a 2-0 win. Opening kill out there towards Long brings him the AWP to wall down the mid control. ENCE are getting slightly aggressive with Milty. Potty can flash forward for him to swing.
Short cleared out. The CT side, Mint's happy to concede that position. They know Nemiga not going to go that early.
Well, if it's a mid-B split, this round is finished.
Only one to defend. Rigon's trying to reposition to account for mid to B. Risky Bob's AWP is the man that leads that charge out the main T side force though into the tunnels. They will look to go. Naitu's playing hidden. Rigon's play centralized. Kill found on Xanta. Smoke does actually block off the doorway. Naitu also gets Khan, so they got info on both those individuals. Bomb's been dropped. The AWPer looking to sneak his way back. Not been seen by Potty. 15 seconds, and already you see that Lear's backed off at low HP. Going to try and hold on to these two weapons, although Risky Bob's in a very risky position. ENCE will have this round at the very least. And they get this kill after time, it would be pretty impactful if they did. No, they can't. Those two maintain their lives and enter up to 9.
Oh, that timing was so close. For Risky Bob, he was probably, what, half a second too late on that? If he's able to come forward and get the kill against the CT rotator of Rigon, then Naitu is completely exposed. He has to be worried about the wrap-in from mid. He's worried about the players in the upper tunnels, but it's that Rigon gets on the other side of the util and doesn't get caught by that mid flank. ENCE, mentioned earlier, they've won 6 out of their past 7 best of 3s on HLTV. There's been some good names in there. NIP, they eliminated them, what, out of last place on LAN. They then took down Gentlemates, the old Iberian Soul roster that's now been moved over to that organization. They took 9 down in a 2-0. Had some struggles against some, what I would say, mid-pack tier 2 teams, your 500s, your BetClicks, and your FavBets, but they're still converting those series. They're still making sure that they're victories.
I've had their struggling moments against Nemiga in this series, but in the lead as of right now and still on home territory. A good round here will hurt the economy state of Nemiga, but Khan not going to get away so easily with that one. I think actually Khan has won the more obvious battles against Poddy so far, at least in this map, potentially in the series. Starting off with an opening pick for Nemiga, ENCE been struggling to return those picks and find those trades.
SDY is blocking long and then getting aggressive towards short. They need to be able to take map control away from the T side line, and Khan is waiting for more. That AWP is pinned, holding short aggression.
No one on the B bomb side. The walkout from Nemiga will start to be received. Swalio will get 90 from outside of the site. The B doors cleaned up. SDY cleans up the mid axis, though the bomb has been dropped as a result of that. ENCE might have lost one position, but they've gained another advantage in 45 seconds for Nemiga to try and recover it. Rigon. Incendiary is well placed. That will force Risky Bob into firing, and from beyond that smoke, he gets his headshot. Xanta's flank now received. He'll take a fight, but Miltsy will win it. Now down to the last two players out here towards the tunnels. The HGs will dish out their damage. ENCE are going to try and back off and reposition. Cut off the mid to be accessed. Tunnels will be unaccounted for. Are Nemiga going to swing momentum? No, they're going to continue on. Actually, no, they will go out towards short, which Miltsy will win the fight on. Swalio has been seen from mid by SDY. 15 seconds. ENCE no to play for the time. Denied the right moment. Swalio might even secure the bomb plant here, but the retake shouldn't be as likely. Miltsy just resisting. Forced to fight. Has that stalled for time? Not quite. The bomb will get planted. It's all on SDY now.
Oh, this is Swalio's chance. We've seen some big highlights from him. This is a 1v2 and he's hit with SDY coming up.
Oh!
What a shot that is from Swalio. What a best of three this has been against a top-end tier 2 squad. We saw the 3v5 deficit on the bomb train towards Ivy. Then we see what? The 3K with a 5-7 defending the B bomb site in the first half. And then we're getting that from him.
To think pixels were the difference in this round. That first shot from Khan right to the elbow of Poddy. And that jump face at the very end. A tough window to hit it and a tough pixel to gain. Watch it in slow-mo. Beauty. Absolute beauty from Swalio. What a pickup he's been. What a round for Nemiga when ENCE felt like they were on for it. Once again, the CIS squad will put the heart up and start off in this round with Lear catching Naitu aggressing into the tunnels. ENCE down a man.
And Naitu, definitely a weaker anchor than Xanta is. When I compare the two forms from that first map of Train, when I look at the half switch now of Dust 2, he's been struggling. Low numbers, low impact. That round where he was defending B, you could say, oh, it was successful. Yeah, because he had Rigon with him, didn't he? They had a crossfire of 2 on B. This time around, he goes for an aggro play. And from 6-0, this could be a 10-9 lead for Nemiga. I don't know how you win this round if you're ENCE. You've lost Naitu so early on, and you've got no more util. You've even got a FAMAS for Rigon. You need a bit of heroics, don't you? You need a bit of X factor of someone that's going to step up with a multi-frag.
Who's that going to be, though? Xanta, seen by SDY. SDY's going to back off. Meanwhile, the long access coming in from the T-side execution. Xanta is going to get caught back. They do combine with Lear to take SDY, so it is a 3-on-3. Now, bomb plant will be secure with a HP advantage over Miltsy.
Late lurking from long, but being watched by Swalio.
Caught back by Rigon. A FAMAS beating him. The AKF Khan playing inside of a smoke. Trying to find a crack angle, but Poddy comes up. Miltsy denies the shenanigans from the AWP. Tried it once, not this time though. As ENCE will take number 10, extend their lead back to double digits. Now they need to just convert it up until the end of this map up, and then they take us to a third.
And fair play to Rigon, because he's definitely stepped up with a lot more impact on Dust 2 than the first map. And also, that kill towards the longhouse, if he's unsuccessful there, I think it's just a save. I don't even think Poddy comes up from spawn with the AWP. It's only that he gets that one kill almost instantly after the bomb goes down that it can send themselves in. And that was Nemiga's ripe opportunity. And they'll be disappointed in themselves not be able to convert that.
pistols only for them. ENCE was stealing a number of anti-eco rounds against their name during train. Nemiga couldn't quite do the same. Poddy ready to receive the short access. There are 4 players out to that angle, with one man as Sawalio on his way in towards mid. First man forward, Poddy. Can't hit those shots. Lear, however, will fall towards SDY, and Miltzy's in position, so no threat generated. And all ending well for ENCE, who are right back on track. Number 11 to their board. A rifle round that should be inbound as well from their opponents. A chance to deny the map point on the part of ENCE. There's not much left in the tank for Nemiga. That might be their last chance to deny the map point for ENCE.
Taking long quite heavily for the CT side shows that they want to contest it. Missed incendiary towards top mid from Rigon. ENCE have got all of Longhouse. Miltzy didn't even have to fight against it. And for Nemiga, they know that an opening death will probably end their Dust 2 hopes of a 2-0. They have to stay structured. They have to stay very concise in this default.
The pattern grouped in mid for 3 players. A 4th man can join them from the tunnel's entrance, and they've got one watching the Longhouse in case there is a push from ENCE, because they do want to get a little bit cheeky and aggressive. They're doing that a lot over on train. Not so much for Dust 2. Smokes, flashes go over. I believe that the A-site players see what's going on in the execution. Rigon's going to clear out the tunnel, but this is all completely unnecessary because SDY is involved with those 2 picks. Lear with a trade back. He will secure the bomb plant as a result of that. His teammate, a Risky Bob, catches Poddy extending. Short was not cleared out properly. And Miltzy now needs to deal with Xanta. Awkward spray just about comes together in the end. Second time we've seen an awkward moment from him. Risky Bob and Lear set up for the retake.
Both in awkward positions. They have no cover between them.
Fight from range does go well as Lear and Xanta can combine. Risky Bob from range. Lear doubles up. And now it's all on Rigon, who's backing away. Is he saving? I believe he must be. There's no time left. He's got no health. And these 2 of Risky Bob and Lear will hold their nerve up until the very last moment. No map point for ENCE yet.
Imagine being SDY. You're legitimately the only player on the bomb site. You've got no help. No one to crossfire. No one on rotation that can assist with the utility. And you've got a multi-frag. You've set up that round for success, and it's the rotators that have let yourself down. Here it is again. You're being mollied. He just gets away with 2. That's really good work. Nemiga, it's easy to look at the entire year and say, look, they've beaten tier 1 teams on land, but when will they get that chance again? Because even when I look at ENCE, what they did at Conquest of Prague, what they were able to do at Drakland, it's all tier 2 teams, isn't it? Where at least for Nemiga, they went to the Major, they went to Pro League, they've shown that they can compete at that highest level.
Might be in amongst the rebuild, but at least they've gotten to those highest positions recently. Taking time away from the tier 2 space for Nemiga to try and work up to a better position. And to be more on the grind.
Maybe put them in the same boat as Saw, looking at the changes and the taste of tier 1, but also being pretty solid towards tier 2.
But the difference is that the time taken away has clearly done well for Nemiga. As Rigon strikes Sawalio, he has other answers to that question. Sawalio did do a lot of damage towards Rigon at least, so 4 HP leaves him in not the best of positions. Man advantage for ENCE may well be enough here. Miltzy, awkward fight against Xanta. Xanta, similar story though, neither player does damage. T-side player forced to back away now. Flanks are inbound as Rigon taking each chance to push in towards the tunnels. May well find an angle of attack towards that player with the bomb on his back. That's Khan or Xanta. Look at that position. Utility seen. Spray goes well. Headshot taken. Rigon's going to back away. Meanwhile, Risky Bob pushing up towards the bomb site. He's going to get dealt with by Naitu Liz. Fully blinded by the flashbanger Poddy. SDY capitalizes and Khan is caught off by Miltzy. All 5 alive for ENCE. who have held their confidence and regain it for map points.
Well, fundamentally, that round is absolutely perfect from ENCE. The readability of the wraparound in the upper tunnels, how Naitu is blocking, he's smoking off the doors, he's playing defensively from window, but then the flash assist to get forward from CT. There were just so many complexions to that round that tells you how well they are drilled on this map of Dust 2.
Their pick for good reason, and once again you see those signs of brilliance, those moments where you just think, man, what a team this is. What a team it could be if they can make it more consistent. 3 AKs across the ENCE side. They've got plenty of firepower to deal with the Megas, well, forced by Tech9's, the Eagles, no bomb plant bonus, of course. At least the scout from Khan took a tag on Poddy, starting off the round by limiting the AWP, but when coming to deal with the rifles of the execution, that's where Nemiga are going to struggle the most, and just don't think they've got enough to try and extend this one any longer here. ENCE 1 minute and 5 kills away from securing this map.
You're certainly seeing the difference of what a 6-0 start means, don't you? This is a position for Nemiga where the buy state is awful. You're going into the bomb site up against 2 riflers, and 2 riflers that still got a smoke between them.
SDY trying to push the smoke. Naitu does get dinged down. SDY gets his 2 kills in. Lear can overwhelm. Low HP on the bomb site, but a secondary place to lap that boost. And actually, they do manage to get those kills in the center of the bomb site. Frigon holds on to Sawalio, but is also tagged low. AKs have been recovered by Khan and Lear. They can't connect those blind kills, though. Flashbangs forward. Miltsy now on site. Fight goes well for Lear. I'm surprised the Miltsy didn't get much out of that. Rigon trades him back, and Khan is last man standing as he picks up Poddy. Burst fire. Rigon, low HP in the exchange, needs the headshot. Perfect, and he gets it. From bottom performer of the last map up to doing extremely well for ENCE in general. They take Dust 2 at 13-9, and they send us to Ancients.
What a showing from Rigon. What a last shot that really is. Red HP versus 100. You'd not expect the car player to be able to come out on top, but Rigon shows that he's got individual form that can make the difference. Dust 2 now being another win. That's 6 in a row to come through for the ENCE organization. It's the #1 map in the pool, and they've shown it to now make it a decider.
I want to throw ride this series has been in general, because even at those moments you start to see one-sided scorelines, you still are seeing the opposition test the opponents themselves, right? Like we've seen the Nemiga have some losing moments with some close rounds, still heavy damage against the likes of ENCE. So really, it's not cut and dry going into the final map.
Yeah, I would say that both teams will look at that decider, especially with the likes of Ancient coming up, which is a map pick fairly often for the Mega side. And Lear and the boys will look at all things and say, do you know what? This series is looking good for us. We're definitely looking better than what we've shown recently in our last few online officials.
Well, ENCE's starts have certainly been proficient, and with that momentum, maybe they can establish that groundwork that once again could turn over a third and final map. Will it be possible? We'll find out in our third map. For now, though, it's back to the desk.
Cheers, lads. Excellent cast. And obviously, look, for me, Rigon is just unkillable. A sneaky, sneaky man in that final round, and to put it all to the end. The moment you thought that there was a way back in for Nemiga, you know, just has to rip it away from them in a very, very interesting fashion, I'd say. But Ted, what is your breakdown from that? Because it looked like ENCE had such a great beginning, but Nemiga constantly, with the likes of Sawalio mostly, kept on bringing up interruptions.
Yeah, I feel like this map was just a perfect example of ENCE being able to bounce back and Nemiga just being able to hold themselves within the game because of the individuals, right? Let's not forget about how good the start from ENCE was, right? They were able to get the first 6 rounds, and a lot of them were not even clean, right? Really clean executions, or were not even close, sorry. Rigon started things off really nicely with the MAC-10, getting a couple eco kills to booster up that confidence, and this is something that we talked about after the end of map 1. He needed a couple of those rounds, and he was able to get them. Then you go up to that 6-0 round, and this is where Sawalio was able to bowl down 3 of them and towards the B-bomb side with a 5-7. I feel like that was another example of ENCE being the better team fundamentally, but allowing Nemiga to get away with rounds that they probably shouldn't be in. I'm not gonna overcomplicate explaining how this map went. I just feel like ENCE made things a little bit too difficult for themselves, but they were still able to get it over the line, so it doesn't really matter.
I mean, Brandon, also, at the same time, you've got to say that ENCE, there's something about that CT side. So clean, so solid. They just looked very well rehearsed and made this Dust 2 look so comfortable.
Yeah, no, it did look good. The thing I worry about, though, to be completely honest with you, is the fact that we've now had both maps in this series where ENCE get off to a fantastic lead.
Sure.
As Ted say, they let Nemiga sort of get back into the game because everything almost feels like it's going too well, and then you get a little bit complacent with certain aspects of the mid-round, and then suddenly you put yourselves in these positions where it's 7-5 from a ridiculous advantage you once had. You lose the pistols, 8-4 rather. I think that even exaggerates it further. You lose the pistol, you lose the force buy, suddenly it's a one-round game. Nemiga's individuals then start coming online. Sawalio has this incredible 1 versus 2. The point is that Nemiga have gone in this series so far, as Dwight was saying, from a 9-3 deficit to turn around and take train. You nearly completed another comeback here on Dust 2. Your individuals, every single player now is now arriving to the punch, and the same can be said for ENCE. And all that means is that this decider map is going to be absolutely insane because everyone's sort of online at the moment. But also what it says to ENCE is you've got to be even more careful than you were previously, because at any moment Nemiga can snatch this away from you. You don't have second chances here. This is a single elimination. You lose this next map, you're not going to land.
And Ted, obviously, look, you know, Brandon made a big statement there in regards to where the series is going and how hot these teams are running. But you know, overall, what we see from Nemiga, this looks a little bit more positive than what we expected, and their sort of run from August, wouldn't you say?
No, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like now you've probably given a little bit of time to Sawalio. There still is rounds where you're looking at him and saying, well, a stable anchor should be getting at least 1 kill where he's falling down, but then he compensates for a tenfold, I feel like, in some of those unwinnable clutches that he's able to pull off. So I think he's been having a great series impact-wise, and you're looking at guys like Khan, who is able to step it up. Santa and Risky Bob, I think, have been doing a good job. And I think the more time you give to Risky Bob, because he is a really cheeky player, he's a really intelligent guy. He's one of those people that you don't want to be playing against because they will be going for all the wild stuff in the server. But you give him more time to get accustomed to those star rolls, and he's going to be able to put up a really good fight. But one of the people that we need to talk about after that second map, and this is a person that we emphasized on before the start of Dust 2, was Rigon. A great performance. Sure, we might look at it and say, well, he did get a couple eco kills at the start, but this is what kickstarts everything for you confidence-wise. He gets a 22-13, a couple big rounds, including that 1v2 to close it out on the B-bomb side in the final round. I think Rigon had a resurgence and a half throughout the series when you compare his performance to the one of map 1.
I mean, that's the signing that everybody was singing about when it came to ENCE's changes, right, at the middle of the summer. And look, you know, we put a lot of focus on him overall, but Brandon, wouldn't you say like that's a lot of pressure for someone to have? Sure, with the likes of Rigon, you've got a lot of knowledge behind you, you've got a lot of experience, you've got into the peaks of play. Do you think Rigon's got what it takes here for ENCE to put them essentially on his back to take him to deeper heights?
No, because he doesn't need to do that. And I think
Sure.
when you take a look at the journey Rigon has been on over the last like 18 months, obviously came from BNE, really aggressive, really up in your face, really wants to fight. Then he moved to Big. The complete polar opposite, right? So structured, so methodical. You almost didn't give room, and you're almost then playing Counter-Strike at its most restrictive setting if you are a player like Rigon. So now you come into this ENCE team, you've got 2 responsibilities here. Number 1, you've got a bit more freedom because SDY likes a looser style of calling. Over on the T side, Rigon has got more room, so he can go back to what he does best. And that's why on maps like Mirage, like Dust 2, like Ancient coming up, you're going to get these performances out of him, and it's not going to be a surprise. But what he's also got now is this dual responsibility of, oh, I've been around the block a bit. We've got youngsters here like Miltzy, like Poddy, like Nateju, where he's got to be the guy to show that experience. And this is going to go under the radar. This is going to be a little bit of a hot take, and people can get angry at me, maybe. Wag. But the fact that he's actually had a little bit of a rough map in map 1, he's then come out and ended 106 ADR. That says a lot about his character. That also shows a lot of his resolve. And it also shows to the youngsters as well, hey, look, guys, you can have a bad game here or there. This is how you respond. So in a weird way, it's a good lesson.
So he really is there for the vibes.
More than that, come on.
Yeah, just a little bit more than that. No, he's a pure vibester. But indeed, It brings up an interesting point here, because this series has kind of come into a climax now. Both teams able to take down their own map picks, showing why they've kind of gone for those collections to begin with, and why they've decided to play on those maps, and show that there's a lot of strong preparation on their end, a lot of strong ideas of how they want to approach it, and very well defined in that regard. And now we're jumping into Ancient, a little bit of a change of style, a little bit of a change in approach. Ted, out of what we've seen so far, out of what we've come to expect and what ENCE and Nemiga have brought to the table, how do you think that will reflect on Ancient? What do you think we need to have an eye out on?
I really feel like both teams should be a lot more awoken now that we go into that third and final map. I think they should be more present, right? As Brandon pointed out, everyone seems to be online. Everyone seems to be playing better in comparison to the start of the series. So I really hope we see a transition of that into map number 2 in terms of just standard macro play from both the teams. ENCE is a team that I really like watching on the CT side. I feel like the nature of Bodhi being a more steady and reliable oper enables them, especially in buy rounds, to have that A bomb side under a lock and key from the ope, and then send everyone else pretty much to fight in towards middle. When you've got SDY in towards Cave and you've got Regon and Nighty fighting middle together, that's a whole lot of firepower, and they're going to be playing up in your face Counter-Strike. CT sides have always been really good, especially in the last couple of maps for the side events when it comes down to Ancient. And on the side of Nemiga, I mean, Lear and Vox at a certain point were probably the nightmare of a lot of people in tier 2 Counter-Strike, because Dweck pointed out maybe Ancient hasn't been going perfectly for them lately, but throughout the last, 1 year and a half, 2 years, even if you want to go back to the time when they still had Flamus on the lineup, Nemiga has always been one of the most creative teams when it comes down to T side on Ancient. So I think we've got the perfect recipe for a good deciding map, but I will put out a bit of an asterisk. I feel like ENCE do have the firepower and probably a little bit of momentum right now to potentially run over Nemiga if they get going from the very start. I really hope that if we see another good start out of them, they will be able to capitalize on it though, because again, as we pointed out, it has been a little bit weird how they've had a 9-3 and an 8-4 and we're still going to a third map. That one probably should have been over by now.
I think it actually does change though, to be honest, because even if you just look at the stats here, like Ancient, you can recover rounds a lot more. Don't get me wrong, but
yeah.
I think this is ENCE's most comfortable map. When I watch them outside of Dust 2, and we've had that Dust 2 now, we now come into Ancient. I think what's really interesting, to be honest, as well, just kind of actually completely tangenting and moving away from my point that I'm making here, is that the AWPers for both Nemiga and ENCE are the highest rated players on this team. The fact that you've got Poddy and Khan being the best snipers, but Ancient's not really a map for AWPing. Like, it just isn't. Like, it's you can have impact, but it's more about the riflers. It's more about how you want to attack it. It's becoming a lot more meta nowadays to completely leave mid open, because the reality is, if you don't have good block utility and you get a good flashbangs in on certain timings from the T side, you're just screwed if you're on the defense. So that means that the AWP is maybe even less impactful. So the fact that they're 1.18 for Poddy, I think is phenomenal on Ancient, and it's going to take a lot for Khan to step up in that way. The fact that Khan is prone to an overswing, I literally saw that in that last round against Rigon on Dust 2.
Yep.
That can get him into a spot of bother, especially on a map like Ancient.
Is it safe to say then all eyes and expectation and see how they perform on the rifling role as well now, jumping into this one? Because look, we saw 2 very AWP heavy maps, just Train and Dust 2 now gone, so now it's down for the rest of the team to shine. Wouldn't you say, Ted?
Yeah, I think so, especially on the T side to some extent. CT side, there still is a couple ways to implement the AWP, right? You can go for some of those early peaks in towards ramp. You can even put it in towards cave, and I feel like this is something that Poddy has shown time and time again that he's really comfortable with going for. As long as he's got the spawn, you can lock in the A bomb side if you want to try and fight middle, as Brandon said. Not as reliable nowadays because of the good and well thought of ways for the T's to retake middle later on. But it really does depend on the specific matchup, but I feel like for both of them it will be important to have a good performance. I will still focus more of my attention towards the rifles going into that specific type of a matchup though, because I think as much as the AWPers can be really impactful, we've seen some great work from the rifles, and Risky Bob, Xanter have been awake, and Sawalio's been bringing out a lot of good impact. And I feel like Naitu going into that final map as well, he's always been one of those guys that has been able to bring in great impact and numbers, regardless of being a little bit isolated and towards that A-bomb side.
Well, Ancient decides it all, folks. Either of these teams could get into the round 2 of the knockout stage here at the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers, but all they require is one more map. We'll be back after a break, and Ancient is underway.
going to force the kill in the last second. ENCE right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Once again on the morning shift, we get a 3-map affair, this time between ENCE and Nemiga. These two teams doing battle as appropriate, getting closer and closer, but now it comes to the closest shave of them all. Ancient has been played between these two sides, or at least these two cores in previous history, and last time ENCE took it in a 13-10 fashion. So can we expect a similar result here and now, Blake?
Well, let's put it this way. Despite the difference in forms between both of these teams, they've proved in this one best-of-3 series that they are both top-end Tier 2 squads. They've proved that they've got that quality behind them. So going into a decider, I expect this to be a close game. I don't expect that we're going to have a one-sided affair. I would like to see Nemiga challenge more in the first half, though. If they go down to another rough-looking scoreline, moving into the turn of the half, I think they're going to struggle to come back and win the series.
Yeah, that has been one of the weakening points of how this series has played out so far, because even that train win came down to a 13-10 for Nemiga when it entered the 9-3 half, and obviously they didn't win Dust 2 at all because of that 6-0. So another good, confident half like that from ENCE, another good start like that from the international team, may well lead towards their series victory now. Smoke set to the pistol round, the B-side execution as our final map begins with Nemiga on the T-side start. Khan leads his teammates into the site, and the bomb plant should well be secured here. Milty's been tagged low, Poddy's been pushed away, Rigon will go forward alongside Poddy. We will get one kill out of the exchange out towards this cave entrance. The advantage sits on Nemiga.
Resmoking util will block off the cave position and might drive a few of those T-side players into lane and down towards bottom ramp instead.
Flashing in, Milty, fast man up, 1 HP again, but Lear's not looking the right way. Kill gets found quick, headshot required of the second player. Xanta gets both of his forward contact and the defusing man. Both players now known about towards Night 2, but he is exposed, and Xanta picks his shots perfectly to land triple headshots and a pistol win for the Nemiga.
And if anyone was to ask me what sort of gimmicks the Nemiga have on their T-side of Ancient, I would say watch out for Xanta at the bottom of ramp. He's an excellent pistol round player, but also someone that likes using the lurk smokes on B, works really good timings, makes it really awkward for B-side anchors. Very strong pistol round for Nemiga, using a lot of util, don't they? They smoke off short, smoke off long, molly to default. And when you can't take short or long, you have to take cave space. And with the flash, both of those cave players were just getting annihilated.
An excellent start from that main man, excellent start from Nemiga, taking their first opening pistol win. They had pistols in the second halves, but ENCE have always started things off in this series to their favour. That denies that early flawless streak. Maybe they can convert the second and try and go springboard from there. But this is already one of those key win conditions for Nemiga, the early contention of the matchup, the early start, the early confidence of the CIS squad.
Rigon only averaging a 1.05 rating in the Ancient Officials that he's played since joining up on ENCE, one of the lowest out of all of the pool. Stronger maps are more the Dust 2s, the Mirages. I wonder if that's going to make a difference from the history point of view. Milty close towards ramp, soon as a contact gets made of either util or even the Shadow, he'll just drop that smoke.
Xanta took a quick pop shot but didn't connect.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, Risky Bob, I'm surprised he didn't get overwhelmed there. But the first man, SDY, does trade him. He caught switching away from his weapon, 4-on-4. Now the teams will try and enter into A. Of course, they heard all those footsteps in a donut. Only man on that site was those main players. The core 3 individuals will start the rotation set for the retake of 4v4.
Flash is very good, but Lear is somehow not being dropped. How is the player out in Temple not going to kill yet?
Blind sprays will work well down the damage. Rigon finally gets one of those men, but Milty goes falling in trade. Poddy and Rigon combine. Xanta alone, flanked out by SDY and ENCE eventually come together. You're right about the initial awkwardness of that retake, but they do hold their confidence.
ENCE keep it high tempo, and I can always appreciate a retake where it's not all about slowing the round down, getting yourself in good positions. Sometimes you've got to jump at the moment, and right there, the bomb gets planted. ENCE don't settle, they just send themselves forward. Now, SDY had already distracted. Remember, he was the one that was playing in from A main, but he didn't stay in A main. He went all the way around, back towards elbow, flanking into donut, so everybody else just needed to waste a lot of time, coming through CT, coming out from Temple. to make SDY's flank the all-important kill. Nemiga take a tactical. Now, they don't necessarily need to buy here because they've got a bomb plant bonus and they only got a few kills. So they're not on double eco. They can treat it as a Glock round, or they've got the option of rebuying up to try and force that reset to keep the pressure against ENCE.
Nemiga have been very liberal with calling in these tactical pauses, and one has just come out in just a third round here. Won the pistol, lost the conversion, and instantly want to start talking. And you've still got a force buy available to you. On-plant bonus did get secured, so Galil out. The first stage loss bonus means he's not going to be quite as good as if they lost a pistol. Mac 10 first forward for Risky Bob. Blind sprays of SDY going to catch him first to fall instantly.
And now with mid having no more offensive towards it, they're getting ready for B. Milty is re-smoking down towards ramp. And I'm looking at it from a T-side point of view after losing Risky with the lack of weaponry, the lack of util. This round is basically just unwinnable. What you pretty much need is a fundamental mistake from ENCE, don't you? Maybe need an info play that gets caught, a player overextending unnecessarily. This round, if you sit back and cross, is just an easy round for ENCE.
Damage done to Poddy as the Galil will at least try and fight back. They do not check this corner. Regon's allowed those 2 picks, dropping the bomb. That's round done, no matter what Nemiga try and do. Need some miracles with these Deagles and massive overpinks, which Regon will offer one of them up. I don't imagine the rest of the CT side will, though. They've got the info on these last 2 individuals. They are hunting down Khan, actually. Zanta will peek in towards Poddy. And Nighty will secure the last.
We've seen 5 Ancient picks in the last 3 months in best of 3s for Nemiga and 5 for the likes of ENCE. We know this map gets picked quite frequently, and we know that it gets enjoyed towards the higher level of Tier 2. For ENCE, you just feel that this entire qualification not only is pivotal for them to get into a position to qualify to the major, but to also get Milty and Rigon ready for Tier 1 competition. And Rigon may have played against Tier 1 teams in the past, but since joining up on ENCE, they've only played in Tier 2 comps. Poddy up here in mid, watching out to see if there was an explosion from elbow. Now, because this is a Glock round, the only thing I'm really worried about is how many casualties there's going to be, because already there's at least 1.
Regon down. Santa's early effect. M4 now in his hands. Naitu now pressured on the bomb site over on A. Is there pushing in for the most part. Bomb seen. Risky Bob able to take down the trade of Lear. AK of SDY looking for a lineup and actually gets it together. Heard the footsteps close range. So order has been restored. 1 casualty seems like is as far as it will go for the CT, or 2 casualties, I should say, for the CT side. They can maintain this early little returning streak. 3 in a row for ENCE, Nemiga. Another gun buy available.
I think it's really funny that I was even in a thought process of, does SDY leave ENCE to go and join Passion UA when they were starting to rebuild the roster, and at the time ENCE were looking really poor with Glaive, the results weren't coming. He didn't make that move, he stuck it out, and now he's been given not only the leadership of being the new captain, but you're now starting to see a bit of form. For the first time in a very long time, there is a moment where ENCE can be quite positive, that if you are an ENCE fan, there's something to get behind now.
Considering where that Passion UA team had gone, and then at the time we wasn't expecting them to pick up complexity. Might have been a bad move for his career overall. Here on ENCE, the beginning to thrive. You saw the odds of what's Thunderpick a moment ago. Have ENCE as series favourites once again. Pressed by their Dust 2. And liking the start of this Ancient, Naitu has started off in this round well by finding Khan aggressive in at A main. We'll smoke off that entrance, as will Rigon over at Cave. And boost towards B, not seeing anything but ENCE. The Nemiga have slowed things down and started to go passive.
Every time Naitu tried to get on the front foot, whether it was brown holes on B when it came to train or upper tunnels on B on Dust 2, felt like he was just always getting caught. Every time he made that further extension, he wasn't getting a kill. But the one time that he does it on Ancient, not only does it warrant an opener, but he also doesn't fall. Now he's still jiggling, so if there's contact against Risky Bob, he'll see the bomb. Xanta's been able to get a B pick though, that's Poddy.
SDY seeing that player ahead of Red. 2 then going to move up. Rigon's going to get caught. SDY is seen with the flashbang in support now. Enter down on the man advantage. Milty's getting pressured meanwhile from the B bomb site. He's at the other side of the pillar. Here knows footsteps over their inbound. Zanter pops out long range. Naitu gets a kill. Milty does very well to hold on, doing damage on the Whiskey Bob the same. He plants safe, and Lear peeks on at SDY. Naitu's got 4 points of health to win this clutch.
Should be no chance whatsoever unless you get a good timing against Lear, but this is an impossible 1v2.
It's on that smoke. Moving up, Lear. Won't see him. Naitu, no utility either. Oh, he's just caught an angle though. Last man standing, tap that bomb, holds it all the way, and Risky Bob just peeks for the kill. Coming in easy with the HP being where it was. One decision made to make the difference for Nemiga.
Now, stats might say otherwise, but from an eye test, I feel that ENCE have lost way more man advantage rounds than Nemiga have across this best of 3. How many times we've seen 5v4s and 5v3s not being converted has been a little bit silly for the international organization. They won't be happy with that one. Feel for Milty, that's a serious hold out there on B. You're completely alone in an off angle and get 2 kills, and it's still not enough to recover the round.
We've had some awkward moments across this series, but that one was as solid as you could ask for. Body, HE'd, AWP shot missing. SDY on the other side of mid. Can't really do much to support him. The smokes are in the way. The Molotovs are going to try and drive him out. Naitu gets Risky Bob. That Molotov landed inside that smoke. Sawalio's just barely ahead of it in position of vision. Poddy going to get that casualty. And now the Shelf players try and strike. Rigon involved, but Khan and Lear have got those trades. Khan will not last. And Lear is alone in the 1 versus 3. Can get one pick back. Naitu returns the favor. And ENCE continue to respond.
Don't get me wrong, that's a very good setup. Anytime a player is in trouble, you need to take attention away elsewhere to be able to basically capitalize on the jump. And Rigon does that by fighting aggro cave. They start fighting aggro red room in from the likes of Donut. But how is Poddy alive? I mean, yeah, the molly doesn't land, but there's also a HE, and somehow that doesn't kill him. From Poddy's point of view, you just can't believe you're alive there somehow.
And the fact he kept all that distraction. No one could really deal with the incoming elements of ENCE. Nemiga. Ooh, a nice nade landing onto them. Good shot from Lear, though. That will send them fully in towards the B bomb site. Secondary pick back against Nielsen, not quite as plausible. They get some dinks back. Rigon, close quarters of the double, doesn't quite land a triple. So for Nemiga, at least you get the casualty damage. 3 players worth of investment. 4 players worth of investment. Hang on a sec. Is the round now on for him? Bomb plant will be secured as well. So you've got quite a lot out of this round already. And the AWP of Poddy. Better be ready for the scope. And he lands it just barely. 13 points of health in it. The round does go the way of ENCE. Once again, Nemiga losing some of these engages, losing some of these rounds, much like it was on Train in the first half, but getting very, very close and doing a ton of damage to the opposition.
Oh, it's such a shame there for Xanta that he's got the M4 and he only gets a dink off. You'd love an AK in that scenario. How different that round could have been. For the investment that they had, that is incredible. I can't believe they've got away with 4 casualties and a bomb plant. And we're seeing the ramifications of that from ENCE's buy state. You've got the FAMAS down for Naitu, and the money in the reserve is very low for 3 individuals.
Xanta fighting SDY to start. The Khan is returned by Milty, who is really holding up the B bomb site in the best possible fashion you can do as a solo player. 4 on 4. AWP now pressured in from red. Poddy's going to fall all the way back towards spawn. To draw the attention of Milty back into that red room access. Rigon's going to go passive on B. Actions of the Nemiga forcing out some changes in the ENCE line. But no execution just yet. They're still very spread out.
Sawalio's been working a lot of these mid lurks, but he's been unsuccessful with a lot of kills. He's only 1 and 5, 1 and 6. Like, he's struggling to be able to generate anything. And this timing is really weird because Risky Bob is going to be able to come out A freely, and the bomb can kind of cross back in. He even checks that. That's what's so insane about it.
Poddy's completely tunnel vision. The flashbang almost saved him. Risky Bob checks it in the end. Poddy barely alive. I have no idea how none of those bullets hit as a stray. Sawalio takes Milty out towards the CT entrance, and now ENCE throwing the towel. Nemiga, wild round there from them, but they do come out on top.
Just love CS for moments like that, Jay, because let's just player fantasy. Risky Bob's cleared A main. He comes out on the bomb site. He sees it's completely clear. Lear is coming spawn with the bomb. If Naitu gets that kill and the bomb gets dropped, what, around elbow, A main stairs, bro, that round's just finished. And it does tell you that lurking and timing, it's such an important skill, such a unique quality at certain moments of rounds. And Rigon and Poddy, well, they'll try and save, but is that even likely? You've got a player wrapping from Red Room and 2 in from Cave.
Looks like they will be able to escape. Extension's not quick enough and not far enough from the T side, so keep an extra AK involved as well. Now, one unchecked position, one angle that Risky Bob just accounts for just in case. ENCE couldn't really recover from Naitu's demise. And the weapons held over will give them a much better buy than what they would have had otherwise, so the SMG from Malta doesn't look quite as weakened by comparison. Nice HEs again on the T side coming out of elbow. ENCE to springboard that into an opening kill. Instead, Xanta strikes from bottom mid, taking out Naitu at red. B site being pressured by utility. SDY forced to use a smoke there to protect himself. He takes quite a bit of damage though.
They've done very well to the start of this round for Nemiga. Not only have they got an opening casualty, but they've taken all of Cave, and they've still got a lurk holding mid. miltz and SDY. SDY just can't evade any of the spam or util at the moment.
miltz is pressing. Flashbang forward. Swalio just got spotted. Second player engaged upon. He gets that first kill in. Struggles to get them, however, and does have to fall away for the second man. Centralized to the bomb site, and Lear is close. HP advantage over miltz. 18 points of health, the lowest in the server at the moment.
It's very slow because they're trying to set up a crossfire. Now, there's movability to get this bomb towards Shelf and into Donut, but because Poddy is holding Shelf with the NWP, they can keep 3 towards B, so they can stack heavy on this crossfire.
miltz is in a one-and-done position, doesn't get the kill. Now Nemiga have access to the B bomb site. Plant will be secured. SDY can't find an angle to strike. Xanta on that sweet spot where neither entryway can deal with you. Smoke involved, but he still shoots through it to get SDY. Got Rigon trying to engage, but nothing's found. Poddy's out of there to save the AWP. And this has been a much better battle back and forth between the two sides. Streaky at times for ENCE, but Nemiga connect their first 2 in a row.
What's really impressed me is the B site hits just off of composure for Nemiga. They've kept it really simple. Every single site hit has good layers of util. They're not going into the bomb site straight away. They're not panicking. They get the smokes down. And if you're miltz, you're playing an off angle because you're worried about both ramp and the cave entrance. And what happens? There's a flash high over cave. You are so blinded. And for a FAMAS player at that sort of range, when you're already down low, you've just got no chance whatsoever when that flash pops.
Basic eco pistols now for ENCE. Stacking towards mid just to see if they can get any rifles out of the equation for Nemiga. We'll get a couple, but nothing that'll make a difference. The CIS squad have now equalized the board, 5 apiece as we approach the latter stages of the first half.
And considering they won pistol but lost the anti-force buy, it's impressive to get it to a 5-5 scoreline. Because I think we often say how important those round 2 breaks really are for a team that can reset the economy and get the opening few rounds, put the momentum in your favor. Nemiga have done well to kind of claw the scoreline back here.
Nemiga quick into this A bomb side. No one's in the defensive for ENCE. They're going to try to flash their way back in from Donut. Do well for Naitu. Second kill, not so much. Swalio trading in 4v4 already. The site's been taken. Rigon searching near the extremities of the bomb site. That HE will try and open up the smoke, but the bomb plant's going down without resistance. Lear takes damage. Rigon goes down.
And now it should just be a save. SDY is wary about a flank that can come from elbow. The players at CT aren't generating anything. Great spam from Lear towards Rigon, the defining kill of the round in Donut.
He's ready for SDY to be close to the edge of that smoke. Flashbang forward. Checks it. Blind sprays. SDY gets 2 kills. 3 kills found. Last second retake comes together for ENCE. High risk, high reward. They have 6.
It just didn't look like they were going for it at all. And I think it's something that we see a lot more in Tier 2 than at Tier 1 is those last-minute retakes. At Tier 1, everything's about playing the percentage Counter-Strike, all about the risk versus the reward. And right there, I suppose even if you're Nemiga, you're not expecting it, are you? It's a 4v3. The smoke has still been up for such a long time in Donut. And then all of a sudden, they decide to go for it. And it's SDY out of all players. And as a cooler and as a fragger, we have seen some exceptional moves from him across all 3 maps of the series.
ENCE. One more round to make it a clean sweep of opening halves. 9-3 advantage in the first map, 7-5 in the second. And looking for 7-5 here and now as well. SDY getting Xanta will kick things off on the right foot, but there's so many T-side players around. Shelf and Elbow will combine against him. Rigon and Naitu. Bonnie and Miltsy. 2 versus 4. Nemiga, they're in full control of this round and should close out an even instead.
We're seeing a much better performance coming out from Xanta. Now, I know on Dust 2, you're an extremity player. On the T side, you're not being in a lot of active roles, but you did only go 8 and 18. And he's come out here onto Ancient, and he's just been a bit more involved. He's been working mid, being involved in opening kills, getting himself up to 13, and then just all of that chaos out there towards Shelf. ENCE wanted to fight aggressively, and while SDY may have been able to get the first kill, they didn't really get too much else after that. Nemiga can just pack and group. Again, easy 6th.
Flank, 2 to line up. Only gets the 1 kill. That could have been a massive moment for him. Miltsy tries, but fails to recover the situation. All heads were turned. They couldn't quite secure it. 6-all. Dead set even as we go into the second half, the final half of this best of 3.
And these are the best of 3s that I suppose we were all kind of hoping for in the round of 16. I think when we look at day 1, the overall quality of the best of 3s weren't up to what expectations should be. We were certainly left disappointed, left with some maps that were having insane round streaks, not having a competitive edge. Yet we've had a best of 3 right now against Nemiga and ENCE that's going the distance. It's had a bit of flair, it's had some good clutching ability. We've even had some of that late round excellence from players like SDY as an example. And moving into the second half, I'm not really sold on who's got the advantage. I'm not really sold on who's going to win. I don't think the first half has given us much to be able to have an answer.
No, I'm with you there. Unfortunately, it's not clear cut. I said it at the turn of the end of the last map, beginning of this one. I didn't think this one was a clear cut matchup by the time we hit Ancient, and certainly proved itself to be that as of right now. ENCE again getting an early lead. Nemiga bouncing back. Both sides showing signs of both excellence and some mistakes here and there. But generally on the positive side, as we look to decide who will be eliminated, who will move forward to that qualifying game.
Well, you would expect that NIP would face the winner of this one, because they're playing the polls in Venom, and I'm not really expecting much there from Sobel and co. And if it is, as an example, ENCE versus NIP, then that would be the rematch from the lower bracket game that was recently played on LAN, which NIP were eliminated from by ENCE. So there's definitely 2 ways that you can look at it of how much importance there's going to be in that next matchup.
Certainly be nice to play spoiler, but that's assuming that ENCE get through this match against Nemiga, because again, it's not clear cut. It's not an easy affair to say, right, one way or the other, this is going a certain direction.
We've got some good matches to continue the rest of the day. I mean, I'm even looking at TNL versus Imperial a little bit later on this evening. And TNL has taken Tier 2 by storm in the whole knowledge that you don't have to be experienced at this level to still do decently. To be able to bring everyone up from young rookies and turn that team into a proper threat, that's impressive. And then even Imperial, they've had a little bit of a roster change recently. They're bringing Skulls to come in and hope to try and put themselves, I would say, away from that Tier 1.5 conversation, maybe get themselves slightly closer to Tier 1. And then even M80 and OG, to me, that's the blockbuster matchup. That's the #1 game to keep an eye on to today.
It's coming up next as well. Once this series concludes, certainly my pick for the match of the first round. Although, admittedly, ENCE and Nemiga have delivered so far in this opening series of the day. It couldn't be any closer. As Nemiga take to the CT side of Ancient. ENCE struggle with second halves over the course of the day. Will this be another example? Risky Bob, first port of call with Julie set towards the donut entrance. He will get traded by Milty, but Swalio and Xanta get those trades together. Naitu trying to make his way in from main with his teammate right behind him. The entire donut entrance been locked out. The presence that was set there by the T side wiped out. Flashing for the Frenchman, gets one of those kills. Needs to get a second. He actually lands it as well. Bomb picked up, but Lear trades him back. It's all on SDY now, the captain of the team, to lead by example.
Such a tough clutch because you know that Lear is somewhere around mid, but you don't have an inclination of the reposition of even where Khan is. He's been able to get on a huge off angle.
In the open, was he seen there? I think he might have been. Now he has got a shot from SDY. Okay, game on in round 13. And with that kill, he knows that Lear's attention is going to be drawn towards the A bomb site. Logic dictates it. B site, we'll see the plant down. This is entirely possible.
And this is down to the two most experienced players on the respected sides. SDY versus Lear, the two in-game leaders. SDY might want to try and play this for time. Now, he's gone out towards the ramp position, but Lear has a kit. Watch out in case this is a 5-second stick.
No smoke towards it, but if SDY calls the bluff, that would be enough noise being made aplenty on the Julie set. Tap, hold, SDY checks for the head, and he clutches the 1 versus 2 for ENCE. Some die young, but not him.
SDY has just shown across so many performances that his individual ability is not only strong to win rounds, but to win maps. Look at that clutch. Look at what that sets up in the second half. And this is a guy that has over 1,800 maps played on HLTV when Rigon doesn't even have 1,000, when Milty doesn't even have 700, Naitu at 600, Poddy at 600. That tier 1 experience, so calm in the clutch. And to even face on the tap. My goodness, what a clutch to come out.
Now the Nemiga take to the eco. ENCE should steamroll their way through this one. Indeed, they do. Less emphasis on the MAC-10s, and you really like to have seen the rifles got most of those kills, but that's all good because all 5 stay alive. They can play his first rifle buy from the CT side as a bonus weapon round. And this is really when Nemiga need to step up and they need to grab this round.
It's funny to think that SDY started his career on Spirit when they were legitimately a tier 2 team.
Yeah.
They had, what, Sofix and Dima, Coldy, Davkos, those kind of players. Yeah, you'd see them from time to time at tier 1, but they certainly weren't there frequently.
He's a legitimate tier 1 player now. Moving into this tier 2 team. Nemiga taking damage early into this B bomb site. Khan and Xanta to 33 and 37 points of health respectively. Insertion points from ENCE, well poised. Risky Bob seeing nothing over on A, but that's only for now. It seems the rotations are going to lean to this side of the map.
It's a very good cutting position for SDY to be in, but they still need to deal with this donut individual of Risky Bob. Now, he doesn't have any util to block, as in his attention's being drawn away towards A main now.
Regon doing well to force him back, but now it's right into the slaughtering house here. Gets his 2, Poddy with a return. SDY, nice corner angle. Here's the 3 men incoming, the last man standing on the bomb site defense. 1 frag, 2 frags. Third one, not quite, but SDY's done his job. Sawalio's fallen on the defense. And Khan distracted, low HP. Excellent, excellent round from ENCE. Playing Nemiga nearly for falls.
But the only thing that I was thinking is, I can't believe SDY doesn't have an AK there. I'm thinking about that position. It's the worst weapon for it. MAC-10 is great at close range when you're running at them. It's not great at mid to long range and when you've got no reposition. But to get 2 kills, to strafe out of there, to not be egoed into that third one, to swing again, to really try and cut. This has been 2 rounds in which SDY, just by himself, has been able to push ENCE ahead. And I'm looking at the economy. I'm thinking about early momentum. It should have this wrapped up. They're in a really good position to close this best of 3 now.
Can't debate you there. A tactical from Nemiga. Again, another moment to talk, and one of many they've had over this series.
Even though it's a very unique circumstance, you can put the blame on Nemiga to an extent and say it's still a lazy check there at CT. All 3 of those players, not a single one, at least checking the right-hand side, at least looking that direction when they're strafing out on rotation from B.
ENCE should get to 10. Nemiga need a miracle steal with Khan's M4 saved over. He might be the only man that could force out a steal, but flashed offline at his first contact in mid. Risky Bob can take Nighty back at least. Shelf presence. Not about for the CT side, and they're having a bit of a hard time dealing with it. SDY does drop alongside Poly's damage, so maybe a bit more involved for Nemiga here.
ENCE on the walk-up contact only has Xanta to deal with on the bomb site directly, but it is still a 5-7, but just clotheslined. Xanta doesn't even have a chance to repause.
Bomb should go down soon. Risky Bob. Ooh, finding an angle on Poly, does his damage, doesn't look like get the kill for it. Rigon's M4 swings, Risky Bob gets that kill, 2v2, still possible to work here for the CT side, especially as Mills is caught in the open, but Risky still goes down to the engage, I don't know how. Lear's got 2 low HP players to deal with, nowhere Miltsy is roughly. Contact swing from Poly, distractions there, and Miltsy still strikes. What a round from him, a triple sequence. And a defensive that holds on. Nemiga getting frustrated now. Lear doesn't know what to do. They're running out of time here.
What a whiff that is from Risky Bob. We're seeing it from the other point of view, but that should be free. That should be an easy kill out there on B. And then once they get into a 2v1, you just peek on each other's contact, and there's not much you can do about it. Here it is again. Miltsy should never, ever be in a position that he can find that trade. 10-6 for Nemiga. They get themselves a good buy, but pace might come out towards B here.
Fast out, ENCE quick in, MAC-10 to lead the charge up against the riflers as well. Xanta holds against that first pick, secondary man goes down as well. Poly with the trade, Lear comes back against it. Miltsy trying to hold on for the ENCE side here, but now he's low. SDY puts the bomb down, and they're down a man, down on HP. Once again, it rests on the captain to do the majority of the work. He's leaning forward. Swalio, dry face, goes awry. Miltsy needs a miracle to make this round happen. I think they know it. Nade's going to do so much worth of damage. He's got to back all the way away from the bomb site. Flash in. Taps to the head, just not coming through. The faster pace of ENCE not quite working for them this time. Nemiga are on the board for the second half.
Technically, I've been very impressed by the anchoring performances from Nemiga across all of the CT sides of Trade, Dust2, and Ancient. That round is very quick. It's a B rush. And the anchor of Xanta reads it well, full backs, and multi-frags to create that horizontal crossfire, don't they, where both of them can peek on each other. You've got the cave entrance being watched. You're going deep out there from long. And between 2 guys, they make it, what, a 4 versus 2 in the space of pretty much 2 or 3 seconds. Very quick and very on the money.
Is this the way back in for the CT side now? One round's good, a follow-up needs more. Rigon and Milt's have been tagged early. Flashbang against Khan. I don't think we've seen. He is now. SDY takes him. Starting advantage. And Miltzy follows it up.
And now towards A, Sawalio is going to have some trouble because rotation is slow from Risky Bob. It is him to fight and are completely alone.
That tree unchecked. The second player of the season defensive now. Naitu spotted his man. Sawalio engaging. Throwing a spanner into the works, but can't get any kills out of it. Rigon and SDY hold their nerve. ENCE at full confidence now. Haven't shown this level at all times in this series, but this is what I was talking about. That bright spark of excellence from what is a top-end Tier 2 team, replicated consistently across the map in the series. And Nemiga are well and truly on the back foot, running out of options, running out of rounds, and maybe running out the Thunderpick World Championship.
Well, it's very easy to say that there is only one reason why ENCE are performing like this in the second half, and that's SDY. His individual impact has been so much higher than anybody else that we've seen. And what is quite entertaining is that SDY is the lowest rated player for ENCE on Ancient in the last 3 months. Poddy's at number 1, Naitu's at 2, Rigon's at 3, Milty's at 4, and then SDY is at the bottom. But yet right now, he's unstoppable. He clutched in the pistol. He then was able to show up again on the third round on the T side. He then has a double entry to open up A. He's doing everything.
You recognize it from the pistol round alone. Incredible 1v2 clutch he taken, and it's just continued to get better and better since. 19 frags deep. Cut above the rest. ENCE will face a full buy from Nemiga again, but lacking in reserve cash means that this could be the breaking point. Xanta finds Rigon though. Spray from beyond the wall. Might be a lucky break for Nemiga.
I tell you, it doesn't look good for Glavestock, does it? He's been benched not even 2 months, and this is what ENCE have looked like from that point onwards. We're getting so much more out of SDY. We're getting deeper runs from them in online tournaments. They qualified to the BetClick LAN. They placed 3rd at Drac LAN. They had a top 6 in an ECL Cup recently. Right here, they're performing against the side of Nemiga, who completely should be outclassing them on an experience basis alone. We've got ENCE that haven't even seen what a major looks like in such a long time versus an Nemiga side that were taking wins versus Tier 1 teams at the very last major.
Khan and Risky Bob still showing that they've got that talent behind them, though, as they lock in for round 19. Should make it no more for Poddy and co. All 5 alive for the CT side. Xanta with a triple, taking top frag in the server at the moment. That's a good round. Another spark of brilliance from the Nemiga side. They might have started off with a little bit of luck. Everything else, however, was pure confidence from their part of things. ENCE not allowed the easy win just yet. They have another buy for them, though. Bit of buffer room as well. 3 to the good. Next rifle in 22. The defaults of Lear trying to get ahead of the curve, trying to find an opening pick. He's tried so far. Mid-fight's coming in. SDY wins 1. Sawalio trades him.
Sawalio does go down to half HP, and they've accelerated up ramp, and Xanta knows about this.
Smoke's involved towards Cave. Flashes in against them as well, just to play distraction. Bomb plant will be secured. Sawalio's on 7, Lear's on 60. A lot more damage than the majority of players on the inside here.
They've taken all of long and short. Now they've just got to be worried about Cave and ramp. And it's a difficult retake for Nemiga because of the low HP on both Sawalio and Lear down on 60.
Another spray through the wall on Xanta. Will that make a difference for a second round in a row? That will send Nemiga now into the retake. Rigon's wary about Cave, but they're all coming in from Rab. Xanta checks his angle, gets his kill. He's low HP. They can't find the killing blows, though. Blind sprays on the defuse goes Lear. He's just picked up defuse, held back by Xanta, and there's no time left. Miltzy and Naitu have held on to the very, very last moments of the round and secure match point for ENCE.
I don't think Sawalio or the likes of Xanta could have done any more in that round. When you're going into a retake and they're spamming on the defuse, the best that you can hope is to block, can't you? Get players in front of the bodies, get you spamming on the return. But it's just RNG at that point when you keep spamming through that long smoke and every single time they're catching the diffuser. Oh, that just hurts for Nemiga. And perhaps it is the knowledge and the notion that it's been 15 days since they last played an official on HLTV that's hurting them a little bit, right? Because I think it's been a very competitive best of 3. There's not been much in it from map 1, map 2, and to map 3. But to not have officials being played recently versus an ENCE side that's played a lot more, they've had a lot more games recently. I know that Nemiga, they're playing in that LAN-to-LAN event in a few weeks, and BetBoom's going to be there, PARIVISION, Spirit Academy. You want them to prove that they're one of the very best in the region and that they can prove it on LAN, but right here, they might not even have a chance to prove it at the Thunderpick LAN.
Last chance saloon for Nemiga. 4 match points for ENCE, and remember, no second elim bracket. 2 best of 3 wins, and that's all that you get. And ENCE on the precipice of tipping this one in their favor. The buy is weak, and a Mac 10 press DY. Me, a similar story with a FAMAS on Risky Bob. Noise being made by the Frenchman and Knighty to draw attention away towards his A bomb site. The hit comes towards B. Xanta struggles but gets a kill and a half. Rigon so low. SDY turns his Mac 10 into a casualty. Poddy is picked up. 3-on-3. Bomb being dropped in the open as well. Rigon, he's him coming. Cannot get the kill shots. He's low HP. He goes down quick. SDY from range of the Mac 10 brings it back to evens again. The Orpa at range, the Mac 4 close. Mac 10 finds awkward sprays again. Nito comes in with the swing. Kill gets found. Khan now from long range hits both the shots and keeps the Nemiga alive.
He just had that feeling that SDY was going to do it again. Cheeky from ENCE, because they've been very direct across this T side. They've not been very fakey. They've been defaulting into an exec. And what do we see? We see a bit of an A fake. Naitu gets sent out towards A main. They smoke off Donut. They smoke off A. It's just not really pulling rotates. Xanta has done excellent work to be able to pretty much get 2 kills. You're tucked out there alone towards long. You get the first kill. You get Milty down to red HP. And then unfortunately for Rigon, he's just got no help, does he? And he's trapped. Where do you go? You're out on the bomb site. You can't really take long because you've got no util. You can't fall back because you need to maintain the site. And everyone else is rotating in from shelf. So you try and fight. You give yourself as much of an off angle as possible. SDY, it might be another one of those rounds that you think, what if he had an AK? Because if he had a rifle rather than a Mac 10, he doesn't run away. He probably just wide swings the long player.
ENCE are going to force the issue into round 22. Took a tactical. Possibly to discuss the prospects of this buy or the general strategy in the lineups. Nemiga. Attempt to receive. Spray with the Swalio. Miltsy is caught. Double up secured. And it's ripped to pieces. Looking almost like an eco round from ENCE.
Body, just nothing that you can be able to achieve in such a late deficit of the round. And okay, well, we should be going all rounds in regulation. The question now is, do we go overtime? Now, do you think we're in the same sort of conversation of heavy leads for ENCE on map 1 and on map 2, not really being converted, being dragged out? Is that the same from 12-8? I mean, you've got 4 rounds to close. You've got a little bit of wiggle room. You've got a bit of a margin.
Well, I will say that I haven't been in a winning position and choked it towards the OT yet. But you are right to draw the parallels here. Early game advantages were what ENCE were best at. Now late game advantages. Giving Nemiga a little bit of a boost in life. Maybe giving ENCE a little bit of complacency and recklessness, perhaps. It is harsh eco, though. $0 of investment. Overwhelming an MP9 at the very least here. Obviously low HP, should go down quickly. The FAMAS of Lear runs out of ammo, so they're taking more presence away, but really they are just looking just to do some damage. The bomb plant would have been nice, but that will not be possible for Naitu. Dropped over at Cheetah. Backstab may well close in on a player here. Khan could get caught off guard. His Tech 9's pull actually does go falling, so Slight expense, not like it matters at this late stage of the game. You've got enough cash to buy back. And now we go the full regulation distance. Several times have we played out 24 rounds over the competition. None of them have led to an overtime yet. Will this be our first in the closed qualifier?
Well, I'd love to see an OT because I feel that this series deserves it. This has been a banger last map. We've seen a lot of good ability from both teams in uncomfortable rounds to try and recover. I'm looking at Nemiga in this second half. It certainly hasn't been clean. They've had some rubbish weaponry. Think about how many times they've had FAMASas, MP9s. They've not had the heavy lift of 4M4s, the AWP out for Khan consistently, and that's mainly because they're not stringing rounds in a row. They're winning one, they're getting reset, they're winning another one. We're seeing it being very individual between the two squads. And at 12-11, we've got a very good-looking buy for both teams. Now, all eyes go towards SDY, surely. If you're thinking about ENCE and you're thinking, okay, who's going to be a powerful player to make a difference, it's got to be him and him only.
22 frags deep, and first man out in mid does not get more than a single kill. Sawalio trading, so now it rests on the other players. Naitu, the next man up on the frag count. Miltz needs to follow him. ENCE will take the B bomb site, seeing one beyond that spray before it blooms. Xanta stabilizes his spray much better than Rigon could. Oaks down towards the long entrance as well. That bomb will look to commit. Spray from Xanta's decent, doing its damage. Naitu triangulated by his angles of Sawalio as it's starting to fall apart for ENCE. Poddy can complete his backstab at red. Miltzy's lost control of the bomb. He's trying to counter with a further push forward on this flank. Smokes over at short and hides inside that smoke. Poddy trying to engage, but ENCE have traded places with Nemiga, who have the bomb in their domain, and they're pushing on long. Fight from Poddy goes well. Second player right around that corner is Xanta. There a flashbang? Yes, there is, but Xanta wins the fight anyway. It's all Miltzy now. Smoke closer towards short, but they push on to the angle of long, try and trade places again. Miltzy bombs on the other side of the site. He has no idea where these last two CTs have reposed to. He'll grab the bomb. He'll have to tap it though. If he goes for the whole stick, challenges Xanta, seen. Trying to make some noise, trying to indicate there's something more going on here. The shoulder bait's going to confirm his position one more time though. Miltzy needs to get some more time out of this. Bomb tapped. They start swinging. Incendiary, that should seal it. He's got no safe place to plant now. On the open, taps it again. Both players going for the swing. The lineup's right there. Oh, Miltzy! So close, yet so far. And Nemiga have the chops to push us to our first overtime.
Well, unfortunately, Jay, Rigon is trolled and trolled hard in that very last round. Now, let's just really inspire what should be getting the bomb down and playing out a post-blood. They've got a late lurk. They've got a late player in red room of Poddy. All they need to do is have guns up and trade. And what does Rigon do? He peeks Xanta before the smoke comes in. Why? Why is that necessary? Use the smoke to slow the round down, block off the cave player, and have Rigon alive on the bomb site to play out the post. All you need to be doing is wasting time for Poddy. And we've seen it across the series from Rigon at moments. And look, it's in his playbook. It's the kind of stylistic approach a player like him is going to bring just because of his upbringing on B&E. But there's got to be moments where you just think that's an unnecessary duel. I think if Rigon doesn't peek Xanta and stays alive on the bomb site, that round's probably closed. I think ENCE win in regulation.
And they almost did in spite of that. Miltzy nearly went from academy call-up to main team superstar in a single sequence. It's a bit of a letdown that he had all that pressure on him. And really, he shouldn't have needed to. Nemiga take us the distance. Neither side willing to die. ENCE losing their 4-round advantage, their 4 map points. And we go to our first overtime of the tournament here. ENCE on the T side to kick things off inside OT. Are not going to go for the same rushes as they did during regulation. Play slow mid and try take red.
With that AWP is playing quite passively towards spawn. You've got 3 on B with your donut player, so no dedicated A individual for Nemiga. And I know that we've been talking about the up and down performances from Rigon from map 1, map 2, and now into map 3. We're going into overtime, and he's 11 and 19. It's just all over the place for an individual performance in a BO3.
Got 7 on train, 22 on Dust 2, and as you say, up and down and all around roller coaster performances for an individual who needs to have impact right now for ENCE. Everyone needs to step up and bring the extra fight. Rescue Bob, good to trade Rigon on his opening kill against Sawalio, doubles up the night to SDY. Poddy, Zant to go back and forth, and Poddy has lost the bomb control and probably lost the round here. Impossible clutch, but so spread out. And that is round lead now for Nemiga.
Now, at what point do we classify this as a choke? Is this the beginning of a choke, or has it already been accomplished? This was a 12-8 game, and now this has been 5 rounds in a row moving forward. You've gone 4 in a row to get it into overtime, and now you've just won your first. Imagine if Nemiga make this 15-12. Imagine if they have the 3 map points and series points to close in OT.
And make no mistake, it's entirely possible. Might have a look at SDY and his impact in the early portions of the half and what he did to bring them up to that 12-8. Equally so, he has slowed down in the latter portions. Miltsy, another important player, picked up by Xanta to kick things off in the second of this overtime.
And now Miltsy might be getting in his own head. Had the opportunity to close in Reg. Now losing an opening pick towards Xanta. Lane is quite heavy with 2 individuals. You've got 2 scaling out from mid and a very defensive CT line. Khan's not really fighting in red room. Spots out SDY, misses a shot. It's the in-game leader again to start at least capitalizing something on a round.
4 on 4, the trade came late, but it has come in regardless. Sawalio back turn as the walk forward from SDY couldn't be timed anymore perfectly, but this is all a ruse. Xanta sees what's happening. He's taken out Naitu, but he thinks it's a lurk play. His teammate of Lear will clear out lane, and Pollyzorp is ready to receive. Hits that shot. The bomb now needs to commit towards B. There's no other options for ENCE here, or are they considering a mid-wrap? Risky Bob's already ready to try and cut that rotation off. SDY will peek him, catch him with U2 in hand. Timing's perfect. The HE will finish the job. But Xanta's taken, Rigon dropped that bomb. AWP are probably looking for his man. SDY with the spray. Double up, 1v3, on for the ace, but denied by the AWPA of ENCE.
That round really had it all. I cannot believe that SDY has walked through that donut smoke. That takes some serious guts. That takes some proper confidence, because we can see from our point of view, Sawalio was holding it. Now, it's an unfortunate timing. Yeah, you're worried about the A main flank. But if SDY walks through that donut smoke and dies to Sawalio, that round's just finished instantly. But maybe that's what you need. When it's an overtime game, when you've seen everything of what both teams have offered, sometimes it gets a bit gambly, right? It gets a bit gimmicky. And SDY gets 3 and only just about wins the round.
Jesus, this is getting too close. And it's devolving into a bit of a scrap fest. High pressure, high stakes. Both teams fighting not only to try and claim a spot in the qualification games in the next round, also to survive and get a chance at Thunderpick. We've talked so much about VRS, how important this tournament will be to these teams. A team like ENCE looking to get back into the major picture, a team like Nemiga who've already been there only so very recently in Austin. The respective roster changes by their own decision or otherwise have forced them to rethink and rebuild and readjust for a new season, and you can just feel the importance weighing upon them now, because it is going the distance right here. Both sides impressing, both sides maybe floundering at certain periods, but this tail end of the matchup, how much will fatigue factor into that? How much do they have left in the tank?
I think Xanta's got a hell of a lot more. The B-side anchor has dropped 33, and this is a guy that's the highest rated player on Ancient across the last 3 months. He joined up Nemiga at what, the end of 2023, so he's approaching his 2-year tenure. He's not giving in. He is putting in a shift, Nemiga.
Two top performers to keep your eyes on for both sides. SDY's at his impact, Xanta's at his numbers. Initial defaults of ENCE passive. It's slow. It is painfully slow. A complete contrast to pretty much the rest of the series, but these smokes are inbound. They're going to commit.
It might still be a fake. You've got to lurk outside of the doors area of Milty. He can come up towards Shelf. It's the player in towards lane that was Xanta that was maintaining that area of the map. But because of Milty getting that kill, it probably will force quite a heavy rotation from the CTs.
It's not, though. The 3 players remain. Only now can't stop the breakaway. The AWP scene, though. Risky Bob up a tree with 2 kills to gain. Advantage extended by a triple. As ENCE put everything behind that lurk working, and certainly Milty did his job, but the CTs just didn't bite as hard as ENCE wanted them to. And Nemiga will hold the lead at the turn of the OT half.
I think that's where you can give respect to Lear to not, as a caller, buckle under the pressure to force that over rotation. Milty's done everything right. He's lurking B, he's trying to pull as much over, and instead, no one's moving. The AWP is not pushed off a position. The tree player is struck. Really good sequence from Risky Bob. Tight crosshair to be able to control the spray, to get the 2 kills almost instantly, and give Nemiga just 2 out of the 3 in the first half of overtime.
Now we're starting to seeing the several individuals that can provide impact on both sides, trying to pull things out of the hat. ENCE. Latest few rounds have had less of them. Nemiga edged them out as a result of that, but only by a margin of a single round. Was not a flawless 15-12, which would have been the ultimate fear for a team like ENCE. And they were the ones that had the 4 map points and match points. And they're going to go 7 in a row. That would have been pretty disastrous to their campaign.
Well, I want to ask you, do you think that Nemiga are in a recent slump? Because I don't. I look at how they performed at the Pro League closed qualifiers and was very impressed by their top 3. The way that they've taken maps off of TNL and PARIVISION, beat OG, beat PARIVISION there. They really contested against G2. Yeah, okay, it's a slip up in Star Ladder to lose to Iberian Soul and Spirit Academy to not win a best of 3. And it's maybe disappointing to lose to Z10 and to lose to Gentlemates. But to me, I think that's just okay. I think there's a pass. Not everyone is always going to win your games online in Tier 2. I think it's very difficult to be consistent. So I don't look at this recent 1 win out of the past 5. I don't think it's a slump. They certainly haven't shown it in this one best of 3.
Well, I will say that the lack of activity that we've seen from them definitely highlights those tournaments more so. So I understand why people are considering that the performances haven't always been heavy hits whenever they've had those few appearances, because that Pro League qualifier, the Blast Bounty, the Star Ladder qualifier, and the ECL Cup, plus also the CIC Open qualifier as well, that's basically been all of Nemiga's appearances. And as a result of not hitting in the same or not showing up in the same way as they have, they've actually slipped down the rankings quite an amount here. And actually HLTV predicts them not even to make it to the major. So if we are setting that as one of the key goals for Nemiga, then yeah, I can see why people do make that argument personally.
And it might have to be a good run here in Thunderpick to get to another LAN, to perform really well at LAN to LAN. I mean, knowing the field there, I think it's probably difficult for Nemiga to win that event. I think PARIVISION would be looked at as the #1 team. It maybe say BetBoom would be in a tie for 2 and 3, but look, they lost to 9Z yesterday. So maybe they're not even in that state. The next few LAN tournaments are going to be so pivotal for Nemiga's VRS.
We've got a handful coming up and all. And again, it just goes to emphasize the importance of this matchup, of this tournament run of qualification to the Thunderpick World Championship. $850,000 available in the prize purse, and that's a lot of VRS points on LAN.
I think both teams would think that they can beat NIP in the next round if they do have to face them. I mean, recently, that international squad went over to North America and they had to play with Smuya as a stand-in. So they've not even had their last tournament with their full 5. We've seen NIP struggle quite a lot against Tier 2 teams. I think they've definitely been one of the better Tier 2 squads once they've got to LANs and once they've faced against the higher levels of competition. So even if you're not a favorite, it's still a very winnable series.
One of those teams that are doing rather well in the Tier 2 environment. They can, go grand finals in online cups like CCTs and what have you, but then they go to those higher level Tier 1 tournaments and it's not quite as impressive, unfortunately. So yeah, if you are Nemiga, you probably are looking at a team like NIP and saying they are beatable. The way that ENCE performing over there might be thinking the exact same thing, assuming they can continue to get this under control. Right now, they are behind. As the Nemiga T side will take place for overtime. 2 to the win. Here we go.
ENCE in a state now where SDY is going to be looked upon for guidance, but also for numbers. You come into this second half and you're down by 1. Sawalio out from elbow with a teammate of Risky Bob. Could be a pop-in from a split.
Clear down first to the T side, but SDY fell just shortly beforehand to Sawalio's engagement. Kill found. 4v4 and low HP for ENCE. Lost 1, but gained 1. Naitu's hoping for blind fire to come in his direction. No such offerings by the T-side line. Xanta establishing some presence towards the B-bomb side, looking like it's going to be a split.
Miltzy's playing very defensively on B, which indicates that they're playing heavy for the retake. They've got no util to block, and Cave is being taken. Mid is going to be taken as 3, so players can get up shelf quickly in response of being involved in the retake. But for Nemiga, you expect them to take this long control.
Miltzy holds the M4. T-side players moving up. Sprays good against the bomb carrier. Double up, not quite secured. But Xanta is low in this 3-on-3. Can ensue for ENCE on the retake. One that they may well have to win. They slow it up.
Risky Bob has to worry about Cave and Ramp. He needs a crossfire.
Regon trying some more bangs. The walk up towards Ramp. Naitu. Has he seen Risky? He has now. Spray to his shoulder. Gets the kill. Smoke to the bomb. Incendiary out on long. Xanta sees the cross, but Naitu lands his kill and holds the defuse. Sawalio, 5 seconds to it. 1v3. Can secure one, but misses Naitu by a small margin. And ENCE will even the board once again.
Got very close to catching the diffuser, down to red HP on the spam. That round overall was just uncomfortable because Risky Bob was hoping that the clearance wasn't there. And for Naitu, I think he's had a pretty poor series overall. I haven't been too impressed by his anchor holds at all. But in this round, you got to praise him because if he doesn't clear that cubby quarter, I think the round's finished. Not only does he get the clearance, but he also gets the refrag. So that's a multi-frag coming through from the young Frenchman.
Thunderpick's live odds have shifted in the direction of Nemiga, having held the lead for a little bit now. ENCE have evened up the board though, so it's still anybody's matchup. Nemiga have called in a technical pause, so we're still facing some issues on their side of things. And obviously, it doesn't need to be stated, but you do want to play in optimal conditions given how far this has gone, given what's on the line. So we'll give them this. It does allow a lot more time for this situation to percolate, for the circumstances to really simmer between these two sides.
And we're getting to a point when it's 14-14. It's still completely unknown who's going to win this map. it's probably going to come down to a little bit of individual X factor, might even rely on a clutch. And Nemiga and ENCE have shown some good expectation, I would say, towards the tail end of the year. I think there's a lot of eyes on ENCE with the newer additions of Milty and Rigon, just to see, can this lineup become a tier 1.5? Nemiga have lost way over towards Spirit. They lost Flammus to Gamer Legion last year. Eyes are on them to just see how much are they going to lose. And the initial outset, I would say, still looks pretty promising. It's always difficult to make judgment early on with roster changes. I don't think ENCE have the toad. I would say that their results have improved. And for Nemiga, I would say, as of right now, probably par. That's where I would probably put them from how they performed at the major to where they are today.
Two rounds for both sides to win this series. Squeaky bum time, as we say in the UK. Get to the edge of your seats because we are not done yet. There's always the possibility that we could go longer right here and now. ENCE even the board. Nemiga will take only automatics into this next round. No warps for Khan. Body's got one of his own though. Utility on Lear and Xanta. Molotovs involved towards cave as they try and take Cheetah.
A lot quicker into the cave entrance, and Milty's not seeing any contact from Ramp. Rigon again getting caught by the top fragger of Xanta.
Oh, Milty unable to be protected by smoke. It doesn't bloom in time. SDY trying to find sprays but doesn't connect. The HE pulled out. Flashbang in. Bomb plant secured. I don't think there's a retake in on ENCE right now. Nemiga are about to usurp them, get to their first series point. All sorts of util involved to block further access on short. Long is where they're going to have to attack from. Flash over. SDY. Molotov sent towards the backside, but that man will move towards cave instead, knowing that it's open. Xanta attacked to 9 HP, but a 5-7 to Poddy gets his first kill, the first kill of the round for ENCE. The time is very low. Got to get smoke down, got to get on the defuse. There's none of them in play. Kill on Sawalio. SDY's taking out Naitu though. Holds the defuse. Ramp is contested at Khan. And Ransky Bob can get the spray through the wall. As Nemiga will go all the way back now, up to evens, and now into map and match points.
Xanta's coming close to dropping 40, and what a round to not only get the opening kill, but to follow up against the second player on B. Milty just doesn't even look like he gets a chance. He's trying to repause, he's getting forced away by util, and Xanta instantly wins that round. All you need to do on the post is play out time. SDY's got no chance in it. And for 4 series points to ENCE to now 1 for Nemiga. This is Liz, very good opportunity to close right here and right now.
Wait a minute before we get to that point. ENCE. Now they're the ones on the back foot. They're the ones that need to push us the distance. It's also the first time they've been on the back foot since the initial pistol round win from Nemiga at the very, very start of this map.
That's crazy, isn't it? That it's taken 30 rounds to try and get a lead back.
They have been even or ahead outside of that. They soldier forth. An offensive line to hold, an aggressive move in towards lane to try and spot that first kill. Utility damage again will be pretty nice onto several players. Quarter HP to a little over half. Extension from Regon up towards mid will still look to try and contest. B-site is a target and no one's watching Cave. Miltsy stands alone, caught by Risky Bob as Karnzorp lands. Regon looks for his second man. He could get sandwiched as well. Player at elbow trying to strike from Xanta, but he goes falling and Khan is picked up by Naitu. Lear next up to challenge him. The bomb's been dropped back towards the B doors. ENCE getting flanked with angles of attack. Angles when Nemiga could punish them still, but ENCE have dominion of the round for the time being. Next move could be critical to both sides. Risky Bomb, HE, sent, Poddy, forced away. SDY takes damage. Naitu is picked up. Bomb can get gained. SDY trying to provide support. He takes down Lear. 2 HP for him though. And he gets spammed down by Risky. It's all on Poddy now. The AWP versus 2.
Risky Bob just trying to play time, and they know exactly where Poddy is.
Making noise, M4 picked up, burst fire through, and Sawalio will close it out. What an effort from ENCE, but it was not quite enough. Not on this day. 4 match points wasted away. Nemiga needed 1 to make their way through to the next round of the Thunderpick World Championship Close Qualifier.
Yeah, but at least Regon brings vibes, doesn't he? 7 and 21 on map 1 and 13 on 25 on map 3. Come on, we have to address that. What is going on? The star player of the team completely missing on map 1 and map 3. If he even ups a 20% performance, this game's wrapped up. This series is done, and ENCE are moving forward into the next round.
And guys like SDY and Naitu, you put in a very hard shift to try and bring back some amount of impact and really press the team into the final stages. It felt like Rigon's underperformance was going to be a non-factor with what SDY was doing in that second half, but in the end, that basement came back to bite them and drag them down. ENCE will not be going to the Thunderpick World Championship. Nemiga will get their chance instead with their qualification game to face on NIP or Venom. We'll find out who that will be later on today. For now, though, it's back to the desk with Pavlos.
Thanks, lads. And indeed, physical, mental resilience required for Nemiga to get that one across the road. It wasn't an easy one, but how do they always do this to themselves? A bit of a weaker start, but then, you know, having to bring a comeback underway, Brandon, it just seems like it's a broken record at this point.
Oh, it's actually just unbelievable, the fact that we've now essentially got like 3 comeback efforts for Nemiga in one series. And yet they're able to make it look so consistent. That's the scary thing for ENCE. We said that coming into the first 2 maps of the series. Like, I cannot believe ENCE put themselves in such good positions in fact, all 3 of these maps. They're just not able to close. Feels like they overcomplicate the CT side. Nemiga goes back to basics and has some really nice end plays towards B. I cannot quite believe that we're in this situation again. And broken record is such a correct adjective, because I feel like I've been talking about this for 4 hours.
Well, it has kind of been the timeline for this series, so it would make sense. But Ted, give me your positives from this one, because obviously there were plenty for Nemiga to get this one under wraps.
I was just gonna say, yeah, if we're talking positives about ENCE, we have to limit ourselves to, I guess, Poddy clutching up in a couple times and just SDY having a phenomenal map, right? But as Brandon said, it kind of feels like we're broken records at this point, because SDY started so well. The CT side was great. They get themselves into a 12-8 position. At a certain point, this is why we're, I guess, hyping up SDY so much as a prank and in-game leader as well, because he's like an ambulance on that CT side, man. He can just be anywhere around the map, and he's always providing multi-kills, and that's one of his best qualities. He is taking that responsibility. He is recognizing when the team is struggling, but at a certain point, you need a little bit of support. You need someone to try and help him out, and at this point, it's been a reoccurring topic for ENCE, and as we said, you can just afford to let a lead like that slip just so many times. I mean, eventually you're gonna get punished, and they did get punished. Ultimately, Nemiga finally did bring back one of those games. I mean, they already did it earlier in the series, so they finally do it at a point where they can eliminate ENCE from the tournament. And I feel like after a game like this one, we can say a lot of good things about Nemiga. We can speak about Xanter, we can speak about the calling, we can speak about the awareness, all the kills that they were getting on wall banks through smokes, the simplified style that Dweck pointed out that was really efficient on the T side from Nemiga. But we have to be honest and say ENCE had to close this game.
Yeah, look, it actually feels like this has been an ENCE issue almost pre-Glaive and post-Glaive. Like, it feels like ENCE, whenever I watch them with Glaive, they'd go up into such an enormous lead, and every game would just end difficult, and the narrative would always be, oh, Glaive likes to do it the hard way, doesn't he? In fact, it might just be a systemic issue, genuinely, because if you're experiencing this series in, series out against like the better competition within tier 2 and tier 1.5, you got to have a chat if you're SDY and NKJ, and you got to say we need to actually have protocols in place to close games, which sounds pretty ridiculous, but this is such a rotting issue right now for ENCE. It's something that needs to be addressed because that is what is preventing them from going to that next level.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a shame as well, right? Because you can definitely see the potential. Time after time after time, ENCE are starting those games like they can be a team that goes into a matchup like this one against the wounded Nemiga. Let's not forget, this is a Nemiga that hasn't really been smashing it out the bat, so to speak, in the last couple of weeks.
Sure.
ENCE look like a team that can just go into a series like this in 2-0 with 13-6, 13-6 without any issues, right? They have the firepower, they have the starts of the maps, and it's just a really difficult one to quantify and explain. How can they go from being that dominant to just being absolutely absent from the server in a couple of moments?
Yeah, consistency has been, you know, the plague for all teams at this level, right? It's the moment you get these sort of moments locked down that you can, you know, take things to that next step. And for ENCE, you know, I don't know, Brandon, would you attribute Rigon's addition to add a little bit to the firepower, so even when they made mistakes like this during the last month, for it to not matter as much?
Well, not in this series. I mean, this series, as Dweg highlighted multiple times during this game, yeah, he was very absent, and he was great on Dust 2, sure, but Train, Ancient just completely wasn't there. Felt very limited in moments, and you take a look at this and you start to think, well, I really think there is something going on seriously wrong here, and that we can have this conversation about, yeah, consistency in tier 2 and tier 3, but getting to the point where you cannot close a game in what feels like every series that I watch events recently is a really, really, really big issue. And that isn't just consistency, that is something far worse, and that needs to be addressed, because as Ted said, if that doesn't resolve itself, you're going to be stuck here forever.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of issues for ENCE lately. Well, not a lot of issues, but closing out. One thing that was absolutely phenomenal throughout this map was Xanter's performance, though. He was an absolute beast, especially in that second half. Ends up dropping 36 and 21. I haven't really looked at the swing as of right now, but I can tell you he had 11 multi-kill rounds, and it felt like every single time they needed someone to step it up, it was Xanter. And we were kind of having this conversation before the start of the game, Brandon and Pavlos, and I think after Zwei departed, after Flammas departed last year, the question here was, when you're bringing in someone that is as supportive as a player as Sualio, who's going to be the big star of the show? Is it going to be Khan on the ope? Is it going to be Risky Bob, who's stepping in a lot of those aggressive spots? Well, today, at least on Ancient, the big star was Xanter, and the mind-blowing part, he was doing that while being the B anchor as well on the CT side, but it felt like every single time he was good for a multi-kill. He's just one of those types of players. When he's on, he really is, and he's going to get those crisp and clean headshots for more than one.
Yeah, he nearly 40 bombed, by the way, just 4 kills away from that, which is just mad for this series. Sure, it went to overtime, so it's easy to get there and then rack up numbers, but no, Xanter, that was impressive. Now, look, Brandon, a lot of these rounds kind of got to a very close point, right? Often, you know, the round was decided with, you know, 2-3 players remaining, you know, clutches involved, and, you know, you have to have all of your players online to win situations like that, and it felt for Nemiga, they had that more often.
Yeah, no, they absolutely did, and I think with Nemiga as well, they never played scared Counter-Strike. Even when they were losing, they didn't deviate away from what makes this team. They didn't move away from their identity, and Cast's highlighted it, Ted's already said it, like by playing this simple, methodical Counter-Strike of pressuring one side of the map, that cave was consistently under threat, and it's a combination of two things. Number one, Rigon not having a good game, Nemiga recognizing that weakness and preying on it. Secondly, the ENCE push down B ramp at all? Do they have double cave? Do they have varied setups towards the end of that game? No, they absolutely do not. You've got a few instances where Nature's pushed A main, but that happened right at the start of regulation when they were on CT. It's one of those where ENCE needed to remold themselves. They needed to rebalance the CT, so a bit more creativity, and you didn't get that out of them. And as to really the same thing over and over and over again, almost like a broken record, and there was no answer to it. And because there's no answer to it, you can just keep doing it and doing it and doing it until it doesn't work. Guess when it doesn't work? Oh, too late. You've won the map.
Well, I do believe we've got Lear ready for an interview as well. Get the insights from the man himself. As yeah, this was a really exciting matchup, and getting to hear things from Lear himself is what we're here for. First of all, congrats on the win, mate. Not an easy one. Welcome to the broadcast. Just run me through your thoughts from that one, because you needed a lot of comebacks to make this one work today.
Yeah, thank you. That was a really hard game, to be honest, because close maps, you know, like 30-11 and something like else. But we won, and I'm happy. Today, of course, Thursday of Maxim Risky Bob. Happy birthday to him, I want to say it. And I don't know why, because there's a lot of mistakes from us. That's why this game was so hard. But we had good preparation, and in my opinion, we need to fix things to be stronger and win this game 2-0.
Talk to me a little bit about the roster changes, because obviously you guys last year lost Flamus to Gamer Legion. Now you lose Zwei to Spirit, and now you're in a position where you need to find your next star player, so to speak, but you go for Sualio, who's much more of a support. So what do you think of Sualio so far? How do you think he's fitting into the team, and who is going to step up into the role of being the quote-unquote star of the team now that you have picked up a more supportive player?
In my opinion, that was good, because Maxim Sualio is a good player, and we had some structure to play in 5 players. Yeah, we had Flamus and Zwei before, like there was like star players, but Maxim such a good player in mechanical skills. He can kill everyone, and he have some advantage. He is playing more with team, you know, and it's more easily for me, for example, to play to focus on my own game. So in my opinion, that was good pick. Some players have their classes, they have stronger sides, and the strong side of Maxim, his communication and mechanical skills.
You spoke a little bit about mistakes there and how you're going to go about fixing them to make sure that this is a 2-0 in the future if you guys ever played again. Could you give an insight into your thoughts on what you think those main mistakes were and why? Is it because of the standing coach situation, or was it communication?
The main thing, of course, communication. There was some chaos in the moment when we were playing in clutch situations, or talk with each other, how we're gonna play, what positions we're gonna take when we're playing and we take. The main thing, of course, it's chaos in TeamSpeak sometimes. In my opinion, it happens because we have less official plays than we had before, and had a lot of expectations about these official games soon. So we need to fix this problem. We need to talk about some setups to have less chaos in our TeamSpeak.
All right, very insightful. I won't keep up a lot of your time. Just one final question here. You've got a big, season ahead of you, right? And you've got a very busy schedule. You've got lands that you're going to be playing in soon. You're currently in boot camp. What's the goal you want to achieve? What's the timeline looking like to get, these issues resolved in order for your next match?
We had not the best period after the major. We lost some games, a lot of our points. That's because of some VRS system, because we got less points from major than some teams get for Philadelphia, and that was tough period. But there is a new coach here, and first of all, we need to win every game, come back with our points, and be participant of future Tier 1 lands.
Well, there is still one more game remaining here for the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. So yeah, I hope you guys play well and best of luck, and hope to see you in Malta as well. So yeah, good luck with that and have a good rest of your afternoon and rest.
Thank you. See you, Malta.
All right, decisive, determined.
Picking favorites now, are we, Pavlos? You're picking favorites over NIP and Venom?
Hey, look, we haven't had anybody interviewed here yet, right? Because we had such a strict schedule. The first player we interview, I'm going to be all about. I'm going to fanboy whoever it's going to be. So I don't care if you blame me or not, but that's how we roll here. All right, any final words? We're jumping into another series up next, OGM80. But Brandon, wrap this up for me from this series. If there's anything to take away from it, what should it be?
It should be that Nemiga aren't satisfied with the way that they won the game, even though they completed 3 comebacks. It should be that ENCE, I feel like a lot of investment is put forward into this organization from a fan perspective, and they're still not delivering the absolute top performance that we want out of them. And I really hope that changes by the end of the year. Otherwise, I start to lose hope for this team.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now, many have said this game should likely be the game of the day, the series to watch, and it's for a great reason. OG and M80, you know, an cross-Atlantic matchup that we always love to see upcoming soon. There's a short break, but when we're back with the great action of OG versus M80.
He's going to force the kill on the last second. Oh, right to the smoke. Look at him go.
You couldn't hear it, but production went 3, 2, 1, 1, 1. Okay, we're back, everybody. Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers. And boy, this is an exciting time. This is the match a lot of people have been waiting for. OG versus M80. And look, I'm just going to let Ted break down a little bit why that is. But, you know, M80 on brilliant form. And I think coming into this year, I don't think anybody expected that.
No, absolutely not. I feel like M80 has been one of the revelations of World Counter-Strike in the last couple of weeks. And for those of you that are not watching North American Counter-Strike, obviously they would really dominate there. But I'm just gonna put everything into numbers. M80, since picking up Hex, have lost only to 3 teams out there in best of 3s. Those are Wildcard, which I guess North American Online Counter-Strike thinks could happen. But then they did lose to Vitality and to Mouse, and they were able to pick up maps of both of them. M80 going into this tournament on the back of Blast Open, where they were able to take down VP, Navi, Fnatic, and get maps off of Vitality and Mouse. They're coming in as one of the most exciting North American teams in a long time. I would go as far as to saying that the last time I was so excited about the North American team was when Elite was still in Complexity.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting. And you're right. This kind of development we've seen from M80 has been quite the spectacular one. But for OG, on the other hand, right, a lot of expectations at the start of the year. You know, you've got some players that can reach that high pedigree. But, you know, mixed bag of results, don't you think, recently, Brandon?
Yeah, a little bit. But to be honest with you, I think they've gone through an awful lot in terms of changes and mix-ups, obviously getting rid of VQ, a legacy player in this team. I think what's really cool here is that you are taking the chance on some players that have always been just sort of on the fringe of maybe making that jump up. So it's almost like a super team in a way, a tier 2, because you've got Spook that has always been, I've really regarded him highly. Well, whenever I've watched Spook play throughout his tenure in Young Gods, and then he was moving over to his OG team. You got Adam B, who I think was unfairly cut from teams in the past, and I think that he's now moving over to be a little bit more of an opener, and that's actually working out a lot well for him. Aras Dosse, I think, provides a lot of stability, and Kristen is an in-game leader that wants to do things on the front foot. He wants to do things on his own terms quite a lot, and that actually gives space for the likes of Spook and Adam B to then become a little bit lurky. Nikados is really good on the rifle. You need to do that in CS2 now when you are a sniper. It all just sort of works, and I'm a really big fan of this team.
Yeah, it feels like the trust that OG as an organization has put within Kristen and Lambert as obviously an IGO and a coach is finally paying off and working out, right? We can have the conversation about both teams being in good shape, actually. OG, even though they haven't really won anything since qualifying for the Star Ladder Star Series Fall LAN in Budapest, that was a massive result. They already have booked themselves a spot in one LAN, and then they had a good performance in ECL, dropped the game only to Pari. Exor, the Proving Grounds, they lose to BC Game, but they still take down Fnatic and Partisan. In the last CCT that they played, they beat Metasport, they drop a really close series to BetBoom. So you're looking at an OG team that is playing good fundamental Counter-Strike, incredibly proactive. Aras does, as Brandon pointed out, is doing a great job at actually filling in the gaps, because he is playing on a team with a lot of aggressive players, so it could be really difficult to be the useful support, but he's been doing a good job at it. And when OG lose, they lose to probably, you could say, some of the best teams in tier 2 Counter-Strike, and they are really tight games, so there isn't really a big reason to doubt those guys going into games against teams that are not tier 1.
Yeah. And it makes sense as well to just say that this is actually a really important tournament for them, because this is almost the maiden voyage of their end of the season, because they're going on a massive road trip, because they're not only potentially qualifying to Malta, they've got Draculan at the end of September, they've got the Star Series LAN, as you've mentioned, they're going to Fragadelphia in Philly, and they've got the Urban Riga Open as well. So they are here, there, and everywhere in a desperate plea to get a deep seed in for the major. So they are really taking this seriously, and I think they'll be on boot camp for a few weeks in preparation to this. So all of that's to say is, look at the roadmap that's ahead for OG, look at who they've they've got right now, M80, who have just come off the back of the playoffs. If they're able to go ahead and they're able to win this best of 3, then they're able to qualify to another LAN in the Thunderpick World Championship. This sets them off in the right direction. This gets their journey going on the right foot.
That's a great point you're making, that OG are on a world tour, because currently we've also got M80 who, you know, have crossed the pond to get themselves onto a LAN here in Europe. And look, you also touched on the additions where Arostos on OG was able to have impact, Ted. But you've also had mid-player break changes with Hex. Now, how have they been fitting in?
I feel like, especially when you're looking at Hex, he's been an excellent. I feel like Energy maybe throughout the last couple was not necessarily complementing how good of a player Hex could be, but he's been exceptional ever since he's joined, right? You're looking at, what, 78 maps, so it's not even too small of a sample size, and he's averaging a 1.18 rating. He's been great in some of those clutches, closing out rounds against some of the best teams in the world, and I feel like it's just complementing that you've got so many aggressive and exciting rifles on this team in Lake and Swisher that have been opening things up, and then Slacks has been exceptional, Hex has been adding a lot to it. It just feels like M80 have got a great mix, and I think it's really nice that Hex finally does find himself a spot on this team, because he has been one of the more, I want to say, exciting players that the North American region has developed lately, which has been a bit of an issue. And now suddenly you've got Lake that everyone was losing their minds around last year, and Hex, who's part of essentially the same generation, but hasn't really had the chance to play as many big events so far, and still is not arriving to the team with no experience. He still has played a major, he still has played an RMR, he still has played a couple seasons of EPL, so you're not bringing in a complete newbie, you're bringing in a young guy that's really motivated and has some experience behind his back.
Yeah, and I did mention Def by accident, but that's because I had him in my next point for Brandon to ask.
Of
British
course.
pride, baby.
Yeah. Absolutely. Haha. Yeah, look, he actually made a really good point that I think actually bolts on to this one quite well, and some people might be annoyed at this point, but I'm going to say it anyway. Listen, Def said in an interview with UK CSGO, shout out one time, he was saying, look, it's so special to actually be back for him in the UK, but how special it is for M80 to achieve that recent height of making a playoffs through an online group stage, then going towards LAN. The reception in the crowd for them was phenomenal, by the way. Absolutely unbelievable. And they were even saying all throughout HLTV, in every single interview, in every single desk segment that these guys got brought onto, they were saying this is why we play the game. And why that's important, why that's relevant, is because they've now got a taste of what it's like. You have only lost, as Ted said, against the best of the best in Mouse, in Vitality. You've been able to beat Na'Vi. You've been able to beat Virtus Pro. I mean, everyone can, but that's not the point. The point is that they've now got this taste. They've now understand what it's like to be there, and they want to be there all the damn time. In a weird way, this is probably the worst time for OG to play M80 because they're fresh off the back of that experience. They're looking to make new ones. How about a little trip in towards Malta? You need to win 2 best of 3s, gents.
I mean, it's absolutely disruptive for either of these teams to go down to each other at this point in time with what they have in store for the rest of the year, which makes things very interesting. Gents, we can continue discussion about players, about the playstyles and all that, but first, let's talk about the map veto, right? Let's talk about where those two teams will be playing. Ted, what are the expectations here? I mean, they might be cross-Atlantic here, but, you know, what's the difference in regards to location in-game?
I was gonna say, it's really ballsy for OG to go for the Ancient pick, but it's a really tough one for OG because both those teams have been playing a lot of Ancient lately, right? The Overpass, I think, was an obvious punish when it comes down to M80 because OG have played it a couple times and it has been going all right, but it's just Metasport and Tricked, and Overpass has been I guess has been a field for M80 to have great results. I mean, they 13-3'd Vitality on it. Sure, they dropped it against Virtus Pro, but VP, we know that even though they might be in a terrible state, they've always been a good Overpass team, and they probably will keep being a good Overpass team. So I think that was the only obvious one. For me, the main conversation was, will OG still double down on where they feel strong and where they feel good and go for that Ancient? Because you are allowing M80 to start on the CT side of one of their best maps as well. And if we are to go to a Mirage, I feel like it's pretty fair. I think the interesting part about both those teams is that they like similar maps. The only massive difference that I can identify is the fact that M80 have a lot more reps when it comes down to Overpass, and they're more comfortable there. But both Ancient and Mirage, shall we go all 3 maps, should be pretty close.
Yeah, look, you think about this Ancient pick. Firstly, the veto is always going to be a little bit worrisome for OG coming into this against M80. Think about the caliber of teams. Yes, sure, M80 did beat in this recent Blast Open London run. They beat Na'Vi on this map 13-9. They beat Fnatic on this map 13-8. They lost to Mouse, but they got double digits on the stage. Rest of this is just all NA teams. And I'm going to be disrespectful, sorry, but like they don't count. So you take a look at OG's, you know, competitors that they're playing against.
You mean the
Simple's
win
BC
against getting
game.
info doesn't count?
No. BC game was simple. Gentlemates, BetBoom. They beat Fnatic as well. You've beaten ENCE in here, who we just saw. 9, Saw, like very good teams. Like, and so I look at this and I think you got to play to your strengths. Even though it says 88%, it is a little bit misleading. The overpass is the obvious punish. Mirage feels good for M80. So they've definitely won the veto, but they were always going to win the veto because their strengths are OG's strengths, and then their strengths are OG's weaknesses. You can't really go wrong in this veto, so you have to go Ancient here if you're OG.
So M80 are just strong. That's basically what you're telling me right now, Brandon. That's what I'm getting.
TLDR, yeah, they're a pretty good team right now.
Pretty good team. All right, okay. Let's talk a little about expectations in terms of play style here. You know, because many people, many viewers, you know, not really crossing the North American timelines and watching matches late into the night. So, what can we expect here, Ted?
I feel like if we're talking individuals, we're talking one of the most exciting NA players that have come out of the North American scene throughout the last couple of years. He's hyper aggressive. He's always down for a fight. He's always down to just run and shoot people, right? And when you've got good support, when you've got good layers, you've got an Oper that's overperforming a little bit throughout the last couple of weeks and months, or just in general playing well. You've got Hex, who's a good closer. Lake is phenomenal when it comes down to opening up space. Adam B on the other side is a player that I've really enjoyed watching, and I feel like Brandon made a really shrewd point saying that he did get removed from meta support. It felt like unjustifiably, right? Because he was playing well. He was one of their best players. The team was struggling, but Adam B was always reliable. He was always really sharp. Kind of reminds you to someone else from Sweden that looks exactly like him and has the same surname that is really good as well. And he's a really sharp player on the T side, and on CT side you can put him in active spots. You can put him in spots where he's the anchor, and he's still going to be reliable though. I feel like Adam B, I'm looking at him and I'm thinking he's a really complete rifler with some aggressive tendencies. With Lake, it's all aggression, but it's so damn entertaining to watch.
Actually, I think that's a really good point. I think, look, there's actually a lot of OG players in general that you can actually take that template over and copy paste. I think Spook is a complete player. I'd put Adam B in there. I actually have Krisen in there as well, and I really look at this team and I think, wow, like there's actually a lot of well-rounded individuals that can do a serviceable result.
Okay, so top tier talent when it comes to both sides, really, from what I gather, and you know, a potential to pop off and be very consistent throughout the day. Now, Ted, if you could place one underdog, I imagine that would be OG here, given how great M80 had been. But it's not that easy to call, is it?
You know what's the thing? No, it's not easy to go, because I feel like M80 have been doing a really good job at trying to play like a European team, and we shouldn't forget that obviously they've got a European in-game leader, they've got a European Oper, so there's a lot of European coach as well. Sorry, so there is a lot of that standard really good fundamental Counter-Strike, but I still feel like OG could surprise pleasantly.
Well, we'll see if that is indeed the case. Adenal J and Dweg will be taking you through the action. Let's throw that over to them and enjoy the match.
Thanks, gentlemen. Yes, well, my certainly opening pick, or best match of the opening round pick for me personally. I'm really looking forward to seeing how OG and M80 will do. We've seen exactly one head-to-head between the two sides, a best of one during the Austin Major, where this map of Ancient was played. It was a victory for M80, Dweg.
Indeed it was, but I think it's a mistake of an Ancient pick. I think the Train would have been a much better option for OG. The third highest picked map in the pool. You're going into something like M80's Ancient? Mate, it's the second highest picked map in the pool for them, and they picked it against Mouse, the series that Brandon was just talking about on stage in London.
Oh, OG have already started on the pistol round. We've wasted 0 time getting involved. They've got a 4-on-2 by Hex. He's taken 2-3 picks back. He's solo holding the A bomb site and dropped the bomb with it. Krisen has now got to respond towards his contact, and both players are bolstered up here.
Hex just needs to play the crossfire. As long as he's the one that sets up Sin, there is no way that Krisen can win this round.
Waiting for Peaks to come his way. He's gooshed down Sin. Hold on a second. Maybe it's not as impossible as it might seem. You tell it you sent in is only a decoy. It's not a smoke. It's not a flashbang. It won't block Prison off from anything. Gonna push in and land the perfect shots. Hex will do. Crizzen found, and the second man goes down. Never mind, 1v2. Crizzen says no problem.
Well, Crizzen just about recovers that round after Hext has put on one of the most insane sequences you might see in this entire best of 3. All of the mid defense pretty much collapses. No one is dealing with those elbow players. And then Hext, the newest player that's been here for a couple of months, just does this. Oh, what a shame for him to not be able to transfer that 3K into a round win.
Excellent work from him as an individual, and it felt like M8 were going to start things off on the positive foot, so OG from Crizzen especially well recovered on his own part. Adam B got the 3 kills that set up the 4 versus 2 in the first place. Already seeing what that excellent showings could look like from these 2 squads, and I'm expecting a fight between 2 teams on form. M80 doing extremely good at the tier 1 level. OG have risen to prominence over the course of the year, and both teams similar places in the world in my eyes, and the rankings definitely indicate that as well. Force buy in from the CT side. We'll see the upgrades of the SMGs and pistols.
Yeah, they've been hard done by, I think, with the seeding. Knowing that you're facing the North American qualification, you're expecting not a free win, but you're expecting an easier draw than a European squad, and instead, I would certainly put M80 as the favourites. Down by Ramp, aggressive, a lot of CTs in action. Nikodos does well to get 2. The trade back is okay, even though it's a bit awkward there from Rostos.
Mac 10 does maintain a 4-on-2. Low HP though, and Crizzen's being challenged by Hex. The spook that comes out from the ramp entrance. We'll deal with the last player on the bomb site. All good with 4 players alive for OG. No force by damage, or no major force by damage being done by the boys over on M80. So this harsher eco should be just that.
And every time I'm watching OG in the recent history, I always get the feeling that that trio of Spook, Adam B, and Nikodos, it's insanely strong, isn't it? Because we have a lot of rounds where Nikodos is even rifling over AWPing. He's got one of the best rifles in tier 2 as an AWPer. OG are certainly a scary team. They've won 16 out of their past 20 best of 3s on HLTV. The only losses that they've taken in that streak has been against 9, BC Game, PARIVISION, and BetBoom, all teams that we would classify towards the higher end of tier 2. Also tells you they don't get upset by the Mickey Mouse teams frequently.
Nikodos has struck first on Swisher. Once again, OG on the front foot early. The red room access from M80. 3 players up here. About to walk right past back to the Crizzen. 3 kills found, plenty of cash, plenty of prominence and dominance in the mid access. Not much they can do now on the M80 side. We'll get 1 exit from Lake, but the round is going to conclude in the favor of OG.
M80 are looking to try and path their way to their very third, I should say, Thunderpick World Championship. They attended in 2024 with pretty much the exact same roster. It was just that Rec was here rather than Hext. They were able to get a single win versus Aurora in the group stage, but weren't able to advance into the playoffs. And then in 2023, it was a very different looking roster. It was Swisher, Rec, Wolfie, the North American, but also Swedish AWPer, and Malbs, and then the Danish game leader of Manx back then. They lost out to both Mal's and Complexity. Couldn't take a map in the entire main bracket. So they'd like this time around, a couple of best of 3s to win, get themselves into that LAN final, get themselves that taste of playing LAN again.
A lot more land prominence recently from M80, of course. Last land for OG was that Austin Major. And that M80 was in attendance for at the same time, went of course rather deep by comparison. Lake finding Crizzen to kick things off. M80 the first to strike back. Opening picks have been quite the domain of OG thus far. But just with that 1 engagement, Switch is going to catch a second with the smoke clearing up at the shelf. Aristos can trade. The advantage is held by M80. Will that change with Aristos' position? Might see players coming out of shelf. 2 men seen at the T side. 1-for-1 by Lake and Adam B. Spook gets involved. Stacks goes back and forth with Adam B holding on to a 1v1 now against Sin.
Adam B in a state where he needs to try and get back towards the bomb, and when you have a 1v1 clutch like this, it is just a matter of timing, isn't it? It's whose back's going to be turned, which position's being held, how much of a rotation is coming through. It's difficult for Adam B just off of the basis of the HP alone.
I think Sin may have heard those footsteps as well at spawn. Yeah, he's watching the doorway. Adjusted when Adam B was making all that noise, and he might have the minion over the bomb. He might be able to see it from this position. Adam's hoping that there's an overextension, that Sin tries to get greedy, but Sin's a very experienced element. I doubt that he's going to go and make a silly play like that. He knows he's got Adam on lock, and he secures it easily. Knife pulled out. Frag secured for M80 to start off their board.
And for guys like a Slax and a Sin, they're very used to playing online in Tier 2. These were guys that had long positions across their career where they would play in tournaments like this. I know that M80 now is sort of either playing in North America or they're playing in Tier 1 lands. They're not really in the middle where they're playing in Tier 2 EU frequently. We all remember when Slax was on Sprout, I think an unjustified kick at the time. And, well, if we're looking at the record, after they kicked him, they never achieved anything to the same record again.
And then the organization died. Sin's going to open things up again in this round. Lake's going to sneak around the edge of the smoke and find 2 more picks outside of lane. Easy pickings for M80 as they lock in their confidence for round 5.
One of the biggest, I would say, talking points has been in North American scene for the last handful of years, maybe since the online era, is the lack of opportunity for newer players, right? That when the online scene came, Liquid basically died overnight, Evil Geniuses died overnight, and so many players went over towards Valorant. And it meant that the grassroots and lower divisions really struggled to bring players up. Lake is probably the best example of a player that's proving all of that wrong. This is a guy that played on, what, Snake's Den, Unjustified, Carpe Diem, and now is one of the best players on M80.
Striking back on Aerostos for this round. There's already 8 kills, deep 3 in this round. Quadrin, that's where Crimson is, of course, revealed by the wallbang sprays of the AK. M4 finds his fight. Lake, excellent work from him. Was well poised enough to highlight what you're talking about. Again, a very sick individual. And thanks to his efforts, it looks like the economy should be pushed back on the back foot now for OG. There shouldn't be enough cash in for another rebuy.
Just to go back to the conversation in the video of why I think Ancient was a mistake here for OG to pick into. Train is the 3rd highest picked map in the pool for them. They picked it most recently against PARIVISION. They picked it in 4 best of 3s across the last 3 months. But M80, their train is quite poor. Their results don't look great on it against non-North American teams. And I just look at how frequently M80 are picking this map. They're picking it against Tier 1 squads. They're picking it very consistently in North America. Right now, as soon as we've gotten into the gun rounds, I think we've seen that quality, we've seen that excellence from them.
Easy pickings for this round for M80's part. OG. Enough weaponry to resustain anything of major value. M80 will even things up, square things up. Keep 3 AKs into the round as well, so a lot of firepower available to the CT side. OG will now start buying in some more, and we're looking to try and regain control of the early start that they had. Excellent work from individuals that got them off that pistol. Conversion came, you would expect M80, however, with the rifle rounds in mind. I've done a great job at forcing out impact tactical pause for OG now.
And M80 are one of those organizations that have made very few roster changes. A lot of people probably expected that when Malbs was sold over to G2 that would have been the end of the team, right? Your star player leaves and you're going to struggle to push on, but it certainly has not been the case. They've been able to warrant a very stable core. I mean, this core 3 of Swisher, Slax, and Sin goes back to, what, March of 2024? So we're talking about nearly 18 months. That's a long time to have the AWP, the in-game leader, and one of your original players to the starting lineup.
Rifle buys now for OG. AKs across the entire T-side board. Especially his AK forcing forward. Blind as a bat against Adam B. Fortunately, Spook does not line up with that spray, and he gets a kill to return, so that aggression is punished somewhat. MAT only having one player pushing though. No further kills can come against them.
Sin is just trying to block here on B. The NWP is waiting for a contact. The aggro A main is something to keep an eye on for Lake, on whether that starts transitioning into a lurk towards elbow. Depending on how much pressure comes towards lane and what's happening elsewhere, it might be the call and the info for Lake to overextend and to take even more space. Now, OG have come in with a really passive mindset to this T side of Ancient, haven't they? We're not seeing much aggression from them in the mid-round at all.
This contrast to like M80's push. You mentioned Lake, of course, in main, but Sin now making his way down ramp alongside Hex. Lake has caught Aristos. It's a pick found. Sin tries to win a fight, but only sees the one man for it. Spook trades to a 3-on-3, and this CT defensive starts to really thin out. At least it is an even man stance for the time being. I'm going to go back for that bomb, pick it up outside at elbow and commit it to a bomb site. It will be the hit. Doesn't seem like it. Starting to rotate back away.
Spook and Nikodos just trying to clear up space, but they are running out of time. And there is a resmoke going down towards Donut, but no one on A directly. What you've got is Lake as a rotator in spawn.
You're the only man standing on the defensive. Back up to the back of the bomb site. Here those sprays coming down. Molotov sent, no flashbang, so he'll have full vision to spray down Aristos, but gets Spook on the trade back. 4 seconds. Bomb plant will barely come down in time for Prison. The AWP tries to fire a shot off on Spook. The USP of Slags will finish off the job against the man. Dink down. Damage sets up Hex to close out the round as M80 connect 4 in a row.
Really good work from M80 in a round that was quite difficult in the latter portion. Lake gets himself in a strong position, and then rotations are very quick. Now, in the last 3 months, M80 have played 32 best of 3s, and they have won 28 of them. The only losses is against Marquis getting info, Stanislaus wildcard, then Vitality and Mouse. That's a hell of a record. And I know the Desk was talking about it, a lot of the North American tournaments. There's still an expectation to win all of your games, though, isn't it? When you are a top North American team, if you're not playing, let's say, the likes of NRG and wildcard frequently, everybody else, it's an insta-W. It has to be.
They're ranked number 5 in the Americas in general, actually, for M80, according to HLTV this morning.
Well, it's a constant battle on who is the #1 North American team. This is discarding the actual ranking itself. Is it M80? Is it NRG? Is it Wildcard? It's sometimes difficult to know because they're all sort of around the same area, aren't they?
Things would be pretty bad at Liquid if you're not even including them.
Well, they're not North American.
I guess that's true, yeah.
So that's why I'm not including them. Same for
Bad
now.
habits. Bad habits.
Complexity that's Passion UA. They're not even called North American now.
An easy pickings for the likes of Sin. We get back into the round itself. OG, I'm actually going to secure a bomb plant out of this. And AK now for Aristos. Nikodos going to go down. Prison. 20 HP to fire out from Red Room. Aristos is just looking for more damage at this point. OG have secured all that they can with a round like this. Was a half bite. 5 on the board now of M80. She will lose Lake. Yeah, I don't know if Prison can escape with that rifle. And M4 picked up and rotated to the A bomb site. Yeah, they're not going to have time to go for the hunt. So actually, it's not bad to escape. Yeah, a little something extra on top of the damage, on top of the bomb plant bonus, on top of the minimums that you could hope for out of a round in a buy like that. 2 rounds to lead for OG to catch up to.
M80 so far haven't felt as if they've been pressured. Now that we've gone deeper into the game, we've gone into the more consistent gun rounds, and Slacks is not even being tested with the AWP. He's been putting it in positions where he's not getting much of a contact, so he's going to bring it out towards A aggressively. Lake has got some anti-rush util against anyone trying to take lane.
Passive on the part of OG, just grouping up around these 2 entry points in the B doors and elbow. Prison, Aristos, and Adam B. With Nikodos and Spook holding down the B door angle. Utility's being sent in to try and take some mid access. OG playing rather slowly at this one. They're going to start to prod now and actually find a fight on Lake. M4 of Hex, not sure who's towards back or front. In the end, none of them, especially with the only pick found. Now being worn down by Nikodos, who is low and will get caught by that USP. AK upgrades available. The B presence is wiped out. OG have gained a 3-on-2.
Prison's got a lurk in from Red Room on a strong timing. And the cities are separated. Slacks is not hearing anything towards A. Swisher just needs to block. He just needs to try and stall time out here from the cave. And if the bomb comes up from ramp, he might have to sit cave and just play the retake.
The back lines will be cleared. All down to that cave entrance. Bomb plant is safer for it, which is not going to spot Adam B at all. I don't know whether him and Slacks can really go for a retake here. Slacks is rotating to get towards the B ramp angle. The problem is the time. 20 seconds already ticked by. And Swisher needs to do a lot of work here. Yeah, he's starting to back off. Just as Adam B starts making his way in towards cave, he can actually try and hunt the man down. Indeed, he'll get that kill. Slacks will get one more exit, but the round itself will go the way of his opponents. OG claim a 4th. And try and see if they can equalize against M80 at the tail end of the half.
I tell you what, that was actually very close for M80. Adam B is on 27 points of health, and he's the only player on the bomb site. Oh, you could just see if there was a good connection there from Swisher. That round is on. Slacks gets on that bomb immediately. At least they saved the NWP. One of the largest criticisms, I would say, of ex-big players was individuals trying to turn into in-game leaders. You look at both Keto and Tizian, they attempted it, and they were just pods. They were just awful in even Tier 3. Look at what Sin's been able to do. He has really been able to show up his career, to go from a very tactical heavy side of big, to move over and turn this M80 project into a legitimate Tier 1 team. There's not many riflers a part of any stage of big that can say that they've achieved that.
For a time, his period on big, his appearances on big were the highlight of Sin's career. I think now that has most certainly changed. You are right, captain of the M80 squad, and therefore a figurehead as to why they've been doing so well recently. And Desk had nothing but high praises for them, and then same sort of situation over here. Doing well with OG's executions. Attempt to mid from Adam B and Crizzen. Lightning fast flick from that AK. Lake and Hex down in an instant.
OG have definitely not changed pacing very much on this T side. They've been very happy to sit back behind the B doors, sit behind elbow, reflash into areas, and try and work map control around the minute marker. There's a game at the moment of Ancient where there hasn't felt like there's much in it. Few key jewels here or there has decided whether M80's winning the round or whether OG is. Now Swisher's out towards Cave. There's a decent timing from Sin to deal with the lurk of Crizzen, because that might be an important kill if they want to try and cover this.
Adam's found Sin, easy pickings down to 2 men, go M80, and feels like these rounds go in one of 2 directions, either an easy lockout or a very easy set of frags for OG. Occasionally you used to see that one example where it got close on a retake attempt, but some very solid team play at play here.
Got a lot of strong coaching staff in server between both of these organizations. You've got Def, who played on Complexity for nearly 4 years, was an English player that played pretty much his entire career out in North America. And then I'm looking at OG, mate, they had Lambert. Remember how long he was involved in the French divisions, Envious Academy, LDLC? A long-standing player in at least the French scene of Tier 2.
I'm talking about experienced elements all across the board here. All those individuals opting and giving a little bit extra, a little extra push, a little bit of contribution here and there to allowing these teams to get to their respective positions.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, Def was coaching M80's Valorant team, because we lost him to Valorant for quite some years.
I know he lost him to Valorant. I can't remember if he was coaching M80's Valorant team explicitly.
I'm pretty sure he was, yeah.
He went in as a player initially, like he was playing for Dignitas, if I remember correctly, at the start. I have to verify that and check the Wikipedias and find out But look, back in CS, back in home territory, back in the real games. He's done well bringing an 80 as far as he has. Obviously, historically, actually, one of the best examples of a UK talent back in the early mid periods of global offensive. I don't know if he was the first UK player to get called out to North America, but he was the most prominent one. And in that complexity team, had a very long extended tenure that even led him to be one of two of the first players from the UK to play on stage at a major. A lot of history behind him. Also well tied to the North American space, which is partially why M80 has a lot of affinity towards him, I'd imagine.
You're probably more versed in it than I am, but definitely Surreal. He was also on that complexity roster.
Yep.
And then the only other one that comes to my mind is Stanley, when he moved over to NA to play with Ghost Gaming around 2018.
Of that period, sure.
Thomas was a little bit later with Envy, wasn't he? 2019, roughly.
UK represent all across the board. And the experience of that individual, again, very impactful, I think, towards what M80 have done recently, even if B-Dog wants to undersell it somewhat on the desk.
I think you should definitely be overselling it. Look at Keita, another head coach from the UK. He was on Fnatic for maybe a little bit too long and hasn't been able to find an offer since. I've not even heard of his name. We've also had someone like Alex completely disappear. I think it can sometimes happen with ex-pros, with ex-coaches, that you don't see the involvement anymore. Now look at OG and even some of their recent officials. Look at how they went last night. They played their matchup against the Danes in Arbe that were recently at Epic LAN, and yet they lost map 1 and map 2 went to overtime. They could have been 2-0'd by Arbe. They got really tested in that best of 3, and I'm sure that Krisen and the rest of the boys would have probably looked at the end of that series and thought, geez, that's really not a good result. We need to be a lot cleaner than that. And especially when you start leveling up in the competition, facing squads like an M80 being on the pathway to qualify into a Thunderpick LAN.
Well, I think that was more of an oddity result than something to be like looked at in totality for OG, because outside of that, it has been rather okay.
And they were at, what, Thunderpick World Championship last year where they got to play in the Dome. And now that was a very different looking roster. Krisen was there as the in-game leader. That was the period when Mikey was looking like he was going to join the team. They had Fiku and Buzz then, and then Moto was the AWPer. They had an incredible tournament run. They beat VP in their opening game. They lost to 3D Max, rematched against VP, beat them. Then they 2-1'd big in the play-in, and then that's when they got to the LAN playoffs. They unfortunately weren't able to win a game. They lost out to both Heroic and 3D Max. But Krisen knows last year what it was like to be at a Thunderpick LAN, and now he knows that it's only 2 more best of 3s to get his organization there again.
I guess in many ways for him and for the OG organization in general, an opportunity to finish the story in the Thunderpick circuit, because back then they had a rather good run at that event. They placed 4th, and a lot of people were saying at the time that, oh, well, maybe this is OG really coming into their own. Maybe this is their chance to show that they're a good team now, and then obviously it didn't end up happening. This new squad, maybe this one might have the chops to do what the squad from last year couldn't quite get done.
Well, I think the major proved it for me. When you haven't qualified to a major in such a long time, and then you qualify to Austin, and then you go there and you still are beating teams. They were able to beat Complexity in a best of 1. They beat Tyloo in a best of 1. They beat NRG in a best of 3. Both of these teams had what I would say very similar placements. Both teams made it to stage 2. We had OG going 0-3 and M80 going 1-3. So not quite being able to sort of push on and go for that deeper run, but still getting the taste and the experience of playing at a major.
Both entities getting the stage 2 position. I believe that M80 got invited directly to stage 2.
That's correct.
And with the way the rankings are working at the moment, I believe they're also going to get another stage 2 invite, well, according to the predictions of HLTV. So it's not like they're in that invite zone right now. They need to go up 1 place in the world if they want to achieve that.
You just got to look at, after the major, they got rid of Rec, they brought in Hexed. Since then, they've qualified to ESL Pro League. Now, despite there was no wildcard or NRG in the qualifier, they still made it happen. They still won that tournament. They went into a single CCT where they got eliminated by wildcard in the semis. They went to Frag, which featured some South American and even some European representation, and they had a second place. They lost out to the Poles of now Venom in that grand final. They've won back-to-back NA Revival series. They placed top 3 in the ECL Cup. However, both of the losses were forfeit losses because they were competing in other tournaments. They qualified to Blast Open London, and then I know the devs were talking about it, taking a map off Vitality, beating VP, beating Na'Vi, beating Fnatic, going into the LAN against Mouse, where they're even taking a map that wasn't theirs. They picked into Ancient, they got to double digits, they lost it. They then went on to Mouse's map pick of Mirage, went 10-2 up at the half and closed. Those results are incredible for a North American roster, and it tells you how strong M80 can be at the top end of the scene.
I was just taking a look at the America's rankings page, and I just noticed that actually a bit of a close race for that third and fourth in the region position between Legacy, NRG, and M80. Now, Legacy are also involved in the competition here. They took a forfeit win over JiJieHao during round 1, so they'll be into round 2. So actually, qualification to Thunderpick and the prize pass that might come with it might make a huge difference to M80 and their campaign towards making the major here. So they may well need to apply some serious importance to this kind of series. And obviously they will do so for the sake of the LAN qualification, but just to add that little extra spin on how things could pan out in the competition this week.
It's a bit weird with the Americas because you've got that divide between the North American and the South American teams. However, they're still in the same ranking system, but not all of them are in the same tournaments. There's a lot of South American teams that don't even participate in North American tournaments. So you might not see a head-to-head, as an example, between an M80 and a Legacy at any other comp until they get to the major. And I just think it's strange. I mean, I know that you're not going to subdivide them and have a North America's ranking and have a South America's one, but it makes it very difficult because, I mean, we've got, what was there, that land that was on an aircraft carrier that I saw recently in Brazil. It's like, well,
what?
How
have I not heard of this? Hold on. You're gonna have to take me back to the beginning on this one.
I think it was the Circuito LAN, if I'm remembering correctly.
That was held on an aircraft carrier?
Yeah,
what?
It was either an aircraft carrier or a submarine or some sort of boat. I remember seeing an article and photos about it. It looked wicked.
I'm going to need to Google this later, I think. I'm going to actually write that down on my notes to just take a look at that later. So
yeah, that was involved in the VRS circuit, getting teams closer towards the major.
Aircraft carrier, what the hell? Yeah, I mean, talking about like the race actually on the Americas region, because just taking a look at the events we've got coming up between both M80 and Legacy, M80 only have the appearance at Pro League to look forward to, whereas Legacy are going to get a few more opportunities. So it does feel like to me that actually M80 are in the worst position in terms of making up those points and making that stage 2 invite.
Yeah, but always what you've got to remember, like if we're looking at that as a judgment to say points, cutoff date, there's still a lot of BYOC lands and Netcafe lands. So you're going to have a lot of the GMs of all of these organizations tracking where everybody is. And as an example, you'll have an M80 that are going to say, oh, look, it's a bit tight on the cutoff. Let's go to an Epic land. Let's go to a Drac land. Let's go to a BetClick. That's always an option for a lot of these squads. And it might just be that rather than signing up immediately, they're keeping an eye on exactly where they fit, because you can get punished for it, right? If you go to one of those lands and do poorly, it's really going to hurt your VRS and it's going to make it more difficult for the major. So I would always expect that if a team is just on the outside, that's when they're going to start sending them to these local lands that we're getting across Europe.
Yeah, it was a post, was it Heku, I believe it was, of all the events that they got coming up in the tier 2 space, all the LAN events that you could see them appearing at, and a lot of them, most of them I think are open events.
Yep.
So look forward to that, because I think you are right in those appearances. However, I will say that for Legacy there is a lot more earning potential, because Fissure is one of those events that's a $1 million event. Imperial, obviously they're going to be qualified towards that. You've got the CAC, the Asia Championships, I believe that's $500,000. So big money earnings for Legacy if they can have some good performances.
Yeah, well, that's the next one. Is getting performances at Tier 1 events are quite difficult. Now, I know for OG, they're attending that Urban Rigaland in Latvia, and I know that Passion UA are there, Big are there, and then the next strongest team is Alliance. That's a huge drop-off. I think there's teams like Eyeballers, Tapchan's Phantoms there, and then you just start getting into mid to low-end Tier 2. So it's really OG, Passion, and that's it. I wouldn't even put Big a high-end Tier 2 squad right now. So you've got your large 2 teams that you're looking at, and then the rest of the field.
That's going to put a single, not single topic, but like a very narrow, sort of field of teams that you can expect to win that event. And so OG will be licking their lips in particular, considering that as well, that's like, I think $6,000 of the $7,000 goes straight to the winner. Again, building up into their position in the RAN space, because they are also outside of the invite zone right now.
I think it's also nice for some of the smaller teams to have a crack at some of these larger names in LAN. I mean, the other day, JW's Eyeballers were able to take down NIP in a best of 3 on LAN. That's a serious win. That's not an easy achievement, but this is kind of what we're seeing in some of the local tournaments. I mean, for Fragadelphia, as an example, to have Flay and Sobel and Innocent fly all the way overseas to go there, it's making it a very global game. I know that we're not classifying it as CSGO anymore, but it really is. And I definitely see both the pros and the cons for where we are right now, but for all of the local teams and even for the tournament organizers that are putting on these smaller LANs, I mean, let's be honest, you look at like a Draklan as an example, how quickly are 32 teams or 16 teams signing up to a random Romanian LAN? It's not happening. You'll get your Nexus and your Hype Spirit and let's just say your Chankies and like all your mixed squads that come from, that's expected, right? Because it's a local event. But there's no way that you would ever see international teams going. And now you're getting the names of your NIPs, of your OGs, maybe even your M80s, making the move because they know that that's the way that the format is. That's how the future is of VRS.
For better or for worse. A quick update about the matchup itself. Obviously, as you can tell, we have been in a bit of a technical pause. The reason for that was a server crash. We are switching out those servers, finding one that's stable. And for those of you wondering, the crash took place before the end of round 10, where it was effectively going to be a 5-5 scoreline. So we will play from 5-5 because we're going to give them that particular round, and we'll assimilate and emulate that particular outcome. So yeah, we'll be dead set even as we get back into this match. Just an important thing to note about this one, just to those of you wondering at home what's been going on.
Even for OG, and they've got quite a hefty schedule in front of them. They're playing, what, BC game tomorrow in one of those ECL games. They've got NIP at the Starladder LAN in just over a week. Now, that's going to be a difficult game on LAN because we don't see, I would say, the Tier 2 field that frequently at Tier 1 LANs anymore. If we're going to look at a negative of VRS, it's almost impossible for a Tier 2 team to qualify to a Tier 1 event. You have to basically go through the qualifiers and, oh, hang on a second, where are they? Well, at least we got them in Thunderpick. at least we've got some sort of pathway because you're not getting there directly by a VRS invite.
So OG are playing tomorrow, right?
They're playing BC game tomorrow in ECL.
Okay.
And then NIP is next week, I think in 8 days' time.
Might be seeing a busy day from them then, because tomorrow is also our final day of the closed qualifier, and if they win this match against M80, then they will be up to try and find a spot within the final event.
ENCE would have to have taken on Alliance tomorrow evening in ECL, and then Nemiga would have been in that exact same conversation. So there's a lot of teams that are participating here in Thunderpick that are also playing in ECL tomorrow.
An online cut where you can get a few extra points. You expect this kind of level of grind from even the most borderline of Tier 2 teams. Again, you have to wonder how that will weigh upon the squads when tomorrow comes. But today, obviously, you've got the challenges in front of them. There won't be any major grind happening over the course of the day, at least not that I know of. Full focus from OG to M80 and M80 to OG. and take stock a little bit in how the series is, how the matchup has played out so far, because much like in the last matchup, Doug, I feel like we can say positives for both teams to a certain extent.
Yeah, but you expect that in this game. We're talking about M80 that compete at a tier 1 level and OG that are pretty much gunning for almost every title in tier 2 right now. This is more of an expectation than a hope. I had a little bit more of a hope to that sort of level of quality in the last series.
Well, like I said, 5-all is where we return to this matchup. M80 saving under the AWP of Slacks and the Pistols. The half-bought around, they can buy fully into round number 12. As we get back into it, apologies for the delay. The match is now live, and we can continue. Eagles and 5-7s press on. It's initially looking for some sort of aggressive contact to ram. They actually end up backing away with the 4-man unit. Mid-aggression unaccounted for, but now they've got 2 players in red. It's spread out and passive from OG, as it has been pretty much all half long so far.
You always know that the numbers are going to be overinflated for map pools and stats overall for M80 because of how often they're playing North American teams. But the last 3 months, 14 wins and 2 losses on this map, making it the highest winning percentage out of any map in the pool. Who can Adam be quietly getting themselves through from the doors, and they've done it in almost every single round here on the T side. Been very happy to not accelerate, not take opening space towards lane, but just retake map control every single time.
Lake hitting a fantastic shot on Nikodos. The AWPer removed from play on the T-side line. Smoke's not fully covering him off, though he doesn't want to expose himself too much, so he won't stick around that aggressive line for too much longer. The time stalling on OG has left him with 30 seconds to rotate and hit A, and Slacks' AWP is lying in wait. Peeks in, grabs Arostos. USP of Hex right around that corner will get Adam B, and Sins 5-7 also strikes from the back. This might be a full eco steal out of M80. But minimum 6 on the CT board. OG can't do anything. Crizzen can't do anything. No time left for him to play.
One of the very first times that Slacks has actually something to do. There's been so many rounds that he's brought the AWP towards B. There's been no contact. He's brought it A main. There's been no contact. He comes into Donut, and while it might only be 1 kill against the onslaught of T's, he does set up that crossfire, doesn't he? He goes right into the USP that's tucked in the corner. And when it started off with just the AWP out there with being denied from the Deagle, everything just collapses. And for OG, they lose almost everything to an extremely light investment around saved weapons.
Plenty of firepower now for M80 to try close the half on a high note. Shot from Slacks missing on the first peek in from Shelf. Still a Lake out here. What a shot that is. Adjustment couldn't be more perfect to the head of Crizzen. Spook would take down Swisher in the mid fights. Meanwhile, the A hit is coming in real quickly from Arostos and co. Bomb plant will just be secured at the edge of the bomb site. Nikodos caught catching Lake through that smoke, and our 4-on-3 will go to Hext, caught off by Adam B next. And that should leave a very difficult retake for the last 2 players of M80 versus 4 of OG. Slacks will try flashing his teammate Incendiary, sent towards the temple entrance. That should send the AWPer back a little bit further. Many more individuals to deal with. Slacks watching, seeing Shadow, getting a shot. Second player unknown. Nikodos trades, and Sin. He's got too little time to deal with. OG will even us up and take control of the round.
Very good start from both of these teams to start off Ancient, and moving into the second half. I would expect M80 to definitely bring a bit more pace to the table. That was a very slow, a very considerate T-side being called from Crizzen, and in the end to get 6 rounds versus a tier 1 squad, I think you'll be satisfied with. But you can't just be satisfied with outcomes of rounds and score lines. OG's mindset is to win this game. It doesn't matter if you're the non-favorite or if you're considered, if you win, it's an upset. You have to do everything in your power to make sure that M80 get taken down today.
Dash on your own map pick. You mentioned the mistakes of picking into Ancient, or the possibilities that it might not go all that well for OG. And we know that the T-sides have been a little bit lackluster in the last few months. So at least they've got that much in a silver lining. Now can they turn it around on CT half of things? They've at least kept it even. M80 did surge ahead for a little bit. Pistol round might be important to the OG side, and they were able to win the pistol win rather stylistic fashion in the last half.
M80 picked Ancient against both Fnatic and Na'Vi at Blast Open, and both times they had some really good T-side first halves behind them. Against Cypher and Co and Fnatic, they went up 7-5, and then against Alexi B's Astralis, they had a 9-3 T-side half. So if that's anything to go off of, if you're being that successful on T-side versus Tier 1, then surely that should transfer to Tier 2.
Oh, what a shot from Aristos, kicking things off for OG in the pistol. Straight in, peeks up, kill shot and headshot, and gets right back out of dodge. M80 with 3 players in mid have got Spook to try and deal with the other side of the smoke. And their Portuguese brethren set towards Donuts, seen by Slacks, gets out of the way.
Slacks isn't forcing too much of an over-rotation, and Adam B is clearing out a lot of space. But this is misdirection. He is coming over that lane is clear.
I think he might have seen the gun barrel, or if he had, he's going to take the peek towards Slacks. His shot connects as Slacks peeks out. No damage done to the CT side, even in spite of the aggression that Aristos has taken. B side now under siege. Smoke goes down. Nikodos fighting from range against the Glock player. Bomb plant should come in for Sin. Swisher gets the Dane and looks for Adam B, the Swede, as well. 3-on-3, snuck through that smoke as he body blocked it. I think Prison might suspect it. Or does he? He does now. Switch is going to get the kill anyway. Man advantage turned back around by M80 here. Aristos and Spook. Spook being tagged up. Switcher looking for a quadra. And Sin with the closer. All massive round for M80.
Imagine being Arostos. You have got the opening kill, aggressive towards A main. You've then made it a 5v3 dealing with Slacks and Donut. That round is just finished. Off of that basis alone, all we need to do is crossfire on B. And instead, what are we noticing here, Jay? Individual duels. One towards ramp, one towards cave. None of the CTs are in trading positions. And then, well, from Swisher's point of view, he has ripped. He has destroyed them with the headshots.
4 kills to his name, M80. Not expecting to win that round when they had lost so much. Again, OG with an early start, but there's more to a round than just that. That will leave them on the back foot once again against M80. But they've been the majority actually of this matchup thus far. Start with the 3-0 in the pistol in the first half. 5 rounds to return back for M80. Then a couple moments of even Stevens, and well, here we are. Bomb plant easy towards that B bomb side. Nikodos does get 1 kill out towards the lurk in over at Spawn. Sin can trade back Prison in from mid. 2 players in the back lane to Spook and Adam B. Maybe the only chance they have to do some more damage at this point. I don't really expect to retake.
Knowing that M80 have got ESL Pro League in just, what, a couple of weeks' time, I'd imagine expectations would be quite high to go deep in that tournament. Have another opportunity at LAN, another chance to be able to crack in and play against the higher caliber squads, play against some of the very best that you've got in Tier 2 and also Tier 1. But that also means that there's a very high expectation here in Thunderpick. Losing is just not an option, whether it's in this game or the next one. I would say they're the strongest team in the comp. Out of all of the 16, I would rate M80 as number 1.
Yeah, I'd agree. Other squads have potential or possibilities, or they've shown us a little bit of life, but nothing quite to the level that M80 have. Talk about Pro League, M80 will actually be in stage 1 of that competition, so they're going to have to do things the hard way, go the long way around, if you will. Rifles of OG are now out to play for round number 15. M4s and a FAMAS. A couple of MAC-10s still available for M80. Treating this more of a bonus round than anything else. In one of the 2 AKs, and he's just jumped face to spot 2 players at Cheetah.
HE placement looks good against Prison, and Spam is getting close towards Nikodos. Now, Nikodos is trying to fake that there's only one there in Cave. Only one was seen on the jump spot, the slight spam that's come in. Lake can't really do much in the round. He went quite aggressive out from elbow, and he got hit by spam from Red Room. So he's down on 21 points of health. He's basically a running decoy on an execute, isn't he? He's the one that goes in first, and that they trade around him. The CTs are moving in en masse. They are starting to rotate a lot of bodies away from B. And A seems to be the target to what is a contact out from A main.
40 seconds for the hit now for M80. This A site. Spotting those shadows coming out. I don't think anyone's watching it directly though. The Molotovs will still telegraph what Hex is up to. And 4 players can defend here. One back at CT to join the core 3. Fifth man going to start pushing in from lane as Hex gets taken down by Spook. The starting positions of the entries. Arostos traded back by Lake. Took Swisher with him. 3-on-3. Nikinos makes it 2 for M80. Bomb is close. Going to try and hunt the Dane down. Go for Crizzen instead, who comes up with his FAMAS. So now all on slacks, 1-on-3. OG to post up their first in the rifle round.
Unfortunately for M80, they just didn't get the entries clean enough, did they? When you're coming out of the A bomb site and you're being wasted because of basically re-util, it brings a lot of time for the CTs to get into some strong positions. Look at how strong that defense is. You've got players on the back of the bomb site, players in Donut, players in Temple. There's just no protection, no security. OG will be happy with how that first gun round is gone. And even though M80 might have used that as a bonus, their economy is not in the best of positions. So the rebuy is only featuring 3 rifles.
2 AKs and 1 Galil. OG continue to put the damage up against M80 in the early portions of these rounds, the HEs and the Lake in particular. Round 16 will put him on the back foot. Swisher didn't quite lose the duel against Adam B, but he'll tag him low as he will with Sin. HE's down a little bit too deep, so Swisher won't be in just yet, but he is damn well close to. Spook in at red, 3 players to receive. Sin's easy, Slacks lines up. Hex about the bomb carrier scene. Lake also revealed. They will give a lot of info up towards OG, and Nikinos can use that info to great effect. 2 frags, round over.
They just get funneled into mid. Because lane is being taken so heavily down from bottom ramp, they can't get out of B doors, they're struggling to get out of shelf, and it pushes the Ts into 1 or 2 directions, either Donut or Red Room, because they're there in so many bodies. And for Spook, anytime you've got T-side players walking through a red smoke, you know that you're on for a lot of damage. You know that you're going to be able to get at least 2. And between him and the likes of Nikinos, they make that round look so easy.
Now they do. 25 left on the clock, and he knows that he's a goner. Hide in this corner and hope that there's no extension from Crizzen, and if he does extend, he doesn't check said corner. Only dipping in towards lane for a little bit more here. Maybe an exit frag, but they're so risky with 8 points of health. He won't be challenged. And OG will even up the board once again. Money state of M80 will be looking lopsided and only on second stage of loss bonus. It means that OG may well finally get another lead here.
M80 need to find an answer to this T side. And again, I'm just a little bit surprised about how slow this has really been. Perhaps we're getting funneled into tier 2 European Counter-Strike, and that when we start talking about bigger names, the guys that are in the more tier 1.5 conversation, tier 1, that it is a different level. In a very tense first map. And it excites me for the rest of the series, I'll tell you that much.
Always looking forward to this one. A very composed game from both sides. Tactical from M80 to recompose themselves. They're about to face what may well be the biggest stomping that OG can dish out towards them. Again, second stage loss bonus, no sense in buying right here. Swisher might even want to think about protecting the AK for another round. Will mostly be Glocks out. Slight bits of util bought here and there, but nothing of significance. This should not be an M80 round, minus an absolute pure blood miracle.
Lake just can't avoid the HGs at the moment.
No, he has been a damage sponge.
It doesn't matter if he's going elbow or if he's going lane, whether it's an eco or a gun round. He keeps making it happen. Swisher just misses that chance for the opening kill, but at least he gets the cave player. Okay, bomb plant bonus may be available. Swisher's got a second kill on Adam B. He's lost all his teammates for the third trouble. All right, so a little bit of a cash basis. Tap of the third headshot. I'm surprised none of those bullets connected onto the man. He's 100 HP with 2 more kills to go. On for the ace in this one. This truly would be a hero rifle. Here's him coming.
And the corner doesn't quite line up, but you could see it, man. You just felt there's an alternate universe where he wins that spray down, and suddenly we're screaming about M80 again.
It's nice to see that they've kept Swisher as the backbone of this organization, because he's a guy that never really got the taste of playing at the top end of the local scene. He played with the Brazilians on and played on the Bad News Bears, the 80K organization with a few European players that they had over there at the time with Bodemaster, but came over to M80 and has been there for, what, over 2 years now. That's a long time.
Longest standing member of the team. Introduced July 2023, the only other player from 2023 being Slacks. Dawson is pushed forward into Hext. Hext isn't going to deal with him. In fact, no bullets land. I'm surprised at that much. Had quite the amount of time to stabilize that spray, and it just didn't happen. M80 on the back foot once again.
Ikedos misses that timing with the AWP, so the walk-up might surprise him. He might not expect Lake to already have crossed out to that right-hand side.
Engaging into Prison might provide some surprises. Shot from Nikodos lands on Swisher. And that player, Lake, is still pushing on towards the man, but Nikodos can deal with him regardless. So cross wasted. Nothing found there at donut for M80 OG. A 5-on-2. It'll be 10-8 on that board, minus again a massive moment from Slacks or Sin. Swisher almost had one in the last round. But this one might be a bridge too far.
Now, say what you want about Slacks' impact in the first half, because he was bringing the AWP in a lot of areas where he wasn't even getting contacts. The difference between the two AWPers has been night and day to winning rounds. We've seen a lot more impact of Nikodos' kills that have turned around victories for OG. Whereas for Slacks, it's just been rifle heavy for M80.
Tries to take a fight on one man as short. Sin goes down to the player at long. Alan B doubles up. OG, again, a confident round from them. All 5 alive. And double digits taken for the international team at that. No bomb plant bonus was gained by M80. Imagine a half buy would be the, or certainly was the logical kind of the logical buy to make here.
Well, what I find quite interesting is that I've casted OG a lot recently, and it feels to me every time that I cast them, they're always on boot camp. Whereas for a side like M80, they were at Endpoint's facilities just before Blast Open. However, they're not there now. You can see they're all playing from home. Now, I would expect that Slacks and Sin are probably with their families back home in Germany, but for someone like Swisher, for Lake and Hex, they've got to be somewhere in Europe to be playing. So to not be back at the boot camp facilities after Blast Open is the surprise to me. I wonder if that makes a difference of how competitive you can be, how you can play as a team. I mean, Hext, he might be a bit more of a role player and certainly an extremity on T side, but 8 and 14, it's a quiet showing from him.
Won't get any louder with the Tech 9 in hand. Like I said, half buy. All that M80 can afford, and certainly wouldn't want to force the issue now with the economy being as delicate as it is. OG in prime position. 11-8 at the very least, and potentially even more so. Once again, slow to the defaults, and the T-side pistols have been given Red Room access, although contested by Smoke from beyond that smoke, and no one's directly in Red itself. Smoke starts to fade. Smoke will start to look and search the AWP of Nikodos. A spotter players in mid. Aristos strikes first.
Now that smoke has been dropped on the left-hand side, they need to try and recover it. Lake just about gets the first kill, but needs that second, and it's just not happening. Individually, OG shut this round out.
Yeah, well recovered by the riflers there. A bit awkward for a moment, but all's well that ends well for OG. 3 in the lead, 2 to the win. Rifle by for M80 will now need to find the same success that they've had across this map up at times, and especially during that first half.
Well, it's funny when you compare the two teams. I mean, one roster change for M80 this entire year. You look at OG. What was it? Nexia's got benched at the end of the year. They played with Spook. They played with Mikey. Moto was there. Fuku's now gone. Rostos has come in. Like, you've had so many players come and go.
Difference in approach to the teams themselves. OG has certainly been in rebuild mode across the last few years, let alone a few months.
I'm glad you said that. Been rebuilding for a while.
Never found that formula up until now. Flashes forward, Sin. Tap and burst to the AK. Adam B still returns the wall bang. Swisher, flash blinded. I think the opposition also got blinded there at Cheetah. Slack's caught Spook, I believe, pushing forward of that smoke. Watching for over-aggression of OG. That HE doesn't land on Swisher. Lands at Lake's feet, so once again, sponging the nade damage. Could well have been a kill there in Cheetah instead.
Slightly missed smoke towards the top of the ramp, so Kristen has to try and work around that now, and Adam B is keeping eyes towards his cave entrance.
Down the util's good for the CT side. Cave is blocked off. And you can see Hex rotating away. Kristen push forward the smoke, and once again, over-aggression is punished. This time with Kristen making a ton of noise there. Hex will deal with. It's all on Alan B on defensive, and he will find Lake. Headshot gain, backs away from that Molotov.
It's a complete misread. As soon as Kristen goes through that ramp smoke and doesn't say anything, they think it's an A-lean, and that's why he starts running. What he ends up finding out is that Hex is stuck in the corner, and there are so many players out there to cave. The in-game leader makes an info play, says that it's clear, and then actually just gets jump scared. Rostos out here from long, doesn't have a teammate in sight, and no one's giving him a chance on this post plant. Really tucked here from the T side.
And with that kill from Slacks, Arostos will fall. Nikodos will hold on to his weapon. We'll look for an exit. The round is already over. And OG will not have their map point. M80 will continue to fight well. Aggression just not working for the CTs this time around. Wrong places, checked at the wrong times, and so play on for a little bit longer here. OG have the money for a buy-up. They've got savings in their bank accounts. Again, when things started so well for them, it genuinely felt like those first couple of picks, they've given them enough push past that finish line.
It was a great couple of kills from Adam B. And I know we always have a little bit of a laugh about Metasport and some of the transfers, but considering that they had Nilo and Adam B on that roster at one point, and now they're not even solid in tier 2. I don't even think they're in the top 80 on VRS.
I can double check that for you if you like.
I'm pretty sure they're quite low. I don't think they're very high.
Metasport 81, so barely outside of the top 80 according to HLTV at the moment. Yeah, and obviously, as you mentioned, Adam B being one of the talents that really was part of that Metasport breakout team from back near the beginning, or the tail end of 2023 and in 2024 as well, where they really started to establish some presence. Definitely earning a call up. As Nikodos strikes on Slacks. His experience on several tier 1 teams. Working well to shut down the first. Sin and Lake taking heavy damage to M80.
Well, I can back the confidence. I love that. This is an AWPer that hasn't had the best of showings, and he's got a good spawn. He's going for an aggro cave pick. It's just that Nikodos is down there on the other side. Now, he might even be on for a multi-frag out here against the lane individual. Swisher is trying to draw that AWPer forward. Nikodos misses. Swisher gets the first, but the second kill is a spam.
Walk out on the A site in the meantime. Got Hexed and Lake. Sin's got the bomb all the way back on the B bomb, so they're going to have to start rotating because Lake's just picked up a kill. Hex is searching for Spook, not seen yet. That Molotov should drive him into the open. Into a fight, not quite. Flashbang's coming forward though. That M4 turned away from it. Hex will still get ahead of the curb and get the kill together. So M80 have a man advantage here.
Great work from Hex. He's been a guy that we haven't seen much from out here on Ancient, but that kill is difficult. I mean, how do you draw that fight in the open? Kristen might be able to get a freebie against Sin, but once he reveals his position, that's when the T's can turn.
Kill found. And so does Sin go down to Adam B. It's all Hexed alone. Forced out a fight. and needs to win 2 more. Will be a 3K in the 1 versus 2. Volleys are sent to his position. Flashes forward, tap burst against the first. Prison doesn't fall, doesn't take any damage for it. Incendiary on the bomb will stall for extra time. They both got kits though. Smokes in the way, Adam B holds it. Prison spraying against him. It's manic stuff from Hex. He connects against the wrong man though. And Adam B will hold the map point for OG.
OG hanging in there, and Nikodos and Krisen, they relieve enough pressure against lane. They get themselves a lot of rotations out towards that A bomb side. And when Krisen strikes from A main, how quickly does his CT player from spawn also get that secondary kill? OG get up towards map point, and it's been a good showing. Don't get me wrong, I can sit there and question the veto, but you can't question the result. This has been a superb first half and even second half. They've given depth. They've given a lot of quality in this opening map of the series.
Enough to our OG have 3 map points. M80 still hot on their heels. Rifles in for Lake and Co. Still see damage again. Sponged by Lake and Hexed. Prison took some down at the spam. Lake gets an opening kill, but again, the HP is going to catch up to him as Arostos returns fire quick.
Din can re-smoke off towards Red Room, but it's going to be a B lane. Now, a re-smoke comes down from ramp, which is going to provide a little bit of extra time for the T side to cancel and to hold off. Now, look at the reposition. You've got your donut player holding mid and 3 on B. It's a very good setup. And Krisen is getting close behind the smoke. Last time he did this, it cost the round.
He checks the corner this time, but Slack still wins that fight, so they're down a man. Aggression punished once again. If it costs them another round, you have to start asking, are these risky plays worth it? Nikodos will be alone towards Cave. Second player on that bomb side defensive, going to rotate back towards A just in case, and a Sin strikes against Nikodos. Now it confirms the round is lost. OG cannot close just yet. M80 are still in the game.
Well, it's funny, right? Because when we casted the last series of ENCE, every one of their info plays felt like they had free space, didn't they? They pushed Ivy on train, they never got caught. They pushed upper tunnels, they never got caught. You come into Ancient, and we've now seen kind of the reverse of it from OG. The 2 times that we've seen deep info plays down from ramp to try and clear up lane, to get a call of the round, it's just been an insta-kill. Straight away, cancelled by M80. Really good defaults from them.
Tenth on the board of M80, OG. An M4 and an AK in for the next round at least. The AK more particularly of note. I should still be alright for them, M80. Had gifted a bit of a lifeline there, and you're wondering whether OG want to continue to go for those aggressive plays, because that's the second round it's cost them. 4 rifles, 3 M4s, 157 for Krisen. The buy state's going to be weakened. It would be forced into round 24 if we have to go that far. OG would really do well to win 23.
Slightly aggressive in towards Cave, and they are coming well out. They are trying to challenge the T's into lane.
Making noise, flashing forward. AK sprays will try and return some of the damage, and they will be good on damage on Spook. Nikodos taught some of that as well towards lane. Spook's going to back off towards Donut and defend that A-bomb site. Bomb's yet to commit to a site yet. He's actually been left over in the spawn access. M80's default, certainly hunting for a kill. OG are not presenting any though.
Adam Beam, the highest rated player for OG on Ancient in the last 3 months. These are the kind of rounds that you say, right, get this wrapped up, mate. Let's finish this 13-10. Let's not drag this game out. Black scaling out towards a red room. He sees the first player of Nikodos, and even with the jump spot, it doesn't bait the AWP. Slacks is still waiting for that one prime opportunity.
With no shots fired, Nikodos just back away from Ray and leave it up to Adam B to defend that part of the map. Bomb site of A has 3 players they suspect to split in, and the gamble may well work for them. 30 seconds. Smoke inbound to secure and confirm what's going on. Engage a Spook, gonna catch that bomb carrier. Double, triple sequence of frags. The USP Bro for Aristos to finish off Slacks. It's Nikodos and will close elsewhere in the blink of an eye. OG shut it down and take map 1 at 13-10.
And they have accomplished the difficult task of taking a map off of M80. This is a squad that is participating at the tier 1 level versus OG that would just like a chance to get to the same sort of pedigree. A good showing on map number 1. Excited to see what the rest of the series holds for them.
Indeed, and I think it was good showing for both teams. And as you said earlier, that's kind of what we expected to see. These are two very solid squads as of late. They've been highest ends of the scene in the case of M80, especially a couple of S-tier events as of the last few months. So they've already gotten themselves quite a lot of reputability coming into this matchup. And for OG, it's a solid start. They're on map pick. There were some doubts about it from your perspective, Tweg, but they've very clearly been silenced there.
Yeah, they have. And it's an Ancient that is another win to come into tier 2. It's another win against a very strong team.
Now we move towards Overpass, the pick of the M80 side. I'm excited for that one. But before that point, back to Pavlos on the desk.
Cheers, lads. What a match. What a game. And I feel like we've already watched the series from watching just a single map. There's no other way to describe it, I feel, Brandon. This just was a pure war of attrition.
This has been the best match that I think we've covered so far in terms of quality CS. Like, I really enjoyed what we got out of both OG and M80, and I thought it was fantastic because what OG did in this game is, you guys were saying it, I think Jay and Dweg mentioned it as well during the game. M80, obviously a North American team that has got European players, and they're now trying to play European style of Counter-Strike, and it's worked for them so far. But you go up against OG, a team that has got a lot of structure. We've spoken about the efficiencies of Crizzen, and they made this game really difficult for M80. They didn't give them a sniff in this first half. They really made it challenging. When you want to try and take map control, OG are playing really passive. They're waiting for you to waste all of your resources, and then they can activate. It was a really calculated default, especially in that first half, and it just made it really difficult for M80 to build and actually gain any momentum at all.
Yeah, I feel like we had a great example of the fact that OG is a team that's playing up to scratch with the meta of the best teams in the world, right? And you could see that from the way that they were playing the push and pull game when it came down to map control, pretty much what Brandon was explaining right now. The way that M80 went into the buy rounds, especially after picking up the first two, thinking, okay, we're just going to be able to run at them and take that mid control, fight for lane, go for those aggressive plays. And then at a certain point, you could just notice how Crizzen was able to adapt to all of that. So he was like, well, that's not the first time we're playing against an aggressive team on the CT side of Ancient. We're just gonna wait for you to throw in your initial utility. We're gonna punish you with some anti-rush nades in towards middle and towards the lane, and then we're gonna retake it with some lane flashes. There was a couple examples of where OG needed a little bit of time to adapt, but once they did, and I feel like round number 9 was the first example that was really good. They just started picking up full control of what was going on that T side. And for M80, it is good that they were able to pick up those initial 5 rounds in a row, but it felt like the moment that Crizzen and OG adapted, it wasn't really a competitive game anymore.
The biggest thing is, I think it speaks to a really good testament for OG, as we've spoken about the level of individuals, how they can be these 5 superstars and these 5 individual pillars of consistency for OG. We got that all the way through Ancient. Every single player was performing to a good level. The kill distribution, they were only within a couple of each other, and that really exaggerated the effect towards the end of the game, because M80 started doing that. We had Slacks, we had Swisher, we even had Sin putting up some really good moments, but for by and large 80% of this game, Lake, who was absolutely fantastic, didn't have any support. And when you've got 5 players of OG that are consistently nipping at your heels, being really annoying, every single player is providing the same level of impact, it's so hard for a team to hang on. And it is testament to OG, the fact that they have been able to hang on in this game and make the scoreline look as competitive as it was, and that was just with one superstar shining for the most of the game.
Ted, now, for me, a massive pivotal moment in the game itself was the start of the second half for OG. They started to streak some rounds, started to get away from their opponents here, and it gave them a bit of a buffer for M80 that they had to recover from later on, which it ended out didn't really matter right at the end. It kind of gave them enough room to close out that series. So why do you think that's the case from Overpass? How did they manage to get themselves that early lead there on the CT side?
I feel like when it comes down to this game, we are praising OG a lot because of the adaptations and the way that Crizzen was able to, I guess, reconfigure the frequency on which OG was operating in terms of what M80 were throwing at them. But to be realistic, M80 did win the pistol round, and they did have a 2-round lead at the start of the T side, right? So it all comes down to the fact that Adam B was incredibly impactful when it came down to a couple multi-kills. Nikudos was able to pick it up. It felt like as a team, OG just started waking up. And when we say as a team they started waking up, they were all on the same page. Whenever they were going for mid-round aggression, it felt like everyone was glued in and everyone knew what was going on, but individually they were hitting the shots as well. I feel like they were just able to win the few crucial rounds that they really needed at the start, and you can see the emphasis on that team play even more with the distribution of the kills here. Arrows those bottom fragging with 13 kills, Adam B top fragging with 19, everyone else in between. This is a great sign of a team-oriented type of play, and I guess you could see M80, you could look at them and say, well, it does look like everyone was doing their job as well. The thing is, it really felt like in important rounds Lake was a little bit over everybody else, but I wanna emphasize more on the good performance out of OG more than the fact that we probably expect a little bit more out of M80. I wouldn't say they played a bad map of Counter-Strike.
Sure. I mean, OG came into this with showing some really good performances, but top of the charts. Adam B, you guys both sang his praises during those highlights there. Now, Brandon, obviously, we got to see a lot of positives from OG. You know, a bit of a slower start from M80 than what we would think. You know, it was a very close one. Does it change at all our perspectives moving into the next matchup, right? When Overpass comes underway, does it change our expectations at all?
Firstly, I don't know what is going on outside my house. There's a really, really weird noise. So if you hear that, I'm going to have to mute.
I can hear it now.
Yeah, don't know what that is, guys. But look, I don't think it actually changes expectations just because, and I'll get this in quick, I feel like I'm going to get eaten by something. M80 obviously play a lot of Overpass. OG don't play a lot of Overpass. But the fact that Adam B was playing really well, I think is so important. I think that Nikudos, I mean, again, Jay and Dwight said it, the amount of impacts Nikudos had, and really prevented that. The thing that I found fascinating watching Nikudos is typically we speak about AWPers that can sort of give up space and give the riflers more room to rotate. But for Nikudos, he was really plugging in the gaps. There was a couple of rounds, like one round in Donut in particular, where Lake hits that timing and gets over on him. Nikudos smartly takes one shot, falls back, plays such a passive line, able to make sure that nothing in the round falls to chance. And I love that because it is making sure that all your bases are covered, and it just really emphasizes this cohesion that this team's got. I'm going to mute now.
Yeah, it tells you a lot about the way that Nikudos has grown up as a player, by the way. And going into a map like Overpass, I feel like this is going to be a really important thing to talk about. Obviously, there's a massive discrepancy between the amount of times that Nikudos has played Overpass is just twice, so you're looking at 24 kills, and the amount of times that Slacks has played it, that's why you're looking at 254. Slacks has been exceptional throughout the last couple of days for the side of M80, throughout Blast as well, but Nikudos was picking up the slack really well when it came down, excuse the pun, to the CT side of Ancient. And I feel like what Brandon was talking about could be doubled down with the point that Nikudos, from an opener that didn't want to open, would constantly go for rephases, would be almost too aggressive actually at times, and wouldn't lean into that identity of a supportive opener enough for his teams before, is now being the person that OG needs him to be, right? Because he's got a lot of aggressive riflers on the team, and he still gets, I think, the freedom to play his style of Counter-Strike every now and then, but I feel like he's become a lot more of a mature player throughout the last couple of months on OG, and I think it's going to show with him starting on the CT side with OG. Obviously, if they're able to put the open his hands early on, I feel like M80 could be in a little bit of trouble, even though I still believe in their T side on Overpass.
Well, it does feel like we are in for a treat when it comes to Overpass generally, from what we've seen so far as well. Ancient, a very close affair, and OG seem to be firing on all four cylinders. And look, all of their players are whether you want them to be, to potentially have their best chance possible to get themselves a win in this series. M80, though, home ground up next. Overpass is where they could potentially put a dent into the series, and we'll be finding out shortly how that goes. See you in a bit.
He's going to force the kill. The last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him go.
A very nice battle between both sides on map number 1. Now it's time for map number 2. Overpass picked in by M80. Couldn't quite get past the finish line on Ancient. Something tells me, Drake, however, that even in spite of OG's opening victory, this should still be a 3-map affair.
You'd certainly expect so. Don't see a lot of overpass being played by OG. They tend to ban it in the second wave of most vetoes in best of 3s. And a lot of teams, let's be honest, in Tier 2 Europe aren't picking it. It's only a side like an M80 that are even picking it at the Tier 1 level.
So much so that OG only have a couple on record, so M80 should be at the major advantage, minus some curveballs that we don't know about. Hex destruct first. Nikodos dropped in from the mid-fights. Krizen, Spook on the back of the A-bomb site can try and combine to move towards long and take down Stacks for a 4-on-4.
They're still not seeing anything out towards short water, and contact has been established towards A, so they can just triple up A for now. You've got to boost up for the T side of Lake, and he's got a smoke that can go down towards Bank, go down towards the left-hand side of the site, and then also the other one towards Dumpstar. Krizen's making another info play. He's got a good timing against Swisher at least.
Spook catching Hex next. Krizen snuck past that position. Now needs to go ahead and backstab against Swisher, and indeed he will do so. Or lose Spook in the meantime on the back of the bomb site. Lake doubles up. Glock involved with Sin as well. Arostos picked up, and it's Adam B all alone. 1v2 for the clutch, and smoked off from both entryways. He's coming in from Bank.
Because of the smokes being up, it just delays a lot of time. Sin and Lake are separated from one another on this post, and Adam B's been gooshed instantly. Great shooting coming out from Lake. There was maybe a moment there from Krizen where he overextended slightly too far, gets into the divider, gets that play with his back turned, but did he need to fight out there towards Dice? Could have been a different round if he wins that kill, but Lake does very good work to be able to get 2 kills almost instantly against Spook and then against the in-game leader.
A pistol round success for M80, something they got close to winning in the first map up on the opening pistol, but obviously the clutch came in from OG, so denied that much. Although 100% success rate in T-side pistols. Faced the fourth buy of OG, including a scout for Nikodos and a CZ from Adam B. You don't see that often, let alone see it getting a kill here.
You've got Nikodos that is giving complete freedom towards the bathrooms and the divider area. You're playing a 4-1 setup, you use the scout out towards long, you're not seeing anything. Stin gets a good timing, Spook gets an even better one, but the trades keep going back and forth, and this is going to favor M80 for sure.
Especially the latest casualty to return from the M80 side and allowing an opportunity to open towards that B-bomb site, but he's got no teammates with him here. HP advantage still sits with the M80 camp though, so OG are well and truly on the back foot. I don't think M80 have that information just yet. I imagine they will do soon.
We saw Overpass being picked in the 2 series that qualified M80 to this tournament. Semi-final against Getting Info, and then the grand final versus Wildcard, both times having some very strong T-sides and overall just not being tested on the overall scoreline. Got a rotation from Nikodos, 30-odd seconds on the clock. They're not seeing anything towards the short water area either from Krizen, so they're going to rotate Adam B up. But on 3 points of health, there's only so much a FAMAS is going to be able to do.
Time will run short on M80, but they will go for the execution within that timer. FAMAS gets overwhelmed quickly. That's one actually lands deep there. All just revealed was Nikodos. The burst fire of the Galil just clearing up enough smoke for Lake to capitalize upon that kill, that threat. And might have been something that's going to get wasted. The second on the board of M80 very early here. Again, the damage was too much to work with.
So this is M80's 33rd best of 3 on HLTV in the last 3 months, and the 16th time that Overpass is being picked by them. They pick Overpass, they pick quite a bit of Ancient, a little bit of Dust 2, and then there's a drop-off of the sort of extremity maps of your Inferno and your Mirages. Normally seems at the moment that they're not picking Overpass against teams that either insta-ban it or teams that are quite strong in it themselves.
Of which there are very few in the latter category. OG rounds to start. The Eco Pistols should be mowed up really quickly here in the round 3. And if not, then the bomb's already made its way towards that B-bomb site. A lost Galil shouldn't be too much concern for M80. I don't have any AKs in this round to lose, so they shouldn't be too concerned about what OG can produce. It's all a formality. Looking towards those guns the next round, which is where M80 will truly be tested and is where they have been tested over the course of this series.
Crizzen getting very close to the achievement of 300 maps under the OG banner. He's currently sitting at 297. By the time you can see the light of qualifying to the LAN finals, that 300 should be accomplished. In Lake, all in positions to deal with these last few players. OG don't have much in round number 3, and M80 will get a very comfortable lead of the 3-0.
Nice and effective and efficient. And with very little resistance from the OG side, now they will look to try and do so. See what the buy looks like in specifics, and let's see how far that buy will end up going. The Galil is held in by Crizzen and will remain as part of this buy, so a little bit of economic relief. It does $3,200 after the buy of stage. One of 4 other M4s. Fast plays in from M80 quickly with Arostos back at Toxic. Spray lines up a triple. Even the third one coming in whilst blinded. Well poised, well positioned. M80 fed to the meat grinder.
Rostos, one of these anchors where I think there's been some criticised towards him. I think some of his performances have lacked at times across the last few tournaments. His numbers certainly have shown that, but then again, anchors tend to always have low numbers. His best of 3, he has performed at an adequate level. I think he's been very consistent across both the first half and the second half of Ancient. And right there, everything you want from a B-site anchor on Overpass is to block and to do damage. And to be able to get 3 kills and still not got traded, it's impressive. That's a good hold.
And Slack comes back with one of those kills, or trade the frag to get some revenge on Arostos, but it is 1 for 3. It's that 2-man advantage for OG to work with. Adam B, no utility placed to his position over a jail. And gets those easy couple of pickups, lines up another double. M80 will make their first concession of the second map.
OG just getting themselves ready for what is going to be a very difficult second map of the series. And even when we talk about the head coach of Lambert, we need to mention the assistant coach of KillerZoo, someone that played at a lower level in the French scene, but was also the head coach of 3D Max. Look at how far that team's gone on. They're a very solid tier 1.5 squad. I think you could maybe debate that. But what we know is that they're in a very similar position to a team like an M80. Nikodos aggressively in towards Con, struggling to get that smoke down. He is very low HP.
That's a very ugly moment for him. That AWP goes right back into passive on the A-bomb site. Understandably so. If you're going to stick around towards mid and even a slightly aggressive angle, you miss one shot and you're as good as done. A hold hard cover from distance and ensures the most likely chance of you not going down in an instant towards the M80 side, who are looking to potentially move on his position. They've got a couple of players at long. Couple up towards top mid over at the fountain. They'll take it slow though. They don't know exactly what damage they've done.
Nikodos has had some rough performances in those 2 showings on Overpass. I know that it's been a small sample size, but only a .86 rating across those 2 maps. For an AWPer on a CT side versus a squad to the caliber of M80, you know that the AWP is going to have to be strong. AWP is very deep out here on the APC angle. AWP duel opening up, at least seeing the first, knows that there's at least 2 long.
And late to the reactions of pulling the trigger. Spook getting spammed up by Swisher there from beyond the dividing wall. That is a frag that actually sends OG completely packing. Nikodos escaping with 2 other teammates, backing up towards the B-bomb site, saving their weapons. M80 get a bit of a freebie with that kill.
Indeed they do. That's a great spam. You don't often see that spam coming out towards Divider. As soon as you hear that dink, you just hold down mouse 1. Nothing that Spook could have done about that. Nothing that Nikodos can even do. Because if he's maybe in a state where he's not as tagged up as he was, he probably plays that AWP very differently. He might sit there and post on the sign angle. He might fall back towards dice, get himself out towards the truck. Because you are on 8 points of health, you have to play passive. You have to keep falling back. It meant that Spook had no help, no assistance on a crossfire. M80 may have lost the first round to OG, but it's an instant response, 4-1.
What a response to that. Just throwing in the towel with one casualty. Yeah, I know you obviously have Nikodos on 8 points of health. Even so. Get a rifle back in for their dropped player so they can essentially get a secondary rifle buy. It's less of a buy and more just a supplement. 80. Surge ahead on this T-side line. We know from the map-ups they play, they have been very CT based for OG. Even if the T-side win percentage is good, there's been majority CT starts and running away with one-sided halves here. Nikodos and Hex going back from fourth. It's Hex that will be able to turn back onto the kill against the AWPer. 2 frag found from him down a connector, maintains a 3-on-3.
Got a long access timing for Lake. There's been a lot of distraction and a lot of emphasis towards short water, so he might feel that he has got the move to walk up here and scale to the bomb site completely. Spook is the solo defender, and Hex desperately needs that kill. At least he spots 2. They know that there's 1 A max, and there's the A play-up, so round's kind of over, because how do you rotate up here if you're Crizzen and Arostos? This is difficult for the CTs.
Like being low HP, might provide a kill. If they can search for an exit frag, they might get that early, and then that might be the indication to try and go for a retake. But in general, you are right. One man in mid, Arostos making a ton of noise towards this. Lake's going to use that info. Opposition of Sin. Provide support. Arostos walks right past Lake, and that will be no chance available for OG. We'll see Crizzen try and charge away to the bomb site, and actually, yeah, fair amount of damage towards Sin. The M4, tap burst. He has a good read on Lake, but couldn't hit the kill shots. Oh, that's frustration from Crizzen. 3 HP was in that fight, but OG still lost it.
What we always notice against the higher level squads, those sort of tier 1.5 teams, the ones that are really up there from the echelons of tier 2, is that they will punish schoolboy errors. And I'm looking at that from Spook, saying you are the only line of the A defense. You cannot afford to go down with that impact. He swings wide, it's a lot of damage. He gets Lake down to 28, but it's not a kill, and the round's just over instantly. Yeah, Crizzen, he has a good effort at the clutch, but you're not in a winnable position there. It's a very difficult 1v1. And frustration because, well, you're down 1-5.
Yeah, not been the best starts of OG, and you're starting to see a little bit of what we were talking about the fact that I've only got a couple of maps on record. And for those of you wondering who those were against, it was Metasport and Tricked. It was a 13-7 and 13-4. As I mentioned, I was alluding to earlier, mostly because OG got on the CT side start, got like 9-3, 10-2 halves. So there isn't really much of a T side basis to speak of. So this CT side needs to be a lot more special than what we're seeing at the moment. 7-5 is their best case scenario at the moment. And that's asking for perfection when the buy is far less than that.
Nikodos is trying to get that AWP to constantly be on the move. Start con, start party, look for opening picks, search for that advantage, but it's not coming. M80 have been very slow and very default heavy, and that's the way you're going to keep it for this entirety of the T side, where you're not going to see monster rushes. Well, definitely not after what happened against Arostos out there towards the barrels. Keep it simple, keep it very much on the defaults where individuals can work maneuvers, and that's what Swish is doing out here at Con.
Caught by Crizzen in the corner of Con, however. Advantage established by OG. M80, meanwhile, have moved up towards long when there's no defensive at all. They were so heavily handed up in mid. Start to realize now Hex could still catch off Nikodos. Nikodos lands the AWP shot instead. 5-on-3. Lake can trade. Still got players on the way back in, so the man advantage fits for OG on the retake.
Trying to take bank, and Slax is going aggressive with this bank smoke.
In the meantime, man advantage extended now. Doubled up, not quite secured. Arostos trades back on Slack. Sin looking the wrong way, giving Crizzen a perfect opportunity. Lake Stink down to 12, and Crizzen is back in another clutch. This time, a little bit of favoritism. He's known. M4 trying to burst Lake, trying to pick his moment, giving the hardest shot possible. Smoke on sight. Crizzen checks, and Lake still hits the shot the second time. Oh man, Crizzen may be full tilt right now. Another round for M80.
Well, right there, Lake has played that 1v2 to utmost perfection. not only has he aggressed back into getting that first kill, but he's instantly reposed. He's given himself a nice tidy off angle, and yeah, it's being held, it's being pre-aimed there from Krisen, but he just gets deleted. He just gets absolutely owned by the crosshair placement.
Lake stomping this series this server right now. 10-1. He's died once. That was probably the one round that OG won. 6-1 on the board. M80 showing exactly why they picked into this map. One of their strong suits going into their future campaigns. We've already seen it at the Tier 1 environment. Beat Vitality on it 13-3. One of those things to talk about with a new map introduction. If you're a new team or a rising squad, you implement that into your map pool and you've got a strong suit that nobody else will know how to deal with, at least initially.
Even though they struggled against VP, they still picked it against VP. So it tells you that they're confident in it to not only pick it against the North American teams, but to also pick it at Tier 1. And that's always a strong suit, to be able to pick a map that's maybe, just recently been introduced into the pool, and you're happy to say, yeah, look, even though we can pick it against Blue Jays and Getting Info and NRG and all of those squads that we play nationally, we want to pick it against the very best teams in the world.
And should be noted, they still beat Virtus.pro in their series overall, so... Sin does get traded back in mid. Aristar striking now down to the B-bomb site where it's Adam B to hold down the defense with an SMG only in his hands. So many players grouped up, and he couldn't stabilize the spray onto the central of the mass. Swisher will get him. Hext, the forward facing as well, trying to deny any real aggression from the CT side, any real retaking room for OG. And start backing away, knowing that this round is already a lost. There's not really much you can do about it, especially with Spook going down.
And I know that Overpass was always a strong map in the local scenes of Germany. Think back to the rosters that Slacks was a part of, Alternate Attaxers, Berserks, Planet Key, same for Sin when it was on Penta, No Limit Gaming, Big Academy, even in the stint in Big. Played a lot of Overpass. And oftentimes what you find is that if an in-game leader played that map to a decent level in previous teams, they try and introduce it into the current roster. Then as Overpass comes back in the pool, M80 are straight on it. Now, I know that we've had some clutches that have come close. We've had some 1vx's where it could have been Krisen winning it. These rounds aren't close. The ending might be, but the early to mid defaults, they're getting owned. They're getting slapped right now.
Tactical pause called in by OG, their second of this map up, because they found no answers to the wrecking that they are taking. Being backhanded and front-handed and full-fisted and lefted and righted. Knocked down for the 10 count, and M80 are currently at 7.
Well, it's difficult to know what needs adaptation, because when you're getting outclassed by this sort of margin, it's not just one move's going to make a difference. It's not as if, we're taking short water incorrectly, or maybe we're using util too early. You can't pin it on one certain thing. It's just an across-the-board map performance. This is just a far better M80 side than what OG is showing up.
OG will lose. Actually, a second pick comes in for Adam B. I thought for a second they were going to hold their nerve, but no. Spook follows it in against Swisher, 4-on-2. And this broken investment round has seemingly come together to steal something back against M80. Second up for the OG board. Lake will try and make some noise over on A, but don't think that's really going to make a massive difference here. They've still got Kevlar around the AKs that they've now picked up across the CT line. Now, Bomb can't really commit outside of Monster. I think they've got an inkling this out there as well. As soon as they spot, they'll know what's going on. Beacon. Core thought that was a collateral for a second, but Slacks only gets the one kill, 2v2. Now just down to 1. It's all on Lake, who has been stellar. Don't count him out of it just yet.
This is very winnable. He's got time on his side, and he knows where both players are. It's about trying to separate the jewels, and at least he's got the monster player.
Adam B caught jumping. Molotov to the right, thinking the Spook might be close. Flashbang over. Adam unaffected. AK baits in the shots, gets his position, but doesn't hold accuracy of the spray. So this time it's not a clutch for the North American. And OG can just about post their second round.
Unfortunately, Lake misses that flash. It bounces up high and comes back towards him. So Adam B is not blinded by any stretch. Very good steal attempt. I mean, it's a 4 versus 2, and it gets costly towards the end, but for OG, it's a round victory. Now, it was a gamble stack, wasn't it? You had a lot of players out there towards the short sandbag. You had a boost up. There were 4 on B. You need to try and work a gun round, though. They've got to give themselves, I would say, a bare minimum 4. If you're getting 2 or 3, you don't have rounds to play with. There's going to be almost nothing in that second half.
Even then, 4 on CT side of overpass. OG. Well, Spooks finally stepping up in connector. He got a kill in the previous round and starts things off against Switcher in this one. AK frags, looks up the birthday party. No one's seen there. There is a player that is out there, and the rest of the core T-side units start walking in towards A bomb side. Well, there is no major defensive. Look, Sid and Lake are going to get the bomb down for free. Concern will be how much the extremity players will be able to do. You've got Slacks up in mid. Hex now starting to converge upon connector control. Nikodos lands Slacks. Oh, and Hex has walked right past him. That's a dead man walking. Bomb plant secured, but it's 4 on 2.
Sin trying to cut the rotations quickly from the B-side individuals, and Lake has got no chance, but just to make this expensive.
Gileo in hand, overwhelmed with the numbers. No more expense to add. The man who's been the clutch king in this map up. Even that one was a bit of a bridge too far. So OG can start to springboard a bit more, trying to get a little bit more on the board in general. A very tough beginning in this matchup. Things are starting to come together, even if a little bit late in the day, a little bit late in the half. M80 recognizing the threats that their opponents are generating, so tactical pause is called.
And it's going to be a good test here for OG to see if they can match up and beat M80, because I mentioned that they're playing NIP in just over a week. They're probably one of the weakest teams. This is OG out of the entire field. Na'Vi are there, NIP is there, Bait is there, PARIVISION. You'd maybe say between 9 Gentlemates, Passion UA, and OG, there's probably a collective of those 4. But there's no way that you're considering yourself favorites versus maybe PARIVISION or Na'Vi and Bait. So you need to beat these kind of squads in this sort of area if you want to give yourself a chance of going deep in that LAN tournament.
OG. Behind by 4, should close that gap with 4. Spooks ready. Slacks. Back turns, not quite, doesn't hit the shot. Spooks gets surrounded, but does deal with the secondary player, and 3rd kill comes in, 4th one in fact. Yeah, easy pickings for an anti-eco round like this. Ace, not quite going to get allowed, but Spook still has done his work. And the rest of the round should fall down to the rest of OG.
And tries everything he can, but no more than that. OG get up to 4, and well, this last rifle round, Sim would love to take. Make sure it's an 8-4 half. Overall for M80, I think that it's been a pretty successful T-side. They haven't been tested a huge amount. Feels as if they've been able to come in with a pretty strong default, come in with good pacing, and come away with a good scoreline difference. OG, however, from their point of view, will probably be disappointed they lost both of those 1vx's from Prison, because at least if one of those are being converted, maybe you get a tied-up score. Maybe you even get a lead going into the second half.
Differences abound. OG starting to get a handle on these openings in the round. Swisher down to 66. Initial damage being done. A little roll forward to the CT side. Hex, there's absolutely no idea. Caught completely off guard by Aristos. The Orpa Slacks trying to land a shot above on that boost. Doesn't connect against Spook, though. The Orpa of the CT side can back away. One of 2 Orps in play for this round.
Prison just jump spotting out there to the APC and bank. Holding the angle down from the divider entrance is Spook. That AWP would love to be able to strike and fall back to the bomb side.
Oh, they ducked underneath that one. Flashbangs coming up. Spook trying to hit shots. Prison trying to provide support to his Swede. Secondary shot missed. Eagle spams coming in. Bullets are flying all over the place. But Prison and Spook have their nerve held. Sin barely holds on to his life as Spook is overwhelmed. It's a 4-on-2 for OG overall, though. M80 fought hard and in vain, it seems, to get some sort of dominion over the mid control. A site should probably be the target at this point. I don't see an escape route for Sin. Back lines held by Prison. Slackter's caught. Sin's got no chance. This will be a 5th round for OG to play a little bit of recovery at the very least at the turn of the half.
Well, to go from 7-1 to 7-5, at least we know that it's going to be a competitive map. Well, we're hoping for it going into the second half. Now, for M80, you would always expect things to get easier. OG don't play overpass. They have very few officials. They are just going to struggle on the T side for that basis alone, whereas for M80, they're going to have some really good protocols, they're going to have really good timings, and they're going to make it very difficult for Krisen to call his team out of trouble.
Good to see as well for a little bit on those cameras that OG were keeping their spirits high, because Prison in mind is very easy to be tilted given the rest of the half that we saw from them. Yes, it's recovered, but that scoreline was one-sided at a certain point, 7-1 I believe. Things were looking rather dire for OG, and I don't know if they're going to get any better here again. It's 7-5 for M80 on their T side. OG have now got their T help to do it, and we haven't seen virtually any of the T side from OG on this map. But the two maps we've seen play been so CT based, with the starting advantage being on that CT side. Had one-sided affairs initially, and then there wasn't really much of an opportunity to see them attack. So maybe this could be where things completely fall apart, or maybe there's some more curveballs ahead of the international team.
I've got to be honest, I'm not even looking at those last two results. I mean, Metasport and Tricked, come on. It's not even mid-pack tier 2 teams. Those results are just, they're there, but they don't mean anything. This is a completely different level of competition, and maybe it will give us an indication to what Overpass could look like in the next few tournaments, maybe the next few officials. That's fine, I can get behind that. But to weigh up CT sides versus T sides, mate, you're playing pods out there. M80 is a much higher caliber squad, and for OG, there is going to be a struggle. This is not going to be an easy second half.
M80 lead by 2. OG attack with 3 men in mid, 2 in at connector. A lot of presence in the CT side out towards the B bomb side, which they're going to extend towards and realize that nobody's out here, so rotations will be thick and fast and true towards A. So the gamble with the information set now sends OG forward. 2 players initially standing. The second set, the second backup lancers will be here momentarily, seen beyond those smokes. The Slacks goes down to the first port of call. Swisher getting caught back by Nikados on the trays. The backstabs also inbound from Hex. Sin is low. Lake and Sin get involved with those picks regardless, reducing them to 2 men, dropping that bomb, and Hex closes in the pincers ever more. Seen by Arostos, takes him back to a 2v2.
Trying to double up from Bank. Spook is worried about the bomb site. The timing is good, but his back's turned against the Julies. All Lake struggling, but he forces it into a clutch.
On Arostos now, 45 HP versus 65 on Lake. 2 kills per player. Triple available for whoever wins this fight. Bomb picked up. Arostos, he's waiting for Lake to make the play, and he's looking the wrong way, giving Arostos the perfect kill and an all-important pistol win for OG.
Well, thank goodness that Krisen doesn't have to slam his table again, because they would have been fuming to lose another 1vx. It just plays it very slow and waits for Lake to make the move rather than him. He's got so much time, 30 seconds on the clock. You don't need to force the plant, you don't need to tap it. Just wait, patience. Now, it's always difficult when the player's not looking at you. Very difficult headshot to come in, but he makes the job work. And for M80, insta-force buy, trying to go into round 14.
Waste no time. You still have an advantage. You still got some buffer room, even if OG take the lead. Neither side is really near winning this map just yet. Six rounds out of M80, 7 for OG. And it's slow. Very, very slow from the OG default. I have to be careful about this. I think they have an inkling that there is a force buy in play.
Next, getting all the way outside of Monster means a hell of a lot towards the round. Because you can stack up 4 players towards A, and only when there is short pressure, that's when you can rotate players back down. Now for OG, Krizen almost needs to search B. He needs to get out here of the short water and get into the B bomb site. Otherwise, the round is going to be over because they are running into a very heavy trap towards A.
Smoke. Covering Lake as he peeks in, slacks his scout. Going to get Nikados. 5 on 3. Spook will get Lake to return at last. Advantage still can get maintained. Look at Hex back out towards this short access. He's caught off by Aristos. I thought his flank was going to catch that bomb carrier, but instead they played M80 for fools. Spook will stick around in the bathrooms to get Swisher on the rotation. Scout shot missing against a low HP Aristos. Krizen involved against Sin. He'll strike back on Spikes, remove him from play. And just about OG will maintain 3 lives in a round.
Well, M80 have just been humbled there, and hope that's a wake-up call from Def and the squad. That was egotistical in the 5v3. They were in a perfect setup. Why is Lake swinging wide here? As soon as they get these 2 kills, you sit back and you play the crossfire. He gets driven into an unwarranted duel, and then Hex, the B player, he's worried about the flank that's coming in from short. He leaves his post. He leaves B completely. And everyone just starts getting caught. That round was an absolute sitter from M80, and I hope that OG really start to challenge the threat of the 2-0 now, because that was an unacceptable loss.
Who would have thought with the way that the matchup had opened up that we were going to see a 2-0 here and now? I don't even think anyone had set that from the outset. Again, M80 love this map, made it part of their pool when the rest of the scene doesn't really tend to do that with a new introduction. OG, perfect example of that. Twice played, neither of which were their picks or curveballs from lesser teams. They were able to come out on top of that, but Caliber's so different right now in server today and in M80. And their 7-1 lead has not gone any further as OG connect enough of a round streak to actually take a lead back from them. 7 in a row for the international squad.
Even though the form might look very good for OG, and I certainly agree it is, the actual tournament placements have looked really poor over the last few months. The EPL closed qualifier was only a top 8. Red Showdown was a last place. Blast Bounty was a last place, but I'll put an asterisk on there. They had to take on Mouse. Yes, they qualified to the Star Ladder land, but Exort Proving Grounds, top 8, lost out to Fnatic. Season 3 of another Exort event, they went to the semis, but got knocked out by BC Game. A CCT, they won a single one of them, but then went into the very next one and only made the quarterfinals where they lost out to BetBoom. Their ECL Cup, they got knocked out, by PARIVISION in the lower bracket, so top 6 there. So, yes, it is 16 out of the past 20 best of 3s being won. There's definitely a lot of wins. They're definitely a high-end Tier 2 squad, but it's the lack of qualifications and titles, which I think is holding OG back to that next step. And if you could beat M80 here today, if you could go on to win the next series, then you do bridge that gap.
We were talking earlier yesterday with that Soarin' Big series, how we didn't think that either of those two teams were going to really match up to the potential of the victors of this series, and I think this is a perfect example of that. This should be a layup in the next matchup, so you would imagine that the victory here and now is going to be the one tough challenge that you need to overcome and would get you by default to the Thunderpick World Championship LAN Finals. OG boost up on short. Didn't even see this with M80 at certain period, and Aristos going to use that to great effect. Hex is caught. Krizen sacrificing his HP for that play, and alongside Spook, Aristos will peek in against Sin. Look for one man back at Warnter, and M80 have collapsed on the B bomb site. OG are riding high.
It's an excellent default there from OG. Everyone is successful. The first kill towards Connector, the boost up towards the Toxic Barrels, the entry pathing coming out of Monster, going through from Bridge from the short players. You can't ask for a better round. I mentioned that Hex was pretty quiet towards the start of Ancient. He picked it up at the end, but I mean, I'm looking here at what's happening on Overpass, and again, you might be a role player on T side, you might be in Extremity, but you're 3 and 13. And one of those guys, he was what, out on B on the MP9 in that 5v3 round. He was the one that got caught from the connector rotation. And this is OG coming very close towards the 2-0, and for M80, this is unacceptable to go down. I would say 1 or 2 or 0 and 2. This just should never be a series lost by them.
M80 is starting to turn into a bit of a choke. I say a bit.
It was 7-1, so...
I was going to say, I was like, yeah, you know, maybe a bit might be underselling it. 8 in a row for OG, who are now facing up against the broken buys of M80. Half invest. Well, went from a map 1 where it was a little bit closely contested to now one-sided streaks in one direction, and then just back in the other side of things. The Europeans rocking the North American core. Lake's M4 put into the hero gun of this round. Might have to be a hero of his own. He has been a hero so far in the series. It is Swisher the man to pick back. Nikadoz, who took down Hex to start. Low HP for Swisher and Slacks, and Lake took tag damage the same. Swisher will not last in Monster. Neither will the other teammate, who'll fall back away from Sin.
But I want to see Slacks turn into an impact player, because for you and I, we've casted his career for many years.
Yeah.
And there's been certain moments when he was out on Sprout, especially when he dropped down to alternate attacks, that he was a top tier 2 European AWPer. He was a serious threat. And he still has been. He's a class player. He's definitely tier 1 worthy here of M80. But it's been an average series from him. And it's moments like this where you want him to turn it around. If it's going to be anyone, it's going to be someone that is impactful, someone that's very experienced. I mean, Slacks has 1,655 maps on HLTV. That's the highest out of anyone on the server.
$25 seconds for OG to make the hit. Both Slacks and Lake have gambled their way into the B bomb side. Bomb's going to commit in. A backstab from Spook is going to realize that A is completely open, but not much you can do about it now. Slacks overwhelmed. Lake cannot get the bomb carrier, cannot get the planter. And this will be number 10 for OG. M80. You're good to get away with this M4 if possible, but Lake pressured and checked by Chris, and I think he knows what he does do now. He should go down.
Lake has not been given much on this retake. And B finally gets the crossfire going. And for OG, I think there was a bit of a scare just because of how late the clock was, and both players are out there on B, but they have guns up. They're not pushing too much util forward. They've got Spook on the rotation coming in from heaven. And now I would say this is the biggest challenge of closing. Now, it's still experienced players and a fairly experienced team at this point from OG, but you are still closing against the top 30 team in the world, a team that is competing at a tier 1 level. And that's not easy to go from a 10-7 scoreline to getting that finishing blow, to actually make sure that 13 gets hit.
Tactical pause for M80, and this may be where the stern words of death may be spoken.
Well, he can't be satisfied with this performance at all, can he?
He wouldn't be. I just knowing what I know about him as a player, and you know what his standards would be as a coach, I doubt that there would be any nice words to say at the moment. This is a choke, pure and true, from M80 on a map that you should not be losing to a team that have played it twice. Damage is good to start off with the utility in initial. I think blind spray is what they tried to do on Aristos there towards the short pipe. 34 HP for the man. He pops in towards the bomb site but sees nothing. No info to gain.
Try and get a HE to return out there to the boost individual, but nothing's warranted. Bit of a jiggle out here to long, and it's decent info. A Lake just jumps over. He sees 2 players. He sees that there's at least pressure towards that area of the map. Now, OG need a fight out of this uncomfortable HP disadvantage. Hext is down on B, but no more util to re-smoke off Monster, so Swisher will have to do it. But M80, I mean, just needing an opening kill, just to relieve pressure. That will be something that they're searching for in round 18.
Spook into the mid control. Slacks behind the smoke. Checks the angle, misses the shot. Spook does get responded to by Lake. The orb still can't connect. Lake's doubled up on Chris and next. Third shot from the German missed out. Fourth time. Will that be the charm? No, it won't be. Even Adam B on low gets his headshot. Sin is fortunately there to bail him out, get the trades, and secure the first round of the half for M80.
Anytime there's a player that's struggling to create impact, sometimes it's up to the other players to step up around him and start creating X Factor, start creating plays. Lake's done exactly that. You've got an AWP that's struggling to reposition. He's not quite getting the shot against the Flowers individual. He's trying to fall back towards the truck. Lake needs to put up numbers. He needs to slow down that split play so Sin can rotate out from Dumpster. And Lake gets, what, 2 kills? Almost instantly towards Long.
Would you call it stepping up when he's been great for the entire map, though? I mean, look, it feels like a bit of an understatement to what his impact has really been so far. Also had Sin involved in that exchange just to ensure that the trades kept going, to ensure that there were no problems there on the A bomb site. And well, you were just talking a couple rounds ago about wanting to see Slacks become a capable impact AWPer. That was not seen at all in that entire sequence. Probably one of the more dire orb sequences we've seen across the tournament thus far.
There's always time to change and there's time to sort of turn things around, but it's whether that's actually achieved or not. That's an unknown. We can only address that quantity when the map is over and when the series is potentially over. OG up to 10, M80, 2 rounds to the difference. Lake going slightly more aggressive with the util. Now, there was a lot of anti-rush util out towards that T-con area to start. This time around, there's nothing here, and Lake is clearing all of Playground, so they know that it's heavy B.
Pushes on T-Ramp, Hext on Toxic. Sin, jungle entrance, spraying through that wall bang, doing damage to Aristos again, who's setting up the utility. I guess this goes to show exactly why he was so low in the previous round. Minute and 15. CT doing a very unique setup this time. They push one player all the way up towards the park, so T-con will not be easy to take. B is still the target of the split play in from Monster and Short.
I don't say how this round could be won other than a miracle for OG. They're going to need some cracking entries to run into a bomb site with 3 defenders.
Pressure blinded, Hex gets his kill, Nikodos gets the returning with the orb frag, Hex is overwhelmed, and Sin now pressured, standing alone. Flashbang catching players blinded, but he burns and goes down to Chris, and Slacks caught one of the bat lines, however his orb shot leaves it all on the Dane. 1v2.
He doesn't know about Lake. He knows that the AWP from Slacks has rotated out to short water and behind Monster, but he's waiting for the rotation to come from CT, and in fact that Lake is coming in from behind him. And even for Nikodos, that was a hell of a shot to be able to create that opening out from Monster. And that was a very tough round from OG. They were completely outread. Excellent call, excellent stack, and Sin and Co make that feel quite easy, even if it does get a bit chaotic with the trades.
Back foot initially, never recovered. Tactical for the OG side now, because they have gained a lead, but it's about to get tested. 2 in a row for M80. No one holding on to any weapons, no saves, no bolstered economy states. There was no bomb plant in the previous round or the round before. Still get their weapons together across the majority of players. The saving's going to help them there, but buys in the future will be questioned. M80 still will test this lead in the next.
Wisher up against a bit of pace out here from the short water. HE stacks out on the boost, and this could be a quicker play into a B split.
Flashbangs, good to connect. Initial contact, quick from Spook. He finds Hext. Swisher behind a smoke. Backups on the way in from the A bomb site. Forced away by the Molotov. HE's down against him, but hides inside that smoke to protect his damage. No trade frag. Spook doubles up, looks for the triple nose. He's somewhere inside that smoke and gets him. Nikodos caught Sin in a blink and you miss it moment. OG are in a 1-on-5 or 5-on-1 against Slacks, who stands alone. with an AWP back out to Graffiti's entrance and no retake possible. OG respond in kind and put 11-9.
Round coming through from Spook. That opening entry that he gets out there from the short sandbag is then turned into kill after kill, and he ends it with 4. And he's a guy that surprisingly has so many maps on HLTV. He's got over 1,000. You wouldn't expect that for someone who I don't even think has had a very long pro career. He started, in the local divisions of Sweden, played with 0-0 Prospects, played on Nordic Talent, moved over to Sprout for a very short period of time, and then was involved with Lekro and Bobek and those boys over on Johnny Speeds when they had a really good summer break of last year. And then been a part of OG ever since sort of the whole Mikey and Spook fifth. We weren't really sure between the two of them who was going to join, and ended up being Spook that got the contract.
What a difference he's made with all the picks he's found, with all the impact gained. 24 deep in this map up alone, and OG recovering this one because of it. Slacks another missed AWP shot. This is getting silly now. Fragged out by Spook. Nikodol's going to catch Lake, extending in towards T-Con. A 5-on-3 already for OG.
Rostos to cut the rotation of the B player from Hext. All you need to do is pack and group now. And don't get too technical like Big have been over the last few days. Just sit there and group all together. Hit a bomb site as 5. Don't need extremities. Don't need lurks. Don't need solo plays. Hit that bomb and group. Spook is going to go out towards the B bomb site. Rostos is holding short. You've got your monster player of Nikodos. Adam B can go down towards Con. Krisen might be able to put a smoke down to A just to try and hold the CTs in. Try and hope that you're not running into that gamble.
40 seconds. Smokes sent towards the A bomb site. Trying to telegraph some sort of A hit, but M80 aren't buying it. They're going to pick their site and hope for the best, and the best may well come their way. Or are they going to rotate? They have time to do so, so they will just about get there up here. Arostos gets caught by Swisher. Nikodos will be there to cut the rotations and protect that bomb. Should just about make it to the bomb site in time. 3-on-2 for the post plant.
There's no point even attempting this if you're M80. Hold on to the double AKs and look to try and play and give them 12. Look to try and play for OT.
Can't see many other better options. Money's not great on savings for M80. Loss bonus is all you're working with. OG. Can't believe I'm saying this on map and match point on Overpass. From a 1-7 disadvantage. And with those circumstances, with this particular map, you would be very disappointed if you're OG, or M80 rather, excuse me. You couldn't even close your own pick in this one. One that you've been confident on, one that you've taken on tier 1 teams with and beaten them. Vitality lost to this M80 squad at 13-3. OG about to beat them 13-9.
Unfortunately, it has to be said that M80 are really playing 4v5 right now. Slacks is struggling beyond belief. And when you're performing to this sort of level, he knows himself. He knows he's so much better than this. We've seen it in LANs, we've seen it online. There's a reason that he's been a part of this team for so long. There's a reason why he's the person that can sort of drag them through some of these tier 1 matches. But where is he in this best of 3? He's completely missing.
And that's the drag factor that seems to have anchored M80 down. 3 rounds in a row required to get to OT. They saved the 2 AKs, as you mentioned earlier. 2 M4s and a FAMAS to back it all up. Cross-map utility thrown in towards mid to indicate a default over on the A-bomb site. But M80 have recognized OG's proficiency towards this B-bomb site, so stack in with 4 players total. Shadow seen, goes for Hext, 1 kill, 2 kills found. Adam B with a responsive. Utility down with HEs and flashes that try and block, and Adam decides it's best to fall away, protect that bomb, and play the man disadvantage.
Luke is still waiting to see if there's long aggression or anyone into connector, but nothing's being seen from his angle out in party. OG are waiting for a jump spot info out there towards short, but even that's not been given. And unfortunately, you're starting to run out of time. While you're waiting for a move to be made, if the CTs aren't giving you that chance, you need to start accelerating. You need to start being on the front foot.
Well, they're making a move, though. The rotation's back in towards A as they've heard nothing over on B. Spook's certainly done well to lurk back here. Time will be short against them. 20 seconds. A boost is also in effect. Sin's AK watching for the short access. It will be Ramp and Monster, which will be the concerned utility sent in. Fight goes well. Kristen goes down. 2 men remain on OG. Bomb picked up by Adam B. AK repositioning. Seen by Spook. Gets a kill and a double up. He's bailed his team out on 7 points of health with Restore on the Swede to close out on Slacks and AK in his hands. Maybe he'll do better with the automatic. HP advantage over both these fights and can isolate them individually. Leaning up to the site. Check for Adam. Doesn't see him. Now he has. 1 man left. Look for Spook. 28 frags deep, and he will not go further. M80, stay alive.
Oh, just when it looked like Spook had almost dropped 30 and closed out. That was such a sick triple kill. It'd come out of nowhere. It's a 2v4, but there's nothing in the round. And then for Slacks, well, that's one way to not only silence anyone that's looking at him that he's not performing very well, but it also is just pure survival. You've just got to do anything you can to hold on into this matchup.
Man, lightning fast from Spook, that triple sequence, and just clinical accuracy for the heads. And Slacks back on the AK. I was just about to praise him as well. It's just, you're right, it is a tough one to throw. I was about to say, maybe the automatic is the best weapon for him right now. The AWP just hasn't been working. M80. 1 out of 3 gained. OG still have weapon sets and a buy available. On bonus will ensure that buy in the next round as well.
That 2v4 being worked to getting it into a clutch scenario, the 2 for Masters, man, that's going to make a huge difference for M80 in what the ability is from the round. Not just so much from the fire point of view, but do they want to make an aggro play when you've got a FAMAS over an M4? You're going to be indecisive in the mid-round. Sin with the spam down towards a connector. You've got a fairly heavy group towards the front side of the bathrooms, and M80 across the board have played really passive on their CT line. We've not seen bathrooms being held. We've not seen anyone play in and around Divider. They've just been playing on A, basically Dice and APC.
$25 seconds remaining. Spook and Kristen start walking their way up into long. Utility sent in for mid. The boost of late. Good for the 1 pick found. Second, not so much though. Spook even finds Slacks. Tried to cross past that smoke to the cubby corner, but the spray continued. Arostos peeks in on Sin. And lightning fast, quick reactions, accuracy placed of OG. That should secure this map now. A 4-on-2. I can't see Swisher and Hex returning from this much. Looks like it's game over for M80. In 0-2 fashion. Disappointing fashion of that on their home map of Overpass. One that they should have won. They choked the lead. Spook's tapping up a 31st kill with his teammate to secure the last. That is OG celebrating a massive 2-0 and a spot now to qualify for the Thunderpick Wildland Championship.
Now, I've casted Spook for many years, across many different iterations of the orgs that he's been a part of. And I'll tell you right now, that's the best individual showing I have ever seen from him. To be able to drop 31 on Overpass against a tier 1 squad of M80, that's a serious performance. That may be the best individual performance that we have seen across all 2 days of the comp so far.
Quite possibly. I mean, I'm finding it difficult to argue. The impact was there, the ADR was there, the OG side needed a hero when they were down 1-7, and well, they got one very quickly and clearly. M80 more like laggards across the third period. And I mean, it is a bit of a shame because they did have their impact, guys. Lake in particular stood out so much in so many rounds. He was the difference maker for the M80 sub when they were winning, but when they were losing, it felt like nothing could really change that. OG charging their way forward to the qualification game, and that's such an unexpected thing for me to say. Again, I'm bitterly disappointed that M80 didn't do more on Overpass.
It's going to be a wake-up call for M80. It's a series that should never be lost. It's an expectation of at least making the LAN, probably going deep in the LAN. Going out in the opening game of the online qualification, yeah, it's disappointing from their point of view.
I imagine that the analysts might be speaking similar disappointments. Pavlos and the boys, what do you got to say?
Well, I've got to say the end score result does not reflect the match overall. Ted, let's get to the side here as well. Let's get as far away from our mics and screens as possible. But yeah, the end result did not reflect how that game went on with such a brilliant start from M80. But after that, Ted, you know, OG just took over.
You know what that was? That was literally my camera was running away from me the same way that Overpass was running away from M80. I have no clue how they let that one slip. And we were standing there, and obviously we're going to get to the OG part of things where Spook was absolutely phenomenal, and he played like he's the greatest player in the world. He dropped 9 multi-kills, and as Dweck said, and rightfully so, that might have been one of the most impressive showings, if not the most impressive showing we've seen so far in the close qualifier out of every single individual. But I feel like M80 did put themselves in a position where you just can't afford to lose a map that you're expected to be that good on, right? You get a 7-1 lead on the T side, or a 7-0 lead actually, sorry, on the T side. You can't allow yourselves to let OG back with those 5 rounds in the first half, then getting the pistol, getting the momentum up. It just didn't feel like M80. It just didn't feel like things were working out for them. It's just one of those days where nothing worked from the moment that they got those seven rounds on the T side, and it's really mind-boggling.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, we'll obviously come on to OG in a moment, but this exact same issue on Ancient happened again on Overpass, right? Where you've got Lake. Largely, this time the discrepancy is even worse, by the way. Slacks had, we talked about Spook having one of the best games. Slacks has one of the worst games in an M80 jersey I've seen out of him, unfortunately. A was just missing absolutely everything. You don't want to pin the blame on one player, and I won't, because look, Swisher wasn't there at all, had some really important moments on Ancient, didn't exist here on Overpass. Same could also be said for Hex. Hex took way too long to get up in this game. It was literally Lake. Lake was 10-1 to start off this game. We're seeing the highlights roll now. They were 7-1 up. It just completely falls apart for M80. And look, Ted, I'll let you talk about Spook because you were singing his praises in the green room before we even went live of Overpass. Ted said, look, Spook, big game player on Overpass. But we got to talk about Sweet Rice, and I mean, forget Sweet Rice, Sweet Jesus, because my goodness me, he was so good on that CT side. 4 opening kills as well, and it felt like he could do no wrong. And he recovered that pistol with the clutch for OG. Tell you what, if they don't win that pistol at the hands of Alice Dosse, they might just be losing that map. We might be already on a 3rd. But no, really big important moments from all players across the board from OG.
I mean, we shouldn't be forgetting about the triple kill that Arosdos was able to get on the B-bomb side when they were struggling to pick up their first round as well, right? It's not always about the guys that finish the game. It's about the guys that start that initial spark, right? Sometimes when things are not working out, you just need those 1-2 big moments out of supportive elements that are going to bring in that belief into the entirety of the team, right? We saw a couple occasions where Crizzen was a little bit frustrated on the camera as well after some of those rounds. He ended up finishing that map really nicely with a lot of impact and opening kills. I mean, we were talking about it. Crizzen, Spook, and Arosdos finished that map with 11-4 in opening frags in between the 3 of them, which is honestly bloody fantastic for the side of OG.
Look, guys, you're making my job incredibly easy. I haven't needed to ask a single question through this post-match so far, but I will ask this. Is this repeatable for OG, do you think, Brandon? Is this a one-time thing, or is this the kind of experiences you think we can get from them over and over again in the upcoming months?
I think they've proved it in the first half of the season. They've been powering up all throughout. They've made roster changes that, on the face of them, I didn't actually agree with, but they look shrewd. It looks like the whole team is moving and operating at a much higher level. The fact that Crizzen is able to get the belief, already spoken about the fact that Nikados is now a little bit more sort of on the lead, as it were, and it gives more space for Alice Dosse. It gives certainly more space for Spook as well, and Adam B can just be so influential. I mean, it's just absurd, some of these highlights rolling across the screen. But yeah, I think they proved it, and I think this scalp right here, this one, I mean, this is going to be the hardest game for OG, I think, in these BO3s so far. So I look at this and I think, look, you're probably going to qualify through to Malta. I don't think that's a thing I should be really jinxing, and I probably have now. But we said coming into this that this has to be a good start here for OG. Taking a really big scalp that has literally just come off a Blast London Open playoff, it's got to be such a really good result here.
Yeah, it also proves why you can never be relaxed when you're playing European online Counter-Strike as well, right? If you're M80, you're going to one of the biggest stages out there. You're playing some good Counter-Strike, you're getting maps off of Mouse, off of Vitality. Then you come into an online European qualifier, and then you realize why you want to stay in North America for those qualifiers, right? Because everyone is playing on such a high level when, sure, maybe on a good day, M80 is the better team. Maybe you can make a point about all of those, but you can definitely tell that OG are playing some really good fundamental Counter-Strike, that never die mentality that we talked about for the entire team has been a reoccurring topic. And then occasionally you're gonna get that 31 bomb game out of Spook, which again, it does feel like a bit of a flash in the pan, but for anyone that has been following Spook for a long time, even if you want to go back to the CSGO days when he was playing on that 0-0 Nation Academy, he's always been an incredible A rifler when it comes down to overpass in particular. I feel like it's always been one of his strengths when it comes down to this map. It is incredibly impressive that he was able to keep it going on the T side as well, but I feel like this is the face of Spook that we need to be seeing, because one of the main issues for a lot of people with that OG lineup, with the previous lineups of ENCE, of NAP, was who's going to be our big game player, who's going to be the #1 star of the team, right? Just point towards that man and say this is the one for the important games. Well, I guess role-wise at least, in OG, Spook is supposed to be one of those people, and that's the type of performance that you require out of your big rifle star.
All right, Brandon. I mean, at the same time, we've got to think, where did this go wrong for M80? Sure, you can point out individuals weren't really firing up, things started to go a bit stale, but, you know, this was a bit of a reference from the casters as well. You know, not being on boot camp, we're not going to see the same results as we saw from them as well on the Blast Open. Do you think that plays a big role?
Sure. I mean, for a team being on boot camp compared to a team not being on boot camp, like, you're not going to have the same energy. It's not going to be the same atmosphere. So, yeah, I could definitely argue that M80 should have been on boot camp altogether, but I don't think that really played a part in this this map of Overpass. I think, to be honest with you, comms. I think it was massive comms issues here for M80, because you go back, you look at some of these rounds, especially towards the close, they had Lake in such good positions. He had effectively all of the advanced info, and it was either a bit of timidness not to push out of Lake, which you don't really characterize with Lake, so it's probably the IGL and Sin saying, well, don't push all the way, we don't want to get caught off guard. But if he had probed, if he had been that little bit more adventurous, you get the rotations in time. It felt like M80 were actually making the correct fundamental decisions at a macro level, but it was on a bit of a time delay, and I really do think that's what it was.
Well, we do get to hear from the brains themselves. It's Chris N jumping into the broadcast to answer all our questions as we get this one going. Chris, welcome to the broadcast. Congrats on your victory. The usual stuff. You guys killed it against a very strong M80. But break it down from your perspective as well, because this was a tough one. You were on the back foot already with that 7-1 lead from M80. How did you guys manage to turn that one around?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, thank you. No, it was tough. I mean, M80 is a really good team, and they for sure played really well. So it was no surprise for us that it was gonna be a good game. I think we did very well in like adapting and also getting the most out of the last CT rounds that we had, of course, so we could set ourselves up for a good T side. So I mean, I think we did very well. We followed through, and I think we made them guess quite a bit throughout the game, and they seemed a bit on their toes, so it was good. And I'm really proud of how everyone showed up.
All right, talk to us a little bit about, because that was a conversation throughout the entire talk here. You guys have not been playing too many LANs so far this year, right? It was just the major, but now you've got a little bit of a calendar coming up. You qualified for Star Ladder. You're trying to make it here into the Thunderpick LAN, and you've got a couple other events coming up. Do you feel like the team has reached the point where you are ready to go into LAN competition, and do you feel like you are reaching that point of consistency online to bring it to the next level and compete against the next level of teams, so to speak?
Yeah, I mean, I think for sure. I feel like a team like, for example, M80 that we played today, they've done something similar, you know, now just coming from a good Blast event, where I think they're kind of in the same realm as us, and I think, yeah, for sure we are good enough and also consistent enough that we should be able to take our level onto LAN and make some good results. So yeah, we have a lot coming up, and hopefully we'll make the best of it.
I'm going to add on to that, and I'm just going to say, from a personal point of view, obviously this is now an exciting chapter in your career, and if it really feels like the hard work, it is definitely paying off. Do you feel excited about this next step? Because in the space of a month, you're traveling to like 4 different countries, you're going halfway across the world. Is there any pressure there, or are you just happy to play Counter-Strike?
I think the pressure is definitely not something that I feel or that we've even talked about. I think everyone is really excited to get to play because as we mentioned earlier, we haven't really played LANs, so we're just really looking forward to it, and I think just getting to feel each other out also on the server and a new environment is gonna be really cool. So yeah, we're really excited.
All right, and one more thing to add to that, because obviously you guys have been playing with Aerosdos for a little while now, and he's fit into the majority of the support roles. Has it been, how do you feel like you've been able to implement him into the system, and do you feel like his addition has opened up opportunities for some of the other guys to get more freedom, including yourself as an in-game leader?
I mean, I think Aerosdos definitely brings a lot of small things that you don't necessarily see when you go into statistics. He's really good at being a nerd. I'm gonna use that.
Okay.
And he brings a lot, to the table tactically as well, in preparation, but also just generally when we do practices. He likes to sit down and really work out how he wants to approach a different round, or if he sees something, how he would like to adapt, and he uses a lot of time in that sense, and he helps me quite a lot with it. So I mean, yes, he's been really good, and he definitely is making space for a lot of other people to come in and shine, so he's been really good, and I think we've done a good job so far implementing him.
Last one from me is that you obviously win this game, you now go on and play big. How are you feeling about that one? Confident?
Yeah, very confident.
Awesome.
Thought so.
All right, well, we let the analysts go wild with the questions on this one. We've been deprived of good interviewees. We've been deprived from good interviews generally, I think, yesterday. So it's good to have you in here, Chris. And again, congrats on your win. Best of luck in the next one, and hope to see you in Malta as well.
Thank you so much. See you guys. Bye.
All right, so that is the wrap when it comes to the interview. Chris, an absolute champ, and a brilliant series 2-0 from OG. A big surprise to how one-sided it was towards the end. Ted, if you could wrap this up in a bow in just a sentence before we throw to a break, how would you do it?
I feel like M80 just, they showed some good promise. I think they themselves know that this wasn't their 100%, but then in the same time, it was an amalgamation of them maybe stepping out of line a little bit, and then OG showing us why we've been praising them so much and showing us what a lot of months of consistent work leads up to, and that is a really high floor and some good individuals pop off. That's the perfect combination for them to actually play good Counter-Strike. So yeah, I think OG at this point deserves to qualify for as many LANs as possible, and I do agree with Kristen. I think they should be very confident going into that big game.
Well, that's it. You heard it here, folks. Obviously, that was just the second match of the day. More to follow. NIP versus Team Venom. It's the evening squad taking over the mantle from us. We'll be seeing you tomorrow morning. But yeah, you've got Tech Girl, you've got Trav, and you've got Hayes to look after you on the analyst there. So see you guys, and have fun in the next ones.
going to force the kill in the last second. Urge right to the smoke. Look at him go.
Welcome back to the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers. The night shift is in attendance. My name is Sam. I'll be your host. Hayes and Trav are with us so we can break down all the action. Vince and Anders will be jumping into game in a little bit. And let's get into our next matchup. It is Venom versus NIP. But Hayes, we've had, I would say, upsets. Both upsets today already. We started, of course, last night with the BB loss, and it's just continued.
I tend to agree with you that the Nemiga win over ENCE definitely would be regarded as an upset. I think M80 against OG was probably more 50-50. I think it might be like recency bias with the results we got out of M80 recently that kind of leads people to think it's an upset, but I've been a huge fan of this OG team for a while, so I'm not particularly surprised.
Trav, please tell me you're on my side. It's an M80 upset.
Come on, Trav.
right?
Remember your casting duo here, man.
No pressure. No pressure.
Honestly, what did I say yesterday, right? Before this conversation even went down, OG have got the quality to beat a team like M80. So I did genuinely think that it was a possibility, especially online. And yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with Matt about Nemiga though, by the way, because I think they've been really struggling since they lost away and playing with Sawalio, right? So if they could make a LAN, a sort of a surprising LAN, it would be a big boon for them.
Upset potential for the next two matchups today that we're at the halfway mark. Trav, is it there?
Honestly, I for this first game, I'm not so sure because I think it's a bit more of a random game for NIP in terms of like it's a very unknown opponent. I'm really looking forward to seeing if Venom can do something crazy here because the players I have casted and followed for quite a long period of their career. So, yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see if NIP can bounce back from some of these recent results, which I'll get into in a little bit.
We do have two more best of threes coming your way this evening here on the Thunderpick World Championship close qualifiers. The first one, NIP up against Venom. So let's talk about this Venom lineup now. All Polish, Hayes. I mean, what do you know about them? What do you think we should be looking out for?
Quite a lot. I've been covering these guys in Tier 2 for a while, from Rebels to Colsey, and now under the Venom banner. A lot of recognizable name value, in particular, obviously Innocent, who's been around the scene for a long time. He's a highly experienced individual. The one guy whose face we're not seeing on the screen now is their coach, Spiro, as well. And that combination of Innocent and Spiro have been around the Polish scene for probably like a decade at this point. And then you've got the young, plucky, up-and-coming individuals surrounding those experienced veterans. And all four of the players around Innocent actually pack a hell of a punch, Sam. You know, someone like HFA, for example, is certainly worth keeping an eye on. He was quite unfortunate to get benched from that Apogee roster recently, but such is life when you get someone like JiJieHao who comes knocking on the door. Flay's been popping off with the Orb lately, having some really impressive series, and I've been following him for a while, and he's been doing very well online, but I want to see him now delivering when there's like LAN qualification contention on the line. There's a lot more weight in this certain matchup, and I've seen him play well over the past 12 months, but this is where I want to see that kind of crescendo and see him deliver in the big moment.
Trav, what do you think about Venom?
I think it's going to be fun to see if they can cause NIP problems in this sort of game, with NIP's sort of confidence being quite low. I mean, Flay, as Matt said, is the important one to point out. I mean, he can be a live wire and has proved as such, right? Not just online, but at big lands in the past, right? Notably, IEN Katowice 2024. That was when there used to be like a Polish regional championship qualification spot for that IEN Katowice event. He played great against Falcons. I think he played a game against FaZe as well, where he did okay. So, yeah, I think he's the main man. I've always been a big fan of his. And it's nice to see a team like this in the Polish scene, which is like, I guess, a mixture of youngsters and experience. Because Innocent, like, you know, Matt touched on it too. Like, he's been on pretty much every single notable Tier 2 Polish team. Illuminar, Pact, Wisla Krakow, Anonymo, Enterprise, Rebels. Like, the list is almost endless for him. And, yeah, even on that old school G2 edition of a Polish roster as well back in 2015. So him and Sobel have all the experience alongside the coach, that's for sure, in Spero. And yeah, I mean, HFA or Huffa, as I like to call him, because it's more fun to say, and Kloku, also a great name, have good experience playing with each other too in that sort of bet-click Apogee setup. So It's very unlikely they qualify for this main event, but they are dangerous.
Okay, please don't kill me, Polish fans in the chat. No flames. I have to ask the questions. I've got to ask this one. Why is the Polish scene struggling, though, with just keeping a lineup together, right? We talk about all these players, but we just see them move teams so often. Do you think a little bit of, I don't know, sticking together for longer than 6-7 months might work in their favor?
It's the same thing we talk about with the South American scene all the time. They're just like stacked to the brim as far as talent goes, but trying to get the right talent balanced on the right team seems to be the struggle and the problem. I think there might also be a bit of a lack of org support. Like you'll see a lot of unorged teams, mixes together, looking to try and grind to create a bit of a name for themselves and then get some support. And when you've got so many different mixes from the same region, you're obviously all not going to get the org, and then maybe one of them gets an org and they make a player change, which then disrupts two teams, obviously bringing in another player as well. So I feel like the instability might just be down to a lack of opportunities from salaried orgs, basically. But yeah, if we could just get some consistency within these rosters, it would certainly bode well for them in the long term.
Let's take a look now at their opposition. Ninjas in Pyjamas, NIP, that lineup, some tenured names in the mix. I am a huge fan of Snappy as an IGL. But, Trav, when I brought this up yesterday, you said you have concerns about NIP. I've been watching them grind tier 2. They've just come back from a loss at Philadelphia. They're flying all over the world, get land points for VRS. They're trying to live the dream that VRS was meant to create. But the dream is looking a little bit touch and go towards nightmare because they're not really bringing in the results, are they?
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I think everyone was really excited for what they could show with ECSTATIC's brilliant debut in Cologne. But since then, they've pretty much lost every single important match they've played. 1-2 against Pain in Lost Bounty. 1-2 against Foot, the ex-Navi Junior roster, in the qualification match for the CAC LAN in Shanghai. And 1-2 against both Eyeballers, yes, that's JW in Big 2025, and ENCE at Draculan in Romania. That's a critical loss of VRS points, right? You mentioned their Philadelphia trip. They went all the way over to Knoxville to try and recoup some of those points, but even though they made the final, they lost to NRG. Sure, they played without Wrinkle, but, you know, with professional stand-in Smooya, who was totally capable in those situations, they couldn't find a way to beat a team of NRG's level. So
yeah,
I feel like it's been a collective downturn in the individual form of the entire team.
I feel like I'm one of the only people in the world right now that isn't as low on NIP as everybody else is. Like, I understand that they have lost a number of really important games, but look how close those losses have been as well. They only brought Kaspersky into the roster like a month ago, and it's not like they've been getting blown out the water. They've been competitive. They've been showing up. They just recently had that run at Cologne, right, where they then lost out to Navi in the playoffs, and everybody was very high at that point. Well, not the playoffs, but just before reaching the playoffs, and that was a good showing from them. Then they had a lot of narrow losses, but I feel like if they can just tweak one or two aspects of the game, then we could see them finding success in those sorts of matches. I do think one of the main points of concern with NIP at the moment is their T-sides, though, Sam. They've been really lackluster in that department in particular since Kaspersky joined, and I'm not putting that on him because he's actually been one of their stronger T-side players, but that's definitely something that they need to figure out pronto.
Let's take a look now at the map, Vito, to see what they're going to be playing in this series. I think it'll give us a better insight into what to expect. Walk me through this one. Trav, what are you thinking?
Well, I do think that, like, the one thing that NIP still have in their veto is Nuke. They're willing to go to it nearly every single time. Thing is, even though I'm totally confident that NIP are going to find Nuke in this series, they are going up against Venom with the Polish players who historically have always been good Nuke players. That's something you can kind of put on the Polish scene and these sort of tier 2 Polish teams in general. Always had Nuke in their wheelhouse. Every single sort of lineup they've had with sort of these players of this ilk have had Nuke as a map they can go to. So I'm confident in NIP taking Nuke. Dust 2 is very up and down for me. Venom choosing to pick into that one. They managed to get a win over Medisport in it in the ESL Challenger League Cup just yesterday. It was a good win, 13-7, but they have been losing against, like, regional rivals on the map as well.
Yeah.
Like Reason and Minolate. So, listen, I
Well, then here we go, Vince. We finally got rid of everybody else. It's just you and I. How are you feeling? We've got NIP playing Venom. It's another day of Counter-Strike coming up.
It most certainly is, and I think this is going to be a fairly interesting one as well, Anders. I mean, we saw some upsets yesterday. We saw some crazy twists and turns. Obviously, BetBoom getting knocked down by 9Z with a couple of, like, let's be honest, rookie plays, but really showing just what they were capable of. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more of the same here today. I mean, I think it would do a disservice to say that Venom are like plucky underdogs or that they're relatively unknown. They've been in multiple iterations, Rebels into Khaleesi, into now Venom. They've been moving team names and orgs, etc. But they've been together for quite a considerable amount of time. And you and I have had the pleasure of casting Innocent many times over the years. Like, we're obviously both old fogies in the CS scene right now, and so is Innocent. He's been around forever.
Yeah, it's. I always find it a little bit heartwarming when you see people kind of return and stick around. Like, there's something about that is nice. But yeah, he's obviously been around for a really long time. So yeah, I guess we'll see how this one plays out. I mean, I like this NIP lineup. I feel like they should be doing better than they currently are, but I think they can find the right rhythm here. So I don't know about you. I've got NIP to take this. I have to side with them. I look at the numbers and everything else. Like, it's surely got to be the case. But we've already seen some pretty wacky upsets today here at Thunderpick. So who knows what's going to happen, really?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that even though Venom probably have a little bit more caliber than a lot of people expect, especially people tuning in that maybe don't know so much about Venom or the Polish scene right now, and obviously NIP is a massive brand in Counter-Strike, even though they've had their ups and downs now for the past 10 years. They went from being one of the best teams, if not the best team in Counter-Strike, to, let's be honest, like a tier 2, tier 3 team for quite some time. Like, it just wasn't working for them. And this is probably the most excited I've been about an NIP roster or lineup in probably 3 or 4 years. I'm really trying hard to remember a time where I had this much faith and belief in this team. And even though they have had some rough losses, I think Hayes is on the money. Like, it's a relatively new roster with Kaspersky coming in from ENCE, who has been a shot in the arm. He's been very good for this team. I think that this Shush revival as well, by the way, on NIP, like, obviously he's been in a ton of Danish teams in the past. I think that's also an amazing thing too. Like, he's actually performing individually extremely well. And then you got Snappy. Like, guy's been around forever. Super, super underrated IGL as far as I'm concerned. I think he was scapegoated massively when it came to Falcons. So I'm going to be curious to see what happens here, man. I've got a lot of faith in NIP.
All right. I'm glad that we're on the same page for that. Yeah, I mean, I haven't had a chance to actually cast them a lot, but I just have a feeling that they are going to be a stronger team than maybe they are right this very second. I guess we're going to find out right now. So once again, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Here we got Venom versus NIP. It's a best of 3, and we are going to start on Dust 2 with already a little battle out long. The flash has already been set up. It's a nice idea, but unfortunately with the US piece, they just can't quite find the spray down or the mow down that they were looking for. They do trade evenly, which I guess is not that bad, but I think they were looking for more than just a trade there.
Oh, nice re-peek from Snappy, though. I was going to say, enough time had elapsed so he could back away back onto that site, but now Shush is going to be called upon. He's been in good individual form, but that aim really lets him down. And now it's up to one of the new recruits, Kaspersky, with the Julies, and takes both heads. Innocent and Flay put on the deck, and it will be first blood claimed by NIP.
Oh, he was actually in a lot of trouble there, wasn't he, Kaspersky? Like, that is an unlikely position that you're going to take the follow-up fight in, but he managed to do just fine. So well played. Chaotic round, to say the least, but nice follow-through from Venom. They had a plan. They didn't really decide anything differently. They just wanted to keep going out long, and I kind of appreciate that. In pistol rounds sometimes, especially on a map like Dust 2, you end up, you know, falling back against the USPs a lot. You just get sniped away. So I like the idea of just going for it. It just didn't really work out this time. Classic smokes coming up, and we do actually have an interesting investment into this round for Venom. That's a bit curious.
Yeah, the scout kind of expected. A lot of teams will try and force that in as fast as possible, but it's the pistols alongside it maybe that's a bit more of a head scratcher. A flash is good though. Wrinkle tosses that in, allows Snappy to activate with the MP9, but a 1-for-1 trade. Not necessarily ideal. Yes, he did a bit of damage to 2 more players, but it has afforded Venom the luxury now of just stabilizing a little bit, forcing out so much this utility, and allowing Shush to go for the backstab. Spray's good on the first player. Ton of adversaries showing their hands, smoke down, and there's Kaspersky from the back. So NIP, it's like a death from 1,000 paper cuts right now, but Venom are doing damage.
Yeah, Ujux, I think, had a big opportunity there to maybe get a kill. I don't know how maybe they just strafed in on the other side there, HFA. But ultimately, it will be Ujux to pick it up here. Can't really, I think, find anything better. Still, it's not bad. Yeah, a bit of a scary beginning, but obviously, if you're NIP, you're just quite happy to live through that round. You don't get, you're getting punched in the face too hard by the early buy, and then this one should be a lot easier, and you kind of know. You know there's going to be a more chill round that you can just relax in, so... I think NIP are doing pretty decent job at the moment. I heard the desk call him Clock You. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah, Clock You, I believe.
Clock You, all right.
I'm sure some people will correct us if you're a Polish fan and you know exactly how to pronounce it.
Yeah, I'm happy to be corrected. Send some feedback our way if you know better. But yeah, for the minute, that's what we're going to go with then. They do have a couple of deagles, so they could do a little bit of damage. Even the tech line there on Clock You, so... I guess we'll find out if they can do some damage here. Nice timing on the smoke. They're going to flash their way through, though. And Ujux, okay, he's just going to commit to it. He's going to say probably getting a kill and falling back from that position is just fine, but that's a pretty good spray.
Yeah, very nicely done. Effectively an eco bash, but the flash was there and his aim was on point. So a clinical round anti-eco bash as a 3-0 comes in. Storm is brewing. I like that. It is brewing for NIP. However... we are now going to see an open for AKs. This will be NIP's biggest test yet.
The bonus round, always interesting. Always a lot that can be set up when you, if you can get through this one. Flaydo has picked up the AWP, and he's one of these players that's not to be underestimated. Got to be really careful you don't give it up too early on here against the AWP on the T side. They have an early stack out long on NIP side, which I don't hate it, but since they don't get anything immediately, they just kind of fall back. It's curious that they didn't do any kind of a boost up or anything like that. I think those boost up on the blue container have become pretty popular these days.
I think we saw Siren get a triple from there yesterday, right? When
yeah,
they were
you're
playing
right.
9Z, and they had no idea about it. So I absolutely agree with you. It is definitely an angle that maybe they'll try and utilize further down. I think maybe the reason they didn't go is because they traded weapons for Ujux to have the MP9. Not quite as powerful in that sort of mid-range alleyway peek onto the double doors. So I think he wants to play up close with it instead.
They are going through all of the normal motions that you would see here. They're going to be checking out the catwalk position, whether you want to do the mid split or you would just want to go and attack the bomb site. You kind of need this position. And honestly, Wrinkle still has some good grenades. He's got the incendiary, he's got the smoke. He's playing that A-ramp position. If he can just wait until they've thrown their smokes, which, yeah, they're going to do right now, he can counter some of this if he's really quick with it. We'll see already the first grenade coming out. Snappy's trying to buy some time as well, but he's going to go down inside of the smoke. Sobel there to pick up a couple of kills before they get closer. Wrinkle's down and out. His grenades didn't do any difference whatsoever. And Kaspersky will be the next to drop, so Shush, just nothing you do about this one. Has to try and back a little bit further out. That's a really nice execute from Venom.
Yeah, it's clean. Sobol, another player that's been around for quite a considerable amount of time in the Polish scene. Obviously, Szpero as their coach as well. A lot of names I'm sure a lot of Polish fans will be very familiar with. Hell, even just Counter-Strike fans that have been around for a while. But yeah, you're spot on. There's nothing really Shush can do here apart from save. I mean, they do have a nice bank balance built up. Innocent will deny him, but they can buy again. It was effectively their bonus round from the previous, obviously, coming into this with a FAMAS and MP9. So they'll be back in with an AWP and a full dosage of M4s, I'm sure. But great news for Venom. They're not going to be battered early on here on Dust 2. They stand tall. Only the one loss of life on that clean catwalk push. Game well and truly on. Wrinkle with the AWP in his hands. Very promising prospect. Ukrainian AWPer. I expect big things of this guy in the next year or two.
Yeah, he's got great personality to kind of go with it. Like, you can tell he's just kind of the soul of the team in some sense, especially when they end up playing on LAN. Super fun to see. Unfortunately, this time he's going to end up going down right away, so it doesn't really get a chance to flex that AWP. Look at the trick they're pulling in Upper Dark. They threw in a smoke, and now they're actually double walking through it. So NIP hoping that someone hears the smoke, and then they just continue to march on through. And it honestly looks like it's going to work. I don't think Venom has any idea this is happening. No one's looking. You can see Sobel's here. He's not once checked behind him. He's just going to turn around. Oh, the timing is absurd. He had no idea that was happening. It was pure reaction to get that headshot on the Shush.
A lovely shot up to his 5th kill already. on top of it. And just I'm talking about like this, you know, it's not a big deal. They had a bonus round come in. Well, you've just been battered so quickly in this. Wrinkle never saw a pixel as he got snatched away by Flay. NIP, who have fully rotated off the B site, going and wrapping around from Kaspersky on middle. They may just think about saving at this point. As soon as they hear the bomb plant go down, I wouldn't be surprised if those two A players kind of revert back to a long save. And Kaspersky should be favorite to get this kill. Could even pick up the AK-47. Standing his ground. Surprised that they are not backing away from here. Maybe looking for some exit frags, but it could do more harm than good. Nice kill from Snappy, though. Already half of the fuse is ticked away from the bomb. So this round is going to go the way of the Polish players. Venom will get a second, no doubts.
Yeah, they know that Sobel is low because of the earlier dink there, but it's just still too much of a stretch here, and the weapons are so important, so they don't want to quite do it. I'm shocked that NIP don't do more damage. Like the idea at the start of the round, he was really good. That smoke into upper dark that we didn't really see it on camera, but you can see it on the minimap. They walked through it, and it just worked exactly like designed. If Sobel had turned around half a second later, he would have been dead instead. And Kaspersky's lurk into T-spawn would have been very, very efficient. So I guarantee you the whole round just hinges on that one moment. That is super unfortunate. They're going to know later when they go back and look at the demo. They're going to find out exactly how close they were. But nonetheless, they get to save some weapons, and I suppose that's not too bad. A little bit of typing going on in the background. So I don't know, Vince, what's your mood for Dust 2 these days? Where's the map rank in your head?
I don't know if it's that Dust 2 has won me over a little bit compared to before. I mean, I kind of go up and down with this map. I've loved it. I've despised it. I've been everywhere in between. But I think because Inferno to me feels just a little bit stale at this point, I think my estimation of Dust 2 is increased, if that makes sense, indirectly. Love Ancient. I think that's spot on. I've always loved Overpass. I think Train is getting more interesting as time goes on. Teams evolving to it. Yeah, so Dust 2 for me, it's definitely a solid map to watch. It's always a scrappy one. Like, there's a lot of clutch potential, a lot of action going on, and we can see here early aggression from Kaspersky once again in lower tunnels.
Hilarious grenade thrown there from HFA. They have more. It's just it was funny to see. Yeah, I kind of agree with the whole Inferno analysis as well. It's not my favorite map at the moment. Oh, the timing is absurd. See if he can do it again. Sobel, he can. Shush is going to have a bit of a personal vendetta against this guy soon, because that's twice now where, by all means, Shush probably had the better positioning. He had the advantage in terms of the information, and it just doesn't matter. Sobel, 2 kills here that I feel like he should have had none of them. Timing, maybe could have got UJOX killed, and he tries to just floor it. He wanted to go fast on this one, but they're really getting picked apart here. Honestly, Venom they're surprising me at the start. I know they've been playing together for a bit, but they are looking really sharp at the moment.
I completely agree with you. Like, I'm kind of stunned at Sobel's double there. Like, the quick adjustment to get the kill on Kaspersky in particular, who's a very, very aggressive player. Like, he's often the space maker, the space taker, the entry fragger when it comes to NIP when they need him. And he goes out knowing roughly where Sobel is and still just gets obliterated. Surviving on 22 HP, tons of impact once again. And Shush has to be so frustrated here. Like, he's the B player. The first couple of rounds, like, often was just trying to look for a save or some exit frags. These last 2 rounds, though, he's been just straight up wrecked. And again, he's one of the players. Like, he's on a 1.10 rating or so. In the last 3 to 6 months, he's been having, like, some pretty individually solid games of his own right. Before they picked up Kaspersky, was kind of one of their star players. For him to be struggling this early on, that is a concern for sure.
Yeah, but I would say I would almost say it's a kind of understandable struggle where I would say it's just so unfortunate that he doesn't get some of those kills at the beginning. Wrinkle's going to be found, so pretty tough start here for NIP in spite of winning the pistol round and following it up with a couple there. I'm still surprised that the Danish scene let go of Shush at all. I feel like he's just always been such a great all-round player, and like you can throw almost any problem at Shush and he'll solve it with great calm and without too much stress happening in the team. So I don't know, like it was surprising to me that it even happened to begin with, but right now, obviously, like you said, a couple of times here where we had to be really critical. We would say he probably should have had those kills. He didn't, and Yeah, that's cost them, I think, quite a bit. In my mind, this probably should have been like a 5-1 scoreline right now in favor of NIP. The fact that it's not is pretty devastating, but they're doing some damage in this round. If Shush can land a headshot here, maybe all could be redeemed. He's certainly in position for it. There's the one against Flay, but immediate return from HFA. It's a very nice spray.
Super important round here, though, for NIP. I mean, their economy is going to be able to afford a buy, but it's going to really bolster them and catapult them towards getting a solid half out of this. It is a map that can certainly lean T-sided at times, and this rotation from Wrinkle through the smoke, catching H4 off guard. Now, Innocent, the IGL, the veteran of this team with it all to do. Bomb is planted for him, has a full kit of utility, but the smoke is down. He's not fully buying on this one. He's being toyed with from the player of CT, trying to tap through that smoke, but Wrinkle should be okay behind the bomb, behind the site. And he uses that smoke as his sanctuary, so stealing the round from underneath Venom's nose, NIP regain the lead.
That is an absolutely crazy camera angle. We actually saw the bullets whizzing through the smoke on either side. Like, he did do the cartoon outline drawing with the AK. I just can't even believe it. He could have shot him right in the head there, and it just didn't work out. So, huge round to pick up for NIP. That's so big. And again, they're on the CT side, so probably worth remembering that some of these rounds might have a little bit more weight than the ones Venom are picking up. And if they can just continue to roll it now, then all is forgiven in spite of some of the earlier speed bumps that they were running into. I've got to say, NIP maybe not in a bad position after all, but this next round will be obviously critical. Molotov being exchanged for the incendiary to try and make sure that it just slows them down. Snappy thinking about throwing that HE in behind it, see if he's going to be successful on the timing there. All right, it does a little bit. It's not really a wasted grenade.
Also does stall the push just a few more seconds and allows him to retreat to get back another HE. That one is going to land on Flay. Down to 58 already. Smoke tossed in preemptively to try and stop any shenanigans with Molotovs, but Wrinkle instead is going to look down the hole through both of those smokes with the AWP. Nothing really forthcoming just yet, but now the pressure's going to start to be applied, and the first kill does go the way of Venom. And although Wrinkle stands his ground for one frag, it's a free kill from Innocent.
Yeah, he didn't recognize there was going to be a second player. It's kind of unlikely as well, so can't really blame him. Snappy trying to get flashed in, but instead he just dies in the flames. And Flay finds a kill simultaneously, taking down Kaspersky. Shush, the last one. And obviously with the health that he had that from the start of the round pretty much, not going to be able to contribute to this one. That's an interesting round for Venom to win. But again, I think it just cements the fact that their executes onto this A-bomb side have been really good. It's not complicated. Like, if you're noticing, they pretty much commit to a bomb site and they don't give up on that plan. But I do like that. I think sometimes if you overcomplicate the game, you end up sort of making things more complicated for yourself as well at the same time. So I like this idea of just taking the positions and following through on the plan. Nothing really needed. I guess NIP aren't forcing them to go back to middle or to B or anything like that.
I mean, we got to see that firsthand last night, BetBoom versus 9Z, where BetBoom towards the end, they got in their own heads. They made some horrible decisions. They actually lost the game if you missed it. They timed out in the last round by half a second because they were stalled and like paralysis by analysis approach. So I completely agree. Sometimes the basics are just best. Dust 2 lends itself very well to, if you can get those clean executes, that can be good enough. And hell, you got to have the aim behind it. And so far, Venom have had that in spades.
Oh, it's really sick spray while both of them were flashed. Block you and Sobel, but none of them could really see anything, but still successfully finding those early kills. Making sure that they check out the car with the Molotov. I think it probably did burn behind it as well. Got to be careful you don't make too many assumptions there, but it looks like it was just fine. They do have the AWP on Wrinkle, so let's see if the smoke fades, if he's going to be able to find something, but right now they're just making the slow walk across. Nice position here with the AK. Swings into it. Shush, though. Great comeback for him. Been struggling to find some of these kills, but gets a double instead. And Flay and Innocent now in a very weird position.
Time, though, that's the one element that works in their favor somewhat. Now, Innocent is giving his position away, of course, but they can easily just dip back. The problem here, though, is that Shush, hot off the back of getting that double on the site, is now wrapping around. Innocent, his game sense is tingling, and he does find himself. Shush takes a stray bullet to the head, though, so he's dinked down to 9. 40 seconds now on the clock, but Flay has bypassed on long. Missing out on that shot is pretty costly. It allows Snappy to just survive in CT, and Wrinkle is providing Overwatch for the cross.
Been a nice position here, and that's an easy shot. Now, the bomb is going to be picked up by Innocent, so that's kind of what made them stick to the A-bomb side. There's an HE on Wrinkle, so this could be a very sad end to the clutch here. It already bounces off and right into his chest. You can kind of see it coming slowly. It's unfortunate for Innocent. It's a nice attempt, obviously, but there's nothing that he could probably ever do about that one. So, close round, but NIP do pick it up. They're still very low on money if you look at it, so even winning the round here, they're not really out of the woods yet. Venom, on the other hand, I don't know. They're coming in with great energy into this game early on.
Yeah, it's like NIP winning, but like you said, the money far from ideal, so they're having to grin through the grit at this point. But again, Venom's choice of map, you expect that NIP, well, we know that they have a pretty solid T side. It is one of their shining beacons. I expect Nuke in particular. Obviously, that's not going to be our next destination. One that Snappy in particular has had a lot of success with over the years in multiple different iterations and teams. It's good to see Shush as well. I think that's a great confidence builder for him. Like you said, he's had a rough game. He's been that classic B-type meme where you're just constantly getting wrecked by multiple players, or you're having to rotate late game or save. This time he gets himself in the thick of it, but they have lost the first player. This time around, it will be Flay going down first. Sobol, though, will even the odds.
Yeah, it's a really nice idea from Wrinkle to try and blow open that smoke, but obviously it kind of backfires a little bit on him there. Nice for Wrinkle, I think, to actually defeat Flay in one of those straight-up fights down the middle. That's got to feel pretty good, because I feel like Flay had a bit of early success. Dust 2 obviously being one of the maps where you actually will sometimes have the AWPs fighting each other. Not always the case on certain maps. They kind of end up almost always dodging each other, or the T side just doesn't even have an AWP at all, so it becomes not so much an AWP versus AWP battle. Under a minute now, and a lot could really be riding on this here. If NIP loses this round, then there's a really good chance for Venom to clean up a lot of the rest of the half right now. They just don't have the cash to start to lose rounds at the moment. The trades continue. U-Jerks is a nice idea, but Innocent, oh, he just has to stand up. And a straight headshot there. It looked like it was an awkward fight for a minute, but now they actually just have the bomb site under their control.
I really thought U-Jerk saw his head. I thought he saw the pixel just over the horizon there, but apparently not. Didn't react to it. Now Kaspersky and Shush, I think it will have to be a save. For all the reasons that we were mentioning earlier. Their money is in no position here to try and grind back onto the site and see if they can get a retake. The problem, though, is Sobol is in position. The pillar may have just saved Shush. Sobol on low HP. They hadn't pushed too far forward, but they are also stalling for this wraparound. HFA is making moves through on the T-spawn side. Kaspersky and Shush may not be long for this world. As the flash comes down, forces the shot out from Shush. This would be a disaster. They needed to save those two guns, and they have been denied. Venom now in pole position to take a 7-5 lead come the second half.
Doesn't that just tell you something about the mentality that they're coming in with? Not just winning these rounds, but the hunt down afterwards, the confidence with which to go for those kills and absolutely make sure that NIP just don't have anything going forward here. I think that's a really nice look. So I appreciate that. And that should set them up nicely. I mean, it probably means they're going to bounce up to 6 rounds. And, oh, there's a force up here for NIP. I did not see that coming. Innocent couldn't see much of anything, but he will get traded out. He does get the 1 kill, I suppose, for Mas in the corner. Not the best position for this weapon, I feel like. A slow rate of fire. Yeah, you're so likely to be traded out, but Wrinkle in position for a little bit of a trick there. Gets the headshot on Clock You, and it's now a 2 versus 3. Still a very winnable round for Venom, I've got to say, especially because HFA has that 1 Molotov, and I don't think they have a smoke on the CT side, and not a kit either, so that 1 Molotov could just be deadly.
Oh, double from Flay. I love the idea from an IP. Like, you don't have a kit, you have to kind of just play aggressively. The downside is that Flay's aim is on point, and he will be getting those 2 frags without too many issues. Also trades up at the end. So the force buy has gone begging and not works out. I do agree with you. I was a little bit surprised at that. They may have been kind of concerned that if they went for the eco here, the next round also wouldn't be fantastic in terms of a buy. So why not go for it a little bit earlier?
True.
But it was those 2 kills from Flay that pretty much put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, some tough rounds when it comes to the money here for the NIP squad towards the end of it. Although I will say this 5 rounds is still not the end of the world. I don't think they'll be exiting this half, depressed about what's going on. Would have been fun if they could have picked up that 4th round, but just wasn't really in the cards. This one is still a chance, obviously. We've got a little bit of utility on the CT side, but it is not a lot. And Venom are back to executing on this one. I do like this really close execute that they've been running a couple of times, where instead of, signaling it from far away, they throw the grenades and they go, and there's really no delay. And it's hard for NIP to rotate people in or slow it down at all, especially when they don't have the utility themselves. Snappy already low, and his head found immediately. Yeah, and they're going to win this one easily. But yeah, great speed behind this for the Polish squad. It's really cool to see.
Oh, no doubt. NIP have to go for this one. The timing, though, Sobol is often threaded the eye of the needle perfectly over on this B side. This more, obviously, on the mid. This is the same outcome. Wrinkle trades up to the 8K, an uncharacteristic miss from Flay, but it really won't end up mattering a great deal. The time is way too low. There is no kit for Wrinkle. He's going to try and pad his stats as best as he can. He will end the half more than likely on the 10 frags as he flashes himself through the smoke, and he goes down where he stands. 7-5 to Venom. And that really did just feel like Venom smothered NIP that entire half. At no point did you feel as if NIP had any kind of comfort, any kind of stability. Really cool T-half to watch.
Yeah, I kind of like everything about it. I still think there is perhaps a bit of an asterisk to be thrown in there, which is NIP had a very obvious game plan at the start of this half, which involved pushing aggressively into upper dark, which they did a couple of rounds. We talked about it in the moment when Shush wanted to push in and try and find some kills. And honestly, I think both those rounds should have worked out. And if NIP would have been successful in that, I do think it's possible some of the momentum for Venom would have been maybe capped out a bit earlier. Maybe it would have been a very, very different half. So, bit of a shame that we don't get to see that, because that is a great game plan for NIP. I do like the idea of it. It's one of the main criticisms that I sometimes have about Dust 2 CT sides, is that we end up seeing some of these teams where they just never have any initiative when they're playing that CT side. They're so passive. And NIP really tried to not be passive. So I'll give them credit on that front. But yeah, Venom with a really good first half, really impressive stuff, individually and as a team.
Yeah, I mean, the simple couple of rounds I'm thinking of here are where Kaspersky and Shush in particular try and get aggressive out of B. Sobol just slaps them both down with his AK. And it's like, well, the round's done. GG, go next.
So the lads, we got the dualies in the B hallway just in case. Could actually be a kind of execute. So here's the thing, though. Let's look at if that happens. Let's see if Sobol can throw down that smoke kind of close to himself and not way deeper. Okay, they're going to go up catwalk instead. I mentioned this yesterday, but a lot of times you'll see people when they throw that smoke, they end up tossing it deep into the B hallway, and it's not going to do anything in a pistol round or in any round. Like, they'll just run through. But instead, it looks like Flay is going to be put to the test.
Well, his aim has been pretty damn sharp so far. Had a couple of big AWP kills and that AK double, but this time Ujerks will deny him any opportunities. Kaspersky doubles up as well onto his fellow countryman, and this is looking like one of the cleanest pistol rounds you could really ask for. NIP bounce back with authority, and so they're not pushing the panic button just yet. They're in good position now to hold off and try and return some of those favors. Every reason to save at this stage. I mean, you've took no damage on Clocku. He can upgrade that armor. It's just $350, of course, into that next one if they want to force buy. You got some Julies, you got a smoke and a flash. So understandable why Venom will pull the plug and just try and save what they have. But obviously NIP, cracking pistol round, just what they were looking for. Great for the confidence.
Yeah, shame that they don't get a couple of kills either, I suppose, on the Venom side. It would be nice just for the extra bonus if you wanted to do something tricky. But it's not going to be available. And like you pointed out, the armor there is going to be worth more. So, nice start for NIP into the second half. I think that makes this game probably a lot more competitive. I'm glad to see this. I would hate to see NIP crumble, but just losing the pistol. Also, they've won both the pistols now. So that's always a nice way, especially in MR12, to set yourself up for some great momentum. It will be a 4-sub into this round, though, for Venom. So Scout comes out. They have the extra armor and everything there on Clocku, so we'll see how that one plays out for him. But, yeah, and for Mars as well. NIP, they might be aware. They're certainly playing very carefully at the start.
I was kind of curious if they would go for head armor on Clocku, but decides against it because you're always anticipating it's going to be Galil's and Mac 10s. Obviously, that's where the insta-death to the headshot is going to be so much more prevalent. Obviously, going for firepower over and dropping some grenades is always going to be super useful as well. NIP, not running in head first other than Shush with that Mac 10. It is the expendable weapon alongside Snappy. So getting early map control and allowing themselves to pivot through on Catwalk if they need to later on. That's why Snappy's keeping this position with his own Mac 10. Backs away, bit of early aggression, but it looks like NIP, they have decided that this A site will be the final destination. The opening pick on Flay pretty much opens up the site, and the rest of the CTs all clumped together. I like the idea, effectively presenting themselves into a firing range, spamming through the smoke. They have got the one kill, but because they've taken so much damage in the process, likely a safe.
Yeah, it would be fun to see them fight for it, but just by the numbers, it doesn't make a lot of sense. That could have gone worse, I feel like, trying to make the cross there with the smoke up, like you pointed out, when there's that many bullets flying through. There is a chance that some of them are going to connect, so if they would have lost a second player crossing, who knows what could have happened. But yeah, NIP stretching out towards T-Spawn now, probably hoping to get, you know, one more kill, maybe find a bit of that bonus here. Snappy's certainly a likely candidate for it, but got to be careful you don't give too much away either. So a little bit of a balance here for NIP. They're not being too much aggressive past this point. And yeah, we'll see. Maybe the Mac 10 could have found another kill, but doesn't look like anyone's interested. So this is turning out to be a pretty competitive game right now, which I think is exciting, especially on you know, on some of these maps where NIP really have great stats. Like we know they play the map a lot. They're being put to the test by the underdog.
Yeah, they certainly are, but I think one of the main tests now, for me at least, is going to be NIP. We do have a bit of a tech issue, so fingers crossed it's going to be okay. But one of the issues for me, at least, is that I'm a little bit concerned now how Venom are going to deal with this T-side aggression, especially with their economy yet to be fully stabilized. This, for me, is like really where they're going to get tested quite a lot, because we know Snappy's T-side calling is on point. We've already seen it established a couple of times here. So can Venom stand with the big boys? Well, double nade spam is good for Kaspersky at least. Snappy bypasses it, but he has lost his teammate.
Yeah, not what you want to see right off the bat. We'll see if NIP can find a way to recover it. Venom looking to investigate the catwalk position. So it looks like they're going to be doing a boost up to try and maybe look on, or they're just double set up on the stairs. But either way, I like this forward catwalk and mid position, because if any T's walk a bit closer here, you can sometimes pincer them right at the perfect time. One of the big problems, obviously, is going to be the lack of utility on the Venom side, so they'll have one flashbang on Sobel. We'll see if he can find a good use for it. Don't need one for the first kill there. HFA, but Snappy with a good return in the middle. You could see they're well aware. UJUX is here, and he knows someone could have been trying to come through, and certainly got the reload in just in time to catch Clock you. So Sobel and Innocent, 2 versus 3 here, and still about 45 seconds.
Good news for NIP, though, is they do have 2 smokes still, so they can throw the B split smoke if they need to, or of course they can toss one down onto the CT side, try and execute fully onto A, which seems to be the latter rather than the former that they're going to go for here. So plenty of utility to pull off this play. Snappy, I'm sure, will be putting himself into that sacrificial position on low HP, also carrying the bomb. So needs to be careful, though, especially as Innocent is now wrapping around the back, and he finds Snappy. Now, he did drop the bomb to one of his teammates, so it's not completely a disaster just yet, but it has now fallen into that territory. Sobol with the dualies is going to connect the headshot, leaving it down to UJUX, who had to peek him. He only had about 6 seconds on the clock. It's all about that wraparound from Innocent, though. A huge call, perfectly timed.
That is super interesting. What a way to get started. Double grenade up long, and then you said the wraparound. I can't believe it. NIP being stunted a little bit early on than even I was expecting here. Yeah, you're right. He just had no chance to plant that bomb. Had to try and go for it. NIP can still buy into this one, so not completely disastrous. It's a scout instead of an AWP on Wrinkle, I suppose. That is a bit of a downgrade. But let's see how this one plays out. He's not going to get a chance to do anything with it because he's already been found by Flay in the middle, though. The immediate return, but double spray down from Innocent. They wanted to really speed that up. Like, once they got the kill, you could tell they wanted to put some pressure on the mid and probably the B bomb site. But Innocent steps up and knocks them both down.
He may not be at the top of the list, and when you think of Polish players, but you speak to Polish CS fans, Innocent is up there, legendary status. And he's showing us again why. Like, he is the oldest player, other than Snappy, on the server. 14 frags, leading the charge for his team. He's had so much impact, some really good calls as well across it. And him and that Sparrow combination in the coach role is working a charm for Venom. HFAR doesn't even need to get this kill necessarily, but he has held it in, and it leaves Snappy on 11 kills in his own right, has had a couple of doubles and multi-frag positions, but look at all the utility as well that Venom have. They can draw him out, flashing through. 2 players pushing on Cat, now going to be mollying behind that one. Lands in the smoke a little bit awkwardly, but it's going to funnel Snappy to the backside of Goose. And then while he tries to move forward, Innocent is there once again to collect for a 3K in the round, and Venom pick up a 9th.
Yeah, really nice attempt from Snappy, to be honest, but the amount of utility that was going against him there was overpowering Venom, proving that they could do both, not just the T side, but I feel like I've seen plenty of teams, especially in the, you know, in the sort of up-and-coming team region that end up playing a great T side, and then they just fall apart on the CT side, but they're definitely doing quite a bit here. There was the spray earlier from Innocent. Snappy alone in the 1 versus 3. That first shot made me a believer for just a second there, but he was iced out. Tactical timeout now called for NIP. Try and discuss how on earth they get back on track right now. Again, I'm blown away by Venom's early presence in the server. I think they have done a remarkable job so far.
I completely agree with you. I think a lot of people tuning in would expect to see NIP not necessarily wipe the floor with Venom, but get the wins like fairly convincingly, like a 2-0. And the issue comes in, and I think it was Trav that said this on the desk segment, that although Nuke, obviously a super strong map when you look at NIP, Snappy also, by the way, used to love this map back in his ENCE days as well, well, obviously had a lot of success. But it is a map as well that a lot of Venom players over the years have definitely lent towards. Like Innocent in particular loves Nuke. He's got so many recorded games on it over the years. So even if like Venom do win this map, you're not necessarily 100% convinced that NIP can get Nuke done. Like, there is definitely a way forward here where Venom could even 2-0, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. They still need to finish this map off.
Yeah, but you're right. It's not an automatic win on the second one. It's definitely worth keeping in mind. And I guess we'll also see how much mental energy NIP have to expend on this one. So far, it's a bit of a struggle, but, you know, we're not in the overtime territory yet, where typically that's when things can tilt quite a bit. Sobel back here, hoping to get the timing down right. He's got a teammate with him. Flash already over. He's going to immediately throw that out. They can't see a thing as they come in, and actually Clocky was there in the corner, just able to get the double spray down. Sobel has just been a demon. His accuracy, it looks like he's even moving when he's getting half of these shots off, but it doesn't matter with the M4A1. And Venom with another great defense in this one. They're kind of walking away with it. I'm not saying NIP are necessarily out of steam on this one, but Venom are relentless.
Yeah, I mean, some of the calls have been a bit one-dimensional from Snappy. I think that slight bit of uncertainty when Innocent went for the wraparound kill a few rounds ago where Venom ended up winning the 2v3 maybe signs that they're not completely on the same page, but you can't argue, and I completely agree. Like, the fact that Sobol is just so on point mechanically with his aim. You've seen moments from Innocent as well, of course, but then that 2K for Flay to clutch the round out in the previous one in the first half. Like, Venom are here to stand tall and deliver, and you'd expect that NIP, when you've got Ujerks, when you've got Kaspersky and their mechanical aim, would probably have more in terms of firepower. I don't think this game has shown that just yet. If anything, I think Venom have been more on point.
It does feel that way, doesn't it? NIP reduced to an extremely limited buy here. Snappy has a scout for some reason. I feel like, I guess it could work out. Sort of like buying a couple of tickets for the lottery. You know, you can't really win if you don't buy them, I suppose, but still risky stuff. Innocent with a good spray down, flashed in from the other side, of course, and Scout is not going to be long for this world, so... Yeah, I mean, it's not... maybe it doesn't impact them too much, but I still kind of... I doubt if that's how they're going to end up winning this map, by having a couple of Scout kills or maybe a random Deagle headshot. It requires something more at this stage for them to turn it around, and that's something that they're not finding at the moment. 11-7 as Venom look to power their way through. Again, map picked by Venom here, but I definitely would have expected for NIP to... I don't know, to just maybe assert themselves a bit stronger at the start of it. I don't know what I'm really missing here. Maybe it would be cool to see Wrinkle also with the AWP a bit more, but obviously they've had the problems with the economy to begin with. Sobel put the test again. The fire and the flames and the bullets on top will take care of both of those players trying to push out.
Oh man, a couple of kills just like perfectly epitomizes how this T side has gone. It's just been incredibly flat. There's been no edge to that razor. No, like, real cut through, no penetration on this T side. And, like, when you compare how Venom were occupying their T side, there was nothing flamboyant, no flair. It was just very straightforward and incredibly efficient. NIP just don't seem to be in that same ballpark. They've tried a couple of pushes, they've tried rushing, they've tried to go for fakes, but it feels like they've lacked that punch. They've lacked that ability to knock Venom down and make them uncomfortable at any point in this half. We talked about how Venom was smothering NIP. Well, it's the same in the second half. Like, nothing's changed.
Yeah, they're doing such a fine job, and NIP trying, obviously, that's an explosive attempt for NIP to make it out long like that, with the flashes going over and everything else. And it just doesn't have the, like you said, there's no edge to it. They're not getting the kind of success that Venom themselves were getting when they were trying those things. So it is kind of interesting. NIP setting up for some of the smokes here. It's a little bit slower than what Venom were doing. Venom were already basically running towards the bomb site at this stage, and that little slowdown allows for some more grenades to come out and counter. It's also a 5 versus 3, so Venom don't really have to do that much to take the fight. They can just wait until NIP try to get a bit closer. Mid-air shot, as I think Shusha trying to make the jump up there just to see if anyone was on the other side. Snappy's going to end up going down last. There's just a single casualty on the Venom side as they get very close now to winning the map.
And here's my concern as well, Anders. Like, assuming that Venom do now secure this map and there is no comeback, which I don't really have much faith in. The 2 rounds that NIP picked up in the T round were off the back of the pistol, right? So all rifles have gone the way of the poles, like, pretty convincingly. You're expecting, with NIP's choice of nuke up next, they're probably starting on the T side there as well. If they play anything like this again, this could be over real quick. Now, of course, they can reset. It's a different map, an entirely different ball game. Don't get me wrong. I don't expect to see NIP that toothless again, but that is a potential banana peel and a real problem they have to contend with.
They're speeding this one up. They want to see if they can surprise them, but it doesn't look like Venom are going to be surprised. Look at how many people they got. The speed behind this, normally you'd catch that A-bomb site a little bit more undefended, but instead they're slowed down as the grenades keep on raining through. There's just no stopping them right now, it seems. Flay will hit the shot, and UJUX, in spite of all the bullets there in the Galil, only able to get the 1 kill at the end of it. 2v2, and they've done a good job for a second, but it's still just not enough. Venom powering through. They have the whole squad ready to go. It's very well played, and too much for NIP to handle.
Anders, when you consider how incredibly one-sided this map is, in terms of the score, it doesn't even paint the full picture. NIP got 5 rounds off the back of winning both pistols, and they only picked up 7 rounds in the entire map. Yeah. That's absurd. They just got absolutely wrecked.
I'm blown away. What a great display for the Polish squad to start with, and NIP must walk away from that kind of feeling like there's probably not a lot that we could have done here. I don't think there were a lot of questions. I mean, the only big what if for me was some of the early pushes on the CT side for sure. If those would have worked out, maybe it's a different picture, but ultimately, I'm not even convinced that's the case because they just played such a...
Thank you so much, Anders and Vince. Okay, so here's the thing. I don't really want to do an analyst desk where we just dump on NIP, which feels like the easiest way to go ahead. But at the same time, I mean, all respect to Venom, 13-7, take your map pick. But they were just playing good Counter-Strike. It wasn't like they were doing anything flashy or super impressive haze. They were just doing the fundamentals and the basics. And I can't believe NIP didn't have answers for that.
And their gun rounds as well. That's where they actually dominated this map, was the gun rounds, right? I think NIP won 2 gun rounds throughout the entirety of Dust 2. They won both pistols and converted both of their pistols as well, which amassed most of their rounds. Their gun rounds were nowhere to be seen. Like you say, it was just really solid from their opponents, man. I was very impressed by the Polish team just across the board. All of the individuals had a moment where they had to deliver, and they always did every single time. No one shone away from the occasion. We had some vital multi-kills consistently from Innocent as well. So I think that was my core concern here, and it's not what I was expecting at all, is the gun rounds were just a massive deficiency for NIP.
We're taking a look at the highlights now, Trav, and if you see this first half, this was where NIP needed to get rounds on the board. On the CT side, I mean, Hayes mentioned in the pre-show their T side was weak, but for some reason, they couldn't really do it as well as I was expecting, and I'm sure you were expecting as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Anders pointed it out right, that NIP were trying to play with initiative, were trying to play on the front foot, but it seems like Venom have really done their homework here, and they've clearly got a significant gap in the veto at NIP now. It's not the fact they're losing it online, which they did against Foot to qualify for CAC in Shanghai. As I mentioned in the pre-game, right, they've lost it on land twice now recently as well. Once to Eyeballers, and you know, Bob XD had an incredible game, but still, Eyeballers after you just did well at Cologne, like really? And then they went to America and lost it to NIG as well. This was 13-3 and 13-5. It's 2 very different sort of opponents from different regions who play a very different style. So it's clearly not a, you know, it's obviously a combination of the team who's playing to win and beating them comfortably, but they're identifying the issues very, very easily. And I think it comes for me from a lot of just like a group fall off from all the individuals. I mean, early on in NIP's table fragger in the background, the clutch player, the anchor player, but he was that guy for many, many matches NIP played. That was never sustainable for me, and very clearly we're seeing that now.
Okay, so let's now move to the second half of this one. Hayes, the T side specifically for NIP. Why do you think they were so weak here on Dust 2?
I mean, I feel like it is probably a bit of a cop-out answer, but just lacking that firepower, that impetus, right? There was some like decent opening game plans for them, but they were never really able to get a foothold in the round and get any significant map control. I mean, they'd get the control that's afforded to them from spawn, but we never really saw them progress through the motions and the processes where they would then get an opening pick, they'd force a rotation, they'd get a read on the round and then execute onto the weaker bomb site. They couldn't even get to like stage 2 and 3 of the round because they were just lacking to find those opening kills in the first place or find ways to set themselves up. So like I said, I mean, coming into this broadcast, I even said their T-sides have been incredibly lackluster. Wrinkle hasn't been delivering. Their entry fragging between U-Jerks in particular and Kaspersky also just not really anywhere to be found here on Dust 2. And we know it's been a bit of a frailty for them recently, but I wasn't expecting it to this degree.
Yeah, and like you mentioned as well that, you know, Venom didn't necessarily do too many things that were overly special. That's the thing where I'm convinced there's something fundamentally wrong with NIP's T side on this map and maybe other maps too, but definitely here today, because I wouldn't say Venom really went above and beyond with what they decided to do with initiative taking on CT or T, to be fair, but especially CT. And it felt like NIP were either a man down or even 2 men down on more than 2 or 3 occasions before the round had even started, and it felt like it's over from the first 30 seconds of the round. So they had no way to drag themselves back in. And yeah, I mean, the reason why Venom looks so good is mainly down to, or partly in due to how good Innocent has been looking, which is crazy for how long he's been playing.
I mean, just to quickly bolt on that point, across the rounds outside of the pistol and the conversion in the second half, NIP didn't get a single opening kill, Sam.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't want to like bag on NIP, but we're sitting in a situation where I feel like that's all I want to do with my questions. So let me change this up. Obviously, Innocent looked really good. Trav, one of the more experienced players in the lineup, came in here, fragged really well as IGL. I mean, he did a great job. He obviously had a game plan as well coming into this. It looked like they knew the fundamentals that they wanted to play, and they had NIP's number.
Yeah, I mean, Innocent is just such a cool story in general, because I feel like he's been occasionally pretty, I would say, forgotten about in like sort of world counts, even though he's been played for so long, genuinely for like, you know, 12 years or so. in the scene, and obviously probably a bit further back in his career as well, if it maybe like 1.6 and Source as well. But like, the teams he's been on over his career, like he's played in EU mixes as well, like Mad Lions, for example, and they of course changed name a little bit. I was a very short stint he was on Mad Lions for, but still, he's got so much experience, and clearly, even though it's very obvious that his, you know, his style of play in terms of his pure aiming style is not Zuma style, I don't expect that from him, he still makes it work, and it's very clear when you can see the cogs turning in his moves in the game, right? There was that one round where they won on an eco, which really set them up for that second half, right? That half buy with like a FAMAS or whatever they had left, and the dualies where Sobel, I think, got the final kill on the site player. And yeah, he was in the right place at the right time, didn't over push from short, knew that he only had a teammate with dualies around the ramp position, thought, okay, I can just delay time here, be a presence that the final player on site has to worry about, and that is enough, and that was what really caused him huge problems in that round.
I feel like one of the main benefactors for his success on Dust 2 was just his positioning. You could see how smartly he was positioning himself, the experience was there, and then combined with his fragging prowess, I wasn't expecting that. He hasn't been doing that recently online, but just delivered the goods massively. He had 4 multi-kill rounds, I think in the second half alone, certainly 3 in that second half, so he was a big contributor to their success on their CT side, and you've already got such a strong unit of fraggers outside of Innocent. He's not the guy you'd highlight if you spoke about the fragging power of the team. So when you have him, the experienced leader, the veteran, delivering on that front as well, that's just gravy on top, man.
We're now moving to Nuke. So let's take a look at Innocent up against Snappy as these two IGLs. I think Snappy calls an incredible CT side on Nuke, which won't matter because they're starting on the T side. And as we've seen, that is super concerning. I mean, there is actually a world where Venom can close this out 2-0, Hayes.
There is a world, but it's probably in some sort of a parallel universe, Sam. I'm not sure if it's in this one. I'm still backing NIP to come alive here on Nuke. Like, this is the one map in their pool that hasn't really fallen to the wayside, despite their rougher results recently. And I mean, let's just think about what's on the line here. Single elimination bracket. They've drawn Venom, one of the lower ranked teams in the competition in this qualifier here as well. They're looking for that spot at LAN. That is the bar here for this NIP team. Anything less than that would be regarded as a failure. I have no doubt about it. So yeah, they have to deliver here on Nuke, and I fully believe that they can.
Yeah, like, despite my sort of hope for Venom and knowing what the sort of tier 2 Polish scene has got on Nuke with all the teams that have gone by over the course of history, just look at NIP's results. I mean, 17 wins out of 20. Like, they've only lost to Pain, Heroic, and Medisport, and that was ages ago, back in the Glitched Masters. They've improved since then. They've beaten Na'Vi, they've beaten Heroic, they've beaten Foot recently, they've beaten NRG on LAN, they've beaten Big, they've beaten Na'Vi Junior, they've beaten TNL, all the tier 1.5 and tier 2 opposition you could think of. They've kind of found a way to beat. So if Venom win map 2 here of Nuke, it would be a much, much bigger shock than what we've just seen.
Yeah. My only concern is NIP have to start strong, or we could see a similar sort of storyline with who got out of that last game of the day, where we saw 9Z running away with the decider because of the frailties from the previous map that were carried over. I'm worried that if we see Venom get off to a good start here as well, then NIP might go into a shell.
So I do believe that NIP starts on the T side. That's what I'm worried about,
makes
right?
sense,
So Venom has the momentum coming out of their win. They start on the CT side. If they get enough rounds on the board, there could be a world where they need 1 or 2 to get a win. And then an upset is very much available. Look at me sowing seeds of hope. Lol. Don't be disappointed when those don't deliver. But it's going to be an interesting one. Obviously, Trav and Hayes here, they are pretty confident that this is going to that train decider. But you can let us know in the chat what you're thinking, because right now, NIP, they look shaky as all hell. We're going to take a little break, and when we return, we'll be jumping straight into the game with Anders and Vince.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Oh, right to the smoke.
Polish Counter-Strike looking real strong, but maybe not the way you expected, as Kaspersky could not get started, and Venom absolutely destroyed NIP on Dust 2. Nuke is our next destination, Anders, and it's going to have to start a lot better for NIP if they want any chance of this one.
Well, they made their way past Sobel to begin with. That's at least a bit of a start here. Shush going to get traded up, but he did get the kill on ClockU to begin with, which means they've got control of the B-bomb site, and they are not slowing down. Straight in there. Snappy's got the bomb, but before they try and plant it, they're pushing forward. Oh, they actually guess it. It's a nice read there, but Innocent still hits the shot. The Glock is not going to be able to do that much. There was 3 people on the other side, and Wrinkle, you could already tell as soon as he misses the first headshot there, he is going to die every single time. So I like the speed, I like the follow-through from NIP, but ultimately it doesn't matter. Great retake coming in from Venom.
Man, I admire the courage for Snappy to push into decon, but there's just 3 players stood there waiting for him, and he gets slaughtered.
You know,
yeah, I mean, I'm saying they got to start off better. They won both pistol rounds in Dust 2 and still lost. They've now conceded the first pistol of this.
Yeah, and again, like we already said it, and the desk did as well, don't underestimate Venom on this map. They know how to play it. They're definitely not going to be pushovers either. Somebody in the Twitch chat in the break said that NIP are going to be on top by 2026, and somebody else corrected him and said, I think you mean 2062, which is that's a really grim outlook. I want to believe it'd be before 2062, NIP are going to be better. That's my claim.
But on the other hand, that means that CS is still super relevant and at the very top flight for the next, what, 40-odd years. So
That's a good point.
I'll take the optimistic side of that. Listen, if NIP need to be sacrificed to the CS gods to make CS immortal, yeah, fine. Let's do it.
Well, we're here for it. It's a worthy sacrifice. Shout out to NIP for doing that. Sobel gonna fall back from the ramp. Pretty good to see. Flay realizing they could divert and try and go, up onto the A-bomb side instead. It's JiJieHao actually coming in with a nice shot. That's the Galil powering on through. And ClockU back here. That is a weird smoke, but it's going to block out Innocent nonetheless. Bombs planted here, and so far so good for NIP. If they can stretch out and get another kill, and they absolutely can, then they are pretty solid right now. You can see Venom are already disengaging from the retake. They don't want to do it any longer. That is absolutely huge.
They got to admire the fact that NIP basically just run it back. It's almost identical to the pistol round all over again. Didn't work out for them that time, but with the Tech 9s and the Mac 10s, they did catch Venom off guard, and ClockU and Sobol both sent packing. One concern for me on Venom, I will say, and I was thinking about it a couple times on Dust 2, but it just never materialized, is it does seem Innocent is going to get a couple of exit frags out of this, and then Kratos, you can see his reaction as well. He's gutted. He got hit by the bomb in midair and then just crushed himself on the ground. But what happens here, Andy, is if Innocent and Sobol don't play out of their minds again, do Venom struggle at that point?
Sure. Yeah, I think that's a fair point, and I guess for some of us we haven't watched a ton of Venom games, so maybe we will just have to kind of learn along the way if there are other people that can chime in. I still think that Flay is going to be a more interesting player to look at long term. So maybe he could be one of those candidates that sort of steps it up and does a little bit more, just in case the others aren't going to be able to carry it. Certainly a nice round here for NIP. The last one. See if they can continue. Mac 10 to lead the charge, but actually H1st on the other side, and we'll get the first kill because Kaspersky's quick to get rid of him, and that's probably really important just to keep the numbers somewhat even. Molotov goes down to slow it down, but ultimately it's NIP now, having to see if they can find another avenue for attack. It's going to be the ramp once again. That's 3 rounds in a row trying to attack the ramp at different speeds.
I do really appreciate how aggressive NIP are being, especially Kaspersky, down at 57. Often is the space taker, the entry fragger on this team. And he is in first. And like you say, ramp control has fallen into the hands of NIP, but Sobol using this off angle with the Deagle. The timing, though, is rough. And Snappy will punish with the FAMAS. That should be a 2-1. In a similar situation to the previous round, where saving certainly does seem to be the best call here for Venom. Some exit frags may be forthcoming, but you're not going to have really anything to play with if you lose this M4 MP9s alongside it. So it will be a save. NIP take the lead, but like I said, it's been very one-dimensional in terms of like ramp has been their bullseye that's been painted on. Sure, they've mixed up the pace, but it is basically the same outcome. B site take, plant, win the round.
And turn into such a great tactical benefit if you make the CT side doubt one of those positions at the beginning. So we'll see if they're going to be able to exploit that later on. But yeah, just frustrating experience in the beginning for the ramp players, not being able to hold it, not being able to stay alive long enough to make an impact on the game. We'll see if there is a solution. The problem is if you double up on ramp and try and put two CTs in there, that obviously is going to heavily dilute the defense elsewhere, typically towards that yard position. There is another, obviously, classic attempt, which is to boost someone up in the ramp, especially when you got the MP9s. It's such a classic way to try and deal with that. So I'm sure Venom are discussing that at this very point in time. How do we stop that from happening? Because it is getting really annoying.
Yeah, and what was cool about that previous round as well is, although NIP did end up going down the ramp, they initially were trying to really flirt with the idea of pushing out of Mini instead. Trades, though, are favoring Venom. They go for the lobby crunch. Haffer gets himself a kill on Wrinkle and trades up. Suddenly, this is getting a little bit sketchy for NIP.
Yeah. Honestly, UJX is kind of fortunate to be alive. He had that early battle inside of the smoke against ClockU. Barely made it out alive. They are sneaking their way down. Shush, I think, is trying to see if he can investigate down below, but he's already going to come back out. Kaspersky, the next to go down. This is supposed to be a bit of an easy round for NIP, but it's not really worked out that way. UJX low on health, and he gets dropped by HFA, who's now working on a quad kill. He's already got 3 of them. Shush is down here, but the bomb, not really sure where it is at the moment. Certainly not in his possession. Gonna get peeked side, swiped by Sobel, and 3 people survive. They get to pick up an AK and M4. They steal back in their hands, and more than that, they get to slow down NIP before they can really build the momentum here.
Yeah, they're cutting that foundation apart at the ankles, basically, and it is this aggression that we've seen Venom basically just being absorbing that early punishment. This time they decide to mix up the pace and yields a huge spike in economy as a result. Now, Flay actually was bottom of the scoreboard for Venom, even though it was Dust 2, and he is, of course, their primary AWPer. He had a bit of a rough game, even though they did dominate, but wasn't really required, to be fair to him. Like he said, I do need to see more from him, though. I'm very curious to see what he's going to bring to the table. He's got an AWP in play. Let's see how he utilizes it.
Flash is pretty good, but Innocent already had the crosshair in the right position. Snappy wanted to see if he can make the run through here. UJX definitely been hurt. Innocent is well aware that could be someone on the other side there. Smoke goes up, and they do just spot a player. Kaspersky's the next to go down. So NIP bleeding players at the start of this round, and worse than that, they're not making any kind of forward progression here. If you lose a player on the T side, but you get some sort of great information, or you get somebody behind enemy lines, then you can justify that, or you can rationalize it and say, okay, we lost somebody, but at least we got this out of it. Right now, they're getting nothing out of it.
It does feel like it's getting a little bit telegraphed as well, because so many T sides are going to be utilizing outside control. They're going to have that wall of smokes implemented. They'll try and push players down into secret or through on garage, try and maybe cut through on main. We haven't really seen an IP go for that as of yet. Like, they did get aggressive outside early in this round, but they got instantly knocked back. Didn't fully invest behind it. Now they're going to go for that late play. But you're going to have about 20 seconds by the time they get up into heaven if they do decide to try and hit onto the A site. And that's where Sobol may only need to get the 1 frag. That could be enough to seal the deal. The timing is good. The spray is there. And this round just falls apart for NIP. No casualties for Venom. 10 seconds left. They finally got 1 pick, but they're not going to have enough time to get on the bomb. They have to save.
What an unbelievably awkward angle for Sobel to hold. It looked like he was getting sort of sprayed in that corner, but he didn't really take any damage, and then he just crouched his way out to get the kill. That was really interesting. But yeah, NIP not making any headway. Super frustrating for them, no question, because winning that second round and kind of bouncing back into the game early on, that gives you, or should give you, a boost of confidence. And then Venom are here to claim it right back. 3-2 in their favor. Money started to slowly accumulate. They've got a couple of AKs picked up on their side as well. This is a concerning look, I think we could say.
Sure. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I mean, I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I feel like some of it is down to the fact of how poor NIP just looked on Dust 2, and it's hard to shake off that feeling of what we just witnessed. But I will say that when you look at the nuke stats, they have a 72% win rate on their CT side. Right, so like their CT side is outrageously strong, 85% win rate after 20 maps played. And by the way, some of the scalps they've taken on this very map, they've beat Na'Vi, they've beat Heroic, they've beat Big, maybe Big's less. They've obviously gone down a fair bit since they got that win. But a win against Na'Vi is no joke. So you expect the CT side is going to be good, but like what kind of amount of rounds are they going to have to play with? Huge pick early on though onto Innocent.
Yeah, he was trying to grenade that one open. That almost seemed like it was a bit of a trick, to be honest. You just jump down there onto the mini roof, and they are all going down. Normally, this is like a 4-1, where you've got like one T in lobby. That's not the case right now. The entire NIP team, slow walking it. They're going to run into Sobel at some point down here, and the question is, yeah, look at how open he is. This is really dangerous. When they pop open that door, I think with the M4A1, it's going to be very hard to stop them. They're going to flood out onto the bomb site. You can see how wide the angle is. I don't know why Snappy doesn't have the gun in hand. Did he have a knife? What is happening? They just drop like flies. The bomb is planted, sure, but they should have been able to trade out Sobel almost instantly, and instead, it kind of blows up in their face. What a weird round.
It just seemed like it never occurred to them that a player could be on the site, which just seems crazy to me. Like, I understand that typically Venom have been playing on the periphery of the site, but it's completely and utterly fell to pieces. And you look at the fact that was basically a 4 versus 1. Like, Innocent was alone. Flay was making moves down on ramp, but he wasn't quite in position just then. Innocent gets 2 kills in effectively a 1v4. Like, what? Come on now, Nip. What's happening here?
I don't know. I really don't know. Oh, that's so frustrating. Shout out to Clock You, by the way, for the camera angle. You can see like the traffic in the background. I don't know why, but that looks kind of sick. The nice setup. We need that for online Counter-Strike. We need the cameras in the rooms, you know. The room security, so to speak. But yeah, 4-2 and NIP with some unfortunate errors, you could say, at the beginning. Innocent, that's right for the smoke. I don't think he could have seen that much potentially, but it's a good connection regardless. If they win this round, the money for Venom is just going to be unending. And NIP, I mean, they themselves they're running out of cash right here. This is a huge pivotal round that could easily haunt NIP for the rest of the half.
They are utilizing the outside smokes now. I've seen it a couple rounds in a row. Also, correction, it wasn't Innocent, it was Soulball in that effective 1 versus 4.
Sure, true, yes.
Well played. But yeah, they've at least got downstairs. But yeah, losing the first player of Ujerks outside and everyone is healthy on Venom. They don't have to rotate. They don't have to do any knee-jerk reactions. NIP changing up the pace, though. Now going to be looking to get through on the B site. Surely they've learned from some of those mistakes and some of those mishaps from previous rounds. But they're going to keep them interested as well. Meanwhile, one of the 4 is still upstairs with the MAC-10 in the form of Shush.
Well, so far so good. I mean, the fact that there's nobody down here for Venom is obviously a great advantage for NIP. Question is, how much will they want to go for this Venom? I think in a 4-on-5, you're going to want to try and do this. But a lot could come down to whether or not they could find Shush in the beginning. I think the MAC-10 here should be a kill. He's getting flanked as well. How is he successful in finding the kill? But still, it is on. They've got the kits. At least 1 or 2 here. They got to smoke as well on Innocent. So if they just get 1 good kill, they can smoke that bomb and put a lot of pressure on NIP to try and fight. But they have to get a little bit closer first. We'll see. Flash around the corner. Pokyu opening up the door. Instant pick up on Wrinkle. Nobody there to trade it either. They know where Snappy is as well. But already that bomb is smoked off. And now they're going straight for the defuse. Fighting out in the open. Kaspersky, can he find the defuser? He cannot. It's going to be Kokyu instead, getting the round on his side, and Venom. I mean, it's a very expensive round, but they had the money to burn there.
What an orthodox round again, though, because, like, even though they end up winning the round, you had 5 players left alive, and no one was on B side. It's like they completely overlooked the fact that NIP could be downstairs, get that free plant into play. Like, if we're being honest here, if one of these trades goes slightly awry, NIP just win this round. It was a 5 versus 4, and they allowed NIP to go completely unscathed into that bomb plant. Shush will be disappointed. Probably should have done better with his lurking position. He did get the 1 frag. Probably could have done more to stall and take vent control, which is super important. But either way, Venom just snatched this round out of thin air.
Yeah, it's such a gift to be able to get down there and get the bomb plant straight away. You'd love to see them capitalize. Those are the I don't want to say they're easy rounds to win, but they're certainly easier. Wrinkle is on 0 kills at the moment. Snappy's on 3, Shush on 3. Like, regardless of everything else, you're not feeling the same kind of presence that you are for some of these Venom players that seem to be so dangerous whenever you run into them. I feel like NIP are struggling a lot more. I don't love this position for Flay. I feel like it's so dangerous. He's going to get some backup here, but Sobel, we'll see if he can do anything. Molotov is already down, burning Flay. He's still burning inside of it, trying to stay alive. And honestly, great job even getting the kill, but it does cost Sobel his life at the same time. So 3 versus 4. And a good path right here. Ujack's going to be going down. Coffee just running forward. That's way too much of an assumption. Wrinkle getting his first kill.
Yeah, I think he just assumed that the bulk of the rest of T's had pushed through on ramp side because Flay was under such heavy duress for so long. I'm surprised he even landed the shot, to be honest. It was a really good shot overall. And good news on NIP, I was about to point out that Wrinkle going into round 8 had yet to get off the mark. One of their star players, one of the players that you look at to have the most impact. Sure, typically with the AWP, but had done nothing in this half. Finally gets himself a kill. And this realistically should just be a save. I mean, you got $450 on Innocent. You've got a lot of money elsewhere, but they're looking for those exit frags. It will be a one and done as Shush pulls out his Tech 9. Bomb radius pretty far, 41 HP. Gonna be close, but he should survive on 4. It's crazy, isn't it, how far the bomb that actually travels now on Nuke. Well, it's been a while, to be fair, but like you never feel safe. Just ask Innocent. He died to it earlier.
Yeah, that was cinematic, wasn't it? Well, I've got some analysis live from the Twitch chat. If you're interested, Vince.
Yeah, go for it.
If you can make some, maybe you can comment on this. So some guy named Bori. I don't know how the rest of that name is pronounced, but he says, washed sniper, 50 years IGL, Portugal player who can't play with other nationalities, bad rifler, and Kaspersky. So, and he does add an XD smiley face, which is objectively the best smiley face there is. So, I think he broke it down pretty well, you know. I don't know if Snappy's quite 50, but
I can leave and he can join you for that. That's some top tier analysis.
He's really nailed it. I love it. Yeah, the chat is definitely mad. They expect more out of NIP. Honestly, I vibe with them on that because I expect more out of this NIP team too. We read out the names, like this seems pretty solid to me, but obviously they're playing below that level, whatever the expectation is here. It feels like the community wanted more, and maybe this isn't a round where they can have an opportunity. The flank is in for Ujerk. Snappy's getting a kill. Shush as well. Ujerk's finally activated, and Snappy in the mini. That's just a series of isolated fights that are so hard to stop for Venom. I think if you had to boil this round down to something, you would have to say Venom had no idea where NIP were on this round. They just got so deep in behind enemy lines that by the time they realized it was too late.
Almost traded positions, but Flay is going to keep himself in with a chance. He has an incendiary, has a kit, and a HE. If he can bypass and guess correctly here with this incendiary, it stands to reason at this point he's cleared a lot of angles. He can get this kill. Ooh, it wasn't far off on Snappy, but I think he has now missed his chance. Incendiary up into heaven. And Ujerks with 78 HP can afford to push through that Molotov and deny. It could have got super close, though. If Ujerks was low HP there, that honestly could have been a defuse for Flay. He was unaware of that information, but yeah, we have got one step closer. And hey, not bad for a 50-year-old Snappy.
Yeah, he's still got it, even after all this time. You are not wrong, though. There was definitely an opportunity here without the flashbang, or like you said, if Ujerks had been a little bit lower in health, that could have been real ugly. But a 4-5 scoreline. And you pointed out earlier, NIP do a lot of the work on the CT side, so you take that into context, it's probably a decent position. Even more so now when you look at the money that's on Venom in a round like this one. Assuming they don't find some early kills here with the 5-7, the Deagle, or the MP9s, there is a reasonable chance here that NIP could, tie up the game, and at that point, they are probably in a good position to win the map. Although, that's a nice shot.
can't argue with that. Innocent has just drilled into the head of Ujerks. Never stood a chance. Slow peeking into a deagle always makes me a little bit nervous. And he is going to back away. Clock in the meanwhile. Oh, 2 massive 5-7 headshots. Not like this, NIP. We were just giving you some praise. We had some optimism.
No more, Vince. The optimism has died. I don't know. No optimism, no stoicism. I don't know what's left here at this point in time, but they're in a deep hole at the moment. That's such a gift to them, right? It's the low buy round. There's absolutely no reason why they should be losing this one. Now they've essentially gifted Venom right back into the game.
2062. Mark it down in the calendars. Oh dear.
It's a long road. It's a really long road.
I got a Mac 10, Galils. I completely agree with your assessment, though. Like, this was the golden opportunity to have, like, a 7-5 half, 6-6, something like that. They could still pull it off, of course, but against Deagles and 5-7s, like, you should never be even close to losing this round. They have managed to sneak their way into main, though. Innocent is in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Klocku through the smoke gets put down. There's a team kill thrown in the mix. It's backfired spectacularly. NIP go down as Innocent double sprays. Oh, dear. And that body language says it all from Snappy, doesn't it?
Oh, it's so brutal. On the back of the earlier loss into this one, Wrinkle, I think, managed to find a teammate, so he's down to 1-8 again now. Things are looking pretty tough at the moment here. 7-4 as we go into the last round of the half. Round number 12 here. And I don't know, 4 rounds, it could be enough. But the problem is, I think the mentality here is going to be pretty busted for NIP. Let's see if they get a 5th round on the board. At least finish on a bit of a high note, see if we can do something more. Innocent, he's so smart. He's been playing for such a long time. Look at how much he knows. This is amazing information for the team. They're going to have such a good read on what's coming.
Laying down allows HFA to back off onto the side behind the silos. They're trying to desperately wrap around here. Shooting gallery, and HFA's got 2 as they push through the Molotov. Ujerks on 1 HP is able to stand tall and deliver 1 frag, but it should be no more from there. Klocku with a double, make it a triple, and it will be an 8-4 half lead to Venom on their CT side.
Wow, that is that's so well played. And again, not to give all the credit necessarily to Innocent in this round, but the fact is they are so confident in throwing down those early incendiaries to slow down NIP because they know there's no hit outside. It cannot happen. Innocent is already pushing out, so they have way more of a read than you maybe expect in a round like this one. 8-4 in favor of Venom. It is a spectacular first half, especially given how it all played out. There was a big opportunity here for NIP to do a lot more in the first half, and they let go of some crucial rounds. And here we are with a chance that honestly, they could get 2-0'd and knocked out of the tournament by Venom, and that's really significant, right? This really makes a big difference here. NIP need more LAN experience. They want to go to Malta to play at the Thunderpick World Championship there on LAN. It's going to be huge, obviously. So this would be shocking if they end up getting deprived of that.
Yeah, exactly. This would be a huge surprise. I mean, I don't want to take anything away from Venom. They are a really legit team, like solid.
Yeah, as we're learning.
Yeah, but a lot of experience. Coach, the roster itself, but I don't think that you can deny that NIP have not really shifted out a second gear in this entire best of 3. This has not been their best look, not by a long margin.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're playing, they have 20 maps played on Nuke in the last 3 months, I think, and their win rate is outrageous, like 85% or something, so you have so much experience. Everything is looking amazing. So what has gone wrong? Like, you're supposed to show up to this new game feeling very good, feeling like you're locked in. And instead, it's just looking like it's in shambles at the moment. Now, Venom going to be on the T side with NIP on the CT side. We do have the deal ready. There's nobody really holding ramp at the moment. They've just said, okay, we're not really into... All right, Ujerks is all the way back here. See if he can find something. But the pressure is on. He's not on the minimap for some reason, but he's also dead now, I suppose. Maybe the minimap was just reading future.
Snappy gets one. Is able to fall back to the lockers, but he's about to get swarmed by T's. Goes back in for the peak. He's going to have the intel. They went up into heaven. And does stand his ground to deliver one more frag. Snappy is doing it alone right now. The bomb also gets dropped down. It has now been retrieved, however. 3-play-3 is Sush and Snappy get another one. Snappy's had so much impact in this round.
Yeah, but it might not be enough here. There's still a 2v2. Got to be super careful. Bomb is dropped in an awkward position, and that's obviously the thing that's slowly going to gravitate the rest of Venom over to this spot. They have 20 seconds, so at some point soon, they need to find these kills, or at least pick up the bomb and try and get a bit closer. Again, Shush back with a headshot now. 2 versus 2, and just 13 seconds on the clock. He's trying to see if he can make his way up the ladder, but he can't get Snappy. A nice triple here for the captain of NIP.
And you were asking, like, what's gone wrong here? Like, how are NIP getting this savage? I don't want to just say one player is the reason they're losing, but the fact of the matter is, coming into the second half, Anders, Wrinkle had 1 frag.
I know.
He was 1 and 9. And he is one of those guys you look at to be doing some of the seriously heavy lifting. Him and Kaspersky, realistically, are the two that you look to have the impact. Right now, it's Snappy. Shush got a couple there, but Snappy's up at 8 frags. He is joint top with Shush and Ujerks. Wrinkle 1 and 10. That has to change.
I mean, a map like Nuke, plenty of opportunities to play with the AWP if you're Wrinkle there. They should be able to put him into play. Even on the T side of Nuke, you can definitely find openings with the AWP, but that just wasn't the case, unfortunately. 8-5. Winning the pistol puts you in a position to maybe do a bit more. Wrinkle will take whatever we can get from his point of the side right now. Innocent, though, 2 with the Tech 9, and they find Wrinkle up on the rafters. How's that gone wrong? They had 3 people to defend the bomb site. Innocent nearly caught reloading, but Ujerk still goes down. It's Sobel. A laser shot to find his head, and now Snappy just back behind the vent there. Smoke is slowly fading. How do you fight your way out of this one? I don't think you will. Sobel sprays down another one. 3 kills here for the young Polish player, and a fantastic round out of Venom once again.
I would love the desk to break down what the hell just happened, because, like you called, there's 3 players on the A side, right? You haven't guessed a stack. This isn't like an eco round for NIP. They have the superior weapons, but it's like nobody was covering each other. There was no crossfire whatsoever. That was one of the easiest entries you could ask for. And Innocent's aim's on point, don't get me wrong, but like NIP have got to do better there.
Promise you, after this one, Vince, I am going to introduce you to the Boba Kurva memes, because you do need to get followed up on that. I feel like you were telling me in the break about your appreciation for the country of Poland. It's a really cool place if you haven't been there. A lot of cool cities, so definitely plan a trip at some point. And they play great Counter-Strike. It's another good reason to go. And right now they are wrecking NIP in this one. Couple of good kills. Obviously, it's a force-up for NIP in this round, so even though they don't have a lot to work with, you still want to do some damage. You want to find a way to have some kind of an impact. And they're not really powering through. There is a guy up on the rafters. Ujerks will never be able to escape this one. C-set 75, not what it used to be.
It is indeed a great country, Poland, and right now they're showing it through their Counter-Strike. Kaspersky, the 6th Polish player on the server, obviously over on NIP, he's not really had a chance to do too much. NIP, hot off the back of a full-on investment. They're staring down the barrel of a 10-5 deficit. And, like, again, we're talking about how good NIP typically are on their CT side, but you just don't have any foundation really to play with at this stage. Like, you are basically down into one of your last lifelines. Shush is able to save the Galil. He can drop the 5-7 across to one of his teammates, so it's at least something they can play with. But you're in kind of like a do-or-die position here. If you slip and slide in your next full rifle round, you are basically screwed. All the pressure is on. They could realistically be knocked out of the Thunderpick qualifiers 2-0 by Venom. That is a very real possibility that's about to come up.
I mean, we already lost M80 earlier in what I thought was sort of a spectacular fashion. I can't believe that M80 lost on Overpass, maybe especially. But now we're seeing potentially NIP losing to Venom. That's so wild. But yeah, it is what it is. And this is the threat. I mean, if you guys are shocked if you're in the Twitch chat yelling, which I can see some of you are, you got to remember as well, if you've seen a lot of these kind of online tournaments, it is rough out here. And the fact is, yes, NIP are a bigger brand and we know their names a lot more, but online Counter-Strike is relentless. And there are a lot of teams that end up falling, even though they should, in theory, be better. It just doesn't always work out that way. Good kill here. Missing some of the basic utility normally that Molotov is thrown to stop that kind of a peak from happening. And I think Venom skipped one of the basic steps there. Might have cost them maybe a little bit of an early advantage here.
Concern for me, though, is with the lack of utility and a lot of players really without too much in terms of upgrading, like Wrinkle and the USP, they do need to go looking for information. That's what Kaspersky's done. Problem is, he's found out the cost of his life, and there is still a minute left on the clock. Venom are not going to be sweating this just yet. They're not going to be feeling the heat or the nerves. They can slowly wrap around. HVA's getting a ton of intel right now, and they're moving together in a claustrophobic, tight-knit angle. 1-for-1 trade, not ideal, but Clocku can make the most of this. He has the position to punish.
Yes, he certainly does. Great turnaround as he picked up a couple of kills, leaving Snappy 35 seconds, and he's got no idea that Innocent was up on the roof of Mini, will spray him down. Honestly, that's kind of a closer round. If you think about what NIP had coming into this one, it was at least competitive in that round. They've been worse with rifles in some of the other rounds. Innocent, deep stretch here, setting up in front of his streamer setup. I guess Innocent streams. Why do I not know that?
I have to admit, I didn't either.
I feel like I've been missing out. You guys should go follow his stream if you're not already. Support the CS players that actually stream. We need them. Tactical timeout from NIP. What do they even talk about at this point? It's all gone wrong, lads. I think what do they say in British football? Game's gone, I believe it's the new me. Game's gone.
Game's gone. I have to admit, I've never heard that one before, but I could definitely believe it. There's probably a few curse words thrown in the mix as well. Obviously, can't repeat.
We do need that. I feel like if we could get Counter-Strike, but with British football chants, I feel like that would be peak Counter-Strike. Right now, Venom, they don't need the chance. They just need 2 more rounds here. And this is so one-sided. Even more so than on Dust 2. I've got to be honest, I'm blown away by what Venom are bringing to the match at the moment.
That's actually a really good point, because the kind of crown and the jewel that we were thinking about going into this series is like, nukes, NIPs, right? Like, that's a formality. It's a foregone conclusion. Like, Venom, maybe it'll go 3 maps. Maybe they can win Train. It's a map that NIP have struggled with a little bit here and there. The fact that it is even more one-sided on Nuke is kind of absurd when you consider some of the names that NIP have taken down.
It shouldn't be happening, and yet here we are. With NIP unable to put up much resistance, at least for the minute here. Slow start, so slow in fact that Innocent had a little bit of a nap in the middle of the yard, and he ends up getting jumped on, and they're just losing players left and right. That's a bit unfortunate. I'm assuming that it's not so much that Innocent is sleeping, but he's probably looking at the minimap and try to coordinate with his team. Like, they're probably supposed to throw grenades into the A-bomb site, and then they're supposed to wrap around into Mini, and while he's coordinating that, he just gets jumped on and he's not ready. So unfortunate. It did look funny though.
I appreciate the team cams as well. You saw Shush like trying to hype the rest of the team up. Sure, dejected. It's not been a great series, but they can still turn this around, man. We've already seen massive deficits been brought back, huge comebacks already in this very tournament. We've casted a couple ourselves. We've seen a bunch of them, so there's no reason that NIP can't still crawl their way back into this. Snappy spotting players, but he gets caught. You understand why he fully focused onto the top of the vents, but he gets sideswiped by HVA, and that opens up business down in secret.
Yeah, and unlike some of the other rounds, this opening happens really early on. Wrinkle getting rocked again. He's much improved. Well, I was going to say much improved. He's up to 4 kills. And I guess he has 5 because he did get a team kill. But it's better than it was in the first half, right? He had like 2 kills in the first half, so already slight improvement there. Much was probably a stretch on my part. 3 versus 5 in this one. And Sobel dancing around, keeping UJiJieHao occupied. Just the fact that he's keeping him here is just super annoying. And now he's going to actually be blocked by his teammates, Molotov. That is so funny. They locked him in there.
They did. They sacrificed him so they could get the bomb plant down. Oh, hold on a second, though. That may end up costing them dearly. UJiJieHao's big frag. HVA has the perfect angle, though, to deal with this. It's multifaceted as well. Didn't need to go for the swing. Realistically, could have just held his ground. Maybe concerned about an incendiary or a HE coming in and forcing him out of position. But now they go back in for the peak. These are mistakes from Venom. finally showing that they are human after all. That should have realistically been their round. It was a 4v3.
Yeah, that's an interesting scenario. I don't really know what to make of that. I think it almost does actually go wrong the first go around when they end up throwing Molotovs to kind of keep one person, like they keep Sobel here. That's not a completely devastating screw up, but it is a little bit silly because he could have escaped and just joined the team, and they would have had the bomb plant anyway. They've kind of run out of money now. Tech9s and a Deagle. It's a classic round for a really fast play, but so far they're throwing smokes outside. Doesn't seem like they want to rush anywhere.
Credit to NIP as well, making the most of those mistakes on Venom. And like you say, now have put themselves into a position where they can string a few rounds together, breaking open the smoke wall. Although HVO will live to tell the tale, he's down to 44, and the information has been attained by Snappy, who was thinking of darting down the vents, but decides against it. And so Venom effectively have been given a free pass to move down into Secret.
Once again, there's just a single player down here. If they can make it past ramp, it's Wrinkle who's holding the corner on ramp with an AWP. Could see it up with the X-ray there. So if they can make it their way past here and put some pressure on U-Jerks, then there's definitely an opening here. And again, Wrinkle's had a very, very tough game on Nuke. So I'm sure he's feeling a bit rattled himself. We'll see if they can find a way to flash their way in. They do have one flashbang already, I think, and he's going to have to run for it. Now, Ujax down below has done a good job so far, right? He's taking care of HFA. That's the start of it, but now the pressure is on, and they will just tear him apart. Need to get up there and pick up the AK as soon as you can, because that's an important weapon. And the bomb not quite planted yet. You can see a little bit of a peek coming in, and Kaspersky, he knew someone was going to peek him there. They are dropping like flies on the NIP side, with Wrinkle being low and Snappy being the only one with any real health here. This is potentially a dangerous round.
It's confirmed damage as well. They know they dinked Wrinkle. So they know that realistically this is going to be a very difficult site to retake. And on top of that, you got no incendiaries, no HEs. A smoke and a flash between the two of them.
I really wanted Wrinkle to try and go for the wallbang just because it would have been so funny, but it's not going to happen here. Sneaking out, Snappy goes down, and there's no chance for Wrinkle. He must know there's just not enough health to make this work. But even then worse, like you said, the bomb radius is enormous. Could he even escape? Maybe he's just trying to stick around until the last second, hoping to get a kill, and then maybe run for it. It's going to be real risky, though. He's back into the site. Oh, no. I thought he was maybe going for the defuse right at the end, but obviously that's not the case either. He must have known that he was dead either way.
Bruh. Oh, God. It's like you say, though, he'd already committed to a certain point where he's like, there is no getting out of this alive. Like, I'm going to try and take everyone with me, deny all the weapons. They know the economy still's not great for Venom. Like, they came into this with Tech-9s. So you can kind of understand it, but... You've got very little yourself for NIP now. Like, they don't have... Look, 2 players down to pistols. Oh, God.
Yeah, it's pretty rough out here, isn't it? Well, right now, NIP, they need something to revitalize the squad here. I'm not sure what it is. They are looking for 5 rounds in a row to get this one into overtime. It doesn't feel like that is going to happen right now, I've got to be honest. Innocent is at 19 kills. H4 is at 18. And Clockyu and Sobel have still been playing very well. Flay is kind of missing out a little bit, but maybe just because there are no more kills left to be had. Opening for Flay, and Clockyu will open straight up afterwards. It's looking pretty good. Wrinkle grenaded on out of there, but a nice shot for him nonetheless. And a little bit of a flank coming in. The bomb being attempted now, just giving it all here. Flay, he knows he has to try and play for that teammate who's out in the yard.
Stop behind the smoke, though. Does he know where it's planted? It's going to go full defuse right now. There is no kit in play. Gets tagged, singed by the Molotov. The full defuse coming through. They've also reimbursed that smoke. There's no chance. NIP will snatch this round away. Innocent wasn't completely sold that the full defuse was coming in. So NIP live to fight another day, Anders. But I mean, again, it doesn't build much confidence, does it? Like that, sure,
no.
The aggression, I definitely appreciate that. But Snappy pretty much holding the line for a considerable amount of time for these backstabs to come in. So nearly backfires.
Yeah, that's 1 out of 5 down. I mean, they've got to adopt that age-old mindset of just 1 round at a time. We all know how it works. you're NIP, that's all you're going to be thinking right now. Just get the money away from that T side. Try and make sure that you can make this one work, because if you get into overtime, I mean, it does reset the game quite a bit. There is a chance that maybe some of these players on the NIP side could get activated a bit more. Maybe more than anything, Wrinkle. We'd love to see him start to step it up.
Yeah, he's really not shown us what he's capable of in this series. I mean, Dust 2 was a bit of a disaster across the board. He was the only player that reached a 1.0 rating. No players had more frags than kills. Nobody over 80 ADR, and that was Ujerks. But that poor form has continued. HFA, so passive. And there is the man. We know he can significantly step his level up. That could be the difference maker. Nice double spray from Kaspersky. Much better from NIP. Flay does come in with one of his own, though.
Yeah, I mean, I fully agree. Wrinkle is way better than what we've seen in this game so far, so not the best time to have a bit of an off game, but sometimes overtime is just the thing that'll bring a player back and kind of you realize, okay, there's still an opportunity here. Certainly a couple of good kills in this one. Had a really important kill in the last round too, by the way, so some signs of life. He hasn't really tapped out yet, and out of the 5 rounds they needed, they got 2 of them, so 3 left for NIP before they can push this game into overtime. I mean, it's a hard way to try and win Nuke, but I feel like the mental reset, if they can get there, is going to feel pretty good for NIP.
Well, it's the markings of the truly really solid teams, is that you play at a C or D grade for your own ability, but you still somehow grind out the wins. It's something Astralis were remarkable at back in the day when they had their era. Even if they weren't playing particularly well, they just somehow always had the winning formula. So if NIP can bring this back, if they can end up picking up Nuke, they deserve a lot of credit for it, for sure.
Yeah, nice grenade here, and Ujerks ready to fight, give it all to try and see if he can hold on to the ramp for as long as possible. Doesn't really get a chance to reload here, so the USP will have to do the rest of the work. And you know what? A triple kill is not that bad. Bomb plants. Maybe an attempt here for Q, see if he can do it right at the end. It is not going to be allowed for, so all right. You know, it's 5 rounds. That's 3 in pretty quick succession here, so the game is still on. It's not done yet.
Certainly not. This is where the pressure will start to build onto Venom as well. They are the underdogs coming into this game. So close, tantalizingly close to the finish line. They can see it, they can touch it. They need to get past it. They are going to have full AKs, though. Another solid, healthy investment comes through. NIP, early utility down, anticipating maybe a rush will be forthcoming. Not the case. As Venom sit back and wait.
Perhaps a bit more of a spring in their step for NIP in some of these rounds. Ujerks is up to 20 kills, and Shush is up to 17. Wrinkle now landing a shot towards the ramp. So some signs of life. These are the kind of things that might bring them back. I think Ujerks might have realized how many people are here, and they were all around him. He's going to get traded out, and there is a player down below in the vent just dropping in as Kaspersky. They got to be so careful right here. This is really dangerous. All of Venom have made their way down below. There's nobody holding up in the lobby or anything else like that. They are all ready to try and fight for this bomb site.
So utility down as well, making sure they don't get peek from ramp. Innocent, by the way, 21 kills. And has continued that fine form. Flay, big kill. As Klocku goes down. The bomb ticking away. 2 of the 3 remaining of the Polish players on Venom are low, but still stand their ground and deliver. As Shush comes through with 2, putting it all on Flay. Spray is good, but the HG nearly finishes him off. 4 HP left, but Kaspersky will put him down and keep Nip alive.
That's outrageous. I thought for sure the grenade was going to kill him. How much health did he even have before then? I'm so confused, but regardless, that is as close as you could possibly want it. Retaking the bomb site, getting the 1v1 at the end. I really thought that was going to go the other way here. Nice shot from Shush as well. That was H for playing a really weird ankle, but yeah, that's 12-11. We're 1 round away from overtime. NIP trying to summon every last bit of strength that they have to keep the dream alive here. They don't want to be 2-0. They don't want to get knocked out just so soon. Venom have looked terrifying in this best of 3. Winning the first map on Dust 2, and then now very one-sided game on Nuke that finally NIP have woken up to. We'll see if they can actually get it all the way there.
Enough weapons to make a real go of this, though. To answer your question, he's on 21 health and was knocked down to 4 off that HE. Let's see if they can just navigate their way through on the thinnest of margins once again. They're changing it up. We haven't seen them utilize outside control for a while. A lot of slow lobby plays. This time, picking up the pace. Molotov down into Secret. Smoke wall's going to start to dissipate momentarily. Kaspersky's getting in position to try and thwart this, but a flash stops him from peeking.
That was too close of a call for my liking for Venom. I don't like the fact that that smoke wall was disappearing just as they walked out, but it looks like they're kind of okay. Down below, classic jumping position for Snappy, and Sobel's going to get taken down. Innocent is now holding this alone. If he dies, the rest of this push doesn't stand much of a chance here. And they're rotating down below already. NIP, they kind of know what's coming. Wrinkle still goes down. Flay, they're trading down below at the moment, and they need to get rid of this one player. Not going to be successful. Innocent nearly hunted down, and NIP. Last bit of strength has been summoned as they get the game into overtime. They don't just give up.
Yeah, it's going to be a very bitter pill to swallow if you are on the side of Venom. They had a lot of chances. They had a vast lead at one point. It was, what, 11-5? 12-7, I think, as well. Unable to get across the finish line at the end. And you have to think the momentum now is significantly shifted across. Innocent, he needs to go stretch his legs. He needs to reset on this one. He had a really good individual game once again. 21 kills, 100 ADR. Unbelievable. It still wasn't good enough. Credit to NIP, though, for weathering the storm and picking it back up themselves. I would find it difficult to believe that NIP don't go and convert this map at this point now. Surely the wind has been taken out of the sails from Venom.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. That's what should be happening. But it's, you know, it could still be a bit of an issue. But I do like the fact that we're seeing NIP kind of stepping it up here. I mean, I want to remain hopeful. I do feel a bit sad at the game that they've been playing thus far, but let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Let's see. Like we said, sometimes the mental reset when you get into overtime can really make an impact. And obviously they have some incredibly experienced players on the NIP side. It's not the first time that they've had bad games and need to fight their way back. I mean, that's supposed to be the benefit of having people like Snappy and Shush on your team, is that, you know, they've been around the block a couple of times.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Having so many veterans
that
have not just been around the block many times, but also played in some incredibly stressful teams. Like, think of Snappy and Falcons, the amount of expectation that was on his shoulders. It felt like his career might be done at that point, but he's built himself back up again. A lot of credit to him. Yeah, you're leaning on players like that at this stage to kind of guide you through, to keep things calm. Shush has also been around for a while. I think he's, what, 26 at this point, been around the Danish scene for quite some time. Typically more of a supportive player, supportive kind of mentality on the team speak as well in terms of the comms. And so these are the two guys that you're expecting now to guide through some of these younger players. Wrinkle, it was a bit of a shocker to start things off. He finished the first half with 1 frag. He has significantly picked it up, though. So that bode well for NIP, that he hasn't completely disappeared.
Yeah. It's one of the things you have to have as a potential top level player, right? Like every game can't be your best game. Some games are going to be a really tough start, and sometimes kind of keeping the mental alive long enough so that you can have an impact later in the game is really all you can do sometimes. You have to accept the fact that this is not going to be a great game, but I just need to have an impact in a couple of rounds, and then that's what it is. But the difference between doing that and just mentally tapping out early on is enormous. So let's see what happens. We're back in the mix. And you guys have been unmuted on Twitch. It was emotes only for a while, Vince. I'm keeping an eye on it because, to be fair, probably a good idea. But nonetheless, I appreciate the Twitch chat. You know, keep it going, guys. Don't surrender to the mods. It's it's another round. We're in overtime.
But then how do we get our expert analysis?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we do need them.
Open that smoke on the squeaky was Kaspersky, but no one was there. Ujux, meanwhile, though, is going to kick off overtime where they left off in regulation. That's with success. Sobol bypassing the smoke of his own wild spray, and a bullet does connect to the head of Kaspersky. They've actually got a 2-for-1 trade in their favor, as aggression through on main from Ujux will yield the frag. They're concerned about Heaven, and rightfully so, but still dial on the digits and get the bomb planted.
Absolutely chaotic round, but Snappy trying to push in alone. Ujux was coming in on the other side. He's already taking a fair bit of damage. They're very low in this 2v1 now. Molotov got the best of ClockU, and there we go. That almost looked like it was about to be a team kill there, but I think they had it under control. At any rate, it's Venom. In classic Counter-Strike fashion, they win the round that they need to win in regulation in the first round of overtime.
Yeah, you know, we're talking about the importance of having sort of veterans on your team. I mean, Innocent is up there as one of the longest standing players in the Polish region at this point. You know, you said farewell to the likes of Taz. Obviously, Snacks is still around, so he's got to be up there as one of the longest reigning players. But you got Sparrow as coach. Innocent is here. Sobol has also been around for a long time. So, I mean, it's not as if they're lacking in that department.
Yeah, that is a good point. And the fact that he's, showing up with 24 kills that doesn't really, it's not a bad thing either, I suppose. Here we go. Second round of the overtime. Venom. These T rounds now in overtime could have a really, really big impact. Obviously, playing 3 on either side in this format. A slower approach, to be honest, with the T side too. Not quite as fast.
I mean, if you go back to 2013, that's where Innocent was playing for Meet Your Makers. He even has recorded events back in 2011. That's how long this guy's been playing for. Meanwhile, Snappy, another veteran, is able to deal fatal damage to HFA. He did not anticipate that. The Molotov kind of sold him down the river.
Yeah, that might be an experience thing, although surely HFA knows that. But there's one position that you can be saved from that Molotov in, and it is up on that red box in there. So a bit crazy that he didn't check it. I even thought he might have heard the earlier burn damage. Kaspersky going down. That's an issue. As you can see, Shush wants to relocate. He's trying to catch them as they make their way down, but Snappy's dead at the same time. And now they are down below. There is nobody there to contest them. The bomb is being planted.
This would be so crazy if Venom actually get a clean sweep after NIP were able to hold on to a 12-7 deficit. One of the easier kills of Flay's career as he shuts down Shush in the back. Ujux, he's had a great map so far. 27 frags come up as he doubles up now. Can try and force the T's back onto the site as they try and scramble their way back in. It's a freebie, but Innocent spray lets him down. He's been so good today, but this will be a horrible time for his spray to come undone. The Flay is keeping the dream alive. Molotov in. Oh, what a shot as well onto Wrinkle in midair. Finishes it in style.
That is, that's an unusual end to the round, I've got to be honest. Like you said, essentially a free kill that is missed to begin with, but then the close range AWPing just absolutely works out for Flay. So, huge round for Venom. They pick it up, and NIP, like we said, this is their time to get that mental reset in. They fought their way back 5 rounds in a row to get it into overtime. That's supposed to be the moment where the team really comes alive, and that has not been the case just yet.
Flay. Oh my god, this guy can flick. That was beautiful once again, but Kaspersky is able to get that lobby crunch in effect. We've not seen many of them so far from NIP. A good time to pull it out, but Kaspersky is so low, 15 HP, can't get aggressive again. Molotov actually doing a bit more harm than good because they can't retrieve the bomb just yet. But everything's happened so ridiculously fast, and there's still a minute 15 left on the clock. Venom can take their sweet time.
Yeah, the pressure is definitely on NIP in this kind of a 2v2. It feels awful sitting still for as long as they have already, but I give them credit for just committing to this position and saying, let's just hope that it's Venom with the less experience who somehow, make a mistake here. But Venom are really using their time well. Under 50 seconds soon, and they are not too stressed out at the moment. You could see it's NIP that are starting to move across the map. Kaspersky, he's investigating that lobby position, and it looks like eventually Venom are going to make their way all the way down below. And by the way, they still have 1 HE, 2 Molotovs here, a couple of flashbangs. So if they get the bomb planted, the after plant positions with that utility, it's going to be super hard for NIP to get rid of them.
Thing is, though, NIP also possess a lot of utility of their own right. 2 incendiaries, 2 smokes. No smoke available for Venom. It's going to be harder for them to draw away one of these positions as they get caught in transition. Probably should have been a dead man there, Innocent, but he survives on 5, but just for a few more seconds as the shrapnel will seal the deal. Incendiary's now being tossed in. On top of it, time is being wasted. He has to get this full plant in. He's scared, terrified of a decon push. Here's the footsteps, 2 seconds to go. And although Kaspersky will go down with the ship, it is a round that falls underway of NIP.
That was an incredibly sketchy end, but what a grenade to kill Innocent and effectively end the round almost right then and there. That's well played. A much-needed round for NIP. They had to do something like this. It was getting too crazy. So 2 out of 3 rounds, though, go to Venom in the overtime. And now they're going to be playing on the CT side, which we'll see what NIP are able to do once they're on their own T side. They'll have, obviously, the money to begin with, but this is looking fairly grim still for the NIP squad. I am definitely nervous.
This is that shot, man. What a flick. So disgusting. Landed another one as well in that last round. Over on ramp side, I believe it was. Yeah, Ujerks, he blocked out with thin air as well. This goes to show, though, that NIP holding on to all that utility did prove to be the difference maker. They've given themselves a chance. Do agree with you, though, Anders. The T side is where NIP really struggled. And so it feels like getting 2 T rounds in OT is going to be worth so much.
I think a lot is going to come down even just to this first round, you know. If Venom win it, then NIP's got their backs to the wall. It'll feel like all the work they did to even get the game into overtime is almost nullified immediately. Some pressure as they blow open the door and throw in some classic grenades towards that mini position. Flay, though, does he see the elbow? That was really close. I feel like Wrinkle, well, he's going to be all the way dead. Not in the elbow, but straight to the chest with that AWP.
Gotta say, man, like, Flay may have had a slow dust too, and he doesn't have a ton of kills, but every kill he's got has been so impactful, and he's definitely been the pick of the 2 AWPers, that's for sure. As he puts Wrinkle in his back pocket once again. And you're saying the importance of starting off this second half of OT. Well, it's looking like it's all the way of Venom. 3 kills unanswered, and barely any damage inflicted across to the CT side.
Yeah, I definitely think Flay is a lot better than we've seen in this game, like in the maps so far, in both maps, really. Again, you are allowed to have an off day every once in a while. It happens, but I would say overall, he's probably better than the display that we've seen here today. So just worth looking out for if you're going to be watching him in the future. I think there is reasons to be excited. Wow, that's a good timing. The counter incendiary just as they were throwing in the Molotov, so can't really make their way through. More grenades here from NIP. I doubt it's going to make any difference whatsoever. Innocent ready to catch them if they try and drop down the vent, and if not, they're walking into a bit of a fortress here on the A bomb side. Shush with a nice kill, but again, they're playing a 2 versus 5 with just 20 seconds now. No chance at all as it's a step closer. Venom now just need 1 more round, and they'll end up winning this in overtime.
Well, they've saved 5 match points already. What's 2 more?
That's a nice good thing about it.
For sure, but I was kind of concerned for Venom. I mean, I even said it. You know, the wind feels like it's out their sails. Momentum surely in the way of NIP. So much credit has to go to them to just reset and come out in OT. Still swinging and still connecting haymakers.
Yeah, it's a really good sign, isn't it? For a younger team, not used to playing maybe this higher level of Counter-Strike, but they've got the mental part of the game absolutely locked down. And that is, I mean, for some teams, that's almost the hardest part of the game. So you got to appreciate that. Ujerks has been trying his very best to carry the rest of NIP, along with Shush. So 27 and 21 kills on those 2 players. They've been doing more than you could have asked for, really. Question is, can they get them another couple of rounds here? Traded off, picking up the AK immediately and throwing in the incendiary. I don't think that burned anyone, but yeah, if you get the sound off of that cue, sometimes it'll tell you a lot about what's happening on the other side.
Exactly that, yeah. speaking of which, he has just taken a bit of damage himself, so they know now where he is roughly, and they're able to capitalize on that. Hafa needed to survive a little bit longer. Instead, he goes down almost immediately. And it will appear this will be the 6th saved round on NIP. Refusing to go down. Maybe wobbling, maybe dazed and confused, but they're just holding on.
Yeah, just NIP being difficult, you know. They're not winning, but they're also refusing to lose, leaving us in Counter-Strike limbo. Just being very difficult about it. I mean, yeah, best they can do, obviously, is get this game into double OT, which is definitely doable. But, yeah, even that round, I thought for a minute was kind of close. There was a chance there that they could have defended that bomb site. A good counter flash was thrown out. Almost could have worked out, but not this time. We'll see if NIP have more strength left in them. I mean, like you said, in regulation, they won 5 in a row to get into OT. What's a couple of more rounds to try and get this locked down and continue the battle for as long as they can. Nuke is only the 2nd map after all. There is a 3rd map ready and waiting if we can get there. It will be up to NIP to win this one, obviously, but then we'll be on train to decide it. That could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, map that both teams have had their problems and their struggles with as well, so that one's a lot closer in terms of statistics. But, I mean, what the stats matter when NIP were the firm favourites on Nuke with their crazy 85% win rate, 71% win rate on CT side. It's not fared that way. Meanwhile, though, they have sealed the first kill. Are they really going to bring this one back again? Are Venom going to be left in just depression that they can't finish this game off? HFA using that smoke is going to fade shortly. Does he decide to push or back off?
He wants to stay, but they've lost U-Jerks. That kill outside could have been huge, and look at him moving forward. This could be absolutely sick. Is there anyone behind him to stop? He's rotated in, and he's going to spray one of them down. Finally, he got shot in the back, but it was too late. HFA with a double, and they are going to try and make their escape down, but Sobel was ready and waiting, and now that's the bomb controlled. You're right, Wrinkle. A bullet to his skull, and Venom take it in overtime.
Man, so much credit needs to go to Venom. It's easy to beat up on NIP. They were expected to win this. People will be disappointed. Obviously, NIP fans, I'm sure, they've lost this 2-0. But do not overlook this performance from Venom, and in particular, Innocent. Unbelievable. The guy's been around forever, the IGL of this Polish team, and he came out and he landed a ridiculous series.
Yeah, he did. So much experience and still out-fragging some of the youngsters on the team. That is pretty sick to watch. For NIP, it's obviously massively disappointing. There's just no way around it. They were definitely the favorites in this one. There's no question about it, but it just didn't materialize for them. Wrinkle, you have to take some of the blame for this one. But I have to be honest, I mean, I felt like even beyond that point, like a lot of this NIP team, they never really came together as a real team in this game.
No, I agree with you, man. I don't think Kaspersky had his greatest game either, to be honest. It's easy to look at Wrinkle because his performance on Nuke in particular was a bit rough, but realistically, no one from NIP really stood up. And Venom, a lot of that is because they were just punishing constantly. They were just in a different league today.
Yeah, it is what it is, as they say. We do have the desk ready to break it all down before we get into our next best of 3 that's coming up right after the analysis segment.
Thank you so much, Anders and Vince. Holy hell, what a map that was. Just everything from Venom looking like they were going to run away with it to NIP bringing it back into OT that last round as well. Wow. Okay, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go right back to the beginning. I'm going to try to refresh your mind. Hayes, let's walk through the horrific T side of NIP. What was going wrong for them?
I mean, the main problem is that they, again, as was the case on Dust, they lost to another eco round when it looked like they were starting to get into the swing of things, kind of shift into gear. The NIP we were kind of expecting to see coming into this map. And then they lose to that eco round and it just crumbles again off the back of that, as was the case in the previous map. It felt like they were a bit timid, a bit tentative. Even for a team that have got such a strong T side, it felt like there were a few gimmicky plays, but they're just trying to go through like smoke grenades. There's a couple people who are doing their own things as well, like one guy's trying to fight outside, he dies. Then the next move is made ramp, then he dies. Then one guy tries to go through squeaky, he dies. And it's like, where's the cohesion? It just wasn't looking like they were on the same page there, which is what we've, like I said, come to expect on a map like Nuke from NIP.
Obviously, then, Trav, we get into the second half. We've got Venom sitting on match point, and NIP is able to get those rounds on the board, able to get it into OT. What were they doing right there?
Yeah, I mean, I think the crazy thing for me is that Clocku had the ability in the pistol round to go up the ladder after nabbing the bomb in his duel with Snappy in Hell. And if they won the pistol from there, I honestly think they would have won the game a hell of a lot easier. But yeah, that one was kind of choked away. It was a very messy round. NIP had some critical retakes to get back into it. Shush was a bit of a king on the retakes down toward B. Had, I think, 2 separate rounds. He just swung like left side ramp and double headshot the guy playing in control room. And even though that's a very tough angle to pre-aim as well, and Shush was completely owning that area in those critical retakes. But again, there was a second Tech9 round that Venom won late in the game, which just put NIP under so much pressure. They kept scraping, they kept scrapping, and they had a really good lobby crunch NIP at 12-14, which again, I think they overpeaked on a little bit. It was very, very scary on the close clutch down toward the B site when they dropped down the vent to Venom. But yeah, I think overall, I credit NIP for trying to play with initiative in that second half, despite how horrible a game it has been for them. But Venom played to win that whole series. Look, I'm going to say, I do think that was a bit of a, I'm not going to say fluke, but a fluky 2 maps for Innocent. He does not play as good as that consistently in Tier 2 for this team. It's very unusual you see that from him. But it wasn't just him, it was the whole team. So you got to give them huge credit.
I feel like I'm more inclined to use the word anomaly rather than fluke. But
very good word, yeah.
I do kind of agree with the sentiment of the point you're making.
Okay, cool. So Hayes, I mean, Trav touched on it a little bit there, but let's just break this down. I've got to try and refresh your memory. Vince specifically asked for this breakdown of round 14 during the cast. I think maybe if we've got some viewers jumping in who didn't see that, you might have to just explain what they were looking at and then break it down for Vince. We're doing this for Vince.
I'm pretty sure it was a half buy round. I don't think it was a full force where they had Tech 9s and a little bit of utility at that point. And I think this round was just a great example of how well versed this team is and how much they're all on the same page. Because this round was successful just based off of the timing alone. They crunched into that A bomb site. It was the Hut player who took first contact that pulled the attention of the A anchors. At that very moment, the Mini player and the Squeaky players on the T side activated. There was no hesitation. There was nobody just kind of disconnecting, thinking, do we go here? Do we go there? They were all on the exact same wavelength. They activated at the same time and just crunched in on that A bomb site. It felt like one of those massive car crushes, and NIP was just waiting underneath, and they just got literally crushed by that pressure coming through from 3 different avenues. And like I said, that round is the perfect example of how this team is just all on the same page. And you can see the hard work coming to fruition in a round like that.
Yeah, and talking about hard work, right? That's what I feel like a lot of Tier 2 and, could argue even Tier 3 teams don't get the credit for. They are putting the effort. They're not just running in with Tech 9s with 1 flash and hoping for the best, right? These are well thought out half-buy rounds, and they're not just throwing away. They're knowing how critical they are. They're knowing they can do damage to the CT economy and put them on the back foot. Not just 1 round in the future, but multiple rounds in the future. So, yeah I think it's a really brilliant example of Venom that just... They've played together a while. It's under 2 different banners, Rebels, of course, and then Khaleesi. But yeah, like they're still they've got that quality, and I'm so impressed.
That's what makes it so impressive for me that Venom have been able to win this, because obviously on on Dust 2, they just steamrolled NIP. Like, there wasn't much of a contest there. They were just by far the better team. NIP showed up to a degree on Nuke, and that's what makes the win for me out of Venom even more impressive, is that it's not like they just played against guys who didn't have their monitors on this time. They actually were going up against some decent competition. I mean, hell, they were up 12-7. The favorites forced it into overtime, and the rule of thumb at that point says, okay, well, the experienced team, the guys who have made the comeback, should be able to just keep the ball rolling in that direction and finish off the job. But the fact that Venom could just switch themselves on in overtime at that point and finish off the job is very impressive.
We have to give the gents on your screen some flowers, though, because for an IGL, what a pop-off. I mean, Trav, you mentioned it. I'm calling him MVP for the whole series, right? He just had one of those magical days.
It's crazy, right? I mean, we were bigging him up beforehand, but not bigging him up in necessarily a fragging aspect. We're just talking about all of his experience, all the different Tier 2 Polish teams he's played on. The fact he's been a professional since 2012. Even I think Vince touched on that as well. It is kind of incredible. As Matt said, anomaly is a great word for this performance. I don't think he's going to perform like this again for Venom in maybe some of these bigger matchups, but it just shows you, for me, where NIP are right now as well. I mean, where has Wrinkle gone? Where is Kaspersky? He had a couple of multi-kills, but it's not the whole group effort that it used to be when we saw at Cologne. And that's their now 6th critical loss. At this point, there might be a situation where they miss out on the major because they're having some really worst possible time for a terrible run of form. That's six losses now that are kind of like, I think unforgivable is a bit too much of a strong word. But
yeah,
I really think this is the worst possible time to have 6 losses against teams they think and know they should be beating.
I'm definitely in the camp of people who are now concerned for NIP. I was trying to run defense for them in the pre-game before the game started, just trying to calm everybody's nerves around the team a little bit and tempering the low expectations, just trying to say, okay guys, maybe it's not as bad as we're making it out to be, but I can't defend them after that performance, losing 2-0. And it's not just the fact that they lost 2-0 in like an opening game of a Swiss stage against Venom. This is the single elim bracket for LAN qualification, and they haven't been able to do any damage. They walk away without a single map, and I think that's a disaster for NIP.
It is a disaster. And do you think that there's more pressure on it because it is an organization that has publicly come out and said, okay, we've invested in this team. We've built it from scratch. We knew we were going to fight through VRS. We're going to spend money to fly them to North America to play in Philadelphia. We're going to throw all of these resources at them to help them qualify and move up the rankings.
Yeah.
And right now they're not moving up the rankings.
And it's even, they've proven to us that they have what it takes to be a really good team and show some great form and make deep runs in competitions and climb up those rankings. That's what we saw out of them 2 months, 3 months ago. I mean, there was a lot of positive signs. NIP were like the poster child team of a team that had been able to do what we thought was unthinkable, and that's come from the outside of the VRS and climb your way up into major contention. And now we're seeing them kind of fall apart. So I think that's probably the most frustrating part about it. It's not just the expectation because of the investment and what the consensus has been like. I was one of the people who was saying, I think we can start the clock on saying your time on NIP does count because the team is looking good at this point. But now I don't even know anymore.
Okay, Trav, hear me out, because I want to sort of ask, is it an online problem for NIP? Do you think if they were playing more at LAN? And then I say that and I remember that actually, you know, they just lost to NRG at Philadelphia.
Lost to NRG, lost to ENCE, which is not terrible, but then lost to Eyeballers at Draculan. You mentioned they went to America, they went to Romania as well, and that was like definitely a tier 2 LAN event that you'd expect them to get some decent wins in. Eyeballers and ENCE losing, just literally bombing straight out of the event, no even a chance to get a single win there. They won some games at Philadelphia, by the way, like fair enough, but they're against like, you know, some of the amateur teams that play in North America at these sort of Philadelphia events before they played NRG in the finals. So yeah, it's really concerning, and I don't really know what's happened. Like, I feel like it's, as kind of Matt touched on earlier, it's definitely a cop-out answer to say, like, all the individuals have fallen off collectively. But that genuinely feels like what's happened. Like, Wrinkle's not performing as well as he has. Kaspersky peaked very high at Cologne. He had one of the plays of the tournament. It was a pleasure to watch him. And he's one for the future. Don't get me wrong. He's only 18. He's going to have a long, storied career, I think. He's too good not to. But something's gone wrong, but badly wrong here, and I'm not sure what it is.
Okay, we could talk about NIP for a while, but this isn't a podcast. This is the Thunderpick World Championship Close Qualifiers, and we actually have Innocent with us from the winning team. Venom obviously taking that victory 2-0. Hello, Innocent. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, hello.
Big smiles, 2-0, knocking NIP out of the competition on Nuke. I'm curious, what was the conversation when the team was about to head into overtime? Did you think you were able to win that map?
Like, all honestly, I think it should have never been this close because we threw, I think, 3 rounds that we had heavy advantage. So it wasn't like, you know, we didn't have a harsh conversation or something. I just said it's okay. We got them to overtime, but it doesn't really matter because I really thought we play better. We shoot better for sure. And I just said if we were in this lead for the whole game, basically, then we can just win overtime. We just cannot commit like these mistakes. There was one crucial one that we lost when I was flanking behind ramp or something, and we were planting lower. It was 12-7 or something, and we lost this round, and it kind of collapsed from that point. But then it was just, you know, we felt pretty confident that we can close it, because like they are good on nuke, but this is also like it always been our good map, even though results sometimes maybe don't stay that. But yeah, we are still good on it.
Innocent, I have 2 quick questions for you. Firstly, you've been around a very long time. Played with pretty much every single Polish player in sort of like Go history, maybe even CS2 as well. 1, are you in-game leading this team? And 2, what's special about the players you've got around you on this particular edition?
Yes, I am leading the team, and it is my first team where I'm like officially leader. I mean, there was a previous version of Rebels when I joined in March of the last year or so.
Yeah.
But it was like my first steps as like a proper IGL. So I had a lot of like learning experience, and it was really liberating, because at certain age you don't really feel that you progress as hard like individually. But this is the role where I thought like I always could do, but there was never any opportunity to do it. And yeah, I just took it, and honestly, I love being a leader. And it was tough last year sometimes, but this year with this team, I think it's like it's really different compared to that one, because right now, like in the previous team, I tried to implement the system that I wanted, and I always admired. I learned it from, for example, Snacks was calling like this, and I believe he still calls like this. So like I took a lot of things from him, and I think it's the only correct way to play, but it was impossible in the previous team. And in this one, I feel like I have like a lot of respect from the players, and they listen pretty much to everything I say. But I still let them play free. But when sometimes the hard hand is, you know, required, they really listen to me. So it is fantastic. And yeah, about this roster, it's completely different compared to the other ones, because really, like, I feel whenever I or Sparrow say something that is like crucial in my eyes to fix, and we try to give some advices and stuff, they listen immediately. There is basically no, I mean, there is sometimes conversation, of course, but these players are really like keen to learn new stuff, and they want to improve, and they don't take it as an offense. So it's really different compared to the other teams in Poland that I played. And yeah, I feel really nice. And you know, we go back from the success in the Philadelphia, and now we grind back to the online games, and we still play good, even though we had roster change, and we took a player that was completely in different role in the previous team, but we watched like their voice comms and his POVs, and we thought he shouldn't be like an anchor player, and he should be moving more to the star player roles. So we tried to make him a star player, and yeah, it's going well. Sometimes he's choking, obviously, in that, and he will have a lot of he will need a lot of time to learn and feel the roles, because he has all the freedom in the world. Whatever he wants to do, he does, and like I'm okay with it. But sometimes he just doesn't do it because it's so fresh for him. So we just push him again and let him play.
It almost sounds to me like you're talking about yourself in third person, because you were the star today, Innocent. You were the guy who was popping off. You had an incredible performance on an individual level and as an IGL as well. I mean, what was going on today with you having such a good game? Because obviously normally it is the guys around you who are popping off a bit more and you just focusing on the calling, but you had a fantastic performance today.
My brother, I have to say to you, I feel pretty bad today, I have to say. And I thought it's gonna be disaster, because like we played the practice game before the game against 9, and I'm pretty sure at one point I was like 121 or something, and I'm like, God, what is happening today? It never happens this hard. But then on the official game, you know, I felt the pressure of winning it, and I was calling good, I would say. And yeah, I was just confident in everything I said. There was also, like, I think what built my confidence as a player also, like, I was really accurate with the gambles these games and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like stack B, rotate 4 down or something. Like everything was clicking today. So I guess that built up my confidence as an individual as well.
Okay, I have one more question for you, man, and it's about Spiro. I mean, he's kind of alongside you as that one veteran player who's been around for a very long time in the Polish scene. Obviously, hung up the mouse a while ago, but you've got him on board as the coach here. You guys have been playing together, playing against each other for a long time. So what's that dynamic like between you and Spiro, and what does he really bring to the team as the coach?
You know what is good? It's I don't know how to explain that, because we have like a really family type of situation in the team. Everyone really likes like to hang with each other and stuff. We also like to go for a weekend together to party or something.
Okay.
And so we have like a really friendly environment, but we also know when to stop the laps and actually work on the stuff. And yeah, Spebo is doing in the team. He's doing a lot. Like basically every day we listen to him, like watching the reviews of us and stuff. We try to implement new stuff by that, fix mistakes, blah blah. And like his main role is basically this. He's doing this every single day, and we build on that. And I'm pretty sure he works a lot also with the individuals. It's less with me, I would say. We just talk on daily basis, but I know he's putting a lot of work like individually with our younger players. So I think that's really a healthy dynamic, because like when it comes to leading and game plans, etc., like I usually like to do it my own way and use my own calls. Obviously, if he like hears something that could be good, he will call it. But I think in games I keep it my way, and in the practice it's basically his show. So I think it's fantastic, and my head is also a bit freed from that. So yeah, I'm also focused on playing better.
Friend.
Yeah, it's all good now.
Innocent, thank you so much for chatting to us. You're one game away from us seeing you at LAN, so I'm sure you want to prepare for that tomorrow, and we'll see you in the server then. Well done.
Yep, thank you guys. Nice chatting with you, and see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wonder if he knows that we definitely have to see him tomorrow. He has one more game. There's no hopefully there, Hayes.
No, I think he means in the interview, so that
Yes,
it means
yes,
they
yes.
win, right? So that's what he means, I think, when he says hopefully.
I did know he meant that. I was just trying to make a joke,
Okay,
but now it's
okay.
awkward. So let's just move on.
Over my head.
I do believe that we actually have some history here of Innocent versus NIP in the past. Trav?
This is really cool, because obviously I mentioned he was part of the Polish edition of G2 way back when, right? I mean, that's we're talking like 2015 in his career there. Some crazy results looking at this from his time on that team. When he was on G2, he was playing with the likes of, what would have been? It would have been playing with Sparrow back then, Manise, maybe Mihu, Maus as well. If you remember, there was a Polish player called Maus, I think. So yeah, some great history there. I mentioned all the other teams he would have played on too, like CS. I think that little logo there on the orange logo on the left is like CS:GO Lounge when he used to play underneath that banner.
Yeah, that was the one.
Anonymo, Rebels, crazy that he's actually been able to play so many games against them over the years, but finally get one over them.
Yeah, that's insane. Let's not talk about the Anonymo one. I mean, he did get one over them there, and then that obviously got rolled back, so had to replay that third map on Mirage. So that one would have certainly hurt, and now he's got revenge.
Look at this. That's what it's all about, Matt. Finally, we got some revenge, and the Polish flag flies.
Well, there we go. What a lovely chat as well.
That was one of the best interviews ever, honestly. Yeah,
I actually think if we had left him, I think he would have probably spoken the whole way through the final series of the day if we had allowed it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it reminded me a bit of Jerry. Do you remember Jerry's interviews,
Matt?
Mate,
don't even
he
get me
used to give
started.
the most beautiful answers, going so deep into the detail, and that reminded me of that.
The trauma from that is that we got in trouble for keeping the interview going on for too long, even though Jerry was just giving the most long-winded answers. But anyway, we moved.
Yeah, we moved. It was a wonderful interview. Thank you, Vincent. Hopefully, we'll hear from you tomorrow as well.
You would get into trouble. I love that. Imagine a world where you get into trouble because players were talking too much.
And getting great answers and insights from them, man.
I'm thinking about Donna, Heku, Banks. Those are their dreams, is to get those long interviews. So maybe we need a bit more tier 2 at LAN. And there's a very good chance that Venom is going to be able to do that now. They are one game away from potentially finding themselves at the Thunderpick World Championship in Malta, which is obviously what all of these teams are playing for. We've got one more series left today to determine who is going to make it through to those games tomorrow. Single elimination best of threes. It is a brutal format, and it's brutal for the likes of NIP, who are now out of contention. How do you think this affects the mental of these players, Hayes? A team like NIP taking that loss and absolutely no way to claw themselves back into contention.
It's got to be so brutal for them. And the problem is, it's not like they've come off a run of success and you can kind of just brush that aside and think, okay, this was one failure in and amongst a bunch of successes that we've had. This was the event where they would have wanted to try and turn the tide and improve the mood in the camp, in a camp that's already in a rough place. So losing this opportunity, falling short, not like in a second round match in the single elimination, no, against Venom, like one of the lower ranked teams in the competition. I can imagine that this is certainly a disaster for them and has a very strong negative impact on the team.
We'll have to watch to see what happens to NIP as the season unfolds. But now our focus is firmly on TNL and Imperial, who are meeting up next. We're going to take a break, and when we return, we'll prep you for that game.
He's going to force the kill in the last second. Right to the smoke. Look at him.
Welcome back. You've been watching the Thunderpick World Championship closed qualifiers, and at the moment there are 4 spots up for grabs at the Malta LAN happening at the start of October or the second week of October. I'm not very good with dates, but there you go. And this is what all the teams are playing for. They need to get through these matches today to find their way to tomorrow, where if they win, that is it. They guarantee themselves their spot at LAN. And of course, if you are a CS fan, you know how important LAN is for those illustrious VRS points. We've had quite a few shakeups today, a few upsets, and we're now moving to our final series of the day, TNL versus Imperial. Since yesterday, the boys here on the desk, Hayes and Trav, have been hyping this one up. They are constantly telling me that this is the game. I've got to get excited. So Hayes, why are you so excited about this matchup?
I am a bit of a fanboy of TNL, just gonna put that out there as like a disclaimer, basically, because I cast a lot of this team and I've grown quite close to them. I don't know any of them on first name basis yet, we'll have to see after the interview later if they win, but I just love the brand of Counter-Strike that they play. It's such an enterprising and entertaining brand of Counter-Strike, where they just quickly chop and change, but they don't have like super set defined roles. They can very fluidly swap between the roles within the team, which I think is a fantastic skill set that they possess. And it's also because it's a very good 50-50 matchup here. It's the last of our opening games in this single elimination bracket. And I think we have an incredibly hotly contested affair on our hands. So that's what's gotten me so excited.
Let's take a look at that TNL roster now. And Trav, you can walk me through this. It's the Ukrainian team. What is it about it that makes them quite terrifying if you're going up against them?
Well, they're my favourite Tier 2 project of the year by far, because mainly I feel like they're doing everything right on and off the server. They've got Kane, who's formerly the coach of Gambit and Na'Vi, as their CEO, and he coaches them on LAN as well, more often than not. JR is involved as well as an online coach, and formerly of Vega Squadron and Hellraisers. They first burst onto the scene earlier this year in the Dallas qualifiers. They pushed Falcons all the way to a third map OT. That's when they really kind of got noticed by people. Since then, they've won Level Up Lund on LAN, so that kind of put to bed people saying they're onliners, maybe people a bit sus of them. Not the case at all. They won the first season of Exalt Proving Grounds. They also qualified to the next season of ESL Pro League as well, with a hugely impressive run through kind of some of the best of Tier 2. PARIVISION was a great win for them. Their style is aggressive, sometimes overly so, I would say. But I think they've started to learn to temper it when needed, which is the main thing why I'm impressed with them. I think Ken and Dowie are the spearheads of this, and especially Dowie. He's only 17. He's a lock for me to be picked up by a bigger team in the future.
Okay, so now when we're taking a look here, Travis called out his sort of standout players. Hayes, whose are yours?
It has to be Davey as well. He's the one guy who has just kind of taken the tier 2 scene by storm over the past, I'd say 2025 for the whole year. He's been incredible. Flyrax on the Yorp is absolutely a player worth keeping your eye on as well. He does seem to have tapered off in form a little bit based on his numbers and the games I've seen from him as lately, because he is the kind of AWPer that sometimes does want to just take over the game, wants to go for those super aggressive opening picks, play on the front foot, try and bully his opponents. But that means he has to be in prime form, right? Because you're not going to be able to get away with the type of style he's looking to implement if he isn't hitting those ridiculous quick flick shots, because he puts himself in dangerous positions, but more often than not he's able to bail himself out of them with that really strong AWPing capability. I think it's also really important to highlight Onyx. He's the IGL of this team, and he seems to have just banded this unit together phenomenally well. He's got a really good way of just applying everybody's strengths across the board and getting the best out of all of his players as well. So you could pick anybody though, Sam. You could literally pick any one of these 5 names and make a case for them, because that's how good they are.
Okay, now let's take a look at who they're going up against. Imperial, who have been racking up the frequent flyer miles at the moment. They have been going backwards and forwards from South America to Europe to compete in different tournaments, obviously chasing those VRS points. What do we like about this lineup, Trav?
I like them because they've kind of made the right roster moves, I feel like. I mean, it's still a weird state for the team. Bringing Skulls back has already yielded 2 decent performances against Mouse and Liquid, but taking a map off of both of them. But still, despite that I feel like they made the right calls with their team, I'm not confident how much they can further punch upward. I think the one thing that works for them in this head-to-head is that Tri is still putting in unbelievable performances for them, both regionally and internationally. It's easy to forget that he's, like, even though he's been playing professionally for 5 years, he's still only 20 and is without a doubt the player Imperial rely on in most of their games. Cello and Skulls, as these newer additions, have great experience together, but I still see like too many whiffs from both of them, and that's a kind of crazy thing to say, but they do just have a style where they are very hit and miss with their aim and their spray, which kind of sums up both of their stints on Furia as well.
Yeah, one of my concerns is I feel like they're kind of lacking a bit of a tip of the spear as far as the rifling core is concerned in this team, because you have players like Vinny, Skulls, No Way to a degree, who like to be a bit more reserved and need someone to maybe set them up a bit more in the round, and I think Cello could be that guy, but remember, Cello was playing roles in Furia that he wasn't necessarily super acquainted with and had to kind of chop and change to mold to the team, and it wasn't really ideal for him in that regard, so maybe now coming back to Imperial, he can sort of revert back to the Cello that got him that opportunity in Furia in the first place. I mean, he hasn't played a huge amount of maps with this team. He has played in excess of 50, so that is enough to get an idea, and he hasn't really displayed the form we know he's capable of, so I think that there is still a lot of room for improvement with this Imperial team, but I'm not entirely sure if they're trending in that direction.
I suppose, Hayes, the tough question here is Cello and Skulls, there was so much potential in previous lineups, right? That was always the conversation around them, was that they were these hot up-and-comers, and then it didn't pan out. And now they've come back and now they're at Imperial, but it kind of feels like they've lost that opportunity. Is this the lineup that allows those two players to reach the levels that I suppose we all thought that they might be able to do earlier on in their careers?
I'd say to a degree. I think that they might still be slightly handicapped by the fact that I feel like they're lacking a star rifler, and someone like Skulls does need a star rifler around him so that he can implement his skill set to the best of his ability, which is setting up his teammates, anchoring, being that supportive element within the team. If you don't have somebody to really support and try and create the best opportunities for, then you're not going to be able to accomplish much either. So I feel like Skulls realizing that form is almost reliant on Cello in a weird way, realizing his form as well. So I think it could be the team, especially playing alongside Try the Orpa and Vinny the IGL. Remember, this isn't unfamiliar territory for them. Cello was playing in Imperial before he joined Furious. There's certainly going to be some familiarity there, and I think it will be a good opportunity for them to take a step backwards or a step down in terms of the level that they're competing at, and just find their footing and that stability once again.
Let's take a look at the veto now so we can see where these teams are going to be playing. I mean, Trav, first thoughts as this starts rolling in?
Well, I do think it's going to be an interesting one. I do think we're going to see a 1-1 here. I'm quite confident in it. I think we're going to see a third. Imperial have all the experience, but TNL provide like the X factor excitement for me. And it's very hard in first time matches like these between two different regions, but I'm going to stick with my guns. And I'm going to say TNL will win 2-1. One of the reasons being they permaban Inferno. TNL always have, and that's Imperial's best map. Thing is, as I touched on, there is an opening for Imperial as well. TNL do not have a good overpass. You have to remember that was how young some of these players are. Maybe some of them have never even really played overpass professionally in their career yet, right? And it's been pretty evident in the games they've played, losing to ECSTATIC, 9, a local Ukrainian team by the name of Laser Cats as well, in a small cup, a small Ukrainian cup. So there's openings for both teams, which is why I think we're going to nuke.
I will say, I'm glad that Imperial decided to actually ban Dust 2 out in the second phase of the veto. It's a map that, it's their most picked map is Dust 2 for Imperial, but they also know how ridiculously good TNL are on the map, so I'm glad that they've pushed this into a territory where TNL haven't been as well versed lately. I tell you, their nuke used to be incredible for TNL, but in recent times, there's more red than green in their results, so that is a little bit concerning, and while I do agree with you that this should be a 2-1 for TNL, I am still a little bit worried about that nuke decider, because Imperial, they're going to be comfortable going into nuke as their third. I mean, they lost 13-10 to Liquid on the map, so clearly they have a pretty decent level on the map to bring to the table. I think it's quite open-ended, but I do lean in towards TNL.
Let's focus in on Mirage, though, because that's where we're going to first, the pick of TNL. And let's talk about the players that both of you have brought up, but let's see how they play out on this map, specifically Cello and Davi. I mean, we've got the head-to-head there. Who wins this if you were to put them head-to-head?
Oh, Davey every day of the week at this point, man. I mean, if we're taking the players at their best, then maybe there's a conversation to be had. But at current form, Davey clears Cello, especially on Mirage. I haven't actually checked the stats, so I don't necessarily have the information to back this up, but I'm going to go ahead and say it anyway. I think Mirage might be Davey's best map. He's so active, he's so devastating. I think he plays Catwalk on the CT side, and on the T side, they just set him up so phenomenally well that he can just put the team on his back and carry them across the line. So Davey for all my money.
Yeah, the reason why I wanted this head-to-head as well is I think it's a good example between two players where one was kind of like, even though Cello's not old, you know, he's been around a while, but he's not old. But it's two players who are at different parts of their career, and it's obvious to see that when you actually watch them on the server. Cello whiffs too much. Again, as I said earlier, like it's maybe a weird criticism to have, but on Fury, it was so hit and miss watching him play. It was almost like comical. It was like either instant headshot or whiff 15 bullets. And for Davi, he plays a style which is very aggressive, very impressive as well as aggressive, and he's so clean with it. And that's the thing that's most exciting about him, is that like he just looks like he can do it all day, keep clicking heads, and not give a damn about anything in front of him.
When you take a look at Mirage now and how this is going to play out, I mean, what is the win condition?
For TNL, it's just about doing what they've done to get to this point and not changing anything up. It's a similar sort of storyline we used for BetBoom, where they've been playing really well online for the past couple of months, and now they have to bring that to the table when it matters the most.
Let's jump into game. TNL up against Imperial.
Well then, we are ready. It's another game coming your way here at the Thunderpick World Championships. I'm Anders, with me is Vince, and we've got TNL playing up against Imperial. Could be, I think, a really fun game, to be honest. I think it's going to be unpredictable, but the desk were certainly happy with the Ukrainian squad.
Yeah, they've definitely been on an upward trend. You know, they're ranked 31st in the world, actually 6 places higher than Imperial are, to put that in perspective. And Imperial's a team that's been to multiple majors. Like, you look at someone like Vinny, for example, he's been around forever at a very high level. So that's definitely saying something. Imperial on the CT side, though, going to be having to weather the storm over on Bs. It's going to be a fast hit from TNL, getting straight in the face, but some really good counter utility. Keeps them at bay, and Vinny speaking the man, and he will strike for 2.
Oh, that is really well played. A third headshot to add to it as Onyx goes down, and Flyrax on his own at the back. It's Vinny to clean up 4 kills. The smoke couldn't have been any better. The headshot were crisp, and Imperial off to a good start. And you've got to be honest as well, no matter what the world ranking says, I still feel like Imperial somehow carry more weight, which means if there is another upset, we've already had a couple today, you know, people are going to be, they're going to be mad in the Twitch chat. Stay mad, as they say, Vince.
The thing is, I do agree with you. I think coming into this, and I have seen TNL quite a bit, and I am very impressed with them as the desk was highlighting. I don't disagree with what they're talking about, but I do still feel like Imperial are the favorites in this game. I think the veto is very evenly poised. I wouldn't be surprised if it does go to a third map, but I feel like Imperial's superior experience at multiple faceted tournaments over the years is going to yield very well for them. This Eco Bash goes into play. What? 4K for Cello. Very nicely done. And he lives on 3 HP to tell the tale. Let's see if Onyx can deal the fatal damage to him with the deke.
He's out of there. I did not think he was going to get that last kill. It looked like he was obviously getting chipped away at from the Glocks. That was it'd be a fun kill to get in replay. But yeah, he's going to be found here. No chance for Onyx to survive. Vinny, all right, a bit of mercy. Doesn't try and knife him or anything else like that. So, a couple of rounds out of the way already. Imperial looking pretty decent to begin with here. But I will say this, from what little I've seen out of TNL, they're a team that, in spite of being, you know, from the CIS region, they're still a pretty aggressive team. Like, some CIS Counter-Strike could be, you know, a bit more hesitant with the Jame variation sometimes being sort of the extreme meme version of it. But, you know, a lot of teams in the region do play a slower style. I feel like TNL are still a pretty aggressive team. So, you know, we'll see how that one plays out when we get deeper into it. We're only in round 3, but the AKs are out. And it looks like they are all in the B hallways. That's a really big commitment.
Yeah, and a player to watch out for as well is going to be Davey, as they do start to get more aggressive. This round, though, as you highlight, going to be into B. This crossfire is so good, and they're not even allowed the opportunity because Try is just banging them out in apps at range. Also lands a wall bang onto Onyx. Down to a measly 24 HP. That grenade could seal the deal. It actually bounces off the windowsill. A little bit awkward, but I mean, the end result is going to be the same. There is no way forward for Onyx. A very brisk, lightning fast 3-0 start. Imperial in fine form.
That was an out of spawn call to try and basically set up like you know, just some early smoke grenades towards the B bomb site. So some in the middle as well. You can see it here on the replay in the minimap. So they smoke off the middle, they smoke off the catwalk position, and then they just wanted to go all in. There was never any chance they were going to do anything else here, and it just doesn't work out. So that's interesting. Imperial will love to take that third round. No bomb plant either. Oh, that smoke is going to get blown open. They're all inside. It's going to be a slaughter here. Some nice grenades to the window, but it's not what they were expecting.
I think one of those grenades also missed, and it's mainly because there was a grenade tossed in from the Imperial side, and they're getting tagged by Noe, so it just completely wrecks them with aim punch. So an interesting little back and forth there. There's 4 players yet to get off the mark in the first 3 rounds. That's how dominant this has been. It is the IGL of Onyx that's picked up 2. Everyone else still on the 0 mark, as Noe pilfers them through the gap in the smoke, and it should be a very straightforward 4-0 lead. No loss of life. The economy booming. AK's picked up on the CT side as well. And try on your screen, the only Argentinian in this roster you're expecting to do a lot of the heavy lifting today. He is a phenomenal talent.
Yes, I agree. It's been super fun to watch his ascent throughout the years. Imperial definitely a team that can do some real damage. You and I were talking about this a little bit in the break time, but it is interesting how Brazil has become one of these countries where there's a ton of talent, but they're stretched out across a lot of different teams, and it does sort of feel like someone should be able to put together like a legitimate top 4, or maybe like maybe not top 4, that's a lot, but top 10 sort of Brazilian team. We're talking about the same with the Polish lineup. Like there should be a Polish lineup that could do something similar.
Well, and you see that even the sort of godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike himself, Fallen, decided to go away from Brazilian players with Yakindar and Molodoi. So if he's not really believing, then I guess that goes to show you that something's probably slightly off in that regard. Oh dear. You finally got rifles, and you get wrecked through the smoke again. No luck for TNL so far.
Huge spray down. Cello just committed to that one. They're going to back on out. They have what they sort of came for. They don't really need to stick around in the middle any longer. This is very interesting. Again, the map is picked by TNL. Not that it's necessarily completely over here, but obviously if they lose this round without doing at least some damage, things do start to get a little bit more tricky. Smoke going down, so giving some control of the connector position to the T side, potentially. The bomb is up in Palace, so with a minimap, we pretty much know where this is going to end. The question is, can they actually create enough space in the middle to get out of the Palace? So far, no. So Davies going down. Anna's in there, just down in the underpass position. Knife comes up with a shot onto try. So still about 45 seconds left as they make their way through. A little bit of noise being made, but Cello, great headshot. And now this Palace push is going to be hard to make work, I think.
And they've spotted one of the 2 crossing to the site, and that's Knife. He's been peppered down to 19 HP. Flyrax has the AWP in the apps Palace area, and he is now all that remains. 25 seconds, tickles the bomb, draws back into the open, try as he may. He's only going to be able to get the 1 frag. A valiant attempt at the end, but it's more of the same. Imperial stampede to a 5-0 lead. No post plant afforded either, so the money, although they have max round loss bonus, not quite as nice as they'd expect to be in this position. Like you say, I mean, this is their choice of map. This is definitely, you could argue it's their best map, but then you could maybe say Dust 2 or Ancient. That's kind of their top 3 maps. Other 2 obviously got banned out. But you're down 5-0 already, and you've not really shown anything in any of these previous rounds. They've mainly been just close cases.
Yeah, I mean, in a different context, getting that last round down to a 1v2, you could have said, okay, it's a good damage to the economy of Imperial at least, but when you haven't got a single round yet, and you don't have the money to buy into this one, it's hard to capitalize on that kind of play. Vinny happily jumping back here. We'll see if he can be found. I was going to say it could have been fun to see the peak coming in with the Deagle on the other side, but that's not going to be the case either. They will go back to the same well over at the B-bomb side, and a nice kill there from Flyrax. That could open up something. Vinny, though, is still holding on the other side, and that bomb is kind of stuck behind the smoke there. They almost have to go back, and then maybe they will now that Onyx got the A-bomb side.
Yeah, they heard 2 separate guns. They heard the Deagle and the Tech-9. So they know 2 players were last spotted in B-apps, but with so much time left, and Onyx with this forward position and the A4 in his hands, Imperial can't take anything for granted. So they have Try watching from the jungle. He's now backed away to the window. So this plant looks like it is almost guaranteed to come down. And it will be a difficult, rough retake. All 3 players pretty healthy. And you do have utility alongside it. But TNL with a real chance here to get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, what a change around. Imperial didn't see it coming, though. Try will get the 1 there. Vinny running straight into Onyx. Pretty good kill. There are kits in play, and the smoke, more importantly, I think, for this bomb side. If you want a chance to retake this one, It's going to have to be a smoke and a pretty quick move. Oh, way out in the open. Onyx not quite ready for that. A flash goes over. Smoke on top of the bomb as well. And they're going to try and dive in. Actually, the bomb is a bit further back, so it's not smoked at all. That could have been really risky, but Davy's going to be found. That's an impressive round, honestly, for TNL. They didn't have a lot going into it. They do some real damage. They get the bomb planted as well. That's something to work with. But I think it requires them doing more work in the next round. They need to come in here and win this round and get on the board.
A wry smile on the face of Try as well as they realize that they did whiff the smoke pretty horribly, but it forced Davy into action regardless. Like, he can't sit by and wait, especially considering, of course, they had no Kevlar coming into the round. But I agree with you. It's one thing to get your foot in the door, but if you just get it snapped clean off from Imperial, they come through here and get a really convincing round again, up to a 7-0. It doesn't matter. Any of that work you've just done is for naught. Onyx, though, will tee off with the first frag, but he does get traded instantly.
Yeah, it's good work. Getting the kill in return there makes a big difference. There's no way. He's 7-1 right now. It's a pretty good start for him individually. Vinny trying to pretend like he was maybe walking away from the whole thing, but he got caught before he could really get inside of the smoke, and that's enough. Opening it up. TNL, they had the plan at the very start of the game to attack this B bomb site really early on, and it's taken all the way up until now before it's actually worked.
Finally some success, though. Great news. Downside here is because of how clear-cut most of these rounds have been. You've got Skulls down at $500, but then you've got Try over 12.5K at the end of this round. No ways up towards 10,000. Like, they can buy for 2 or 3 rounds easily in a row, especially if they save these 2 guns. So there's no easy way forward for TNL. You've got your first foot on the rung of the ladder, but it can easily slip back off again. I do agree, though. It's interesting how B-centric they've been. I'm not sure if they've kind of like decided that Vinny is a potential weak link. Well, so far that's not been the case. He's on 11-2. He's been bossing it.
Yeah, it could be. It could also. There is a world in which if you have some of those B executes work early on, you can put so much pressure on the CT defense to rotate over to B later on in the game. But it obviously requires that it works. Otherwise, you're not really putting pressure on anything. So. But yeah, you might be right. I've definitely seen some games where Vinny kind of disappears a bit. This is not one of them so far, so the calculation hasn't really paid off. This looks like it's going to be more of a default sort of split towards the A-bomb site. 3 in middle, the bomb headed down towards the A-ramp. I don't hate it, but it is dangerous having the bomb on the A-ramp that far forward alone. Look at the smoke going up. That's a whole smoke wall just being set up by Onyx alone. He's actually thrown in every single smoke onto the A-bomb site so far, and the Molotov. He's a one-man execution army as the rest of TNL are making their way up through the middle and into connector. They get the opening on Skulls. They're going to catch No Way in that window. He could never make it out of there alive. This is so cool.
Vinny, I thought that was going to let him down for a second. Spray comes through, and it's going to be the one and done. And yeah, you could see that they were really fully expecting a full-on execute through on Ramp and Palace. It never occurred to them that connector could be a serious problem. And finally, Davy comes alive. A player to really watch out for. An incredible talent. Very aggressive with the rifles. 2 entries in this one. Nice round. Definitely building confidence for TNL.
Yeah, I think this is a great job. You could see from the way that the execute was being set up on Onyx that Imperial weren't really aware that there was going to be that many people in the middle. So good couple of kills coming in. Tactical timeout early on from Imperial. They want to slow this down and make sure that TNL don't get too sped up. But just to really point out this in case anyone hasn't noticed yet, the speed with which TNL execute once they're in position is super quick. Like, think about the B hits, and even this one, they pretty much get everyone in the position, they throw the grenades, and they go. There's not a lot of messing around after that, which I love. I think it's really sick to see. It takes some confidence to have a plan and just follow it like that without any delays. So, good job so far.
And it reminds me a little bit of how Venom played in that previous game that we saw them surprise NIP, especially on Dust 2. You know, no frills necessarily, pretty straightforward executes, but having the conviction to follow through and not have any second guesses. As Davy, up close, going to catch Shallow. He had no idea, no understanding. Double frag for Davy. Beautiful entries. And he even tries to spin around and nearly takes out Vinny across the map through the smoke.
Yeah, that actually looked like he could have straight killed him. He's all the way down to 11, but at the very same time, Tries found a couple of shots and suddenly things get a bit more interesting. It looked like it was a done deal here for the T side, and somehow Imperial hold on a bit longer. Try in a position where he can't really unscope. Onyx has got to be careful. Skulls, although he's not got any kills yet, he's in a position to basically get a free one there. Spins around the spray, not quite good enough, but it's a third kill for Try. And unfortunately, that will be in the bomb is alone here. 1 versus 2. Flyrax will go and try and get the bomb planted. He's very exposed. If Vinny keeps walking, there was a chance he maybe could have got spotted, but instead now, Flyrax actually has an opportunity to get this to work.
And you typically think, like, with Vinny being low, maybe pop the sidearm, throw a HE, but that's completely unconfirmed damage. Keep in mind, Vinny was peppered through a smoke from Davey, all the way on A site. He had no idea how many of those bullets hit, no idea if any of those bullets hit. So Flyrax is going to have to sit here with the AWP, spots the first frag, and it is Vinny that goes down, knows exactly where Try is, and connects the second to secure a 3rd round in a row for TNL.
That is just so cool, isn't it? You could see it for Flyrax there. Sometimes you can, just from watching a player, you can get a sense of whether or not they're stressed or panicked or anything else like that. Especially the second kill from Flyrax. He is not scared at all. Really well played. 6-3, and TNL, from losing 6 in a row, bouncing back into the game here. This is pretty encouraging stuff, and it might get even easier because Imperial don't really have the cash, although they do have a bit of a stack at the bomb site.
Go for the hero up as well, which means Try will have nothing in that next round if this doesn't yield any results. But like you said, the stack is in. MP9 is good for 1, but a 2-for-1 trade in favor of TNL allowed them to just close the gap. They are stuck behind the smoke on Tetris, and Try spots the first player. This is where he really needs to come alive, but instead, he's put down where he stands.
I mean, some good couple of kills here, but the advantage remains with TNL, and they will capitalize on it. What a switch up in the game. This 6 rounds where it just felt like, oh god, this is just Imperial showing up and crushing them, and now that mood is significantly changed. It's a 6-4 scoreline. TNL obviously on the slightly worse side of the map, so if they keep going like this, I mean, 4 rounds is probably already recoverable. You might not be celebrating, but you can definitely still win the map with 4 rounds on the T side of Mirage. If they get more than that, who knows what is going to happen. It's Cello and No Way just getting a couple of kills right off the bat, and I mean, that should be enough to seal the round here.
That's one thing I would say about Imperial is they haven't really changed up their mid protocols too much. Like, you see a lot of CT sides actually get aggressive up middle. Cello did it against the Eco round where he picked up that beautiful 4K spray down. But apart from that, they're not trying to get into underpass. They're not trying to get onto middle boxes. So this time they go for a flash and a double peek out middle, and it yields 2 huge kills. So just mixing up a tiny bit. And Try was able to get his hands on an AWP, dropped across from one of his teammates. So, I mean, as much as we're saying this is great comeback from TNL, the problem is that because you're still down at such a huge deficit, if Imperial can still pick up an 8-4 here, that's a solid half as far as they're concerned as well. It's looking more and more likely with every passing second.
Good recovery. It's Imperial letting them into the game a little bit, but getting a grip on the game again could also be very important, just to not let it spiral out of control. Vinny doing good work, Cello as well, and it's nice to see Skulls adding to the mix. Don't want to see anyone just completely disappear from the game. Skulls is 2-7, so, you know, he's got a bit of work to do, but it's early days, so we're not going to be too judgmental. I say to you guys in the Twitch chat, I see you typing angrily already. Don't do it yet. Save it for the second half, second map maybe. Round number 12, last of the half, and, well, let's see if TNL can summon up another round, if they can find a way to make it work. This is going to be a slow round, and we know that because the bomb is dropped back in T-spawn.
Yep, has just been retrieved now from Knife. A bunch of utility tossed into window and mid. The TNL, who've been pretty aggressive on these catwalk plays, especially from Davey, who picked up a beautiful double kill earlier on, a lot slower. Trying to make Imperial utilize some of their smokes and grenades as well as they blow open the smoke here. Flick from Try, narrowly awry. That is information gathered.
Balls will find one there. Flyrax is right on the other side. Oh, Try. He is so sure that someone's going to be holding that angle, basically trying to pre-fire it while peeking into it. It's a pretty bold move. And the time is running down. Looks like they want to go back and retest that B-bomb site. And honestly, if Onyx is playing in the connector, if they can make an entry onto B, that position that Onyx is in is going to be so valuable. But it does all hinge on whether or not they can make their way through. I don't think Onyx can necessarily be the first point of contact here. He's sneaking into the window while they're trying to get through the hallway. Easiest kill of Vinny's life here. As Onyx goes down, it just is going to slowly peter out, unfortunately. Flyrax and Khan are here, and they're not going to be able to make their way through. The double AWP setup is too much. It's another round here for Imperial, and a very good first half, all things considered.
Yeah, and you can also see they had absolutely no idea or anticipation that a double up setup would be in play. You simply don't slow peek without a flashbang if you think there's an AWP watching the apps. Like, it's suicide. And like you said, Vinny with the easiest of kills. So a really nice mix-up at the end from Imperial. 8-4 half. I think if you offered that to Imperial at the start of this game, they'd have snapped your hand off. They'll be very happy with this outcome, even if they had a fantastic 6-0 lead at one point. So this pistol, I mean, they're always important, but this feels like a real lifeline for TNL. If they can get their hands on it, establish their CT side early on, we could be in for a map on our hands. But if Imperial just start to go on cruise control, this could be over real quick.
So far. Another really aggressive game on all sides. I feel like we've been blessed so far here at Thunderpick with games that haven't been boring, even if there's some teams that we're not used to seeing. Obviously, Venom in the last one, upsetting NIP, which is a really cool game. TNL, I have heard more people talk about TNL than Venom, to be honest, but still, not a team that we usually get to see on some of the bigger tournaments. We'll see how it works out if they can continue the pace here. I definitely think they're competitive. Second half, and it is their map pick. Now they're on the CT side, stack at the A bomb side. There's 3 of them, and they've got a set of dualies as well. Classic position up in the palace to try and stop it. Let's see what he could do with just 2 pistols.
2 pistols for 2 adversaries. In fact, make that a 3rd. Is it enough firepower? Missing out on the first shot pretty much sealed his fate. And although Davey does come through onto ramp, they know where he currently stands, and they will deal with him accordingly. A 2-for-3 trade will favor Imperial, but they're still yet to get the bomb plant. Gonna go for it now.
It's such a disappointment when you got the dualies and you miss the first couple of shots. You just know that it's probably not going to get any easier from here on out. Fry dancing away at the corner of the box. Cello sneaking up to execute Onyx, and Flyrax couldn't really do much of anything here. Nice finish to the round. Huge coming out from that T side. And also kind of devastating for, unfortunately, for TNL.
Yeah, it's that lifeline I was talking about. Like, the life raft has been thrown out, but it's punctured. It's slowly sinking. It does feel like a huge opportunity has gone through their hands. Just slipped through. And when you consider that the next map in this series, by the way, would be Overpass, it's not a map that TNL look good on whatsoever. 25% win rate after 4 games played, losing to teams quite a considerable margin below them. So it does feel like Mirage is a really important map for this best of 3 series.
And they've come in with the pace and the confidence of a team that's looking to just really crush their opponents. And sometimes it can be kind of hard if you come in with that attitude and then it doesn't work out. Like, it's hard to re-summon that strength later on. I think that it's a good game plan for TNL, and I do like it, but it's also the kind of game plan that sometimes when it doesn't work out, there is no plan B. You pretty much spent all of that momentum and all of that, you know, bravado at the start of the game, and then when it's slapped out of your hands, that's it. You're not going to get it up again. We do have a potential execute to the A bomb site, and there's really nobody here, so bit of a gamble for TNL over on the other side of the map, and that is not going to pay off for them.
No, this is going to be 10 rounds. And what's kind of concerning for me as well is we often in these kind of positions at this kind of scoreline, there's like one player that's like really carrying and nobody else is helping them out. The fact is 4 players on Imperial have 10 kills or higher. 0 have that mark for TNL. Their top frag is on 7. Like, it's not even as if it's a 1-star show. Like, everybody's been dulled down in this game so far.
Hello, just up for a bit of a hunt. Why not? Might as well make a bit of extra cash. In fact, going to be a couple of them there. Davey finally says, no, thank you. Round will be comfortably for Imperial. I think... Oh, all right. At least we get the Zeus kill. That is worth it. It's worth it for that alone.
It's like, we're getting wrecked, guys, but I did get a Zeus kill, so worth, right?
Yeah, smiles all around. You know, you gotta find your own little humor. You gotta make your own moments like that in life.
They've got to make this next moment count, Anders, because this is their buy round. This is what we're hinging on at this point. If you can't get it done here, I mean, Imperial have a runway to take off and leave you behind. Not great amounts of utility. They've fully invested in firepower. No MP9s, full M4A1Ss.
Look at this. This is going to be fast. They're going to go for it right away. There is one more player rotating in, but honestly, Knife is in a lot of trouble right now. Good spray down. Super important. The backup is now coming in. That little bit of a slowdown. Just that one kill. Oh, but a headshot from Skulls. He finds Khan just as he's trying to make his escape. And Skulls actually finding another shot there. Jumping Tech 9 up, it's a Mac 10, sorry, up close. And Flyrax will end up going down. Onyx finds himself alone. Imperial very much taking up the same kind of approach that TNL were doing on their own T side. They're just hitting the A bomb side instead. And the sheer speed behind this is making it very, very hard to stop them.
Awkward handshake, but laughs all around on Imperial. And yeah, it is a criticism I've heard. I think it was Hayes mentioned it on the desk, that sometimes it feels like Imperial don't necessarily have a spearhead when it comes to their rifling. But I guess it helps when all 5 players are just effectively punching you at the same time. Just blunt force trauma. Everybody here is chipping in. 4 players over 10. Vinny top fragging as the IGL alongside Cello. Also huge. This has been a real collective effort from Imperial, and TNL just haven't been able to really hang with them so far.
Yeah, that is ultimately a really good point, isn't it? Although, just as we say it, the MP9s are somehow coming back to haunt Imperial. But individually, they have been playing very well. The whole squad pretty much showing up. Try should be dead here, but somehow the 5-7 has betrayed Flyrax. That's very rare. That's a lot of bullets missed. And it's given an opportunity, honestly, for Imperial to get back into the game suddenly. It's a 2 versus 3 from it being a 5-on-3. So TNL missing a bunch of individual fights here. Some of them they might have not even really needed to take. It's Cello again. Laser across that B bomb site. He's up to 17 kills now. And Knife, what do you really do? You're too far away.
That's the thing as well. It's like, TNL have been doing really good against EU teams. They've been performing well. They've been having a lot of success. But how often, when we come through to majors and we have the legacies, the Imperials, these kind of teams, and we write them off, we say, nah, they're the 0-3 fodder. And then they go way further than any of us expected. There's always that Brazilian flair, that South American flair, especially with Try as well, where you really can't write these teams off. It's one thing to do it against EU. It's another to do it against these kind of teams that TNL probably don't have that much experience playing against, right? Like, I can't imagine, other than boot camping with, 9Z being over there and Imperial, etc., TNL probably don't have that much experience, and it is showing right now. They are getting straight up manhandled.
Yeah, I think it's hard to wind it down from that initial energy that they put into the game. Right now, Imperial they've basically said, okay, fine, if you want to play that kind of Counter-Strike, then we'll do it. We'll just do it better. And I don't know if TNL can sort of rediscover another plan at this stage in the game. It feels like it's almost slipped out of their hand. I mean, it definitely has, right? It's 12-4 as a scoreline, and even though individually some of them look really impressive in certain moments on the TNL side, it isn't really a match for what Imperial are bringing to this one. So, and this is their map pick, which does make you a bit nervous, perhaps, that this game could spiral out of control a lot quicker than they obviously would have wanted here.
It's been a really streaky game as well, Andy. Like, keep in mind, this was 6-0. They win 4 rounds in a row at 6-4. They've just lost 6 rounds in a row, potentially 7. It's like it's feast or famine right now for TNL.
Yeah. Couple of attempts here with the nades, but you're right. It's been an interesting game, I suppose, for that very reason. It's also given an opportunity for Imperial to have a lot of money in both halves to play around with, which is why they've been so hard to put away. Even when TNL started to get just a bit of momentum, just a bit of stuff happening, it's suddenly Imperial back in the mix with all the guns once again. Smoke up towards the bottom of connector and in the window, so pretty standard protocols here. It's actually Imperial slowing the game down a bit. Down is here. Ooh, nice shot as he sprays through Davey on the other side too. Skull's going to be able to pick up that kill, so the crossfire there through the middle working out pretty well. There's only 25 seconds too, so unless Cello can get this straight headshot, he can. But with Davey getting another one, it should be too late. The bomb is lost in an unwinnable position.
Yeah, it's about doing as much damage as possible right now to the economy of TNL. Because even if, obviously, they can't save, it's do or die effectively, you could maybe force 2 or 3 players into sort of like MP9 territory, maybe a FAMAS, something like that. Take some of these AKs away, but it seems like No Way's happy enough just to hold on to his AK because the economy of the T's is far from ideal as well. And if this pattern of gameplay continues, then you can expect TNL to pick up another 3 or 4 in a row here. We'll see if they can get it done. That's exactly what they need to get even close to drawing this even and take it to OT.
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to just see them get some control on the CT side. I feel like they haven't really had a chance to even announce themselves, or even just for my own sake. I just want to see what they play like when they have a little bit more confidence and maybe some more weapons. Certainly a good job in picking up the 2 AKs in this one. Very, very stacked towards the A side. They were expecting something, but they're turning that stack on the A bomb side into a forward position. I almost wish they would have kept going, but obviously Skulls is holding this one. And I guess they're slightly trusting for a while there that Onyx was going to be alone. Now, Flyrax has started to get there. If you are going to be playing someone alone on B in this kind of a setup, let it be the AWP.
That's true, but Onyx is sticking around. And mainly this is because they don't have mid control and he's concerned about a catwalk push. You can see that Davies perched up and connected, but there's a smoke in his eyes. So they need to make sure that there's no one around ladder room or catwalk, because that's where the AWP is very susceptible to being sideswiped and flanked. Oh, nice.
Yeah, playing some games here is Skulls. Just on 50 seconds. Onyx, nice enough kill to take down No Way. The bomb is back at the ramp. See if they can actually make their way through. Clock is running down low. It's Davey to take down Cello in the middle, and it's a 5 versus 3. And that bomb is stuck behind the smoke. They still can't really get past it. I think TNL know. They have 3 people at this bomb site. A 4th in Onyx, who's just a couple of steps away. And yeah, they're backing off Imperial. I think they've decided, let's just save these guns. That's not the most impressive finish to the round. But of course, they've got a big buffer to play with.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It just tells me how calm and collected they are, right? Like, you don't have to rush into anything too ridiculous. You've got a buffer of another 6-round lead after this round comes to its conclusion. An AWP, an AK, a Galil. You can just run it back effectively. Cello can pick up like a Deagle or something like that. Or you can just go all in on this round and you know, secure a Mac 10 or Galil. So there's plenty of opportunities now after that saves came into play. And it's also about not wanting to effectively gift wrap a second AWP across the TNL. We've already seen the impact that double up setup can have on Mirage. So yeah, smart decision from Imperial. Doesn't leave them with a great deal in this round, but there's always going to be a threat. TNL, though, slowly building their way back in.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, just delaying as much as you can. Try, though. He was flashed and somehow still lands the kill onto Knife. But I was going to say, if you can keep this map going a bit longer, at least you're buying some time to kind of get yourselves warmed up into the game and you don't just feel like it's snatched out of your hands, because at this stage, that is a little bit what's happening. 12-6. TNL need to win another 6th round from this stage just to get this into overtime. And with this being a 4-on-5, it feels unlikely. Although they are moving back into the right position, they're realizing this is in fact going to be an A execute. They're trying to get out through the palace. Vinny kind of gets caught in the middle of the incendiary, and that will end up getting him killed. Still a minute on the clock, though.
Spray. It should fall into position now for TNL, although Skulls and Cello both get kills. It's now down to Try. Kicked off the round. He's up to 15 kills. Can he go 2 better? Can he put this map down into an Imperial victory? Bomb still needs to be retrieved, as he's going to try and bypass that smoke, but Flyrax is watching. And it did seem a bit foolish watching from Vinny's perspective. I could understand why people are like, why did he push that? They had no utility left, and they'd already smoked off connector. He knew that they were playing for a window of opportunity, and he had to make a move. Sometimes it looks a bit scrappy, it looks a bit sketchy, but he really did have to push forward there.
Yeah, I agree. And the timing just was, unfortunately, directly against him, so no chance to really enter that one. Still, Imperial, I'm sure they know. Can take a deep breath. They don't really have to panic just yet. Try hoping for a deagle shot there. It's a nice idea. Onik on the other side really wants to re-peek it, and actually is doing a fine enough job keeping himself alive more than anything, but also getting a kill. They know what's up in this one, so it should really be a 12-8 scoreline after this one. TNL, tough beginning on this particular map, but if they get it back into overtime, obviously all is forgiven.
Yeah, sure. I mean, they're kind of playing for pride. They're playing for a respectable scoreline. I think they've already reached that mark at eight rounds, but they know that the rifles will be coming through very shortly. It does feel bad for No Way there as well, by the way. Like, Try goes for the really aggressive, like, Deagle play. They throw a HE in, just lands in No Way's pocket. He's just chilling in the background, minding his own business, shrapnel in his teeth.
Yeah, it's getting more interesting by the second here. Smoke is up towards the connector. That's a double nade landing in the connector for the T side, but it doesn't really do any damage. They're hoping that they could catch someone there. The incendiaries will push them back, but Davies just sticking his ground. He's right in that borderland between the smoke and the Molotov, and able to spray a couple of them down. In fact, he will even find a third kill after the fact, so huge round for him, but it might not be over. Hold the phone. 2 versus 2 all of a sudden.
Oh, Try had a good idea about the situation. No way going to try and get that plant down while the smoke is still in play. HE up and over. Lands too deep. Won't be affecting him. When you're on 28 HP, don't be surprised if No Way tries something ridiculous and rolls the dice, but he's not going to be afforded that luxury. He's about to get backstabbed. And down he will fall. I actually thought for a second there, Anders, on 28 HP, you just got the bomb planted. I thought he would push into that smoke because they knew that Flyrax had an AWP and catwalk. And if you can make that shot miss, you can maybe bring it down to a 1v1. I thought he was going to go crazy, but fair enough. He tried to play the percentages, and it didn't quite work out for him.
It's not a bad idea. You're right. When you're that pressured, you might as well try something interesting. Wasn't meant to be this time, unfortunately. Oh, Davey, he made a huge impact on the round. That could have gone a lot of different ways, if not for him. Timeout called. Imperial. I don't know if I wouldn't call it stressed, but I think the gravity of the situation is really starting to announce itself, because when you're this close, all it takes is a couple of slip-ups, and suddenly TNL are in overtime, and that again is going to be a real. We talked about the momentum switch in the first map, but or the first match, but it is true. I mean, if you have this much of a lead in your Imperial and suddenly you can't close the game, that is going to hurt you.
Oh, no doubt. Maybe not stressed, but I think the early feelings of concern are maybe beginning to sink in, hence the timeout. They can still get this done. They still have 3 more cracks at it. Another buy coming through. Not ideal, but more than enough to punish TNL. And that was a mix-up of pace. Like, Imperial really did pick up the pace on that middle crunch, but Davey had a fantastic solo effort on Connector. He's up to 19 frags. Important shot, missing out from Flyrax, but it's a bit of a bait and switch. The issue is that they haven't fully invested behind it, so Onyx position now, they should have a good idea to this being a possibility. And he's about to walk through on 2 different angles. Even if he does get this kill, he should be traded out. And now they know that Flyrax is last seen in the B-Apps. This could go horribly wrong for TNL.
Super scary stuff. There's smokes in the middle as well, so they're putting some pressure on the rest of the map right now. The communication for TNL is going to be really hard to deal with. The bomb is over here, but if they lose that connector player right now, they're in an enormous amount of trouble. It's Knife that's playing right at the edge of the smoke. It's on the other side now. Cello's trying to get the walkthrough, and he's not going to have the advantage in this one, so good kill for Knife, but that doesn't really put them out of their troubles here. 45 seconds, and just one single person trying to hold the connector against everybody from Imperial coming through. He's got no chance, and that is going to cement the bomb plan. There's nothing the rest of TNL could do about it.
Oh, Davey's going to have to go above and beyond. This is going to have to be a Herculean effort. And Vinny could have him on the murder hole approach. Flyrax has given his position away, but Vinny gets baited out. 1 HP for Flyrax. Skulls at 50, no way at 10. Are they really going to be able to pull this one off?
Should never be allowed to, but maybe there is an opportunity here. No way's going to go down as well. Now it's just try 1 versus 2. Good shot on the Flyrax, and Davy's already a bit low and certainly low on time. That bomb is ticking away. Almost out of it now, and try with the spray. He connects for his 18th kill. And Imperial, they dodge the overtime, and they take down TNL on their own map pick.
He nearly ascended Mount Olympus there, did Davey. He had a fantastic individual effort. Really the only shining light. I was talking about how no one was really stepping up. He definitely did on the CT side, but unfortunately, Anders, it was just too little too late. When you're at a massive deficit of, what was it, 12-4, something like that?
Yeah.
You're always going to be swimming against the tide.
I mean, you're right. That was always going to be a very, very hard comeback for TNL. The fact that they got, I would say, within striking distance, I think kind of proves that a slightly better start, if they don't go down that heavy at the beginning, they could have been way more competitive. So I still like their style. I think this was an interesting match, but man, it was cool to see Imperial show up with that much force. I'm sure the desk were also impressed. Let's hear what they have to say.
Well, impressed is a strong word. Hayes and Trav might be a little bit disappointed because if you've just joined us, you'll remember in the pre-game building up to this, they have hyped up TNL for me since yesterday. They've just consistently been like, Sam, this is the team. They're going to come in. This is the one to watch. And then it started to look a little bit shaky, Hayes, right at the start of that game.
Problem is, it was such a slow start for them, and they normally aren't such slow starters. And I'm not talking about the pace with which they were approaching the rounds. I just mean the guys coming online. I think they had 5 kills across the board. By the 5th round, they were averaging a kill a round at that point, which was a huge problem. I think that they just kind of struggled to shift through the gears a little bit. It felt like the accelerator was stuck and they were just constantly trying to play as fast as possible. They needed to take their foot off the gas a little bit and just try and temper the approach, just slow things down, let the rounds breathe a little bit more like what we got out of Imperial, because they were playing on the front foot every single round, trying to force those opening duels, losing those opening duels, and then having to battle back from disadvantageous positions. But that slow start certainly did cost them.
Okay, so I mean, Trav, when you're watching this, why do you think TNL was battling so much on the T side?
I think it's funny because I actually said in the pre-game, right, how aggressive they are and how fast they are. It was like 6-4 in like 15 minutes. It felt like it went by in a flash. But they are just overly aggressive at times, and they have been trying to learn to temper it. They know kind of like one style. They're learning more with, you know, JR and Kane behind the scenes. And when they do ramp up, that 4-round streak, which we saw from them to get back to 6-4, that's what they're all about, man. I mean, Davey started really slow. He was 0-5, ended the game top of the scoreboard by a long stretch on TNL. Flyrax had that really cool 1v2 on the B-bomb side. I think that was the one that got me really hyped, thinking, yes, they're back in it. They can take it now. You know, Imperial played that retake a little bit too slow, tried choosing to go on the apartment's big flank, didn't really work out. But yeah, I think TNL it's a very good example, this game, of what their style can look like when it works and also when it doesn't. And yeah, I think for me, Imperial were better across the board with their individuals, and I've got to give credit to Cello, who are kind of maybe a little bit mean to in the pre-game.
Okay, but as much as you said that, I got to give Imperial a bit of a hard time. Now, when you are sitting on match points, Trav, and then you just let them get round after round after round after round, what was that about? Why couldn't they close it out?
Yeah, it's funny, right? Me and Matt have a little thing that we talk about in the games we cast together. Like, we call it Trav's Law. Nearly every single time a team reaches 12, doesn't matter if it's like 12-4 and it goes to 12-5 and they win 13-5. It's just that mentality that you can get in so many of these online games where you reach 12, you take a deep breath and you're like, yeah, it's fine. We've got 12, we've at least got overtime. And sometimes when you lose that one round, it spirals. And TNL got the ball rolling, got Davey up and running, and they won some important rounds with his individual ability. But yeah, it's unfortunately, TNL lost the game with their slow starts.
Yeah, I also think that it wasn't so much Imperial just letting the round slip through their fingers. I feel like that's where we were getting those glimpses of TNL that we kind of expected coming into the series. I feel like they had a pretty good game plan on the CT side. They were happy to concede a lot of space in towards middle, prioritizing the bomb sites themselves, locking it down. Once Imperial started scaling forward from their mid control into the bomb site, they were just getting shut down emphatically. And we could see how good TNL looked when they were in form, but they just didn't have enough runway to get things off the ground.
And the thing is that when it's not Davi, it's usually Ken, and when it is Davi, it's usually Ken with him. But as you can see here, it was only Davi, and it took him, 6 rounds or so to really get up to his full ability. So, yeah, it was kind of a one-man show for TNL. That's not always been the case for them. I'm glad Davi did perform after we bigged him up so much. But, yeah, it wasn't enough across the board, and that's the biggest issue. And you got the experience of Imperial. I did kind of go into this game. We both did, bigging up TNL quite a lot. But I think, Matt, you pointed it out. Mirage was definitely a win condition, knowing what they're like, what TNL are like on Overpass. And that does really worry me. And the TNL we saw on Mirage is also the TNL that I was hoping we weren't going to see. Because lately, they're beating Tier 3. Sorry, Matt. They're beating Tier 3, but they're struggling to push up to consistently beat upper Tier 2 and Tier 1.5.
I just want to say, they were way too reliant on Davey. I think he got 4 or 5 multi-kills out of the 9 rounds that they won. So they were almost just completely solely reliant on Davey having a big round to get it across the line.
Let's talk about Cello, because we were a bit tough on him in the pre-game. He had a cracker there, Trav. Like it was a good map for him.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a little bit critical of him because I've done a lot of co-streams, watched a lot of him on Furia, seen way too many rough rounds from him. We know he was in difficult roles on Furia, but it doesn't mean you can forgive the whiffs that he had on that team. And sure, yeah, he had some eco farming in this particular map, but he was very, very sharp with his first bullet, and that's what he can do. That's the Cello we were excited about years ago, right, when he even joined Furia, and then unfortunately they kind of mismanaged his roles. So that's what he can do. If this is the Cello we're going to see at the upper tiers, that will be the Cello that can push Imperial to more of a contender at the higher level.
That was the Cello that got afforded the opportunity to join Furia because of that form we had seen from him in the past. I think the thing for Imperial, though, while TNL only had Davey popping off, Imperial had big rounds from Cello. They had contributions from Vinny. Try was as reliable as ever. So you've just got this way more distributed performance across the board on Imperial.
Okay, now let's talk about Overpass, because you guys seem very concerned about TNL heading to Overpass. Why is that, Hayes?
Well, just because of the lack of reps and the lack of success that they've had on the map in recent times, it doesn't necessarily lend itself to the skill set that TNL has as a team, which, as Travis highlighted, a team that like to play on the front foot, they like to play pacey Counter-Strike, and on Overpass, you have to be way more technical, way more methodical with your approach, crossing your T's, dotting your I's. You've got to be happy to be patient and take your time to scale forward in the rounds, getting that early stage control into the mid stage of the round before you can then start even thinking about the execute, where these guys love to play maps like Mirage, Ancient, even Dust 2, where you can just look to smother your opponents from the word go. You can't do that on Overpass and find success. So I think that's the concern, Sam, is that it's a map that they have to kind of change up and stray away from the way that they normally play and find success.
Yeah, and the real big issue as well is that we're talking about lack of reps for TNL, right, on Overpass. It's not just lack of reps together, it's lack of reps in their entire careers. Only Knife, I believe, will have played it in the past when he was on like Betera, maybe Iron Branch back in 2023. The other 4 TNL players, I would imagine, I mean, I've just looked at it, on this team itself, they've only played it 4 times total, and that is in the last 3 months. Only recently starting to play it at all. So yeah, it's being these young players being so young, they just barely had a chance to really play it too much professionally, and their recent results aren't pretty. I think, they've only beaten 1 team. I think it's a team called CSDE, which is just a random 5-stack Ukrainian team. No one should know who they are. That's the reality of the situation. So, yeah, I think, and the issue as well as we go to our little head-to-head graphic is that the rating here for Florax is pretty good, as we can see on the on our graphic, but I think Try in a direct head-to-head clears Flyrax. Despite that great 1v2 Flyrax had on Mirage, Try is so good at every level recently for Imperial.
Who would have thought that we would be sitting here having a conversation saying that it's beneficial to be an older Counter-Strike player in the competitive scene right now? Because that feels like how you've basically defined Overpass, Trav.
In a way, yeah, but like that is the reality, isn't it? I mean, like they just haven't played it. Like it is funny. There are some players, of course, who have come through. I mean, even Donk, when he came through, would have had very, very few officials on particular maps in the pool, right? And then when a new map was introduced, say it was a train, maybe he would have never played a train, maybe ever in his young career, right? But it doesn't matter because he's Donk. But in this situation, this is a tier 1.5, tier 2 team. I would say probably still tier 2. And despite how good they've been this year, that is a gap in their map pool. And sure, Imperial have a gap that they could have exploited for TNL, considering they had Inferno, but TNL permaban Inferno. That's why I was hopeful for Mirage and hopeful for a 1-1. Now it should be an Imperial 2-0.
I think that one of it's more in the early stages since Overpass has been reintegrated back into the pool that it'll be a problem for TNL, Sam, because 3 months from now they'll have had the reps and gotten the experience to be way more acquainted with the map and then find that success. So it's more an issue now, and it's not an issue that they should have once they've been able to get 10, 20 maps played on Overpass.
Here's a little bit of donk lore for you because Trav brought it up. The reason he is so good on these maps is I don't think he ever goes outside. I believe even when he's been at like an IM Dallas or whatever, when people ask him, because it's the favorite interview, like, have you been around? Have you had some of the food? His answer is always no. I think for Dallas, he said it's too hot. So he just stayed in his room playing CS. So there you go.
Can anyone confirm, is Donk actually real? Has anybody ever touched him? Because I think he's a hologram that just you physically, okay, well that makes sense, because I feel like he could just be a computer at this point with how good he is at the game. I just want to make sure he's not a hologram.
Okay, I just want to be clear because this could be clipped out of context, me going, I've touched Donk. I have brushed past him in an elevator just because we don't want any maniac situations happening here. All right, on that note, we're going to take a quick break. Anders and Vince are waiting in the wings. You are watching the Thunderpick World Championship Close Qualifiers.
steals the kill. The last second urge right to the smoke. Look at him go.
We are back once again. We've got the second map coming up. It is on Overpass between TNL and Imperial, and we're here at the Thunderpick World Championship. We've got no delays. We're going straight into it. Imperial now on the T side, TNL on the CT side. Let's see if they can make a bit of a comeback here, TNL, and maybe snatch this map away.
It would be quite a surprise, but it's time to put up or shut up as far as TNL are concerned. The flashbang is so good. Onyx fully blinded. And those Julie's going to have no impact whatsoever. Can't deny the bomb plant either. Smoke down in heaven will afford Skull's luxury of dialing in the digits. And now the CT is going to be looking to try and boost up. But Cello's there. And his aim has been so on point today.
Bomb planted already. It's going to make it a lot harder to go for this kind of a retake here. 3 versus 5. Nice shot from Knife. Maybe that can queue them up. Flyrax, it almost looked like he was sort of walking away. He was walking backwards away from this position, but now he's started to re-engage. It's still really far away. I don't know if this is even quite doable. Sneaking in, all right. Good shot onto No Way, but they're bleeding players, and I think they've already made the call. They've realized it's not worth it. Flyrax, he's got a bit of armor. He's decided to leave this position. It's going to be Imperial to win the pistol in a pretty straightforward fashion, to be honest.
Yeah, very straightforward. Just the one player on B in the form of Onyx, one flash, pretty much opened up an avenue for a very straightforward bomb plant, and everything else fell into position. Cello with another 2 kills. Quick on the draw. And although Knife tried his best with Davi, it was just a little bit too late. And it kind of factors into what we were saying before. Obviously, this is super, super early days. But what we did see from that first map is that Davi had an incredibly slow T side, but his CT side he popped off. Obviously, Mirage, a different playing field, different ball game to Overpass. But you need somebody else to be stepping up here. You need someone to be helping Davi out. Assuming that he can perform at that kind of level again, it may not be good enough for just him to show up and nobody else alongside him.
Yeah, there's got to be something more at the end of it. And that was a problem at the beginning for TNL. The desk were talking about it too, how normally they're not slow starters in terms of getting the kills on the board, but they kind of were on Mirage, and that does become a bit of a problem over time. Bomb going to be planted. Obviously, no casualties on the T side, so not much fear in terms of whether or not they're going to be able to do some or get this round on the board here. Imperial, even finding time to surf in the background. One of the joys of playing Overpass, I suppose. I do quite like this map. I'm happy that we exchanged this for Anubis. Still don't like Inferno, but I think it was a good swap out.
I'll go a step further on this. Overpass is my favorite map, and it has been for a long time. I love playing it, I love casting it, I love watching it. I just love this map, man. I was really sad when it got removed. I didn't understand the Anubis hate personally. I would have said if they removed Inferno for Overpass, I'd be a very, very happy man, but fair enough. That's the way it goes sometimes. The question is, though, Anders, especially with them buying out Cash, would you like to see Cash come back after the next major?
Yeah, I don't really see a reason why not. I think Cash for Inferno for me would make for a really sick map boom. Yeah, I guess we had to move Anubis because Donk didn't like it. You know, he gets what he wants, so there is that. But yeah, I mean, like I definitely think, I don't know what it is about Inferno. It's hard to exactly pinpoint, but there is something that just feels kind of stale about the map at the moment. So I'm sure it could be fixed without too much issue, but yeah, maybe take it out, workshop it a little bit, bring it back with some new twists and turns. Could be kind of interesting. Technical timeout this time for Imperial, so we're getting a chance to take a deep breath here. But ultimately, it's a pretty good start for them. I do think Overpass is a super underrated map, and I don't know, like towards the end of CS:GO, I felt like the whole community kind of came around to how cool it was, but there definitely was one point where a lot of people hated Overpass for some reason.
Yeah. No, for sure. There was a lot of happy people when it got removed, and I never really understood it personally, but just so happy to see it back again. And I do agree with the desk as well. You know, they're discussing that a lot of these upcoming new generation players probably don't have many reps on the map, at least not in officials. Of course, they've probably played it a ton in matchmaking and face it and stuff, but officials is an entirely different vibe altogether. I was quite interested as well in that last round, by the way. Imperial went for full rifles, which is quite unorthodox in a second round buy when you're 2-0 up or facing a 2-0 lead. They anticipated that TNL would force buy, and they didn't. Normally, you'd see some MAC-10s thrown in the mix. So it means that this bonus round is actually a lot more powerful as a result of that.
Yeah, that is interesting to think about. Maybe a chance that they could overcome TNL, who have just finally got their rifles on board here. Flash to go through. They come right into this setup. It's a pretty sick one, too. Knife gets a couple of kills. I like that attempt from Imperial. I think the idea of flashing away through the smoke there is not a bad idea, but they had what amounts to the ultimate counter to that kind of a setup with a bit of a crossfire. One of them was probably never going to be flashed from that one, so that works out in their favor. Try and Vinny with a couple of Galils. Still a lot to be done in this round. If they can get some more kills in here, they can keep TNL low enough, but that timing is pretty bad.
I absolutely love how Knife has played this round. Not just with the setup that they had, as it's going to be a fairly straightforward shutdown. You'll see this in the highlight package. It's the fact that he preemptively, with low bullets left in the magazine, knowing that there's dropped assault rifles around him, just puts 4 or 5 bullets through the smoke. Speculative shots. And he nails a headshot. This one here. So many players would not do that. That is great heads-up play. It's great game sense, because you've already seen 2 players push in a kind of bonus round situation. Of course they're going to be pushing together. They're going to look to try and stamp all over the A site and make it theirs. It's such a nice play. It looks like it's a very small thing to pick up on, but a lot of people don't do that.
Well, it certainly worked out for him this time. I mean, that killed the round for Imperial. You could just tell there was no follow-up past that point. They're going to be buying into this next round, Imperial, but I mean, already their money is low. So, TNL, it's a bit of a better start. Remember, they lost 6 rounds in a row to begin with. Ooh, that is scary for Vinny. The grenade doesn't do anything, but never mind that. He could have got killed trying to make the jump up there. Looks like they wanted to assemble another boost. They were thinking about it, but it's going to stick with the smoke going down towards the monster tunnel. And they are working the other side of the map, so it's a 4-1 split. This is one of the reasons why I like Overpass, is that because it's such a wide map, the T's are stretched out over such a long way that it's easy, even if you're a beginner, if you're new to watching Counter-Strike, you can see how dramatic the setups are, right? It's like one group of 4, the other person, Vinny in this case, really far away from the squad, you know?
Yeah, it really allows players that are a little bit more methodical and lurk-centered to have impact, but at the same time, with it being quite a large map, connector control is so vitally important. And so when the T's do have connector control, it allows them to bypass a lot of these problems and potential banana peels and hurdles and then congregate together. And that's exactly what we're seeing Imperial do. They're playing off that linchpin of Vinny, who can push through a monster, meanwhile simultaneously through on the B side. And there's only 2 players here to try and receive them. Onika's one of them. He's been Molotov'd out of position alongside Davi. 15 seconds left, though. They still need to get the bomb down on the site.
They're being really slow here about it. See if they can actually find an entry down to 9 seconds. They're getting great kills in here. Gotta be sure you can actually get the bomb planted as well. Might not need it. Cello's gonna be able to clean it up. Okay, I was getting worried for a second, but they had it under control. And that is pretty brutal, unfortunately, for TNL. They were so close to getting a little bit more momentum. They would have taken away the money again on the Imperial side, but instead, it blows up in their faces, and they themselves aren't really that rich.
Don't even know if they would have got the plant down had those kills not come through, because there was 3 seconds left on the clock and the bomb was yet to be planted.
Yeah.
That was nearly a horrible, horrible disaster for Imperial. You could almost see like relief on the face of Vinny when he fist bumped his teammates there, smile on his face.
Yeah, I agree. There was a chance that they couldn't. A round that very nearly spirals. They bought some armor in this one, so let's see if they can shock and surprise. I'm not seeing a flashbang going over. They just walk in, and Cello is presumably, you know, communicating with his teammates or something. That's one of those moments where you're not expecting for anything to happen. Normally, by the way, if the CT's trying to do that, there is a flash to go over. You don't just walk around the corner and expect to live. Speaking of flashes, Onyx, not a chance in hell. They're going to go and plant the bomb here. A couple of people on the other side. I doubt if they're going to be able to stop the rest of Imperial.
It's going to definitely help matters. Now he puts that MP9 to use. They may not check the back of the site. They've already dealt with a couple of players here. Knife could be on for something special as he's going to show his hand now from the back, and the Deagle will connect. Oh, he hid in the smoke for so long, and they had no idea.
That is spectacular. Really well done. I for sure thought that Imperial were going to check the entire site, especially because it's pretty telegraphed what's happening, right? They were on their way to the B-bomb site for a while, but you're absolutely right. He just hid in the smoke, and they never really checked the whole thing. So TNL with the surprise round.
That's going to be a short, sharp shock for Imperial if they thought this was going to be a straightforward map and a straightforward T-half. The aggression out on short. As Khan has put down that HE and that, oh, nice spam through the smoke. He's going to yield the frag on Vinny. That's going to keep Imperial at arm's reach for the time being. They have con control, so they can quickly wrap up onto the bathroom side, but there's a fast rotation as well. TNL, who originally showed their hand, puffed their chest out, and said, we're on short, have quickly gone back up onto A, and it allows Flybacks to get aggressive with the AWP on this banana position.
Like Onyx needed something like that. That was his first kill. Even if it's through the smoke, it still counts. Trying to bait out the shot here is Skulls. So far, not getting anything for his troubles. There is a player lurking through the monster tunnel elsewhere on the map, but they're bleeding players left and right at the moment. Skulls goes down, and now this lurk. You can't really call it a lurk, I think, when you're on your own like this. I don't know if Norway's going to be allowed to save for the next 40 seconds, but that could be, you know, kind of the call. They don't have any money on the T side, so TNL, what a save from being very, very close to losing some of these rounds early on here. They've really recovered it.
Yeah, and although there wasn't much cash on the T side, there also wasn't for the CT side, so it's really important they were able to keep the bulk of their defenses alive in this round. Do the world of good to their economy. I do love that straight up heads up play. Like, you take short Onyx, sprayed through the smoke, a bit fortunate to get the kill into Vinny. But they don't sit around and wait. They don't play reactive, they play proactive. Get up on the A side, take down bathrooms. And that's more like what we expect to see from a team like TNL. Even if they're not necessarily a great overpass team, you can still utilize your strengths, and that is their aggressive, mechanical aim. Put Davey in the right positions, and he will still shine regardless of which map you play.
Technical timeout here. TNL, definitely a better start. It's rough going on for a while on the opening map of Mirage, but for this one, they do seem like they are in a much better place mentally. And that's nice to see. We really would love to see them kind of get into the game a little bit more. It felt like they just never stood a chance on the first map and couldn't really find the comfort that they were looking for. So hopefully this is different now. Always a chance for a third map in the series here. We've had some terrific upsets today, so you know, why not a third upset if it goes to it? NIP losing, M80 losing, and if Imperial lost to TNL, I bet people would be shocked by that. Nuke is the final map, by the way, if we can get there. It's a little bit early on, but could be fun.
Yeah, and although Nuke is another map where you probably give the slight edge to Imperial in terms of their stats and the kind of teams and caliber of teams that they've been beating there, it is actually a better map for TNL. They've played it a ton, 22 times in the last few months. So that could be a very interesting final destination. And of course, there is a lot of time between then and now. Again, as you probably expect, the CT side for Imperial does typically favor better than their T half. So if they can come out of this half around 5 or 6 rounds, you'd still fancy them to get this one done. But TNL had a very, very slow start. A 0-6 start on their choice of Mirage if you have just joined us. And although they did make a bit of a comeback, it wasn't good enough. So seeing more players chip in early, Knife on 8 kills already, definitely bodes well.
And look at this round. Locks. I mean, if you could find Flyrax in this position, but he's already spotted them out. Very nice reaction for this kill. Hunting him down, but ultimately he's now got some backup with him. And they just don't have any armor either. So even the dinks here on the Glocks, they're not really that scary, to be honest. Gonna be Skull going down, and No Way finds himself out on long. TNL gonna take the round lead now. which is not bad at all. But I think more importantly, they've had so many people live for the last couple of rounds. They're going to be filthy rich.
Oh yeah, their money's built up very quickly, especially with the economy changes. Obviously, you get the extra $50 per player per kill. That's going to help a lot. I actually thought that Knife had wrecked himself there. He inspected his weapon. As No Way pushed through the smoke, and I thought he was going to block the vision and just die because of it, but he got away with it. It's all good.
Now, I know what you mean. There was an opportunity for that to be a hilarious self-own. It didn't turn out that way. Oh, they line up. Look at Onyx spraying them down. They wanted to put some pressure on to try and get onto the B-bomb site, but it hasn't worked out for them. Davies on the other side. He's going to pick up the AK instead of reloading his M4. And why not? That is kind of call that definitely can work out. Obviously, we know that on the map, but when you end up all standing in one line coming through the monster tunnel, that is not always the way to go. Cello goes down and it leaves Tribe. He's got 4 kills, looking for a couple of headshots here. They're allowing him some individual fights. Oh, that's a team flash as well. Flyer Axe will save the day, but there was a moment there where that could have gone wrong.
Oh, most certainly. But as you mentioned, though, just holding down left click and seeing players drop by the wayside. Davy, nice little flick there before he falls down. And even though they did lose 3 players, because of those previous 2, you can still see their funds in a very healthy shape. Tech 9's in the meanwhile for Imperial. I don't love that last call. I mean, I realize hitting B quick can definitely catch the CTs off guard, but it does feel like a bit of a Hail Mary when you're still pretty early on in the game and you finally got some rifles alongside you. I'm not too keen on that play. I mean, maybe it's because of TNL conditioning them to believe in these short pushes. We've seen it a couple of times, and that's a good way of countering. If they take short and you just rush through Monster, you can straight up take the site off that basis. It has backfired, though.
Yeah, it's the kind of play that there's no recovery once it goes wrong, which I suppose can feel a bit disappointing sometimes. This time they're getting very close to Flyer Axe here. This is dangerous. He's already dinked, and they know it as well. They want to get real close. Skulls able to pick off one, but the backup is kind of working here. No Way with an interesting shot. Spamming away with the deal and getting a headshot on the Knife. That will at least give an opportunity to do some more damage in the round. I don't think winning the round is going to be particularly easy at this stage, but, you know, they got the AWP on No Way. They got Vinny sneaking around. If there is a mistake here from TNL, yeah, of course it could be done. Smoke being set up to the sniper spot down below, but that's just No Way kind of trying to draw them away. He's back up, coming out of the connector, so he's going to go back up to the A-bomb site to join his teammate. But he's hoping that that smoke down below is going to sell something.
Continues to pressure forward. A lot of this does base off Vinny, though. And he's gone down without any possibility of a retaliation. 13 seconds left. No Way he's going to get aggressive. Has been spotted. Knows a player's going to be on his 6 in just a couple of moments. And it's Davy from the dumpster that will put No Way in their head first. And it is yet another round win. And one of the other reasons why, and it's like we've been pretty, you know, lopsided in terms of saying like TNL aren't very good on overpass. They've not got good in terms of reps, and like their stats haven't been great. Another reason why I thought this would be an incredibly straightforward win for Imperial is keep in mind that at Blast Open London, they absolutely annihilated Mouse on this map 13-2, and they picked up 10 rounds on their T side. So it's not just the fact that Imperial are decent on overpass, they have wrecked one of the best teams on the planet on this very map.
Yeah, that is a strong point. And if you're an Imperial fan, you've got to be thinking, where is that energy right now? Why aren't they showing up with the same kind of momentum here? Because they have really been slowed down. I mean, it is the T side, but still. Knife with 10 kills, Flyer Axe with 7. Some pretty good results coming out for a couple of them, and we'll see what Imperial are going to be able to do. Smoke out of CT spawn. Obviously, it's a classic landing down towards the... Oh, it's supposed to land in the monster tunnel. I think it utterly failed. It landed way deeper than that, but in theory, it's supposed to work like that.
They do still have the forward position, though. Cello is going to be hiding and anticipating a long push, and Ken may be about to walk into that head first. There are 2 players out on long so far. We haven't actually seen that setup. We've seen bathroom control a couple of times. Not this particular one with forward positioning from Flyrax, and that could catch Imperial in a false sense of security, but they're going to do their due diligence. This flashbang doesn't actually connect on the rock. It's more for the tree position, but there's nothing that they can do about it. 2 for 0 trade, and that leaves Flyrax in a horrible spot now.
Yeah, that's interesting, especially when that first flashbang doesn't even, properly flash the corner. Like a lot of the time when you're playing that double forward position on the CT side, one of them is playing anti-flash anyway. But yeah, I'm not sure if the flashbangs were even the big problem. Just great shots, especially the first one there for the side of Imperial. There's still a stack at the B bomb side. Honestly, weirdly, this is still winnable for TNL. Not easily so, but if they come through the tunnel like this, it could be a sort of int. Onyx is right here. Spray is in, and Davey, he swings around. He doesn't see the second player just yet, but we're down to 30 seconds. Now he's back, and that's the bomb. Lost in the tunnel. Headshot on the skulls, and just like that, it flips in favor of TNL. Imperial, what could have been should have been an absolutely perfect double kill to start with. It still is not enough to win the round.
Love that as well. Shushing the camera. He knows he's on point. He was phenomenal in the first map. To put it in perspective, by the way, even though they lost it in the end, 13-9, he came out of that with a 1.73 rating and 107 ADR with 22 frags. Like, he loses, but yet he's still the best player on the server by a mile. And he just goes to show again, do not give this guy separate 1v1 trades because he will put you in the dirt.
Yeah. That's really sick. What a turnaround. That's a 2-man defense, and they absolutely hold the site. You love to see it. Nice grenade. Skulls walking into it. Tech9's an armor in this particular round here, but it's TNL up to 7 rounds, looking for an 8th if they can. A little bit of a grenade stacked onto Davey. He's not loving that, and the flash is on top. He's actually in a lot of trouble right now. Just going to get the 1 kill. That might have been better than you even expected at that point in time, so bomb plant's going to be secured here. Boost on top. Let's see if they could do anything. Ooh, grenade. That could have almost killed Cello.
I was going to kill him. He's down to 21, but the boost is still going to yield a frag on to try. Considering he was the 1 healthy player they had left, it's now the 2 walking wounded. Cello and Vinny. Below 50 HP on the 2 of them combined, but Vinny's going to have the element of surprise. Doesn't work in his favor. And now Cello, with the weight of the round on his shoulders, then he will capitulate. An 8th round now for TNL on their CT side. And by the way, that is 7 rounds in a row.
They are really, really making an impression here in the opening half of Overpass. Just a lot working out for them. Even when this round, obviously it doesn't start very well. 2 people getting first naded and then flashed, and they kind of lose the bomb side early on. But they maintain their composure on the TNL side. And they jump right back into the round. Round number 12 coming up, the last of the half here. And we're seeing Imperial with... All right, that's really creative. So he's not actually throwing that Molotov. He's just dropping it on the ground down to his teammate who can pick it up. I love seeing that.
I like that they're trying to go for connector control as well. It's more of a passive angle, but Flyrax still gets the drop on Skulls. And I mentioned that mouse performance, by the way, in Overpass previously. It was Skulls that top fragged. He had an incredible individual performance. This game, he has been eerily quiet. 3 kills to his name.
Yeah, where is he? We all, I mean, he was made a big name by, by playing in Tier 1 Counter-Strike for quite a bit, right? And maybe for good reason, even if ultimately the project didn't really work out with Liquid and all the rest of it, it was still, his name really got out there, right? A lot of people have some respect for him, but in this game, it's been pretty lackluster, to be honest. 3 kills so far in this map. No way. Responsible for killing Onyx. That was through the smoke, so just unfortunate knife. You didn't even see the shadow on the ground there, but just wasn't really ready. Looked like he was holding a bit of a cold position, so didn't have his brain fully turned on. Bomb is making its way there with 30 seconds, but I'm not even sure that's going to happen now. No way on his own.
He's He's managed to get himself out onto the site. Oh, that would have been an absurd shot by FlyRX. He's already picked up 3 in this round. And although he may be missing onto No Way, the strength in numbers approach now comes full circle. And who else but Davey to seal up this half? 9-3. And keep in mind that 3 of the 4 rounds that were picked up at the start were all the way of Imperial. They were 3-1 and end up losing 9-3. That is insane.
That is hard to justify. You're going to have to be a super fan of Imperial if you're going to be finding a silver lining in that scoreline. I don't know if I could do it. Yes, they are playing the T side, but that's kind of unacceptable. But I don't want to take too much away, honestly, because maybe Imperial didn't play quite as well as we would have wanted to, but TNL, on the other hand, I have to give it a lot of credit. Rock solid Counter-Strike coming out. Not taking the loss on the first map too hard. That was their own map pick, by the way, on the opening game on Mirage. They lost. So that's the kind of stuff that can maybe put you off your balance, and it just hasn't. They come into this one on Overpass, and they are super ready to fight.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of those very cold components of the roster have now warmed up. They're now here and ready to start dialing in some kills. They realize the importance that this event has for a team like TNL. Like, they may not get that many more opportunities to get to lands, to show what they can do on a grand stage. They're starting to turn heads. They're starting to become a known quantity. But the importance of getting to this land is so vitally important for this org. So, better late than never, but Imperial, they have a strong CT side. If they can pick up this pistol, this game is certainly not over just yet.
Yeah, we can't really count them out. We've seen what Imperial can do once they get up and running, so let's just see. In No Way, playing in a sneaky corner that typically only works if you've got a teammate with you to kind of try and bait out. And he does. Tries here with the smoke and everything. But we'll see if they're gonna have a chance to set this one up. Knife is outside of the monster tunnel, and so far all TNL are doing is investigating the restrooms. They're not committed to anything. They can all just go down through connector, join up with Knife, and hit that B bomb site. So don't get too carried away. What's interesting is that they have no grenades on that T side. They lose Knife, and that's super unfortunate. Now, they're really close to the A bomb site, but man, they need to hit the shots.
Trying to look for intel with those jump peaks. No Way's been flashed, but he missed a bunch of bullets beforehand. Fortunately for him, Try is wrapping around the back. And although damage has been inflicted, he's down to 6. There's too many crosshairs pointed towards TNL. And there's nowhere for them to go. They can't even back away, but they're standing tall and delivering. Down to a 3-on-2, and Try is exceptionally low. This round maybe not done just yet.
Surely Imperial can't get this one back, but they might not have a chance. Davey with another good shot, and now FlyRX. He's got the bomb. He's got about 16 seconds. Trying to see if he can dance around the truck here. Cello getting closer. He's only got 7 bullets. Oh, but he's right on top of it. I don't think FlyRX even realizes. Nice mid-air headshot. Cello risking it all without reloading, and it's absolutely worth it.
It's incredible game sense, man. He'd been toying with him for so long. He assumed at some point the reload would come in. Yeah. And then when that happened, TNL would be forced to go for the bomb plant. And he utilized that perfectly. So well done to come under heavy duress, but also have the clarity in mind to just wrap around the side. But you've also got to say, like, Imperial, guys, you had everything in your favor for this. It was effectively like a 4v2 on the bomb site, and you nearly lost.
That is really interesting. My God, that fadeaway shot from Cello as well. That is pretty sick. All right. I mean, if anything was going to keep Imperial in this match, I feel like winning the pistol round here, that's got to be the first step in the right direction. Still a long way to go, ultimately. But it is a start, if nothing else.
It's a kind of round that you are relieved is over. You don't feel particularly confident about it, but you can cry into your dollar bills because you have managed to muster together an AWP already for Try. That, to me, is a little bit scary because you have to assume that there's going to be some kind of lack of weaponry purchase here, whether it be MAC-10s, whether it be pistols, and you could get overwhelmed with the AWP, especially in a position like Long, when you don't have mid-control. I don't know if this is going to backfire for Try, but for all he knows, there's players in bathroom right now. Like, this is such a sketchy position. I'd be terrified if I was him.
Yeah, it's good to see him fall back. You're not wrong. classic Guardian position. For anyone that's been around for a real long time. Onig is going to walk straight into the shot, so even a little bit of someone to work with. He does have some backup now, although they don't have a lot of utility really at the A-bomb site, but as long as they can kind of keep their distance, I think it should be fine. The only thing that could go wrong, I think, in a round like this one is if you're so committed to the A defense that you die on the site and give over a weapon. As long as you're not doing that, it's probably going to be fine. Cello up here. Very awkward spray, but tries there with a good flick, and backup is coming immediately. There's no way to show up next, and again, as long as you're not giving over the weapons, it's going to be no problem. Davey with a headshot. I'm getting nervous.
I'm getting nervous, chap. I'm starting to sweat a little bit. Yeah. Yeah,
No,
this is grim, isn't it? It's like this is an eco round, and even though you should still win, you've lost 3 players. Which means you're guaranteed to actually lose out on some of the value of those rifles. And again, that's 2 rounds in a row where Imperial win, but it feels like you've just been punched in the balls.
Yeah, that is... It's going to take a couple of rounds to recover from that feeling for sure, because this is just so awkward. There's so many awkward moments here. I think the spray at the beginning for Cello kind of, you know, started it, and then it just kind of kept getting worse from there on out. So you're right. It's losing a lot of economy. Straight by coming back in for TNL. But I suppose if we zoom out a little bit, we can just notice that the scoreline is now 9-5. And if they lose this next round here, TNL, then there is a chance for Imperial to just continue the comeback. Soft comeback for now.
Yeah, it hasn't fully took flight, has it? And especially when you look at the money as well for Imperial, it's like you've won 2 rounds on the CT side. That's great. There's 2 or 3 players down at around $0. Try's on 0, Vinny's on 50, Cello's on 150. And you haven't even squeaked out full assault rifles alongside the AWP. Additionally, you've got 1 kit. Like, there's a lot of shortfall right now. There's a lot of chinks in the armor in this defense that can easily be exploited.
Classic grenades being set up here. It's nice to see that some of the, you know, all the tech is sort of bleeding into modern day overpass, but obviously because of the volumetric smokes now, it's going to be some positions presumably quite different from what they were in the past, or they will be exploited in new ways. One of the things I'm looking forward to in top level Counter-Strike. Speaking of nice top level here for Try, who had a very slow start, but he is up to 9 kills now, point blank range with the AWP. Got to be careful you don't assume that no one else is there. You've got 2 teammates down that are covering everything else, so I don't know why you need to join them at the moment. Probably going to be fine if you just stick around, but it is a decent start to the round here. And honestly, Imperial, if they can secure this round, especially with out too many casualties, things are starting to look very interesting once again.
Yeah, I think the reason why Try joined his teammates on short is because when you play connector by yourself, especially with AWP, it has an expiry date on it. Because eventually you're going to get pushed from playground, you're going to get pushed from middle. And he'd realized that he was susceptible to being flanked from mid. So he joined his teammates, and it has worked out nicely. Just the 1 casualty. That's going to do the world of good to a lot of the problems we were discussing before about their economy being in kind of rough shape. They've not fully stabilized, but this is on the right track.
Good spray there at the end. Cleanup is in. 9-6. Oh, you know that Hayes and Trav are nervous watching this. They are pretty excited about TNL. Honestly, I understand why they are, though. Like, I totally get why they're hyped up about this team, because they have such great energy. I think in the matches that I've seen, I haven't really casted too many of them. It's been a couple, but every time they show up the same kind of really great energy. Even on Mirage, even though they ended up getting beat up quite badly, there was at no point where they looked defeated. They just lost because the Imperial were hitting all the shots, but they didn't have that kind of we're over mentality, and that in itself is great. I love that.
The crazy part is as well, by the way, Davey is 17 years old. I mean, this guy already has just immense amounts of talent. You wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in like a Spirit or an RV further down the line.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. Skulls just don't need to do anything fancy here. I think right now Skulls has to focus on just the fundamentals. I can't believe he's still stuck at 4 kills. How many kills did he even have in the first map? It wasn't that many, was it? I feel like he was struggling to get on the board for the longest time on that one.
10.
And yeah, I mean, I guess not terrible, but I feel like most of them were towards the end when they were very obviously winning. Why are they throwing incendiaries at skulls? Come on. Don't bully him.
Yeah, it was the kind of slower-paced game for Skulls because, I mean, everyone else was also pulling their weight and then some. But it felt like when that comeback was coming into play, that's where you started to notice that Skulls wasn't quite at the same level as the rest of the teammates. But, I mean, Cello had an obscenely good game. Probably not something you expect him to roll in, game out. Vinny also had a really good game as well. But it looks like we're going to have a very close scoreline here. It's kind of crept up on us a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
I mentioned the importance of the pistol round, and since then Imperial, yeah, it's been a little bit dodgy. It definitely didn't feel that confident, but they've been getting the work done, and that's all that matters at the end of the day.
Yeah, they thought they'd put them in the rearview mirror, didn't they? TNL, they were out of there. They were driving away, but like one of those 80s horror movies, suddenly Imperial just spawned back in front of them, you know, like some sort of zombie or Jason Voorhees or whatever it is.
Oh, Friday the 13th. Jason Voorhees, yeah.
Classic movies. My favorite starts one of those movies is when they dig him up and try to stab him with an iron rod, and then lightning strikes and revives him. It's like in their attempt to, I don't know, double kill him, they somehow revive him. So stupid, isn't it? I don't know. I never even understood what the point was. Like, he's already dead. Like, he's in the ground. Like, just leave him. Anyway, classic movies, really. Oh, you gotta check this corner. Davey, and he will. I'm always nervous, but good stuff. Davies, I'm super impressed. I've seen 3 games from him, maybe ever, but he's doing good work, and also playing with the toying with the camera at the same time. He's got some personality.
It does often feel like he doesn't need to be set up that much. You know, when you look at some of those star players over the years, there were very much protocols that really allowed them to thrive. But Davey is doing a lot of this on his own back, like basically pushing him by himself, molotoving himself in. You saw it on Mirage on the CT side through Connector, like taking tons of fights and being successful more often than not. Like, there's a lot of very good signs right now.
Yes.
To him in particular.
Yeah, you're right. That's a really nice point. I'm glad that you mentioned that. Because there is a real difference between whether or not you are made the superstar by the rest of your team sacrificing everything for you, or like Davey, who's really been hitting the shots, the wallbang this time to take down No Way, and try all the way back here. Now, he's got some backup. Honestly, the rotation here for Imperial is kind of sick. There's only 23 seconds. Try up front. They might still win this round. They're looking very good right here. Vinny's going to be going down. I don't think you're realizing how many people are here. Bomb is lost on the other side with 15 seconds. Flyrax, if you want to win this round, you have to run right now. This slow creep stuff is not going to be playing out. You don't have the time for it. Try is going to pick him up. It's a quad kill. That is a sick rotation and obviously a sick round from Try.
Yeah, beautiful. Beautiful round. Flyrax is having a lot of success on the CT side, but I think they've nailed it on the desk as well. I think that they had the head-to-head between Flyrax and Try here on Overpass, and you're seeing why. Both of them having so much impact in terms of frags, in terms of just stopping the rot, in terms of the push. And you can see that Flyrax, he was still completely sure that there was a player wrapping around the back through bathrooms, but that's just the amount of intimidation that Try put across. You assume there's more players than there actually is there, because he's just lighting up the scoreboard time after time. They don't take connector control this time. Try is forced out from the smoke, so it should allow TNL to close the gap.
Round number 18, and the massive lead that they had, I mean, it's just slowly evaporating here. Credit to Imperial for keeping their mental game strong. Oh, Skulls. He's really had a rough day in the office, hasn't he? Spray down there for No Way, not quite working out. Hold the phone. Maybe TNL can steal this round back. They're doing fantastic work already. Good flick from Try. He's really on one, but he couldn't get the next bullet in the chamber. So now it's a 1 versus 1. Incendiary to put some pressure on Onic, but it bounces the wrong way. Too far up to the right, and Onic, he gets to plant the bomb and also escape edge of the smoke, but Cello's so good with that reaction. That is incredibly scary, but it does work out for Imperial.
Yeah, the good part about that Molotov, even though you're right, it was a bit too far to the right-hand side, is it allowed him to know that he wasn't hiding still on the site close. So he could afford to stare down the smoke and anticipate that peak. So although it didn't quite work out, he adapted instantly. Full credit to Cello once again.
Yeah, that's actually a great point. Even though it could have been better, if you play around it, if you sort of use it in another way, it still kind of works. That's a nice point. Cello, so scary, man. He was close to going down in that moment. Scoreline is now tied up 9-9. And we're going into round number 19. We've got, obviously, with the loss bonus here, a bomb plant will get TNL really far. It looks like they might just try and speed it up here. They're running straight in there. No slowdowns on this one. They will sort of bend a little bit and try and see if they can wrap around short, but they should just keep it going. The backup is going to be there soon, though. Skulls gets the one. A little bit overextended. Some great headshots. He hits a dink onto Flyrax as well, but Skulls, that is the player that we all know and love. Is that a handshake? I love that.
Oh, man. I mean, we might talk at length about how Skulls kind of has this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde in terms of his aim. Sometimes it's a bit ugly, sometimes it's outrageous. Well, that's one of the few moments where you just see how mechanically gifted he can be. 2 headshots, and he dinked third player as well. That's ridiculous.
That's the sort of stuff that, you know, fans of Skulls are going to be remembering and saying, come on, like, we know that he could do it. We know that there is a chance here. We obviously need more of it. It's not just enough to do it in a 1 round here, but that is a massive impact round. That's a full buy-up for TNL, and he just absolutely shut them down. And honestly, Imperial, now they're in the lead. They've got the money. Everything has been working out here. I don't know what to say, but right now, TNL, they must be sweating.
As we move into round 20, by the way, there's only been 3 successful T rounds. This has been unbelievably CT-sided throughout. As Flyrax hoping that smoke can just dwindle away and allow him safe passage for the opening frag, but it's actually Knife. Had a great first half, but he's been slowed down here. And Imperial take the lead for the first time since the pistol round and the subsequent 3-1 lead they had. And a player to the good as well. It's looking pretty dicey. Only 2 smokes left collectively for TNL to utilize.
They've had a lot of great individuals. I mean, Onig is obviously stuck in like the permanent, you know, IGL kind of role where he's sacrificing a lot to try and get the team on the board. And he was also playing a really tough position down the B-bomb side on the CT side. Oh, Vinny! That is dirty, isn't it? Takes the kills, full-on spray against Flyrax, but you don't have to recommit to this. You could just leave it alone. You got the 5-on-3, and Vinny knows. He's obviously a veteran at this stage. He's got no doubt about it, but that was a crisp shot.
Yeah, it's always remarkable to me how players can keep calm in these positions, because if I landed that 1-tap, I'm thinking in that moment that I am gone. Like, I'm taking all the jewels, I'm getting all the kills, but realistically, I'm dying straight.